Okay, so how'd you measure the radius then?
So if you have a number of points space, so you know that there's a general form of in Cartesian coordinates, you can describe a circle in XYZ coordinates. So the simplest case is if the circle is centered on the coordinate system, so it's a sphere around the center of a coordinate system, any point on the surface satisfies the equation x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals r squared. So if you've got a whole bunch of XYZ coordinates, you can determine what r is from XYZ. Yes, Kiwi Buzz, the
So no
radius is only
observation.
calculated.
So no observation.
Yeah, no, it's an observation of your position. So you've got a whole bunch of positions that you've calculated in 3D against the same coordinate system. And the coordinates clearly describe a curve if you were to plot them out on a piece of paper, definitely describing a curve. And you can calculate the radius from that curve.
Calculations isn't measurement.
Well, how would you directly measure the radius of a sphere, Gregory?
How would you? That's your
Of any
question.
sphere. Yeah, you can only ever do it by calculating, right?
Oh, so you didn't measure it then. You never observed and measured the Earth to be a curve. You just got a bunch of
I
coordinates
know.
and then you
It's
shoved in the
observed and
radius.
measured. It's observed and measured. There's measurements that
Show us the
clearly
operation.
describe the curve.
Show us the operation of the observation and measurement of the curve.
What do you mean specifically by show the operation? How to collect the data?
Show us who did the operation of going out into the world and actually doing the process to observe and measure the Earth curve.
Yeah, so the data I've given you here is from Charlie Darlin, who was a competitor in the Vendée Globe. So his yacht was logging GPS data all the way around. And that's his data. I've chosen that because it's a very complete data set. But this is something anybody can do. We need is an Android phone. You can probably do it with an iOS one, but I know you can definitely do it with Android phones. You get raw GPS data from Android phones.
So enumerate the steps of the operation he performed. What did he do?
Yep. So the process is this, that you start logging raw GPS data, which after it's been converted to a position is an XYZ coordinate against a specific reference frame that all of the GPS satellites also use, called the ECEF coordinate system. So all of the GPS systems tell you where they are in this frame of reference, and you work out your position relative to the GPS. And you record that
GPS isn't.
XYZ.
He's referring to a database. The first step is just him referring to a database. Like, I'm not going to just take
No,
for granted that GPS is informing him that the Earth is a ball.
no. The GPS is informing of your position relative to the satellites. So you've got, say you're in the open ocean, he's probably able to see 10 or 15 GPS satellites, and he's actually then calculating his position relative to those satellites. That gives him a point in 3D space.
Okay, so he didn't actually go out and observe and measure the Earth to be a ball. He's doing the very same thing you just did, taking
No,
positions and
he is.
calculating the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah,
It's just
that's right.
a mathematical. It's just a mathematical calculation. Calculation is not
Well,
measurement.
he's demonstrating that as he travels across the surface of the Earth, his position is describing a circle in space.
And
And so if his position is describing a circle and he's on the surface of the Earth, that implies the surface of the Earth is also that circle.
a circle doesn't equal sphere. Like, how do you go from
Well,
those premises to the conclusion the Earth is a ball? Action.
that's just a terminology thing. So his positions fit the surface of a sphere.
Another Ipsy Dixit. Like, you haven't told me that he observed the ball, that he measured the ball. He just got GPS coordinates. He just got his position on the surface of the Earth, which does not equal sphere, which doesn't equal convex surface.
No, but if you get enough points, you can describe the shape of the surface using the points, right?
Description isn't measurement.
Points are measured.
Yeah? Just because you got your location doesn't mean that you got your location on a sphere.
No, but all the locations put together describe the surface of a sphere.
It says who? According to what argument?
According to the positions of the points that are captured. So your points are captured in space, right? So they're 3D coordinates independent of the shape of the Earth. It's your position relative to the satellite constellation. And all of those independent points, when observed together, describe the surface of a sphere.
According to what? You haven't shown that to me.
Yeah. So you look at his data visualization, it fits a sphere. Take each of those X, Y, Z coordinates and draw them, visualize them in 3D space, using a bit of software, which is what the application I linked to does. You'll see that all of those points fit the surface of the sphere.
They fit a surface of a sphere.
Yep.
You fit the surface of a horizontal plane also.
No, they don't actually.
Why not?
They don't. They won't fit. If you go to draw them on a plane, they can't. They won't all fit on a plane because they
Why
describe
not?
a sphere. Because they physically can't.
They don't physically. The points don't physically describe to any material object. What are you talking about?
So
The
the
abstract
individual
concept.
point. You can put a point on a plane, but you can't put all of these points on the same plane
Why not?
because they physically do not lie in the same plane.
It's the same with the sphere. The mathematical concepts don't exist anywhere.
These points do lie on the surface of a sphere.
Show me the matter that is the points.
It means show you the matter.
Exactly. What you just said is ontologically absurd. Points don't have a materiality. Points are not material things.
No, the points identify where that guy was at a particular point in time.
Yeah, position doesn't equal sphere.
If you have enough positions, you can describe a sphere.
Sure, you can describe a horizontal plane too. So what? I can describe whatever I want to describe.
No, but you can only describe the shape that the points actually conform to.
What do you mean actually conform to? They don't exist in space, dude.
But they exist.
They're not matter.
But they describe a shape, right?
The points don't describe anything, dude. You're describing a sphere. You describing a sphere is not an instance of you observing and measuring a sphere.
The points are measured locations in space, bind together.
And measuring locations doesn't equal sphere.
If you measure enough locations and they are all on the surface of the same sphere.
Yeah, if. That's the very premise in dispute right now.
So in this case, the points all form a sphere of a given radius.
Says you, because you plotted them onto a sphere.
No.
You don't have any justification that you can't plot them onto a plane, onto a horizontal plane.
Because the points don't fit onto a plane.
Says you for what reason?
Because they physically cannot describe a plane.
Same with a sphere. You don't have the matter that is the points, dude. You're just special pleading for a sphere, dude.
No, it's mathematically impossible to map those points on a plane. You're an idiot. That's the point. You don't understand.
And your justification for that is?
Look, we could we go through a long list of truth tables and stuff, but that's not going to be relevant to anybody's interest.
So are they going to give the justification or not?
No, we're not going to map out the data for you. We're just saying.
Okay, so then you don't have you haven't demonstrated that premise to be true.
That doesn't follow.
You're just wasting my time.
Yeah. So Gregory, if we had a set of points on a sphere, so it's in pure geometry, right? We had a set of points that are on the surface of a sphere. So we can describe a radius and all that kind of stuff for each of those points relative to the center of the sphere. Could I then also have all of those points appear on a plane? Is there a single plane that can also be the surface of the sphere?
A plane isn't a sphere.
That's correct.
And
So these points fit the surface of a sphere, therefore they will not fit a plane.
dude, they fit because you put them there. What are you talking about?
No,
You
they
haven't
fit
justified
because
saying they don't fit on a plane, dude. You just appealed to the
points-
truism that a plane is not a sphere, and then leap to the conclusion that they don't fit on a plane.
the points describe a sphere, therefore they cannot describe a plane.
What do you mean the points describe their sphere?
The points in space form a sphere.
Says who? All you've got is position, and then you
Yes.
have description. You don't have observation and measurement. You can't leap from the conclusion I ascertain my position. Then I have a description of a sphere. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. It's non sequitur, dude.
The individual points measured in space describe the shape of a sphere.
You keep repeating that over and over again. You haven't demonstrated that you have observed and measured the Earth to be a ball.
If I've
It's just a
measured all of these
calculation.
points on the surface,
It's only in your head. It's an imagination. It's a concept.
no, it's a measurement. It's a whole bunch of measurements.
To get your position, position doesn't equal sphere.
If I get enough positions across the sphere, I can describe the shape of the sphere.
Yeah, if the Earth is a sphere, which is to go back to the very question in question.
No. You're not understanding that the points. If you were to draw these points, say if you drew a graph, right, an XYZ graph on a piece of paper, and plotted all these points on the XYZ coordinates, they would draw a sphere on your coordinates. And that is the sphere of the Earth.
Says you. Like, that's all you're saying.
Oh my god, he doesn't get it.
So then explain it then.
Maybe there's nothing to get.
Look, if you map out the distance between, like Australia and some point in Greenland.
All
or
right,
something.
go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah, you map it all out, and then it only comports with a sphere. Now go on, do it. Do the mapping and show me it can only comport with a sphere. Go ahead.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we
do
have
it?
that here, Heretic. We've
It's
got
already been done.
there's several hundred GPS points I posted earlier that are collected from the surface of the Southern Ocean.
You didn't do
There's a million.
shit.
No, I didn't do it. No, you're correct. I've
Neither
done it
did Blake
locally.
Conforto.
We collected the data.
What he's
We
looking
just
at,
collected the data.
what he knows is the rhetoric that he has in his head.
Bro, if you want to disagree with every single geographer and scientist,
Yeah,
on the planet
whatever.
Earth, then
Okay, show me
that's
one
your business.
geographer, one scientist, whatever it is, and show me their work specifically that conclusively leads to the result of sphere, and let's have a look at it together. Pick one.
Every single geographer.
So I guess you decline
What's
that?
that mean? Sorry,
All of
Gregory.
them.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just a claim of every single geographer. What does
Right.
that mean?
Just means he can't name one, so he's going to
What do
go
you
with
think
all
it
of them, and then when you ask for any, he's going to
Means all the
bullshit you to
geographers.
no end.
He's just
Yeah,
gonna
so
snort out
name one.
his
Yeah,
nose.
all of
A
them.
single. You think I can't come up
all
with
of
a single
Yes, no, you can't come up with a single
geologist
one that supports your point.
that
Just
that
name
thinks
one.
that the Earth is a sphere? You
Who
can't
cares
think
what they
do that?
I can
cares what
find
they
you.
Wait, is it that you don't care or that you do care? Do you
I
want
can
to
find
Name
you.
one.
Oh, but
Name
you don't
one who
care.
did
So why should I name
No,
one? Oh,
no,
but
no,
you'll
no.
say you don't care
No.
after I name it because you just said you don't care. Oops.
You're obviously evading your burden
One.
of proof, dude.
Name one that actually supports the claim that you made and show us what work they did specifically that backs it up. That's what I'm asking you to do. One, start with a name, then give us the work, drop the citation in the chat, just so that there's no confusion about what I'm asking. Go ahead.
You just said you wouldn't care even if I did that. So obviously I'm not.
Yeah, he's not going to do
Keep
it.
dodging
All
your
right.
burden of proof.
You said you wouldn't care, dumbass.
Keep
You
dodging your
kneecapped
burden.
yourself.
Yeah, he's not going to do it. That's clear.
I can find you a PhD geophysicist who says the Earth is flat. You said every single one says it's a ball. I found one that says it's flat.
Okay. Give me his name.
Okay, 2 seconds. What I'll do is I'll post it in chat and you can watch the interview yourself. There you go. His name is Alfonso. I'm not going to say his name, it's Spanish. I'll really screw it up, but it's in the chat if you want to listen to the interview.
And then after I verify that this guy's like a credentialed geophysicist, and I compare that with every single other geophysicist in the field.
You can do whatever you like. You just said every single, and I
I'm
found
just
one.
asking you to agree like on a basic and point of empirics.
So what's going to happen is I'm going to start talking and you're going to talk through me. Is that how the conversation's going to go? All right, buddy, no worries. Have fun.
No, I just had a question for you.
Okay, well maybe you could wait until I finish speaking. Would that be okay? You made the claim that every single geographer, whatever the fuck that is. So I found a geophysicist who says he's got a PhD, who says that the Earth is flat. Now, if you want to try and discredit him, please, by all means, do so, and let me know your findings so I can strike this one off the record. It's no skin off my nose. Just more interested in the claim that you made.
So let's just see if you agree or disagree. The consensus among geophysicists is that the Earth is flat.
You can't even name one, dude. You can't even name one.
Look, that's not the question. The question is just agree or disagree.
How can you come to the conclusion of a consensus when you can't name one person
How can you
involved in
come
that
to the
consensus?
conclusion of a
consensus?
consensus if you take a census and everybody, like, and most people in the census agree? That's what.
Give me one of the names. Yeah. Give me one of the names of the people that were polled.
You're a goof.
This
Just like your phantom magisterium of consenting
because you won't answer
geophysicists, geographers.
So what is this about consensus? I'm not interested in consensus, mate.
You're not interested in consensus? I'm interested.
Not really. Not in this particular subject, because the consensus is the thing that we're debating. So just because lots of people say
whether or not there's a consensus?
Sorry, dude. Just because lots of people say something doesn't mean that what they say is true.
No, but it does provide strong evidence that it's true.
Okay, so then we're interested in the evidence so we can talk about it amongst ourselves.
Evidence.
And what is the evidence?
You're just
that lots of people say it.
Yeah.
That's not evidence, dude. That's the thing. That's the thing that's in contention. What we want is the evidence.
Look, just saying that you're contending with the evidence doesn't mean it's not evidence.
Girl is also irritating and not at all.
It's still evidence.
Your position is true.
What evidence apart from lots of people agree on something?
I'm not offering you apart from anything. I'm just trying to get you to agree so we can move, so we can like agree on one point.
Trying to get you to stop bickering like
a
a little girl and talking to him every time he's talking to you.
Massively favors my position.
And it massively favors that you stop talking to him.
You should have no problem just consenting to that.
You should have no problem to stop talking to him.
Again,
you should have no problem with disagreeing with that, right? You don't disagree, right?
Apart from lots of people say something, I want to know what evidence they're basing this consensus on.
All right, so we'll just move forward to the point, right? So the point is, the consensus heavily favors my position, and that's
lovely.
Can account as strong evidence in favor of my position.
Okay, so apart from lots of people say something, what is the evidence other than they all agree?
I don't need more than that. I don't need more.
Okay, dude. So there's no point talking to you.
That's an majority fallacy.
Yeah, there's no point talking to you then.
Okay.
That's not that's an appeal to majority fallacy.
Shut up, Brendan. No one's interested.
That's not an appeal to majority fallacy.
No one's interested. I'm talking to this guy. Shut up.
He's done.
And so are you.
Right. It's not an.
Shut up.
She's right. It's not an appeal to. It's not a fallacy because I'm not saying that it like
guarantees when you appeal
the conclusion. It's just strong evidence, and testimonial evidence is used in everything, particularly in science. Right? We're all gathering
in science
individual observations of people
in
and
science
putting them together. That's all.
False analogy.
Can we have that then?
What?
Can we have that then? The evidence that all these people are basing their consensus upon. That's what we're interested
I'm
in.
not offering that. I'm just saying. I'm just offering the point.
Okay, then yes, fine, we'll agree. Whatever. Who cares?
Well, then you're just granting there's strong evidence in favor of my position and seemingly no evidence in favor of yours.
The only evidence you'd offered at the moment, my friend, is lots of people agree with your position. That's
strong evidence.
lovely. That's lovely, but what is the physical evidence?
Well, if you're happy to say that it's strong evidence, then I'm happy to rest my
What
case.
is strong evidence? That lots of people agree?
Correct.
Okay. So moving past that point, what evidence are they basing this consensus on so we can move the conversation along?
I'm more interested in the philosophical. Can you answer?
Okay, so
Can you tell
you
me
don't
why?
know the evidence then, so you just believe what people say without looking at the evidence.
I think arguments are evidence. I think arguments are evidence. So here's an argument.
What argument? At the moment, all you said, lots of people agree.
Well, I'll give you an argument. Well, arguments are evidence.
Provided any evidence apart from lots of people agree with your position. The question being,
just ask me to provide more evidence. I'm going to.
What?
Well, I'll give you an example. Here's something that probably convinces 99% of people if I ask them, if I give them this argument. If the Earth is flat, then you expect to see lots of people falling off the edge of the Earth. We don't see any people falling off the edge of the Earth.
That doesn't follow.
Why would I be watching
people? Probably isn't flat.
Why are you here?
Terrible modus ponens.
This is crazy. That's nonsense.
How come I don't see people falling off the edge of the Earth,
terrible
bro?
modus ponens.
Why would you see? Why would you people falling off?
There's people at every corner of the Earth. There's people around all. The Earth is filled with like people and animals and stuff. And nothing falls off.
Repeating the god awful modus ponens isn't going to make it true.
Yeah. Why doesn't anybody fall off? Yeah, dead serious, dead ass, bro.
How come nobody falls off the shore of the lake?
How come nothing? You've observed nothing falling off the planet.
Stop repeating the question. This is the point where you
explain it.
Listen to the reply.
This is the master argument that destroys
this is the point where you listen to the reply.
brain.
Stop repeating yourself.
It's the master reductio.
Stop repeating it.
They can't. Look how they're freaking out.
Stop repeating it.
Watch as they recoil.
Keep talking through your redundant repetition. Stop repeating it.
That's the dumbest argument, dude.
Well, if the Earth is flat, why? It's a dumb argument. What's the response?
Dude, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you just keep yammering on. It was hard enough for me to get out a fucking claim from you in the first instance. And now that all you're turning around and saying is...
you're not responding to the argument.
I haven't finished, dude. I'm trying to still man your position so we can move on with the conversation. Have you got a problem with having conversation?
My position is that if I don't see people falling off the edge of the Earth probably isn't flat.
Why would you
Now, what's your response to the argument?
Why would you... I've been trying to give it to you for the last 2 minutes, but you just keep fucking talking.
Right.
Why would you see people fall off the edge of the Earth if there was an edge to fall off of?
Because there's an edge to fall. Because the Earth is filled with people and plants and animals and movements of bodies, right? And no observation of anything falling off, apparently like gravityless flat plane. And
how big is this Earth
all around it?
How big is this Earth that you're giving us to argue? This straw man that you're trying to build.
What? You don't even know how big the Earth is? It's your position.
At the moment, you're the one claiming that there's an edge to fall off. That there's a finite position.
Do you think there are edges in the flat? Do you think flat planes have edges?
Conversation with you, I'll just fucking mute you.
Do you think flat bodies have edges? Do you think flat bodies have edges?
How big's the Earth? Do you think that we say?
Have edges?
Hello, dummy.
Answer my question. I'll answer yours.
No, you can fuck off, dude. I've been trying to ask you a question for the last 2 minutes, but you just keep talking. You just keep talking. So,
if there's air, then humans fly. Humans don't fly, therefore there's no air.
Fuck's sake.
How big is the Earth? All right, I'm going to look it up for you. It's 4,000 miles radius.
Okay, so that's the globe Earth. I'm asking you with regards to the flat Earth. How big is the flat Earth?
You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know, mate. I don't know the limitations to our environment. I don't even know if there's an edge. Hold on, I haven't finished talking.
You don't know if there's an edge to the flat Earth? You don't know if there's an edge to the Earth?
You've got two choices.
It just goes on forever?
Hello? Dumb fuck. You've got two choices. It's either infinite or finite.
It's finite. Obviously, it's finite. You think the Earth is infinite?
You have a universe expanding into
the Earth
nothing.
is infinite.
Think about that, sea fibers. Isn't that stupid? You've got a universe expanding into
This
nothing.
guy just said the
Nothing to do with
universe.
that.
This guy just said that the Earth is as big as the universe. It's like expanding infinitely into nothing. That's hilarious.
Just
You said that it necessarily
The edges
follows
of the
that
Earth
the
are
Earth is
infinite,
a
dude.
horizontal surface
You
with a
just
finite
recapped
edge.
yourself, dude.
Therefore, humans will fall off it. That's hilarious.
That would necessitate that people live near the edge, or that there is an edge to fall off of. Like, technically there would be an edge, but there could be something obviously containing everything in, or else things would already be falling off, like water or something.
It's a
you know?
god-awful modus tollens. Like, he's an idiot, dude.
I don't know why he even brought that up, thinking it's
There
like a
is
slam.
nothing. Wait, yeah. So where's the
There would
container?
be an edge, but
Wait,
who
where's the
says that
wall?
people live on the edge, and who says that there's not a container? That's the thing.
People live all over the Earth, and like
Yeah, but who
presumably
who
anybody.
lives on the edge of the flat Earth?
No, people live on the Earth. If people live on the Earth,
Everybody,
therefore, people would fall off the edge of
everybody
the
that's
Earth.
around the
But
outer
people
edge
on
of
the
the
Earth-
planet.
People don't fall off the edge of the Earth, therefore
They
the Earth
all
does
live
not
on
have
the
a
Earth.
horizontal surface. It's another invalid modus
They all
ponens.
live near the edge of
You
the
don't
Earth.
know how to deduce any conclusion.
The
dude.
animals
Your
and
modus tollens arguments are god awful. You're
the
sitting here trying to
shifting
dominate the
rocks,
voice channel with your idiotic
Where's this-
god awful
earthquakes
modus tollens arguments,
tectonic
and they
plates and
obviously
stuff
don't
like that. It's
follow.
like
It
everything's
does not
moving around
necessarily
all the
follow from the
time.
premise that if people live on the
How
Earth,
come when an earthquake
that people would
happens,
fall off the
like
edge of
half
the
the
Earth?
people don't
It's
fall
so
off the
silly,
fucking
dude.
Earth?
I'm gonna keep
How come when an
dominating
earthquake happens, like we don't lose
voice
like half
channel
of the
because you're
water
trying
and
to
like
dominate the voice channel. I'm gonna keep dominating you.
Oh,
So you're not gonna dominate the voice channel with your god awful arguments. dude.
land
So
mass
I'm gonna
and
keep
stuff?
talking to you, trying to dominate the voice
Where
channel with
does
your
it
god awful
go?
arguments, not addressing any critique being said to you. So you want to keep doing this until there's moderation?
he's just an idiot, dude. He just keeps talking through. He's not listening to anything you say. He's moved on to something else now.
Or he thinks earthquakes would, what's it called? What? Tilt the Earth or something?
He's an idiot.
I bet he's just looked up flat Earth on the internet or something, or like
Well,
photos
if the
on.
Earth is flat, if the Earth is a finite flat surface, then people fall off. People don't fall off. Therefore, the Earth is not a finite flat surface. That's ridiculous, dude. It doesn't necessarily follow. Not a deductive argument. It's a terrible deductive argument.
Couldn't even have a cohesive conversation with the guy before he started fucking ejaculating for everything everybody said.
If women exist, then I'm the sexiest man alive. I'm not the sexiest man alive. Therefore, there's no women.
Yeah. So how come stuff doesn't fall off the edge of the Earth?
Don't know where the edge of the earth is, dude.
What's keeping it all? Yeah. Yeah, you think that's potentially infinite, right? You don't know where it is.
No,
It's crazy.
no,
I think
no.
flat earthers
sorry.
claim that there's not what you would call an edge. That's the claim
Do
flat earth model.
apologise.
If it's a
Still
flat
talking.
surface and it's a
Dude.
finite body, then it
Hello?
has an edge.
Hello? I didn't say I
Yeah, but they
think.
could just take the view that it swoops
Right,
upward
dude, I'm
towards the
obviously
edges
still
like a plate,
fucking
right?
talking. I'm obviously still talking. It's hard
I would
enough
love
to
to hear
get a
that.
word in with this guy. I don't need you jumping in.
Do you
Now,
have
he's
like
made a claim
some
that
kind
I
of
said
learning
that,
disability? Are you like unable to speak at the same time as other people?
do you need to fuck off? I think you need to fuck off, mate. You've basically made a claim that I think the Earth is infinite when I've pointed out that actually there's two choices. It is either infinite or finite.
Potentially infinite.
Yes.
That's what I
I
said.
didn't say that I think the Earth is infinite now, which was
Potentially
the words
infinite.
that just came out of your mouth. I didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. I said
You
you think
did.
it's
I went to go
potentially
get the
infinite.
recording.
That's true.
That's the fucking
You think
reason
it's-
why I jumped in.
No, it's not, because you're not. Well, if it is, then you're just a bad listener.
Are you now defining my motivations?
Yes.
You're a pillock.
Look,
Look what?
I'm sorry that this upsets you, but it's just like
You
simple
upset
logic,
me
right?
because you can't have a cohesive conversation, and every time I talk, you masturbate all the way through it.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, we all heard
You're
it.
just like
And
emotional.
it's
You're just like
disgusting.
just emotional
Oh,
about this topic.
fuck off, man. You're an idiot.
Study logic for once in your life. God awful at debating, dude.
Am I a goat debater compared to that guy, Gregory?
Yes. Yes. Like without hesitation. That was terrible.
All right, and I'll mute Brenda again. Got a problem with Gregory, apparently. Gregory, she's all yours.
Isn't it reasonable that if the Earth is flat and has an edge, occasionally some people might fall off?
Come
Why?
on,
I mean,
Brenda's
it might
serious.
fall off. It's
Why?
logically possible. So what?
Yeah. Some people might fall off.
If they
But
could
Brenda,
reach the limitation, known as what you've said, the edge, if
Yeah,
they
it's
could get
logically
there,
possible. So what?
So that justifies his question. If people have
It
aren't
wasn't his
falling
question.
off.
You're changing his question.
Oh, okay.
it wasn't even a question. I'm pretty sure it was a statement. Pretty sure you were saying that because the Earth would have a finite edge or something like that, then people would be falling off. People don't fall off, therefore it doesn't. I think that's
This
what he
is so
said.
simple. Like, this is not a controversial position. This is
It's not
just
really a
the
good
idiocy
argument.
of anti-flat Earth rhetoric.
Well,
It's not a good argument. And the reason why it's not a good argument is because if the Earth were flat in the first place, obviously there would be something containing all of this water. So it wouldn't be an easy edge to fall off of, which would mean that people are likely not going to be falling off a flat Earth edge anyway.
well, it would just be.
What do you think the Earth is? A toothpick?
It would just be fewer. If it's not easy to fall off of, that would simply reduce the number, right?
Yeah, if it's even like theoretically possible for you to go off the edge or something, I don't know.
What would happen? What would happen?
You do remember the point where he would see people fall off the edge of the Earth?
Yeah,
Why
Oh, I
would he
didn't hear him say that.
Well, we did. That's what we were talking about.
I definitely heard him say that. That
But
makes no sense.
what would happen to a person or to anything that went beyond the edge of the Earth?
I don't know. Maybe because everyone keeps saying they fell off, they wouldn't come back to repeat their findings.
You think they would fall?
Well, this is what the other guy was saying with regards to falling off the Earth.
I'm just
If
curious
that- My God, can't get anything out with you either. The fuck's wrong with you people?
But I'm just curious about what you think. That's all. I wasn't being controversial or anything. I was just saying, I'm just curious what you would think would happen to anything that was tossed off the edge of the Earth.
You have a ridiculous way of conveying your curiosity.
Tossing off the edge of the Earth come from? You know that we think primarily the Earth is a contained system.
Yeah.
So nothing to fall off of? Because it's contained?
Well, I believe you believe in a wall that holds in the water, but surely somebody could climb that wall, go beyond it. You could set up a trebuchet.
Antarctica.
You could set up a trebuchet and toss something over the edge, couldn't you?
Well, technically, Brenda, if I can actually answer you.
Hold on. So you're saying that no one's gone over the ice walls and cliffs of Antarctica? Everybody knows that people, if we're to believe this straw man model of map where the Antarctica is the circumference of the Earth and the shoreline of Antarctica is holding the waters in, everybody knows that we can go to Antarctica and go a good few 100 kilometers inland. And what?
Well, according to you, as I understand it, there's an edge somewhere, right?
A limitation to the environment. The other guy said edge you could fall off. Now, I've tried to point out to you that the majority of people at Flat Earthers, as I understand it, say the Earth is a contained system.
Okay, so
what do you mean, Brenda, if it's a contained system, though? Because if they believe that gas pressure must need a container, their Earth would not only have an Earth with an edge with an ice wall that you think of, it would have an edge that's kind of like encircled, right? Almost like a Hubble. You know what I mean?
So I can go and knock on the firmament. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, apparently, technically, you would be able.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Because think about it, if there was an edge and there was a firmament, it kind of would make no sense because the gas pressure would still be escaping. So there would be something completely encircling the Earth, keeping it.
So there must be some kind of a container, some kind of firmament. So
exactly.
So you can't toss something over the edge. So
there you go.
No, you made an error at the last point.
Could you like drill a hole in the firmament?
Maybe.
Has
This is in
anybody
the realm.
has anybody
realm.
been to where the firmament meets the ground?
Apparently so, but this is only
Really?
anecdotal evidence. Again, still trying to talk. Apparently so, but this is only anecdotal evidence you'll find on YouTube and encyclopedias.
Oh, I've never heard of it. As far as I know, I've always heard that nobody's ever seen where the firmament meets the ground.
With some, again, anecdotal evidence you'll find in interviews on such places like Rumble and YouTube, there's a place that scientists in the southern area known as Antarctica refer to as the wall. You can't go beyond the wall. Now, if you want, if you're actually interested, and I really don't think that you are, I can find those interviews for you.
I think it would be really interesting to go and see that wall and hack a chunk off or drill a hole in it or take some pictures.
That would be awesome. Yes, wonderful.
Yeah, because otherwise, I don't have any good reason to believe in it. But
Okay.
But suppose
you've got good reason to believe in.
Suppose I cut a door into the firmament and stepped outside. What am I going to find outside of it?
I don't know. You're talking about the realms of speculation and imagination.
Yeah.
How would I know?
I'm asking you to speculate.
I'm not going to speculate because the answer is I don't know.
Well, the way we find things out is by speculating and then going to find out.
Well, I'm not going to Antarctica to find this out, am I?
I don't know. You could.
Okay. So hypothetically, I could. And hypothetically, if this container exists, hypothetically, I could drill a hole in it. And hypothetically, I could go through this wall into an area I've yet to imagine. Hypothetically.
Yeah. Would you fall?
Would I? I don't know. How the fuck would I know? Fall into what?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe isn't it all water? Isn't the firmament supposed to separate the waters above from the waters below? So if you cut, see, I never know what the flat earther I'm talking to believes, because there's so many flat earth independent beliefs about that.
But you've just brought up waters, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a biblical reference.
Yeah. This flat earth is a biblical model.
It's not strictly a biblical model. There's flat earth, which is a geodesic premise.
What?
You're conflating categories. Flat earth is just a geodesic premise. There's other cosmos besides the surface of the earth.
What is a geodesic premise?
It's just a premise about the geodesy of the surface of the earth.
But that's not what geodesic means.
Geodesy, dude. The study of the surface of the earth. What I said is correct.
No, well, okay. But geodesy works by premises, so you just assume that the earth is flat?
No, dude. Why are you flagrantly misinterpreting? What I said is so simple and trivial, dude. It's a premise about the surface of the earth, a geodesic premise, a geodesic doctrine.
What's a doctrine, though? What is the doctrine? Specific? What?
That which is taught. It's very simple. So it's not at all controversial. Why are you parsing that? Why are you interrogating that? That is such a trivial point.
Isn't taught.
It's just a premise about the surface of the earth. There's other aspects to the cosmos. That's the point.
Flat Earth isn't taught anywhere.
What?
Flat Earth isn't taught. Flat Earth is not taught in geography or any of the other sciences.
So because it's not academia, therefore it's not taught anywhere by anyone ever at all?
You said it was a premise that was taught.
That's not what I just asked you. Because it's not taught in particular academic institutions, therefore it's not taught by anyone ever at all?
No, by saying not taught, I did qualify that saying in the sciences.
Answer the question now, yes or no?
Yeah, it's not taught in the sciences anywhere, right?
What do you mean in the sciences? You can't be in the category of knowledge.
In the science, yes, you can. So in the
No, you
sciences,
can't exist in the category of knowledge. You can only exist in space.
I wasn't talking. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I can be pedantic too.
You're not being pedantic, though.
I am being pedantic. You
not.
just said that they're not taught in the sciences. Are you talking about categories? Because of course nothing is taught in the sciences. You can't
Well-
exist inside a category.
When people say the sciences, they mean like STEM subjects. That's what they mean.
Yeah, you can't exist inside a category. Which you said is ontologically idiotic.
I wasn't suggesting you could exist in a category. I was suggesting
But that's what you said.
that
So you're
within
contradicting yourself.
I was suggesting that within the category of STEM education, flat Earth is not taught. Maybe it's taught in some sort of liberal humanities or other field, but it's not taught in STEM.
Yeah, you just contradicted yourself. You can't teach something in a category of a knowledge. You only exist in space.
You actually said that sentence, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, man.
That's wild. It's just wild.
What's wild about it? What do you mean it's wild?
I didn't say a person exists in a category. I said
That's what
that
you just said.
within
That's what you
no,
just said several
no,
times.
I didn't. I said it's just not taught within the subject
So
field.
why say that? Of course, it's a truism. No one is teaching within a category. You only exist in
Yes, they
space.
do. Yes, they do.
No, you
Mathematics.
don't teach in a category. You can't exist in a category.
Nobody said anybody exists. So,
Okay, then. So why are you saying the truism that no one's teaching in a category?
for somebody who complains about being interrupted, you interrupt a lot. I'd rather you didn't. Right.
You
So
keep
you can
interrupting.
teach. So you can
I can do it
teach.
too.
So you can teach within the STEM sciences, like for instance, mathematics is taught
You just said it
within.
again. You can't exist in a category. Stop saying that.
I said
You're not
teach.
teaching in a category.
Holy
If you're
fuck!
teaching, you're teaching while existing in space.
Holy fuck! You don't know how language works at all.
How'd you come to that conclusion? What's your justification for that?
You're misusing it repeatedly and deliberately.
Justify saying that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a person existing. I'm talking about a field of study and how it's
The field of
taught.
study can't do a teaching. Can't teach. What are you talking about? That's stupid.
Of course, people teach.
Right. So you are talking about people teaching.
Yeah, I'm talking about people teaching,
Right. So
but
you just contradicted yourself again.
it's not a contradiction.
Yeah, you just denied that you're talking about people teaching. Then you just said you're talking about people teaching. You just contradicted yourself.
No, a teacher can teach within the field of mathematics.
Okay,
And
so
I
there's
can-
that. Yeah, but
Is
they
that
don't
true?
exist in mathematics, right?
I didn't say they did I?
Where do they exist?
They're just a person. They exist in
They're
a
just a person.
classroom.
They don't exist anywhere.
Wow. You think you're winning, don't you? You
Can I answer
actually
the
think
question or not?
you think you're winning this.
You're going to answer the question or not?
This is fucking amazing.
Are you going to answer the question? If they don't exist in mathematics, then where do they exist?
I never said they existed in mathematics. I said the teacher was teaching math.
Yeah, listen to the question. If they don't exist in mathematics, like you just affirmed, then where do they exist?
Don't know.
You don't know where they exist, but they're teaching somewhere.
Albania. I don't know where they are.
Albania.
Yeah, Albania.
Okay, where is Albania?
What does it matter? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
Well, either Albania is in space or not. If it's not in space, then it's just an imagination.
that's not true.
If they're not in space, if Albania is not a real thing in space,
This guy is a fucking moron.
Brenda, he means
This is
three
hilarious.
dimensional space, not outer space. just
Yeah,
to
but I'm
clarify.
not talking about that. I'm talking about teaching within the field of mathematics, which is a STEM
there
subject.
you go again.
Yeah.
You can't within the field of mathematics. You can't be in mathematics.
I didn't say B.
I know you didn't say that. I said what I said. You just said they're teaching in mathematics. Stop saying that.
That's right.
You can't exist in a category. You can't
Holy
do an
shit.
action in a category.
Holy shit, you don't know what the word in means.
Evidently, you don't know
Wow.
what the word "in" means because you're sitting here trying to talk about they're teaching in mathematics.
Yeah, they're teaching within the field of mathematics. And
Within the field of mathematics, where?
Yes.
Where's mathematics? Where's mathematics in space?
It's not. It's just a. It's just a.
Oh, it's not. So then it's
category.
not real. It's just an
It's-
imagination.
No,
There's
it's
imaginary teachers imaginarily teaching in this concept. That's ridiculous.
My God.
Why are we talking about your imagination?
My God, it's amazing.
Yeah, but God,
So teachers, there are teachers that can teach from within the field of mathematics, and this is a big
there you go
problem
saying
for
that ontologically absurd premise again. When are you going to let it go?
ontologically. I bet you don't even fucking know what ontology is.
Yeah, bet you lose, but you might as well not spend your money. So, are you going to make sense now, or what?
Yeah,
You're
I
going to
did
stop
make
being pedantic and make sense.
did
You're
make
going to stop being
sense.
disruptive and distorting.
My
What do you
eighth
say? You knock it off like from this point forward forevermore.
my eighth grade teacher taught within the field of geometry.
And
Is that me saying that my teacher exists in geometry?
hopefully not, because that would be stupid.
That's what you've been saying.
I've never affirmed that premise to be true ever in my life.
You just did.
No, I didn't.
Can I ask
Holy shit. You're just dumb as fuck.
these doors opened?
Anyway, you took us way off of the subject. I was curious.
Just like you.
I was curious what would happen.
Yeah, just like you. Yeah, I took us way off the subject just like you. I did
No.
exactly what you did.
No,
Yeah.
I was talking about what happens if you toss something off the flat earth.
No, you were being disruptive and distorting and going down all these other red herrings.
No, you
Yeah,
were.
I did exactly what you did to him, to you.
No, you were.
Brenda, what do you think the flat earth is?
A flat disc of some size that is
No.
covered by a hard dome.
That means that you are watching beautiful cartoons on.
I don't know. I just got told that there is a dome, right? And that it is hard. That it does prevent you from going further.
That's flat earth. Flat earth is a dome.
What?
Are you saying the flat earth is a dome?
I'm saying that the model that I was just told about.
A model.
Can you
Nobody's
make
speaking
it?
about model. That means that you don't
Just a minute.
know.
Let me
That
finish
means,
my sentence.
Brenda. that
Just
means
let
that
me
you
finish
don't-
my sentence, dude.
Let me finish my sentence.
Why?
That means because you don't know.
But I was talking.
You are saying something what people
Yeah, he was
does
talking
not.
before you.
You are saying something what people does not thinking. Who thinks they are flat earthers?
What is it they don't think?
They don't think that Earth is flat because of dome.
I didn't say
They don't
that.
think. You said dome. Did I say dome?
I did say dome.
Did I say dome?
So don't.
No, you asked me questions and I answered you.
Did I say dome? Did I say dome?
No, I answered your question. You asked me what I thought about flat Earth, and I answered you.
When I speak about flat Earth, about sea level, where is the dome?
I was told that flat Earth consists.
I don't know what was told to you.
I don't know why he keeps digressing what you're saying, Sasha. Like you just answer what you say.
I'm talking to you what flat earthers are. I don't know what you heard. Maybe you are listening wrong people. I don't know what is going on.
Apparently, they're right here. So I was told.
Right here.
So can you let me finish a sentence, please, Sasha? Sasha, let me answer your question for you. It will help things. I was told that flat Earth consists of a flat disk, right? And that there's a wall.
I'm here 3 years. That's not correct.
It's not a flat disk.
I just ask who told you that.
Not flat disk.
Is the flat Earth is not a disk? What is it then?
It's a round disk.
What is it then?
Hold on a minute.
I will tell you what it is.
Sasha,
Do you know the ocean what it is?
No, just ask who.
I'm just asking about the flat Earth.
No, Brenda,
I will
who
tell you
told
about
that?
flat Earth what it is. Do you know what ocean is?
But I'm asking about the flat Earth and what is
We're
that?
not making any progress at all. This is just inane.
The ocean.
Flat Earth is.
Yeah.
How long is this going to go on? I did what I did deliberately to irritate him with his antics. because he's obviously in a very simple premise about the Earth is flat is a geodesic premise, conflating categories. That's why I did what I did.
Yeah, that's just word salad. So the
Brenda,
ocean is seawater, Sasha.
So what I said is unintelligible, Brenda?
No,
What I said is unintelligible, yes or no?
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Okay, so what part of it don't you understand?
Geodesic and premise don't go together.
Why not?
Because geodesic is different than what you think it is.
That doesn't follow. They don't go together because I have a misconception of what geodesic is. So that doesn't follow. So now identify what geodesic is.
It's the shortest line between 2 points on a curved surface.
Show the source that defines it that way.
No, you look it up.
No, you prove your point.
No,
Show the
no,
source
you.
that defines it that way.
No, you. No, you.
You
Math.
prove your premise. Prove your premise. Show the source that defines geodesic that way.
A geodesic is the shortest line between any 2 points on a curved surface.
Show the source. Cite the source in the open chat now.
I don't have to. I don't have to jump
Right, so
to
you're
your
just going to
commands.
arbitrarily assert that your concept is
Yeah,
right,
you
but the
work
sense
it
in which
out.
I said geodesic, in the context in which I said it, is wrong for no good reason. Yeah, that's called being arbitrary.
There you go.
Can I cite a source?
There you go.
Brenda,
Carter posted it. Carter was nice, and he posted it.
Wait, I want to say the source.
Sasha?
It's a Brenda 2024 10th of July. That's the source.
So Sasha.
So if you say something,
Sasha.
for example, gravity it's a stardust force with that nuclear space radiation. You know that
No.
it, you know.
Gravity is just gravity is just bendy space time. That's what gravity is. Gravity is bendy space time.
Your citation for geodesic is the same like mine for gravity.
Whatever. So
yeah, that was your citation. Is that was your citation or some citation from some guy?
It's just math, dude.
So explosion in space, and we popped out right into existence, right, Brenda?
No, wait, Brenda. That's a citation about geodesy. Is that your citation or from some guy?
It's not my citation.
Yeah, is that your citation or also the citation for some scientist or whatever?
I didn't have to look up the meaning of the word geodesic. I just know it because it's elementary geometry.
Is it that your citation or from some
It's
guy?
just me. It's just me. You can quote me. You can quote me. You can quote me.
Can I find your book, please?
Hey, Sasha, let me say this to him. Hey, Brenda, in the same citation that you didn't cite, that someone else cited for you because you refused to carry your burden, says right there in the second paragraph on the same article, the noun geodesic and the adjective geodetic come from geodesy, the science of measuring the size and shape of the earth, though many of the principles can be applied to ellipsoidal geometry.
You don't have his number at
so
all?
that's the sense in which I said it, in the context in which I said it. So you see how you were being pedantic again?
But you said geodesic, not geodetic.
Oh, it's going to be
Yeah, because it says right there in the citation, geodesic and the adjective geodetic. So I said geodesic, referring to the type of premise that it is. I was referring to a specific type of premise concerning the area of knowledge that the premise was about. So what I said was entirely semantically meaningful, and it was entirely your pedantry that distorted the entire point that I was conveying. Thanks for exposing yourself again, Brenda. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. Does the field of geodesy have premises?
Is that supposed to be a scrutinizing line of questions that you're trying to start to obfuscate the point?
Curiosity.
Oh, just curiosity? I don't care to satisfy your curiosity. Go ahead and do your research.
Oh, okay. So, Sasha, right? Yeah. What is your model of flat Earth? Because it must differ from other people's.
My model is it's my town and the region where I live in.
Oh, am I on Earth? Am I on Earth, Sasha?
My town, it's in Croatia. Croatia is on the air. Is it Croatia on the air?
No, because the Earth is my town, and and the people around me, and you're not around me. You're not in my town, so you must not be on Earth.
I can tell you something. Is it Croatia, Hungary, Slovakia, Ukraine? Is it that Earth?
Not my Earth.
Not your Earth. That means
Right.
not your
My Earth, because my Earth is just my town. That's my Earth is my town.
Okay. Good. And is it curving? Is it curving your town? Your town.
Look at me, I'm Brenda. Listen.
So
Brenda.
the whole
Brenda, is it your town curving?
Brenda's gone. Finally. Same
no.
garbage every time he comes in here.
No, so he asked me, and so I was obviously just kidding, Sasha. The Earth is the Earth, and you are on the Earth. But I was asking you what your model for the flat Earth is.
It's a Bolivia South flat. It's a Bolivia. Can you tell me why we call a Bolivian South flat lake? Why we call it flat? Why we call it flat? Why
I don't know. I don't know.
Why we call it sea level? Sea level.
Sea level is the mean elevation of the sea.
Yeah.
From where?
From the WGS 87 datum.
Well, what's the mean sea level at sea level?
It's
You
at
said
zero.
it's from somewhere,
It would
right?
be zero, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Means, and then if something is above, if something is say 1 kilometer above sea level, then it's above. That would be positive.
Sea level is above a mathematical construct.
Brenda, there is also something far away from sea level, and like let's say 1,000 miles.
Like Death Valley is below sea level.
Sea level above a mathematical concept, because that's what you just said.
Does sea level go below itself, Brenda?
No. It's an average. It's an average, dude. It's an average. No, averages don't prove the flat Earth.
Brenda.
Averages don't prove flat Earth, dude.
No, flat Earth averages don't prove globes.
Right.
We know, Brenda.
Yeah, it's just right. Averages don't prove globes. Averages don't prove globes. Yes, you're right.
I know.
An average is just an average. Sea level is just the average. It's just the average.
It doesn't drop below itself. Stupid.
I never said it did.
I know. Welcome to Flat Earth, dumbass.
Well, the fact I didn't say something doesn't mean I believe the Earth is flat.
And what you will do now?
I don't know what that. If the water doesn't drop below itself, then
well,
Brenda,
don't tides exist? How do you explain
tides? We're going to try to take it out of Brenda.
Tides go below sea level.
Me, Sasha, D-Mock. Who's next?
And actually, that's where they're referenced from, isn't it, Brenda? Not from your conceptual fucking datum, right?
Yeah, this datum, is it a curved datum or is it a horizontal datum? With regards to your WGS84 model, you said sea level. So is this datum a curved datum or is it a horizontal datum?
It's a vertical datum.
So vertical datums as juxtaposed to a horizontal datum. The sea level is not a point.
Sea level is a mean. Sea level is the mean sea level above a vertical datum.
The Jedi again. I did to you earlier.
I'm just trying to answer. I'm just trying to answer the question.
Yeah, while you talk to him. Yeah.
2 points on the surface of the Earth. Is that a curved datum or a horizontal datum?
I didn't catch all of that.
This sea level between 2 points of any distance, is that a horizontal datum or a curved datum?
I think sea level is a single datum. It's a single vertical datum.
So again, I've got to ask you the question.
I think that even, for instance, the UK has. I think the UK even has an office. I think the UK even has an office that tracks the sea level and has an official measure of it, and all measurements are taken from that.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'll ask you the questions again. Not actually interested in altitude, the vertical datum.
But that's what sea level is.
Okay, but I'm talking about mean sea level. Between 2 points on the surface of the water, is that a horizontal datum or a curved datum?
2 points. Yeah, I just don't understand. I just don't.
Okay. You understand there's two types of datum, right? There's horizontal and vertical, as you pointed out earlier. There's two types, altitude and distance, usually given between longitude and latitude. Between 2 points of latitude, is that a curved datum or a horizontal datum?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I would assume. I say I don't know, but I would assume.
You know what is geodesy, but you don't know what is vertical and what is horizontal.
I would assume that it references WGS 84, but I don't know that for sure.
So
Why would you assume that
WGS
question is referring to that?
What shape is WGS 84? What shape is that? That's
It's
weird.
an ellipsoid.
A W and a G and an S and an 84 is an ellipsoid? That's crazy.
Is that what you think I said?
That's exactly
you said
what
WGS 84.
Yeah,
you
is
said
that
the
what you think it is? There,
shape.
smart logic boy.
Apparently, idiot, because you can't draw your fucking globe, can you, dumb smart boy?
Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to
No, he
Gregory.
can't measure his globe, man.
Did he say dumb smart boy? That's a new one.
Just wanted to point this out.
I didn't say dumb smart boy.
Yeah.
I just said smart boy.
Just wanted to point
I
this
said
out with
dumb
regards
smart
to
boy.
the
That was mine. That's a good
model.
one.
I know that's what D-Block said. That's
Do
fine.
Well, let Jeff
apologise.
talk.
So I just wanted to point this out with regards to the is it the GWS 84 model?
WGS.
Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Thank you for pointing that out. So the WGS 84 model, which all NOAA charts are taken from, with reference to the NOAA charts, the horizontal data measures positions of latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth, while vertical datums are used to measure land elevations and water depths.
Yeah,
So
that sounds cool.
Yeah, so it's a horizontal datum then. Between 2 points, those points being coordinates given in longitude and latitude, between those 2 points, it's horizontal.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I get it. But that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Latitude and longitude are is a spherical coordinate system.
It's
According to what? According to what source?
Earth coordinate system, but regardless,
latitude and longitude are spherical coordinates.
According to what source?
Horizontal. Between those 2 points, whatever point you want to talk about, according to the NOAA datum, it's a horizontal one.
Yeah, instead of vertical. Horizontally along the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, horizontal, yes.
Yeah, going. No, that would still be curving, though. That would still be curving.
Horizontal is curving. You hear that, gentlemen and ladies?
Horizontal curves. So there's a rate of change of slope on a horizontal line, is there?
Because that's how latitude is defined. Latitude is defined.
Yeah, it just is. Yeah, horizontal is curved because it just is. If you dix it, right?
Because Brenda said so.
Latitude is defined as an arc up from the equator.
So not horizontal then?
No, that is horizontal and vertical.
No,
yeah,
no, it's
horizontal. Horizontal arc.
Yeah, horizontal. Yes.
Convex horizontal line.
Yeah, yeah. That's what people mean.
Yeah, that's what they mean.
Yeah. So
yes.
Horizontal's curved then.
Yes, latitudes and longitudes are curved lines. Yes.
This is really interesting. So horizontal datum measure positions, latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. Horizontal datums between 2 positions on the surface of the Earth.
Yes.
Are horizontal, not curved.
But they mean following the curvature.
Oh, what they mean.
Yeah, they mean.
Because Brenda is a sagacious hermeneutic specialist for what they mean. What they said is categorically different from what he is trying to interpret them to convey. But let's go with Brenda because she's such a wise hermeneutics expert of what they said according to what they meant. When they say horizontal, just to make it clear one last time, when they say horizontal, they mean curving.
That's right. They mean curving along a latitude or longitude on the surface of the Earth. That's what it says.
How
So,
would it
Brenda,
look like if it's flat?
Can I hold on a second? So there's a blind man, and he's not sure about these colors. What does he mean? Which color does he mean? Tell us,
Oh,
Brenda.
I don't know what you mean. What did he say?
Well, you don't know. Well, you should know what stuff. You should know what
But
it
what did he
means.
say? Because here we have the Noah saying
It's
that
a blind man, and he's thinking about a color, and you should know which color because you're fucking psychic and you know what things mean rather than
oh,
what they say. He said he's not sure, but you know what he means.
if he
So I'm
if
just
he
wondering
said he's not sure, then he's not sure. But
how come you
Noah,
know what people mean instead of what they say? So when
yeah,
Bob said he's having a bad day, what does he mean? Not a bad day? That means the greatest day
oh,
ever?
it might mean that. Yeah,
Oh, it might
What?
mean that.
yes,
It's
it could.
possible that we can
Yes,
say what is conveying a meaning that is antithetical to what the verbiage of the sentence conveys.
exactly, Gregory.
Exactly.
Yes, you're
So
right.
when they say horizontal, see, we're on the same page now. See, when they say horizontal, what they mean is it's not horizontal. You see? Isn't it
No,
Yeah.
obvious? Will
what
you
what
read
Horizontal can
They mean
on the
identify
flat.
website, on your screen,
what Noah
right?
actually
If
what
you see
Noah
horizontal, that means not horizontal.
no, but they explicitly said on the surface of the Earth along a latitude
Right.
or longitude. So obviously they mean following the curvature of the Earth.
which is why did they say that then?
Why? What's the problem with it?
Because it says horizontal.
Yeah, but they're not.
That doesn't
But they're
mean
not.
curve.
Yeah, they're not clowns.
It says horizontal. That's not curve.
They're normal people. This would be something you would not understand. They are normal people who
Why
speak
have
in
you got to
roundabout
insult
ways.
all of a
and
sudden?
To
You're
indicate
the one
they
that's trying
speak
to
in
put
roundabout
words
ways.
into people's
Oh, no.
mouths. You
This
don't have
this
to
is
be
how people
insulting.
talk. I'm as
You're
if
just
as
a
if you don't,
fucking
as if
idiot,
you
mate.
don't,
You're a
right?
fucking idiot.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah.
gonna dole out, if you're gonna dole out the insults, then toughen up, boy.
You're the one. Sorry, you're the one who insulted me first.
Toughen
I'm
up,
just
boy.
replying the compliment.
Tough up,
So
boy.
fuck
This is
you.
Be a
coming
man.
from
Be a
Horizontal,
man.
coming from
according to
Brenda.
you, means
Be a
curve.
man. Be a man and toughen up.
coming from Brenda.
Horizontal,
Yes, coming from me.
according to you.
Be a
Yeah,
man.
horizontal, according to you, identifies as curvature.
That's it says, I quote, horizontal datums measure positions lat and long along the surface of the earth, while vertical datums are used to measure land elevations and water depths.
I know.
There you go. They obviously mean by horizontal meaning following the curvature of the earth. That's what they mean.
Horizontal means curve.
Where does it
They
say
obviously mean
that?
horizontal
Come on,
means
where
curve.
does it say that?
The horizontal curve, Jedi. You heard it.
Fucking ridiculous.
Clip
Because,
it.
oh,
Clip it.
great. So somebody asked, where does it say that? It says it when it says on the surface of the earth, because everybody knows that the earth is a sphere.
So why is it not a curve
Then
datum?
why would it say horizontal?
Because
Come on.
that's the general direction that is at generally 90 degrees from the vertical direction.
Horizontal is a general direction?
Why doesn't it just say on the surface of the
Yes.
earth?
I thought left, right, up, down, northeast, southwest were directions. Not flat, not horizontal.
Horizontal from vertical is a direction.
That's not what I just asked you.
Yeah, it's a direction. It's generally indicating a
So
direction.
when I tell you go horizontal, is
Yeah.
that informative of which
Yes.
direction you should move into?
Yes,
Which
yes, it
direction
is.
are you moving into?
90 degrees from the vertical direction, I'm already going. Yes.
So you're moving 90 degrees from vertical? That's a direction?
If you say go horizontal, then yes, I would turn 90 degrees. Yeah.
I mean, turn 90 degrees. Horizontal isn't turning. Turning is turning.
That would be a change in direction, wouldn't it?
Turning is a change in direction. Yeah, horizontal isn't.
Sure it is.
So when you're driving down the street, what does turn horizontal mean?
Oh, that would be nonsense.
Oh yeah, because horizontal isn't a fucking direction, right?
It is if I was going vertical.
Horizontal is to go horizontal is to go vertical.
Yeah, I'm in a flying saucer and I'm accelerating straight up, and you say go horizontal. That means I turn 90 degrees and go horizontal.
Not horizontal, is it curved?
Right? So words have
like
language. So Gregory, Gregory, the way language works, all of you, by the way, all of you.
Stop interrupting Jedi, dude.
Language works.
Stop interrupting Jedi, dude. It's not your turn.
You just interrupted Jedi.
You just pointed out that words have meaning, whilst 2 minutes ago you were saying horizontal means curved. What the very fuck are you talking about? Why should I take you seriously?
Words.
He's a clown.
Words.
She has a flying saucer. You better take her seriously. She's in her flying saucer.
Right. Going horizontal.
Right. I'm gonna X-ray your. I'm gonna death ray your city in Croatia, wherever that guy's from. Yeah. So words have meaning within a given context, and there's speakers.
Yes, they do. They certainly do, Brenda.
And they don't have meaning outside of that context. So if I'm on a car going straight ahead and you say go horizontal, I wouldn't know what you mean because the context is missing.
Would you know what go horizontal means if you were driving up a hill?
Probably take an exit that is 90 degrees from where I'm at. Probably. I might guess at that.
Perhaps you taking the exit is wrong. How do you know that taking the exit is correct?
I don't.
Oh, you don't. So you don't know what it means because it's not meaningful, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Sure. And let's say you're in an instance where you're driving up a hill, and I tell you turn horizontal. How do you know going to the exit is correct?
I would be guessing. I would look. I would be
guessing.
Here,
no, you wouldn't know.
Let me evaluate.
I wouldn't know either because I don't know what the fuck turn horizontal means.
Well,
because no one knows what that means because it's not fucking meaningful because that's a category error.
It might mean that I'm going up a steep grade. You say turn horizontal. I look and I see an exit.
No, it doesn't mean anything.
There's an exit.
Anything is a category error.
No, it would mean there would be an exit there, and I would turn horizontal.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. The horizontal doesn't mean turn.
It could be. That could be what you meant.
Do you have protect? How is it protector?
Like this is just asinine, invincible ignorance, defying the prima facie meaning of what words mean.
You don't know what prima facie means.
Horizontal is a direction, and horizontal is antithetical to itself.
Brenda is measuring angles when she's driving the car.
Yeah, horizontal curve, like Jedi pointed out repeatedly. Yeah, it's a horizontal curve.
Yeah. In English, yeah. In every language say that, especially in English.
So if it's curving, then it's curving. If it's horizontal and not curving, then it's curving. So whether it's curving or not curving, it's curving. You see how that works?
We just make shit up. Fuck.
People, there's such a thing as speaker meaning. And that means that when you tell me I'm going up a hill to turn horizontal, I'm going to interpret that. Let me finish my sentence to Gregory. Then you can speak, little boy. You can have your turn, little boy. Have a cookie and sit down.
Boy.
Have a cookie. Have a cookie.
Little boy is maybe older than you, 15 years, but that's not okay.
The hell? This is the antebellum South? Little boy. He's Croatian.
Yeah, in Croatian, level means flat. In Italian, level means flat. I don't know why in English means curved. That's some new thing.
I mean, as far as I know, throughout the entire history of English and Jedi, you can correct me. English has been around for some centuries now. It hasn't been around for a long time, but it's been around for several centuries. For the longest time, horizontal, flat, level was a contrary category as opposed to curving, right?
Yeah, Gregory, I don't want, English is my third language. I don't want, maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe it means that, but I'm telling you in this language, it doesn't mean that. It means flat. Do you know what is plain? like a plane. The plane. We have the part of the land we call like a, let's say, Texas plain or part
Yeah.
of the country. Okay, we call that ravnica in Croatian. And do you know how we call flat in Croatian?
How?
Ravno. In a sense, do you know how we call plane to translate you properly in English? We call
It
flat.
doesn't matter.
We call the
Planes.
flat plane.
That's fine. They look flat, don't they?
A plane means flat.
They look flat, don't they?
It's called ravnica.
Yeah, they look flat, don't they?
No. Oh, yeah, they don't look curved.
Right, but the truth is that they actually are
Can
curved.
you tell me? I have a question for you. How do flat surface could be flat?
I'm sorry, what?
How the flat surface could be flat? How, when we can the flat surface could call it, this is the flat surface?
I don't understand.
He's asking you what term do you use to call something flat?
No, the surface, some flat surface. We find the flat surface in reality, and then how we will call it? How we will know this is the flat surface?
You would measure it,
Okay.
right? If I
How do you
say
explain it to somebody though, Brenda?
what, it means that it's generally even, generally at an even height.
Brenda, do we have that in reality? That flat surface?
Yeah, my table is flat.
No, table. I'm not speaking about objects. I'm speaking about the surface of the Earth.
Like say the Bonneville Flats.
Do we have flat surfaces on the Earth?
You could.
No, you could. Do we have that, or we don't have that?
I don't know. There could be.
Okay.
There could be. Dude, let me finish. When you ask me a question, let me answer you. So
you answer that you don't know. That means you don't know. And now,
how about you just be charitable and let people talk, right? So there could be. So there could be regions. There could be small regions on the Earth that are very flat and do not comport to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. What would be for you big regions to call it flat?
The Bonneville Salt Flats.
What would be big region? Let's say in miles.
I just told you. Do you not? You don't know what the Bonneville Salt Flats are? They're in Utah, so you might not know what they are.
Okay, and
yeah, they look flat.
They look flat, or they measure flat?
They don't measure flat, actually.
How they measure?
They follow the curvature of the Earth, but they're very flat compared to the surrounding area.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Are they on 10,000 millions radius ball or 3,959 radius ball?
I don't know what you mean. They're just an area. They're just an area of salt flats.
Is it basketball 2 feet, or is it basketball 200 feet radius?
The radius of the Earth is approximately 3959.
Is it a basketball 200 meters radius?
I don't know what you're asking.
Basketball. Do you know what is basketball?
Yeah.
Is it 200 meters radius of the basketball?
No.
No. How do you know that?
Because I can hold one in my hands.
Okay. How do you know the radius of the Earth?
You can measure it.
How?
There are a number of ways. Geodetic surveyors measure the curvature of the Earth all the time.
And what that size saying?
Huh?
What that size saying when it's starting to curve?
It curves everywhere, just like a basketball.
Yeah, with the distance, let's say 20 miles.
It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. And?
And what?
Where is that happening in reality?
Everywhere.
Can you show that?
Goddamn Earth is a flat space, and if anybody has to say anything different about it, I will kill them in the street.
Can you show that, Brenda? That everybody go home.
Geodesic surveyors measure the Earth curvature.
No, you said
No,
everywhere.
they
That
Wrong.
means everywhere. That means everywhere. That means that you don't need geodesic. It's everywhere.
They
Huh?
don't measure curvature. They
Yeah,
measure
they do.
straight lines, Brenda.
Yeah,
All their
and
tools that they use measure straight lines.
they get a spherical excess.
Is that
No,
measuring
only when
curvature?
they run it through a computer program does that happen. That's when it turns into a sphere. But they're only measuring angles. That's all you got. That's all we see are angles. They're going to use a theodolite just like everybody else that's going to use one. And they're just going to measure a damn angle.
They measure.
Yes, and when
They
you
measure
add,
elevations of the topography, right, Brenda?
they
If
and
you're
so
going
when
to tell me that triangles have more than 180 degrees, that'll be interesting because that's impossible.
no,
They
that's
only have 180 degrees. If they don't, they're not a damn triangle, Brenda.
in spherical geometry. Triangles do have more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, when you run it through a computer program, they do. That's right. But it ain't real. It's not reality.
Nobody had computers when people invented spherical geometry.
Spherical geometry isn't even a thing, for crying out loud.
It literally is. It was like 300 years ago that it was created.
So what, Brenda? You measure your straight line, and then
all
the
of
lines
them.
drop. They don't drop vertically to that straight line. And then you get vertical access.
All verticals diverge. You know that, right?
From what?
In your
We're talking about the center of the Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
So there are vertical lines that are diagonal.
No, all
There are
verticals
that are horizontal.
Think of a pin cushion. All of the
Are there
pins.
vertical lines that are horizontal?
They're vertical at the North Pole and they're horizontal at the equator, according to Brenda.
No, they're still vertical at the equator.
Are there vertical lines that are horizontal?
No.
Okay, so then not to the center, right? Vertical isn't pointing to the center. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, right?
A horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and you can think of the Earth as a pin cushion. You think of the Earth as a pin cushion. All of the pins are vertical.
Right. So they're never going to be diagonal, and they're never going to be horizontal, right?
They would all be vertical, correct?
They would all be vertical and not diagonal and not horizontal, right?
How about sorry to interject. How about framing it like this? Are all vertical lines parallel?
On the globe Earth, no, they are not. And in fact, every one of them, every vertical line on the globe Earth diverges from every other vertical line.
Yeah, that's
It's just
analytically
cog diff.
false.
That's all this is.
Yeah, that's analytically false.
Can you prove that? If it's analytically false, can you prove that, Gregory?
Yeah, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
No, you said
vertical is not vertical. Yeah, listen, you're going to keep interrupting. Yeah, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, right? It's a straight up and down line. It doesn't matter how many vertical lines there are or not. They will never intersect because they're vertical.
So you said it was analytically false. Can you prove that?
I've already given it, Brenda. You're going to repeat the question again?
So that's not how an analytical proof would look. You need to provide me the math, because that's what analytical means. That's what
Brenda.
You said
analytical. Brenda, be quiet. No, you don't know what you're talking about. That's not what that means.
Show
That's
me
not what that means, Brenda.
Show
That's
me
not what that means, Brenda. No.
Show me the
analytical veracity does not mean mathematical equation, Brenda.
It literally does. That's
it
literally
doesn't.
what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Yes. Do you know what the analytic synthetic distinction is?
You're about to get it folded. Watch.
It is what it is now.
Do you know what the analytic synthetic distinction is, Gregory?
Fucking idiot.
He's Googling it to look it up.
How many terms have contradictory meanings in your vocabulary, Brenda? Like, and in your brain?
None of them.
Like almost all of them, right?
To you, because you lack understanding.
I get it. It's called cognitive dissonance. I'm
No,
serious
no.
about this, right? Like when you hold two contradictory views in your head at the same time, that's called cognitive dissonance.
And to add, to analyze something,
That's incorrect.
It's about context, right? To analyze something does not necessarily mean it's you're analyzing it mathematically. You can do logical analysis You can do just observation. You're technically analyzing. It's not as, it may not necessarily be as strict, right? But it is context dependent.
I wouldn't call an observational analysis analytically false. But Gregory has the burden to show me the P and not P. He doesn't even know what that means.
I'm finding the definition for you now on the citation.
I would have thought that somebody that can.
I'm going to find the citation. You don't need to keep talking to me.
Right. I would have thought that somebody that could just toss that out would have that, they could generate that on their own without having to look it up. Right.
No, you actually have to do research sometimes, Brenda.
Yeah. But
evidently you don't do that. So stop talking.
But elementary math, we can just perform that. Right.
The thing is, Brenda, you were pigeonholing him into requiring a mathematical analysis when that's not what the context demanded.
So when it said that it was analytically false, that was incorrect, because on a globe Earth, what is vertical is defined as towards the center of the Earth. Therefore, all verticals would diverge from each other, and all horizontals to those verticals, all of them, or rather none of them, would be parallel with any of the others.
I'm glad we got air bubbles to prove this. Can't we release like 1 million air bubbles and then they'll all go diagonal in that way and then horizontal and every like what you just said?
Just imagine the Earth like a pincushion. Every pincushion indicates the direction of gravity, and gravity defines vertical. It defines vertical.
BS. Listen.
In theory,
BS. Listen. Analytic sentences, such as pedestrians or doctors, quote unquote, have historically been characterized as ones that are true by virtue of the meanings of their words alone, and or can be known to be solely by knowing those meanings. So given the meaning of vertical, Brenda, it's perpendicular to horizontal, so they don't diverge, they're not diagonal, nor are they horizontal, so they'll never converge, so they'll always be parallel. So when you say that vertical lines are converging to a center, that they are diagonal and or horizontal is analytically false, given the meaning of vertical, Brenda.
But you have the wrong definition for vertical. And besides, it's pediatrician, not pedestrian. You can't even fucking read. No, you didn't. You said pedestrian.
Pediatricians, Brenda.
So either way, vertical is defined, right? In geography, it's not a mathematical term. It's not a mathematical definition. It's defined as towards the center of the Earth. That's vertical.
Oh, so you just want to determine to be committing category errors and equivocating the word vertical?
I'm not equivocating at all.
Yeah, you are. We're saying the same word in two different senses.
That's fine.
Yeah. It's worldview. It's context dependent based on your worldview.
Absolutely,
right?
No. It's context dependent on speaker meaning. It's context dependent based on speaker meaning. It's analytic. It is in fact analytic, because vertical simply means towards the center of gravity. That's a definition, which is an analytic definition. It is true in virtue of its definition.
Consider this, right? 10,000 years ago, before anyone supposed that we lived on a ball, right? According to, let's say, supposed history, right? Where 3,000 years ago they started saying, or 2,000 years ago,
sure,
or whatever, right? 10,000 years ago, when they started using when they were using the term vertical, assumed it was actually, defined at that time, right?
Yeah, that's the etymological fallacy, by the way.
I'm sorry?
What you're refuting, he's committing an etymological fallacy also.
Are you saying that analytic sentences commit the etymological fallacy?
Obviously not.
But I just analytic sentence.
No, if you're appealing to a sense that it's archaic and not the sense that is being conveyed, especially by the majority of everyone who has two brain cells to work together, that's an etymological fallacy.
But it's not archaic. It's current usage.
Define vertical.
Towards the center of the Earth, or away from it, right. Either towards or away. According to everybody.
According to everybody, I don't define vertical that way.
Oh,
Neither,
Okay.
neither does Jedi. Neither does Mick. Neither does AI.
Who cares?
There's plenty of people don't fucking define vertical as towards the center of Earth.
Too
When people
bad.
say stand straight, people don't think, oh, stand perpendicular to the center of the Earth.
On flat Earth, it's not towards the center of the Earth at all. Anywhere. That wouldn't even make no sense.
So that's my point, right? So it is context dependent, like I was saying, just as an example, right? 10,000 years ago.
Absolutely.
Right?
No,
so,
no,
so the question becomes, why was that term redefined or, wiggled around to the worldview?
Oh,
and then now we find ourselves in a conundrum where we have two conflicting definitions.
Oh, because we learned new facts about the world. We
We haven't drawn your pincushion yet. You need to draw your pincushion. Help her draw the pin, or Brenda, draw the pincushion, and show us how hot air balloons go around it.
Yeah. So the point is, this is
draw
what
the pincushion is the point. Draw your pincushion globe, and draw how hot air balloons and airplanes fly around it. Shouldn't be hard, right?
They go around it.
Draw how they do it, because we don't know what go around it means in your fucking imaginary la la land, guys. You're all misconstrued at fucking shit. You don't know where vertical or horizontal is. So draw for us what the fuck you mean. We don't know what you mean.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you, Dom. I'll explain it to you.
I need you to draw it, dumbass. I
No,
don't want to
I don't have.
explaining.
I don't have that.
Nobody wants to imagine nothing.
I'll just
Give us
explain
a
it to you.
visual so we stop imagining, and that would help the debate along, don't you think, dumbass?
So it's very simple. A hot air balloon everywhere on Earth. The basket.
No drawing is very simple, and nothing of what you're talking about, and nothing physical, nothing tangible. You're talking out your fucking ass about nothing.
The basket points.
Talking about what I hope.
And
draw the fucking picture on how hot air balloons.
If you don't spug, I will.
The balloon rises vertically everywhere on the globe Earth.
Don't know what that means. Can you
I
draw
know.
that?
I can't do that for you.
So you don't know how to draw what the fuck you're talking about. How dumb are you, Brenda?
I just don't have the software for it.
How dumb could you possibly be?
I don't want to do that. I don't have the software for it, and I'm not going to do it. Even if I did,
with a hot air balloon and an airplane.
You figure it out. This is your homework. This is your homework. You get no ice cream until you complete your homework.
Yeah, okay, nothing burger.
No ice cream. No ice cream for you. Do your homework.
Fucking idiot. Who
Figure it
can't
out.
even draw your own fucking shit you're saying?
Hot air balloons that rise from the ground rise vertically everywhere on the Earth.
Draw it for me.
Just like the pincushion.
enough with this, right? Enough with this circle. So again, this is the definitist fallacy. The definist fallacy, excuse me. What Brenda's trying to do,
neither of
he's
those are
trying to
words.
define the word vertical to, in the nature of the word, to semantically include her globe geodesy. That's what he's trying to do. That's the definite fallacy. Defining a term in such a way that makes one's position much easier to defend. So if vertical includes her globe by definition, includes his globe by definition, then that's much more convenient for him. Even though the fact of the matter is that it's clear that a vertical line is the one that we draw from top to bottom. In mathematics, vertical and horizontal alignment are represented by vertical and horizontal lines. On the coordinate plane, the y-axis is referred to as the vertical axis, and the vertical lines are parallel to this axis.
Yeah,
100%.
That's just not how things work, Gregory.
Oh, Ipsy Dixon. That's just not how it works. Ipsy Dixon.
Yeah, that's right.
When you ask somebody to draw a horizontal line for you, are you expecting a curved line or a straight one?
I would expect a relatively straight one.
Oh.
If I ask them to draw a horizontal curve,
I didn't ask you about a horizontal curve. I asked you about a horizontal line. A minute ago, you were telling me a horizontal line is curved.
Yeah, but could I do that?
You want to switch it up and change the words? Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, so I could
go ahead with your definite fallacy. Go ahead.
Right, so I could ask somebody to draw a horizontal curve, and they could do that. And they would do that by drawing a curved line that was generally horizontal. right?
A curved line that's generally horizontal.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, just by sheer assertion, another Ipsy Dixit.
No,
No demonstration.
You could do the same thing. You could do the same thing with a vertical line. I say draw a curved line that's vertical.
Is your whole life make believe, Brenda? Like, is everything just like kind of in your imagination in fairyland?
I mean, what do you expect? Who are we talking to? What is Brenda distinctly famous for? Huh? I'm not going to mention it by specifically.
Isn't this? Are you getting upset?
What do we expect from this man?
What do you expect is logic and reason, and that's what I'm giving you.
Like, let's get the teacup set out and play make believe and fucking pretend and everything else, right?
So you don't
and that horizontal is curved and that vertical means something different, and then this word means this word, and we can just pick it up as we go, right?
So you don't understand.
Right angle to the horizontal plane.
No, I don't understand how you think. I get it. I don't.
You don't understand how a curved line could be in the horizontal direction as opposed to a vertical direction.
Oh, now we're changing into directions.
That's what I said.
Oh.
I could ask somebody to draw me a curved line that's horizontal, right?
Consider this.
That's not hard to do. That's not hard to do.
Consider this, right? If you have a curved line that is quote unquote horizontal, you're orienting that curved line with respect to a horizontal line.
Absolutely.
A line of zero slope. So just to conflate them as the same is wrong, right? Because the reference point is a zero slope. Basically,
vertical only means right angle to the horizon.
Positive, negative, zero line. So it's more of a colloquial, mishmash than anything really concrete.
But it makes sense. I mean, if I say to somebody, draw me a curved line that's horizontal, they would know what I meant and they could do it.
In a colloquial sense, absolutely. But it's in a colloquial sense, but we're not talking about colloquial terms here.
Yeah,
we're talking about. See, that's what's getting everyone all riled up, because when we're digging into it, we're trying to get strictly definitive in our terms. And if you're starting to say, horizontal curve, in a colloquial sense, people are thinking horizontal, like the line's supposed to be perfectly zero slope and zero rate of change of slope, but then it has a rate of change of slope. It kind of gets messy.
Yeah, but I defined vertical in a more definitive sense. I said it's towards the center of the earth, towards or away from the center of the earth. That's vertical.
So therefore, the argument around this point is moot, and it should be redirected to the actual bases of all these points in contention.
The problem is you have people who let their egos get in the way, and they want to.
At least you're aware of yourself.
I don't know.
People that don't want to play pretend, Brenda. That's the problem, right? Not everybody wants to play pretend, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that's what's really important here. It's not about the egos. It's about the.
I think it is.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I think it's worth diverting our energies towards the actual points and not personally attacking.
Okay, so the actual point is that vertical is defined as towards or away from the center of the earth. And
go to my citation.
And don't care. I get to define the word. I get to define it.
Principal ignorance. I get to define the word.
Here, guys. Come on now, play along or don't play, right?
Yeah, I get to define the word. It's me. It's definite fallacy.
Absolutely.
So what would be worth targeting are the quote unquote facts underpinning that worldview to begin with, thus allowing for the redefinition.
I kind of think that all surveyors also think that vertical is towards the center of the earth.
Brenda has defined the facts. We're just going in circles, trying to dominate the conversation. Obviously, what he's been doing for the past, I don't know how long, is trying to bake her position into the words that is relevant to the subject, as though by definition, vertical is vertical, right? So vertical by definition includes the globe. Horizontal, by definition, is curved. That's all it is. There's nothing more to say to someone that likes Brenda. They're just going to defiantly, with invincible ignorance, redefine the terms that supposedly make their position analytically true when it's obviously analytically false.
No,
right. So
you haven't.
Consider this, right? I have two distinct sets of lines. Okay, one set is oriented vertically across a perfectly horizontal line, right? And in the worldview of a globe, that horizontal line would be a tangent, right? So picture, from outer space, quote unquote, tangent line intersecting the globe at one point, and you have, I don't know, every whatever.
So those intersections are all 90 degrees, right?
Let me finish. So these vertical lines would be parallel to each other, spanning this horizontal tangent line. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in conjunction with that, I have another set of quote unquote horizontal lines that are quote unquote perpendicular to the center of perpendicular to the surface of a globe. Now, here I have a contradicting scenario, wherein in one set there are quote horizontal quote unquote vertical lines, and in the other set there are also quote unquote vertical lines. Which ones are actually vertical?
They both are, because the context is different. In one, you're talking about strict math, and the other, you're talking about geography.
Right. So this is the point, the problem, right? We're talking about.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm thanking you for saying that. It is a context problem, right? So in the context of the globe Earth, right, all vertical lines diverge from each other, right?
Nope. Analytically false.
No, that's incorrect, Gregory.
Ipsy Dixit, no argument.
He is actually correct, because to spin the definition to fit the worldview takes exactly that. It takes the spinning of the definition.
No, it's just
right?
It's just based on.
Think about it.
Hey,
think about it.
McFraction, stop interrupting, man.
I was talking to begin with. Shut up.
McFraction,
think about
nuclear. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, think about it to begin. Think about it to begin with, right? Which came first, the globe model or the flat model? In which case, all these other things that we're talking about came about.
The globe model came first.
That doesn't matter which model was predominant first.
Yeah, historically. Yeah, the flat Earth doesn't have a model, and historically, the globe model came before flat Earth. Flat Earth is a reaction to the globe.
I don't know if that's.
By fundamentalist Christians like Rowbottom.
Irrelevant. Doesn't matter which one came first. Vertical is not, by definition, like, it's obvious. She's just trying to.
But I defined it.
Vertical to include her globe.
I get to define it. I get to define it.
Fine, that's it.
All I was doing was trying to get
check it out. If you get to define a word, whatever you want to, then it's just arbitrary, and then it's irrelevant. So you might as well call it.
No, it's not.
You might as well call it kumquat. It is irrelevant.
No, it's not arbitrary. Then what has to happen is I have to be consistent. It has to comport.
No, it's arbitrary in the fact that you chose it.
It has to
comport without any good reason.
It has to comport with experimental observation.
Any good reason.
We chose it because that's how our Earth works.
Begging the question. It's just an Ipsy Dixit. You're not giving any argument.
Okay, so you're saying you have. Yeah, fair enough. So you're saying you have grounding in reality of why the meaning of this definition that you claim for this word.
That's valid, right. People discovered new facts about the Earth, and they changed the definitions of some words in order to conform with that, so that they could do things like geodetic surveying.
Okay, so did they find a fact where flat Earth cosmology didn't exist predating Rowbottom?
There's no flat Earth cosmology anywhere.
Really?
There's no flat Earth cosmology.
Nowhere in historicity there's anybody who postulated that there's a flat Earth.
Well, Rowbottom did.
Oh, nobody before that, right? That's your claim.
correct. I'm not aware of anybody before him.
So there wasn't an Earth floating on a turtle.
Yeah, is that your cosmology?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're claiming that the idea of flat Earth is a reaction to the globe Earth from Christianity when it's actually in the cosmology of other religions in antiquity.
Yeah, is a turtle shell flat? I don't think they're flat. They're not flat, are they?
It's not the turtle shell. It's on the back of a turtle.
I'm pretty sure pretty sure that shells are the
there's
turtles.
soft-shelled turtles. There's soft-shelled turtles that have flat backs.
It's a soft shell turtle. Good to know. Good to know.
Wow.
This deflection.
I'm just saying, there's everything, baby. Get in where you fit in.
Oh, here you go. Here we go. So since Gregory failed his wager, let's make a new wager. Your claim is that there is no flat Earth before Robotham, and the Christian reaction is to globe model, right?
I'm gonna say that the cosmologies that existed before were local cosmologies. They were not. I want to say global in the abstract sense, in the sense of covering all of the Earth. Right? They were just local people living in, say, in Norway or Sweden. They're they're just a bunch of Vikings, right, who had a local cosmology. It didn't include China because they didn't know about China, so it wasn't really a cosmology.
Oh, so he rescinded his previous comment.
Yeah, changing the story now. Yeah, I get it.
No, I'm just giving you additional information. It's not changing it.
Which is contrary to what you said
the whole way along.
So China was flat earthers? Is that what you're saying? China and Vikings, they were flat earthers?
Think about this, right? Why is the term cosmology being applied here if it was only a local thing, right? Cosmology, i.e., cosmos, i.e., the grander picture.
That's an excellent point. You make an excellent point.
It's not correct.
The ancient views of the Earth are not even cosmologies. You're correct.
Well, then why are they dubbed
the cosmological views were not cosmological views? What
religious. They were religious beliefs that were just based on local observations.
So the cosmological views were not cosmological views.
Yeah,
they contradict yourself.
They weren't cosmological views.
So they believed the Earth was flat, but then they didn't believe it until Robotham.
Did they really though? Because the Vikings thought that there was a world tree, right? How does that make sense in being flat? Did they really say it was flat? I don't know. These were just.
So your other bald-faced statement, where you say there was no flat earther, you actually don't know that.
So the Egyptians
repeatedly.
So the Egyptians had a local theory. Queen Nut gives birth to the sun in the morning and swallows it at night. Right. So that's just religious.
Yeah, keep talking past the refutation again, as you usually do.
That's just mythology. It isn't
keep
science.
Talking past it again.
Yeah, but it isn't cosmology. It's just
keep talking past it.
What tools did they use to build on this motherfucker? That's what I want to know. What kind of tools do we use to build across this beautiful flat plane? What kind of tools? What kind of stuff do we do when we build, Brenda?
I just read the Babylonians. The Babylonians thought the Earth was flat-ish. Oh man. The ancient Hebrews. Let's see. So we got three so far now.
So the Hindus.
We can make flat mean whatever the fuck we want in Brenda's world. So fuck, go for it.
I think any term any way you please, which destroys any and all language, which destroys the meaning of anything. So everything is now meaningless. Nothing even rises to the dignity of an error, let alone truth, let alone knowledge.
Yeah, AI. Check the. I don't know if you saw it. Check the image Sasha posted in the chat. Very interesting.
Not the last one.
It's very convenient and very easy to just redefine terms with a definite fallacy. It's very easy to do that in the comfort of your home. None of these people do that when they're in the midst of calamity. None of them.
None of them build stuff on the side of a hill either. Like they lived on a ball and gravity was holding it to the center. No houses are diagonal or 18 degrees. There's nothing like looking like it's 1 o'clock. You know, on the clock, you got the 12 and you got the 1. And between those, you got that angle, that degree right there between the two, right? So it's like at 1 o'clock, that's the same spot. If you're standing on the earth and everybody, like you're hovering above the earth a little bit in a helicopter, you should be seeing some hot air balloons and some helium balloons rising from the ground and doing the 1 o'clock. We need to see the 1 o'clock, the
Yeah,
diagonal 1
brother.
o'clock.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, Demok, since you understand
Yeah,
these things. So if you have a clock and the hand of the clock is really long, it still arrives at
yeah.
12, right? At the same time. Now they
Same
tell
time as
me
the
that
center.
it's going faster, right? Because the outside
Right.
ring has to go faster than the inside ring, right? So if I put my finger at the
The
12
ring,
o'clock,
hold on. The ring's not
go
moving.
ahead.
The face of the clock, the base of the clock's not moving at
No, I
all.
mean,
Only
but I mean
only
the
the
ring. Yeah, brother. I mean the ring of the motion.
I
So
got you.
imagine that it's a
Got you.
circle. Yeah,
Okay, got you.
they all arrive back at the same time, but they tell me that the hand is going faster the further away it is from the center, right? Because it's got to make
Right,
up
that's
more
what
ground,
they say.
right?
And then
So that means,
yeah.
so if it's going faster, right, then how come when it hits my finger, it feels the same as when I touch it on the bottom? It doesn't hurt more.
Because it's the same speed. Like if you're at the bottom of a mountain and the top of a mountain and the top or the top of a building and the bottom of a building that's 1,000,000 miles long. If you're at the left wall and the other person's at the left wall and you guys both take off running and hit the right wall, you're gonna do it at the same time.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question: if a car is going 60 miles an hour and a car is going 30 miles an hour, which one's going to hurt more?
This our car.
The correct answer is cars don't have feelings.
Well, it's gonna hurt me if it hits me at that rate, but the car probably won't care too much.
Yeah, that's my point. So if this clock hand is going faster, the further away it is from the center, then it should hurt more when it hits my finger, right?
Well, yeah.
So that leads me to one very important philosophical question.
Like a
If my
laser.
imaginary girlfriend goes on a diet, do I weigh less?
Yes.
No, you
Anyway,
weigh more.
Yeah.
hold on. You
Yeah.
know things when things heat up, they swell. You're just hot. You weren't ever overweight. You're just heated up. You were really cold like an ice cube and you swelled up. No, it's just a funny joke. If you're chunky, you just be like, "Hey, I got it." When things freeze, they swell up. I'm just cold.
So it's just that easy, right?
Yeah.
Well, when we get the latitude and longitude, and the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of the water is horizontal, well, that instance of the horizontal stretch between those two shortest points on the shortest distance between those points on the surface of the water
Shut up,
is
nigger.
obviously curvature. It's horizontal,
Nigger,
so it's
nigger,
obviously
I don't
curvature.
care, nigger, I don't care, nigger.
That is man.
Nigger.
That is
Nobody gonna ban them?
Giat. A lot of letters, man. So it's just that easy. If it's horizontal, it's curved. And if it's curved, it's curved. So whether it be horizontal or curved, it's curved. If it's vertical, then it's perpendicular to the center of a ball. And it's vertical whether it's diagonal or horizontal or vertical.
Dude, all parts of the globe are pretend, man. You have to put it in your imagination. Almost every part of it. You gotta imagine water wrapping around a globe. You gotta imagine it spinning. You gotta imagine an explosion in space that popped us into existence. Like, there's so much shit there, man.
How do you think we got into
Wait,
existence, man? I'm just curious.
I believe in a creator, dude.
oh, by the way, in order to get into existence, you have to come out of something. That's what exist means, to come out of. So that begs the question of an initiator or an instantiator or something to come out of which you came from. So there's your answer. The answer's in the question. And you might say, oh no, when I say existence, I mean being. I don't mean came out of, I mean being. Well, being doesn't come out of anything. It simply is. Being itself has no beginning. It's what is necessary for things to exist. So how did we exist? The answer is the being. The being caused us to exist. There, your answer's in the question.
Yeah, existence. Existare. Right? Outstanding. Standing on top of, contingent upon something else, which includes generative contingency. That is a beginning to exist because of something else.
Yeah, you got it. Which must be non-contingent by definition, otherwise you end up with an infinite regression fallacy and a first cause fallacy.
Which necessarily implies that you couldn't have anything.
Correct. So entropy and laws of motion, etc., dictate that we couldn't arrive at the circumstance that we're in today with an ad infinitum regression from the past. So therefore, we had a beginning that must be greater than the state of affairs which we possess. So entropy dictates that it must be greater than the things we have, which is time, matter, energy. So it must be timeless, eternal, possess all greater than the sum of the energy of the universe, all powerful, immaterial. And lastly, it must have a will because it must act. Because the only thing that can instantiate motion without a precedent chain causation is will. So now that I've proven the preordinate existence of the being, well, let's just call him God for short. What's next?
Nothing. That was my only question. I already believed in a higher power. That's not really the issue. I'd say the main issue that that's not for this chat, honestly, so I'm not even going to go into that.
But now we're all curious.
I mean, yeah,
Hey,
but
Gregory.
I don't want to start a different topic from
Oh, please do. Go ahead. Let's hear it, buddy.
I want to start a different topic from, flat and globe earth. And, I want to start a religious topic and something like this. It's just going to throw
We could
everything
wrap
off.
it up. We could do a topic. So if it's the case that an instantiator and a creator exists, right? Then ipso facto, the things that we have could be specifically intended to be a certain way, and therefore don't require the nebulous retroactive chain of forces that Globers claim must be the reason how we arrived where we're at. So in other words, quote unquote, the Earth must be a sphere because gravity forms things into balls. And that's the only way we can get things. Well, what if Creator Boy decides, I want to build a flat thing? Why does he need all these precedent forces to do it? Why can't he just do it? So you see, there are metaphysical assumptions about the creation mythos in the past from their worldview that prevents them from looking at alternate possibilities. For example, they might say gravity would crush the Earth into a ball. Well, not if it can resist the forces. And then they'll say, no, it can't resist the forces, right? And then they'll say, because we know the exact structure and makeup of the whole Earth, all the way down to the very center. And I'd be like, well, how do you know that? And they'll be like, well, we dug a hole in the surface of the Earth 8 miles deep, and that means we know everything about everything that's under it. And then you'll say, that's stupid. Yeah, you'll say that's stupid. And they'll say, but then what we did is we made a noise, and then we went into a different part of the earth, and we heard the sound of the noise, and then we said, from that sound of the noise, we can tell you what the whole earth is made of. And then they said, you're silly for thinking that a god could create an earth, but we're the smart ones.
I don't think you're silly for thinking that a god could create the earth, but how do you justify that at the beginning? Like, what's your beginning justification that a creator has to have made the earth, I guess?
Said that.
I see your name lighting up, but no sound's coming out. At least for me. Is it just me?
I said, who said he had to create the earth? He could have just not created the earth, right?
Oh, sorry. I guess he created the whole existence, everything, the universe, I guess is what I meant to say. Okay, I mean, well, if you're saying he didn't create the earth, but he created everything else, how does that make sense? Then who created the earth?
They said he didn't have to do it. It's not a necessary consequence. It's a choice.
He's saying if he gave, if whatever he created had the potential to make the earth, then therefore he didn't have to. He's saying if it was already planned, then the consequences created the earth. It wasn't directly made. That's what he's trying to say.
I mean, that's an option, but that's not what I was saying actually. What I was saying is he doesn't have. What I was saying is he doesn't have to. He chose to. That's the unique thing about.
Okay, my bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, you have to have will in the first instance to get any instantiation of action without a precedent cause. It's the only mechanism that can cause an action without a precedent cause. You know, a domino doesn't fall over unless the other domino fell. But you can choose which domino you begin to flick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so look, friends. It's so dead obvious that that's how motion begins. That people who don't think that are nuts. So, for example, try to tell me how motion begins without a precedent cause. That's motion itself. You can't do it.
No, but their whole worldview is based on a fucking story and these concepts, right? And it has to be true, right?
Oh, hold up! Don't say that to him, dude. So is his worldview based on a story that he read out of the Bible. So
you have a revelation? What do you
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second there. No. Notice how I, in my entire string of argument, didn't reference the Bible one time. What did I reference, Mr. Horny gray cartoon guy?
Fair enough. You didn't reference that. It's a rhinoceros, apparently. Old spider.
Right. I deduced it from the laws of nature and the facts of motion.
He just said a creator and an uncaused cause. He never referenced the Bible once.
Fair enough.
But
that's my
evidently
bad.
you exposed your antipathy against a particular body of literature, which is rather telling.
You got it kind of like Brenda, where flat Earth is just Christians who are pissed at the globe. God forbid there was, like societies in antiquity that had flat Earth concepts.
I do not think that. Maybe I came off a little too harsh at the beginning.
Presumptuous.
It was just
that's the word you're looking for.
Presumptuous. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Too presumptuous of me. I want to claim right now that I believe that the reality we live in could absolutely have been created by a god, but I think it could also have not been, and I believe there's no way to be able to tell that because as humans we are unable to reach out to like metaphysical truths. We have no mechanism.
So brother, let me ask you a question, man.
Metaphysical and
Here's a good luck with it,
yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe in gravity, like the cause, the way it's explained, and everything else, and the motion of the planets and all that stuff?
I do believe that there's an attraction between mass. Yes, I do.
And why?
Because it can be verified through experimentation.
Brother, what experiment?
Well, there's a few.
Name
We'll
one.
bring up Cavendish.
Okay, what's another one?
As he says, bringing it up.
So Cavendish is out the window, right? It's not an experiment, right?
Well, I disagree, and I've always
You just said you won't
wondered
bring
why
it
you
up.
guys disagree with that. Well, I said, why did you ask me about it then?
Why did
I
you
said
bring it
we
up?
can
You just
throw
said
it
you weren't
out
going to bring it
because
up.
you said you're not going to bring it up, right?
Right. Okay. And so there's other experiments you can do that are more sophisticated than Cavendish that use lasers and shit like that. I can send you the experiment that I've looked at that somebody else has done. So Steve Mold, he's a YouTuber who tried to like replicate the Cavendish experiment, but was unable to do it. But he was able to go to like the Imperial College of London or some shit like that, and replicate it using their experimental setup. And I will
What's the
find the video
hypothesis?
for you guys right now.
What he proved?
Yeah, we
What's
need
the
the
hypothesis?
hypothesis for this Cavendish. And if it was a true experiment, there would definitely be a hypothesis. So go ahead, go get us that.
Well,
Right,
what he proved?
Well, tell us the hypothesis now if you know it. What's the hypothesis?
When you say hypothesis, what do you mean? I just want to be
Causation,
clear.
if then statement. If this, then that. If this happens, then that will happen.
You said
What's
it's
the cause?
science. You said it's an experiment. So there must be a hypothesis. There must be a cause and effect. So what have you got for us?
What caused mass to attract to mass? You believe in a creator, right?
Wait, hang on. Don't leave the witness. Hang on. What is the hypothesis? What is the causation, if then statement?
So the causation, as in, so like the observed phenomena.
No, that's the observed phenomenon. After you observe the phenomenon, you have the hypothesis as to what caused what you observed. What's the hypothesis?
Right. Okay, great. So I think I'm following. My bad. Sorry if I'm not speaking well. So the observed phenomenon is that things seem to fall to Earth. And then the hypothesis would be that since the Earth, as we perceive it, is very massive, then maybe it has something to do with mass. So mass would for some reason attract mass. And so Cavendish is an experiment to test if mass actually attracts mass. That's what I would say the hypothesis is.
I thought it was for something else, but if you want to use it for that, I guess.
And now, when mass attracts mass, what is final results of that?
What do you mean?
What causes it?
Now we proven that mass attracts mass, and what we do with that? What that mass attracts mass is doing? Is it making the Earth spherical?
Nope.
I would say that if the gravitational constant that they found out through experimentation is true, and that the equation for force between masses is true, then anything of sufficient mass, something like a planet.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. No, don't do it. No. Oh crap! You did it.
That means the surface is curving now because of that experiment.
Yo, brother, weren't you here like 10 minutes ago where I laid out that that's a mythos that
I was not.
an object can be forced into a ball?
I joined.
Yeah, let me.
Joined like 5 minutes.
Perfect. That's perfect. That means you can do the experiment live with me. So let's do it together. Okay, I have in my hand an empty water bottle. Okay, it's empty. No water in it. I'm taking off the lid. It's filled with air. I'm putting the lid back on. I'm placing it onto the Earth. It is now connected to the Earth, and it is not being crushed. Why?
So the water bottle, an empty water bottle that you filled with air, is not being crushed by the
Yeah,
Earth. You're asking me why
correct.
it's not being
Not being
crushed?
crushed. Yeah, why not?
Because it's at the same pressure as the air surrounding it.
Okay, so there's. Okay, now I'm going to take the lid off. Let a little air out. Let a little air in. That's now equalized. So I'm now going to push my hand on it. It's crushing a little bit, but it's not letting me crush it all the way. So why can't I crush it?
So you put the lid on and you can't crush it all the way, and now you're asking me why you can't crush it all the way?
Yeah.
Maybe because you're not putting enough force on the bottle?
Or transversely, the bottle's resisting the force I'm putting on it, correct?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, either way would be valid,
the
right?
air molecules, yeah, the air molecules in the bottle are resisting the
Right.
force that you were pushing
Correct,
on the
correct.
walls of the bottle. Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
So it's not simply true that if an object had a particular mass, that it would crush itself into a spherical object, especially in light of the Earth. Because if the Earth was simply designed to resist the forces of gravity, it could maintain a flat surface. Now you might say, oh, wait a minute, if you have a thin flat surface, that wouldn't work with gravity because if I walk away from the center, I'd be diagonal. But that's assuming that it has minimal depth. All you need is a sufficient depth and mass distribution so that the field lines of quote unquote mass attracts mass gravity are equivalent, which could resemble a cylinder. And in fact, A.C. Tort of Universidad of Rio de Janeiro Physics Department wrote a paper about that very fact.
So I think
So it's not true. Just one second. It's not true that if mass attracts mass, the Earth must be a globe. It's simply not true.
That's not deductively valid.
Well, so I think the force acted upon by gravity is depends on how massive the object is.
Did you say the force acted upon by gravity?
Right.
Correct. Yeah. So
I thought gravity was the force.
what if the substrate of Earth?
What's that?
Yeah, fair enough. But what if the object that supports the infrastructure of the Earth is made of something capable of resisting those forces? What if the equivalence of forces actually have vectors that cause the forces to not be a center crush, but actually a pull in localized packets? Either way, I mean, I have a paper from a university professor that did the math and said that you can get near identical field lines from a idea of a globe Earth with a cylinder with differential mass distribution and the surface be flat. And so to the observer on the surface, they would have up and down almost everywhere they go. They wouldn't be able to tell the difference, kind of like on the Earth we live on. And the surface could be flat, and you could have mass attracts mass to the center of mass being the functional way you think of gravity.
I'm sorry.
So you don't have any necessary, fair enough, but you don't have any necessary evidence that if the Earth was a certain mass, quote unquote, that the mass itself would crush it.
Well, can we follow like the equation representing the force of gravity given two masses using the gravitational constant and the distance between them?
So can we follow? What does that mean?
Is it true, I guess, is what I'm saying. Can we get accurate like results out of it?
Given my reputation, no.
Yeah, well, Mr. AC Tort modeled that with a flat Earth. So if you agree that that model's correct, then it works on a flat Earth. Therefore, the Earth's flat.
Well, who measured the gravitational constant?
That was
Maybe
listen.
like
Don't speak. Don't speak. Hold on. The answer was Constantine,
maybe I
which is why
missed.
it's named after him.
Maybe I missed it. Did he define the hypothesis yet, or no?
Yeah, I thought the hypothesis was like, since things fall to the ground, then maybe mass attracts mass. That's a hypothesis, right? It's not.
You see what I tagged you in the open chat?
What's falling on
Two
the ground?
things.
Yeah, the hypothesis is like the prediction, isn't it?
Gregory, your shit is so long.
Kinda.
It's 3 paragraphs. I can read it. I'll read it right now.
I'm not asking you to read it. I'm not asking you to read it. I'm just saying, do you see it? So you see it, obviously.
I
So
see
there's the
the
citation
thing, yeah.
of what gravity is. And so here's the problem. This is ontologically absurd. Why? Because you're ascribing causal power to one of 3 things. I'm going to give you the options to really define the issue. Mass. Mass in the sense of matter, or mass in the sense of quantity of matter, or mass in the sense of inertia. I'm being interrupted. Hang on.
Now listen, heroes are not allowed to have relationships. That's the first rule of a true superhero. Gregory, whoever that is, dump them. If they're your mom, excommunicate them. If they're your brother, excommunicate them.
You know what? I quit. I can't be a part of this church.
Exactly. Think about it, dude. Why did Batman and Superman get screwed over in Batman v Superman? Because they both had women that they were emotionally attached to that the villain used to thwart them.
I thought Batman and Superman got screwed because Batman thought that Superman was too much of a risk.
Then he used Lois against, well, not against, he used Lois for his defense from Superman. But anyways.
Yeah, so the moral of the story about that Superman, real quick, is that the reason why Superman can't be killed is because his body is able to resist the forces being applied, because he's made out of something that's stronger than the average thing. Kind of like the Earth resisting the stupid forces of gravity that are supposed to be crushed into a ball. Go ahead, Greg.
Gregory, can I ask you a question about what you posted?
Hang on. Let me finish this explanation to you so we finally move forward. So the citation, mass. Mass is the key word. Mass attracts mass. So you have to say mass in the sense of matter, or mass in the sense of amount of matter, or mass in the sense of inertia. Unless you want to add a 4th option. But there you have it. So I assume you're saying mass in the sense of matter, not the quantity of matter, and not inertia, correct?
I'm not sure how to answer.
Oh,
to be honest with you.
Gotta choose. So I mean, here's your time to choose now. Are you saying mass in the sense of matter, or in the sense of quantity of matter, or in the sense of inertia?
I would say inertia.
Inertia? Isn't inertia?
You made me choose because there's multiple ways you can define the quantity of mass, right? There's multiple equations you can use, right?
I didn't make you choose. I didn't make you choose. You chose all by your lonesome. Are you sure you want to choose inertia? They can go with that one.
What do you want me to choose? Are you putting me into a trap?
I don't want you to choose anything. I want you to want to choose so you can move forward.
Okay, mass can be described in multiple ways using inertia. It can be used. It can be defined by the amount of energy an object has. E equals mc squared. So, like the amount of energy something has divided by the speed of light squared.
I don't hear a choice. I don't hear a choice. Are you choosing inertia?
Do you need me to choose? Can you use either one?
Do you want to? Do you want to select all of them?
Yes, I'll select all.
Okay, well that's equivocation. But even if you do go with that one, so I can just address all of them now since you selected all of them. So first of all, you're equivocating. That's fallacious. And if you go
I
with
don't
the
know what
first sense, in the sense of
I don't know what
matter,
that means.
equivocation is to say a word in two or more senses simultaneously.
To say a word in two or more sentences simultaneously.
Senses simultaneously.
Use two or more
saying
senses.
a word in two or more you screwed me up. Saying a word in two or more senses simultaneously.
Can you explain that to me? I'm unsure.
If I tell you I'm a man, and I say man in the sense of the male human and in the sense of female human, and in several other senses, I'm equivocating. You say? That's
Okay.
meaningless.
Using the same
If I
term for
say a
multiple
word in
definitions.
several senses simultaneously, that's not a cogent conveyance of the point, right?
Okay. So I tried
Right.
to describe mass in two different ways between energy and also in another way. That's equivocation.
Yeah, so you're equivocating because you're ascribing calls of power to several different senses simultaneously.
So
Right? But even if you go with that, if you go with matter, number one, you're ascribing causal power to matter ipso facto of being matter, not a material entity possessing causal power and exercising causal power. You're ascribing causal power to matter being matter. Matter being matter is not causal. Neither is existence causal. Just because you're matter doesn't mean you are causing something. Being matter doesn't cause motion, and existing doesn't cause motion. That's a category error.
You're using a lot of using a lot of terms. I'm sorry, I can't follow very well.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll walk with
or
you.
some shit.
It's okay. I'll walk with you. Where'd I lose you?
So just maybe the first thing we'd start is that describing matter in two different ways. Maybe there's like two different. We can describe it in terms of inertia and in terms of energy, and you called that an equivocation error.
Well, I'm saying
Walk me
matter
through
in the
this.
sense of the substance that extends in space, solids, liquid, gas, light, etc. Right? Matter. You agree, right? That's matter.
Solid, liquid. Say that again.
Solid, liquid, gas, light.
Solid, liquid, gas, light. So light isn't matter. It's not physical, at least.
Yeah. Before we go on, are you aware of the formula M equals MM squared?
M equals MM squared?
Correct.
Mass equals mass squared? Wait, what was it?
No, wrong. Mass equals mass squared.
Mass equals mass squared? Mass equals
Correct.
mass times mass squared?
Yeah, well,
So
yeah.
mass
I mean,
cubed?
think about it.
Mass equals mass cubed?
Or mass
No
cubed?
sense to me.
Yeah, but exactly. You're right. It doesn't make sense. So energy, quote unquote, equals mass doesn't mean mass is energy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have an E and an M. There'd just be M equals M, dude.
I'm not following you. I'm sorry.
I do, don't I?
I have no
Now,
idea.
in that, I explain there an equivocation, right? Fallaciously, as well as a categorical error, fallaciously.
He gave an example of such those errors.
Yeah.
So matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, right? Matter, right? That's the sense in which I'm saying matter right now. You agree? That's matter, yes?
Say it one more time. I'm so sorry.
Solids, liquids, and gases, right? Matter.
Solids, sure. Yes, I'll agree.
Okay, so matter. So matter being material, matter being matter is not causal. Ipso facto being matter is not causal.
Can we go over that? What do you mean by causal? Like, what's that mean?
So cause, right? Specifically, we're concerning locomotion, right? Moving through space over time, right? Okay. So matter being matter doesn't cause anything to move. It's not a cause.
So matter existing wouldn't cause any other matter to move.
Not ipso facto of it existing, no. That's not causal. There's plenty of things that exist that aren't causing any locomotion, right?
Not if they have mass, I guess.
Well, that's to beg the question, because you're ascribing causal power to just materiality. That's what you're doing. But that materiality is not causal.
Well, we can separate these things from mass. So like electromagnetic waves, right? They're not material, yet they still cause an attraction between something, right? Hold two magnets together.
Sure. What's the point?
Okay, these are not material. So why are you trying to claim that just because it's mass, it can't have any sort of attractive property?
I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Materiality is not causal. I didn't say matter doesn't have causal power.
Okay, so something existing doesn't automatically mean that it has to attract to other things that
Being
exist?
matter is not causal. Being matter does not cause anything.
Okay. I guess I sort of agree. I don't know.
Right? And existence, right? Existence, being in the state of existing, right? That's not causal either. Existing does not cause anything to happen.
I guess so. Sure.
Right. So that's.
I don't know.
That's,
Some a lot of this is semantics. I feel like that we're getting into.
well, you have to. You have to.
Okay. Fair enough.
If you don't do that, then you fall into, like we just identified earlier, equivocation, or just meaninglessness. Either what you're saying is meaningful or meaningless. If it's meaningless, it doesn't even rise to the dignity of an error, right?
Okay.
So we have to.
I'm still having trouble like getting past the we can't describe mass in two different ways, whether through inertia.
No, I didn't say that. I said you don't. I said don't equivocate. Yeah, you can say mass in a variety of different senses, and you can say any word, including mass, in multiple senses simultaneously. But if you do that, that's the fallacy of equivocation, right? So, number one is off the table, like you just conceded, right? Matter being matter and existing does not cause anything. Doesn't have causal power. So, next option. Go ahead.
Hold on. Before we go on, for example, the fastest production car goes 340 miles per hour. A Piper 22A goes 340 miles per hour. Therefore, a Bugatti Veyron is an airplane.
I don't think this is helpful AI. I think me and Gregory are getting into kind of very sort of deep metaphysics.
Well, I'm just saying, just because something has a quality of output that is equivalent to something else doesn't make them interchangeable across all categories. So if you say a Bugatti Veyron goes this speed and this plane goes this speed, that's one category. But if you then say, therefore a Bugatti is a plane, that's not a category they share. So if you were trying to equivocate there, you'd have a categorical error. Do you follow that now?
I think so. But I think I disagree with kind of the whole philosophy behind this, because I can use both of these equations to accurately predict what something of a certain mass will do. So when you tell me that using these two is an equivocation error, I'm having trouble reconciling that with, I guess, the material.
Math is just a language. To say an equation is just to say a proposition in a particular type of language.
I agree that math is a language.
Choose one
right,
object.
So appealing to the math doesn't verify the proposition. That would be tautological, which is to beg the question.
What if that
it
math
begs the question as to the coherency and empirical adequacy of the proposition, the mathematical proposition, aka the equation?
What if the math provides accurate predictions?
Well, I got you one. Dude. Why do we burn?
Verify them.
Why do we burn a pound?
Go ahead.
Yeah, but why do we burn coal instead of just pounds of anything if they're equal masses? Why do we burn one over the other?
That's a good question. I don't know. So two things can of equal masses, but can have different densities, right? We agree on that, right? Like a 1 meter by 1 meter block of lead is not going to weigh the same as a 1 meter by 1 meter block of aluminum. So if we wanted to describe the energy between those two blocks, or let's put in coal. Like, why does a 1 meter by 1 meter block of coal have more energy than a 1 meter by 1 meter block of lead or aluminum? That's a good question, and unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that because I don't know.
So let's return to the point. So we moved past the first sense of mass, right? Matter being matter doesn't cause anything. Existence, anything existing, doesn't cause anything. So to ascribe causal power to it is a category error because it's not causal. It's ascribing causal power to that which is not causal. Secondly, a quantity of matter, right? Quantity is an abstract category. Quantity doesn't have any causal power. So matter, being matter, doesn't have causal power. Quantity is an abstract category and does not have causal power. So those two are out. Now what we have left is inertia. Inertia is the resistance to motion. Right? That's a function property. Right? It has the property of resisting motion. The resistance to motion causes motion? That's self-contradictory on its face.
So can you give me an example of something that does have causal power? Like
Volition.
Volition? What does that mean? What is volition?
Your ability to choose.
So
As an example.
So can you describe that to something that doesn't have consciousness, I guess? So does a block of does a block of aluminum have volition to move down?
No.
Then why does it move?
That's how the nature is regulated by the God.
How the nature is regulated by the God? Can you describe that more for me?
What else is there to say? All the laws of physics are all manifest because the God regulates the world in that manner.
Can we like simulate these motions of our God into a way that's useful to us?
I mean, simulate. We see all sorts of locomotions all the time.
Right, but can we? So what makes an aluminum block fall down to the earth is due to the will of a God. Is this will of the God? Is it repeatable? Is it consistent?
Yes, he's done it repeatedly throughout the history of creation.
Okay.
Now, I'm only entertaining your questions to see if you listen. I'm only entertaining these questions for a little bit because I wanted you to eventually catch that this is digressing from the issue.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know we digress. I was just asking questions. Go ahead and give me
It's
back.
okay. It's okay.
I guess.
So let's return. So,
okay.
And it's a natural progression. I'm not going to deride it too much. I'm not going to say it too harshly as a digression, as though it was some sort of error. But that is a natural progression to that, because we're talking about the uniformity of nature and causation, which is very important. But we don't need to digress to the macro question of the uniformity of nature yet. We're talking about this doctrine of gravity. So supposedly the hypothesis is mass attracts mass. We had to parse out in what sense we're saying mass. So I refuted all three senses. Unless you have a fourth sense you'd like to say, because we already went through matter. Matter being matter is not causal. Quantity of matter. Quantity is an abstract category. It's not causal. And inertia, that's the resistance to motion. The resistance to motion isn't the cause of motion. That's self-contradictory on its face. So do you have a fourth option, or is that all?
I guess I'm caught up in the fact that you said the only way things can achieve motion or can it achieve anything is through a God, I guess, right?
Well,
Nope.
the
Hey, yo,
only
bro.
reason I said that is because you digress to the macroscopic question of what manifests causation.
Yeah.
I just
That's the only reason why I
For,
said that.
for example, brother. For example, bro. Hold on, chill. What is the law of motion, homie?
what is the law of motion?
Yeah.
It would be, I guess, that I actually heard a really great representation of this, and it's like for my Zoomers out there, but it's like if something don't move, it won't move. On God. So kind of it's fun.
Okay.
You know, something will not move unless acted upon by another force.
There you go. The correct answer is an outside force. An outside
external.
force. Yes, external.
I agree.
So if you need an
External to the
external instantiation for motion in the first instance, then where'd you get the first motion?
Ooh,
it's a great
you got us
question.
right there. Well, maybe there's
Made it all the way back to presuppositionalism.
maybe it's always existed.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Well, what? Yeah.
Are you? Well, hold on a second. Are we presupposing the laws of motion, or what?
Presupposing
No, we didn't. We didn't presuppose anything, Holmes. We argued to it. We didn't. We didn't begin with it. Oh my goodness.
I don't think you know what presuppositionalism is.
Really?
I don't think you know what it is.
Why don't you? Hey, why don't you tell me right now the difference between a presupposition and a supposition? Go ahead.
Ooh.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Anyways,
right, next player.
So, rather than digressing again to the issue of causation or the problem of induction, so again, unless you have a fourth option, then all three senses of mass in the citation that I directed you to, that I tagged you in, are all refuted. So this doctrine is ontologically absurd because it's ascribing causal power to that which does not have causal power.
Okay.
Now I did it differently this time. Those three syllogisms expose that it necessarily implies that it's unverifiable, because the hypothesis of mass attracting mass, the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be pulled to other matter, or the sheer existence of matter causes space-time to curve, and therefore things then fall along the curvature of space-time to the center of the material entity curving the space-time. I said that the long way, but both those gravitation doctrines are ascribing causal power to that which doesn't have causal power. But the syllogism is saying that if you took it for granted, let's grant you the premise, if it did have causal power, you couldn't verify it because you couldn't manipulate the independent variable to verify the hypothesis. So not only is it unverified, but it's falsified given the deductive arguments I just said earlier. And given that, since you don't have this force that maintains the uniformity of nature, so that things don't become dismayed into oblivion, your doctrine of the Earth being a ball in a cosmic vacuum implies the patent absurdity that everything would be dismayed into oblivion. But we obviously don't live in that world. So that which implies falsehood is false.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, and I feel like I disagree with what you said previously, but like I feel like we would have to go into a deeper conversation of like the disagreements between like why inertia and mass, and we can't describe these things, and I don't want to piss you off. I don't want to because
you
we've obviously
describe
talked about these
things.
things.
I didn't hear you clearly. Did you say why you can't describe these things, or can?
I was saying that I disagree with your initial premises that these things are not causal, like mass is a non-causal being or something like that.
Well, listen again.
I unfortunately I don't have the This requires a deeper conversation, is what I'm saying, and I don't.
That's okay,
I'm
but
not
I
currently
think you might
equipped to
misinterpret.
be able to.
I think. Well, hang on. I think you're misinterpreting. I didn't say matter does not have causal power. I said matter being matter does not have causal power. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, because I'm a material entity. You're a material entity. You have causal power. You use your volition, move your muscles. You move your muscles. You touch other things. You cause other things to move, etc., etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not denying that. Right? Just affirm that fact, that obvious empirical fact. Right? What I'm denying, what I'm refuting, not just denying, but what I'm refuting is ascribing causal power to materiality. That is matter being matter. Matter being matter, materiality is not causal. So ipso facto of the earth being the earth, or any material entity being what it is not at all a cause for other material entities to move anywhere. But that's the hypothesis, and it's patently false.
It's. How did you come to that conclusion? I guess is what I'm asking. How do you know that just matter not being matter just due to the property that it is? How did you know that it doesn't have
Given the fact that there's plenty of material things that aren't causing anything while being matter.
How do you know that?
What do you mean, how do I know that? You keep asking, how do you know? There's material things throughout your entire life that aren't causing anything, right? So not only is it unverifiable, but matter being matter is not a cause, right?
So we're saying, so using your sense perception, you're unable to determine if matter is causing some interaction between other things?
You're still missing it. You're still missing it. You're not grasping it.
Okay.
You got to catch this. Matter being matter, materiality, the property of being matter is not causal.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
It's analytically true. Right? There's a cause, and then there's materiality.
How do you know that?
You're saying these words. There's cause and then there's materiality. How do you know this?
Yeah,
it's analytically true. The meanings of the words, right? When we're talking about matter, we're talking about a particular type of substance. We're not talking about a categorically different thing, which is causation. Right? Matter isn't causation, and causation isn't matter.
Okay.
Can matter have causal power?
We already established that matter can have causal power, and to say that proposition distinguishes between the two entities. So to ascribe causal power to materiality is to conflate two categorically different properties. Do you get it now?
That's what I think I disagree with. Is your metaphysical or your metaphysical view of this?
Okay. Do you have a refutation, or do you just refuse to acknowledge?
Maybe I have a question. So electricity, electromagnetic waves, they're without matter, right? Do they have causation?
I don't think that's right.
You don't think that's right? What does that mean? Can you explain?
You said right. I said no. That's not
Can you
right.
explain more? What do you mean by that?
I don't deny the materiality of those things that you mentioned.
No, I'm not talking about materiality. I'm talking about causation. So does electricity?
No, that's what you just said. No,
magnetism,
that's what you just said. Try again. Say what you're trying to say again, because you lost what you just said just then.
Okay, I'll repeat. Does electricity or voltage potential, does that have causation?
Does it have causal power? Is that what you mean?
Does it have causal power? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Why? We're digressing to the macro question of what instantiates causation again.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'm not trying to avoid it, but I'm just warning you.
No, that's fair enough. Because I don't know why electricity has causation either, other than it causes things to act. What separates like electricity, magnetism, things that do not have mass are immaterial?
Mass in what sense?
Mass in the sense that they are not physical. They're not a gas, liquid, solid. What the things you stated.
Well, that doesn't mean they're not matter. It doesn't follow. The given entity is not matter, not gas, not liquid. I don't like the way I said
Not
that.
matter,
If a
not
given
gas,
entity
not
is not
liquid.
solid, not liquid, not gas, therefore it's immaterial. That doesn't follow.
Okay, then maybe I'm confused about what you were saying before about matter.
Yeah, I just gave a few example categories of matter, but there's other types of matter besides solid liquids and gases.
Can you give me one?
Light.
Okay. So light's
is
not
matter?
matter.
No, it is material. It's just not a
Is it?
solid liquid or gas.
How is it material?
It's not merely an idea. The only options we have, besides it
It's
being a
not a what?
concretely real entity, is that it's not an idea. Right? You only have every type of entity is one of two things, and technically three things, but really two things: concrete or abstract. Within
Oh, hold
abstract
on.
is quasi-abstract, but as it
Can
concerns
you
light,
repeat what you just said? Can you repeat again? You
yeah,
said
we have
light is
two basic types of entities ontologically. Every entity is either concrete or abstract, and within abstract is a subcategory, as it were, which is quasi-abstract, which would be something like volition. But not to get into that just yet. So as it concerns light, light is not merely an idea, right? We empirically detect light. Light exists independent of our perception, right? We perceive light, and light exists independent of our perception. So it's concretely real.
yet it has causation?
I didn't ascribe causal power to it just yet.
So light has no causal power?
No, I didn't get there yet.
Oh, it's dead.
Okay, well,
Because
continue.
you're asking the question like I said it, but I didn't say any of that yet. So I'm establishing
I'm
first to make
trying
it
to
clear.
keep up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you kind of skipped ahead, but it's okay. So
Okay, go ahead.
solid, liquid, gas, light, type of matter. It's not merely an idea. It exists external to our perception, and we perceive it sometimes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It exists external to our perception? What does
Yeah,
that
light.
mean?
The light that we perceive and the light source in which it's emitted exists. Speak English, Gregory. Exists external to our perception. Light
What does
isn't
that mean?
contingent upon our eyes, right? It's not contingent upon our vision, our ability to see, right? It
Wait
exists
a minute.
external
Wait
to
a
our
minute.
eyes and our vision.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Just for the record, historically there was a theory of light called emission theory that said that we shoot stuff out of our eyes and it goes out and hits the stuff and then brings the information back.
Hmm.
And then a very wise man said to them, wait a minute, how could that work at night? And they said, simple, nocturnal emission theory.
Well, I'm confused. You said light is external to our cognition. That's fair enough.
Perception,
So is
cognition, perception.
matter. I agree.
Infrared light is invisible to the naked eye.
So what gives this causal? What gives light causal power that matter doesn't? You didn't say matter doesn't have causal power. Let me say that. I agree that you said that. But what gives? What's the difference between light and matter? I guess.
I didn't say light is a type of matter. That's the logical distinction between the two. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said in the first place about this point.
I'm sorry, somebody else was talking to me. Can you repeat what you just said?
The difference is a logical categorical distinction. Light is a type of matter. That's what I said in the first place about this point.
Okay. Can you help me? Can you teach me how it's different?
Light is a type of matter. It's a subcategory of matter. There's matter. There's the category of entities that are material entities. And then within that are various other types of matter.
So you're describing light as a material entity. And I'm curious
That's what
how
I said.
you
It's a
can do
type of
that.
matter.
How so?
Hopefully depending on your job soon.
What?
Well, let's be more specific. What is light? Define light. Are you referring to photons? Because Google it. It says a photon is a massless particle. Then ask if a photon is a photon matter, and it says photons do not have mass or do not have known quantity of mass, meaning they are not matter. So
well, let's
again,
not introduce that just yet.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
But
let's
so, yeah,
do.
so my
theory
point,
of light yet.
I get it. So my whole point, my original question is, define this light you speak of.
Well,
precisely. Not you.
Well,
not you, Gregory.
that's not the step I need to take. He needs
Not
to
you.
grasp this point first. He needs to
I
preface his
get it.
point for us. Yeah.
I was trying to get him to define his terms. That's it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll get there soon. We're gonna get there soon if we need to. So we recognize when I mention light in English, we recognize what that entity is, right? Right. Ryan. Did I lose
Sorry. What?
connection?
No,
Oh,
no, I'm here. Very sorry. Can you repeat what
so
you
when I
said?
refer to light in English, I see a
Mhm.
light, right? Look
Right.
at the lights in the sky. We recognize that's mutually intelligible. You know what I'm referring to, right?
I would recognize when you said light. I would understand what you were saying. Yes.
Right. Very simple question. Right. So, like I told you, to justify my conclusion, concrete or abstract, right? It's not merely an idea, right? Light is
Concrete
not
abstract.
merely an
What did you
idea.
say?
It's not an abstract, right? So it's concrete. So what
Light is
object
not
you
an
have,
abstract idea. I agree. Yes.
right? So it's a concretely real entity, right? So it exists external to our perception and independent of our perception. If we don't have vision and or don't have eyes, that doesn't make light discontinue being real. Light is still real regardless of we exist or not, right?
I
Regardless
agree.
of we have vision or not. So hence the concrete reality of light, aka
I
materiality of
agree.
light.
Okay, I agree. How does
All right.
this give light causal? How does this give light causality? I guess.
Well, in what sense are you saying give? Because if you're
Because you're
asking
trying to
about
say
what,
the. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
yeah,
Go
if
ahead.
you're asking what designed light to possess that property within its nature, just as with everything else, the God. If you're, if besides that, I don't know what sense in which you're saying that question, because I'm not saying light
Okay.
being light is causal. Light being light gave it causal power. Not saying that either.
Okay. So what's the difference between light? Since you agree it has causality, what's the difference between something light and then matter? Why can't matter have causality just like light has causality?
You missed it
Say
again.
God gave matter causality, I guess.
Yeah, you're missing it
Okay,
again.
what
You're
did I
conflating
miss?
these two issues. You have
I don't
the
think I am.
proposition matter being matter, including light, is not causal.
I
When I say that, that's distinguishing between the categorically different properties. Matter being matter is a property. You follow so far?
matter
Yeah, so
being
it
matter is a property.
rhinoceros. Yeah, rhinoceros. It's like this, man. What gives light the propensity to act upon the physical and natural world? Can you answer that question?
Sure, it's the energy it has.
I know. Well, we're gonna keep going. It's like almost like an infinite regression. What gives energy the propensity to do what it does to give light the energy for that?
That's a great question. We're
Yeah.
delving like into
So we go right.
philosophy
Well,
here at some point.
exactly.
And it's like you're asking things that
Greg's
nobody knows.
rhinoceros. That's what Greg is outlining. Can you understand his question now?
Right, remember I told
do in a
you?
sense.
Know what I told you?
Yeah.
So that's why I told you you're
Told me a
swerving
lot of
between
things,
the
to be
issues,
honest.
and it's easy. It's easy to swerve between the issues because it's a very nuanced,
I'm not
subtle
trying
distinction
to.
that most people. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's most people get lost because it's kind of difficult because it's such a subtle distinction. That's why I'm trying to emphasize the distinction to you. I'm talking about my position. My proposition is that matter being matter is not causal. I'm not denying that matter, the material entities, have causal power. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So matter being matter, matter possessing the property of materiality, right, is not causal power. Right? The different property.
Fair enough. I'll
You see?
agree with you. Just because matter is material does not give it any sort of special property that it would affect anything else. Just like
Right.
light which I think you coined as a subcategory of something that is material,
Yep.
right? Am I correct in that?
Yep.
Okay. That does not give it any property that it would affect anything else, right? Am
Right.
I correct so far?
Right.
Okay.
So matter possessing materiality, matter possessing the property of materiality,
Okay.
is not causal power and doesn't give it causal power, right? And that includes light, right?
Includes light, even
So-
though light has no mass.
Well, if it's a concretely real entity, aka material entity, then it does have mass. Just because you cannot tactilely contact it or have it press down on something doesn't mean it doesn't have mass in the sense of matter. Because the only the options you have is to reduce it to absurdity as being a mere abstract entity, a mere idea, when it's not a mere idea.
Oh, I agree. I agree, but it has no mass in the definition that we ascribe to mass, right?
Well, that's
but
just
it
repetition.
Still is able to make it is still able to
But Ryan, that's
causally
just
affect
repetition.
our world, right?
That's just repetition. I just deductively proved that it does have mass in the sense of matter.
No, I disagree. I think that's maybe.
Well, you have to
where
say
our
the argument
disagreement
then, because you
stems
already
from.
agreed. But hang on, we got to clear this up. You already agreed that given my deductive argument, out of the two options, concrete or abstract, it's not abstract, therefore it's concrete. Given its reality, it's real, but it's not abstractly real, but it's real. So the only option left deductively is that it's concretely real. And if it's concretely real, existing independent of and external to our perception, then it's concretely real, aka material.
I'm sorry, you said a bunch of like debate bro terms, and I do not follow. I'm sorry, I'm not like very up on the philosophy lingo, so that's my bad.
I'll try again.
Go ahead.
Gregory,
Dumb
would
it
you
down
call
for
it a
me.
paradox?
Act like
Would
you're
you call it
talking
a
to
par-
a third grader or something.
Would you just call it a paradox?
No, I wouldn't call it a paradox.
Okay.
It's only a paradox if you sustain the premise that matter doesn't have any mass in the sense of matter. But like I've deductively proven that it's a type of material entity, so that yes, it does possess the property of materiality, regardless of it not being tactilely contactable, or regardless of it not having any weight that you can. Well, that's redundant. So regardless of it not having any tactile contactability.
The reason I asked that
Excuse
is
me,
because
tangibility. I keep saying it wrong. Regardless of it not having any tangibility. Finally, said it correctly.
yeah, the reason I asked that is because what I just read says photons do not have mass or do not have any known quantity of mass, meaning they are not matter in that sense. However, photons are particles that are emitted and travel as waves, meaning
Hell yeah, brother.
I know, meaning
That there.
hold on.
I appreciate your mention of that. Thank you.
I know.
That's
And
the
then
contradiction in their position. That's the
Yeah.
paradox for them.
I know that's kind of when I was like, ugh. I had
Good,
to
very
read this.
good.
Burger,
Anyway,
Very good
I'll be
mention.
right back.
The very
Can you
last
give me 1
sentence.
second? I'll be right back.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. The very last part, it says, meaning that as particles, they cannot be considered matter, just matter without mass, which makes them a paradox.
Yep. So yeah, they have a paradox. It's more than a paradox. It's a flat contradiction. Because a paradox you can reconcile with further explication. There's no further explication that could reconcile this contradiction. Hence my argument. So thank you for that mention. So it was a bit long, but we made progress because I had to repeat some things, so that delays. But we got to the end, so we deductively ascertained the fact that ascribing causal power to materiality, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter, is a category error that's conflating two different properties for one another. Materiality, the property of materiality, is not the property of causal power. Quantity of matter. Quantity is an abstract category, doesn't have causal power. Inertia, if you want to add this to the list, that's the resistance to motion. The resistance to motion, the property that is the resistance to motion, isn't the cause of motion. It's a flat self-contradiction. So that's the refutation to mass attracting mass and or mass curving spacetime. So they don't have the ad hoc retort that they need for the world to be made in a uniform manner and would make everything become just made into oblivion, implying that falsehood, therefore being false. If only academicians of academia thought that discursively and thoroughly, we wouldn't be in this position. That's the catch-22 with ad hoc rescuing devices. You may have, but you didn't save the thing that possesses that face, the facade.
Shit, Gregory, where'd you get your vocabulary? I'm not making fun, by the way.
Where did I get my vocabulary?
Yes.
I mean, like I've told folks, it was mostly listening. Some people, rationally so, they presume that I read a lot. I mean, I do read quite a bit, but I've listened far more than I read, and I do like reading the dictionary and thesaurus, so, and etymology dictionary. So there you have it. I read and I listen a lot, and I want to grow. I self-consciously grow my vocabulary because I want to find the word that is apropos to what I'm trying to convey.
I'm back, by the way. Thanks for waiting for me.
So after all that, that's my refutation to the gravity doctrine, the universal gravitation ad hoc rescuing device, both mass attracting mass and mass curving spacetime. Not only are they unverifiable if you grant the conditional premise, the hypothesis, to be logically possible. If it were possible, then if it were true, then you couldn't verify it to be true. And of course, if it's false, then you can't verify it to be true either. So that's the dilemma, the unverifiability, the logical dilemma of the premise, and then the deductive arguments that we painstakingly went through to falsify the hypothesis.
Right. And I think I disagree with some of the things you said previously, but I'm afraid to bring them up because I don't want to like piss people off or like piss you off that we have to like go over things.
You can put a pin in it.
But this is such a this is a complicated thing. And I think we're getting into like the some metaphysical things about like what constitutes matter, what can imply causality, right? And it's just
you have to.
What?
Like,
So,
how
yeah,
you
that's
not gonna
fine.
get into matter if you like want to know what it is? How won't you get into mass if you want to know what it is? Like, volume, you know what I mean? All of it, like, really.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Anyway,
So
Gregory,
you can put a pin in
this
it.
is
Yeah, you can put a pin in it. We don't have to
It's a
resume.
long topic. It's a complicated one. I would love to go over it more with you if you want, but
Yeah, at another time. Yeah.
leave it. I'll leave it to other people to talk about other things if they want.
Yeah. I am not at all a person that tries to drown or baffle people with my vocabulary. My vocabulary is used for the sake of making it clear. I want to be clear. I want the person to understand. That's why I talk the way I do.
Yeah, I wasn't making fun. I already said that before. I was just.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I heard you. Yep.
And Gregory, I respect that. But I'm gonna say this, and I'm not meaning it as an insult, but you sound kind of like the Darth Dawkins of this topic, I guess. You know who Darth Dawkins is?
That's one hell of a comparison. Wow.
I don't. It's just that the terminology sometimes, and like we get into very high level metaphysical things and get into epistemology and shit like that, and then it can get really fuzzy, and it can come down to like, well, how do you know that? Like I can repeat that over and over again. Well, like, how do you know? You know, and
Mhm.
and it's just, nobody knows. And so
The
all
compromising
we can
nature.
really base off is like what we can observe, and what things we can use that are useful to us. Like, so if I can,
Do you know nobody knows? Do you know that?
no, I don't.
You can't say the
I want
proposition then.
I
You
want
can't
to use
justifiably assert it
gravity
to
to
be true.
make I want to use gravity to make orange juice.
See, that's the thing. Like with many things in the world, the very denial of knowledge necessarily and inevitably simultaneously reaffirms it. Like the question I just asked you. Do you know nobody knows? If that's true, then you couldn't know it to be true. And if it's false, you couldn't know it to be true. So whether it's true or false, you couldn't know it to be true. So it can't be true.
That's fair enough, but I would argue that everybody has certain foundational axioms that we all rely on, and so when you
Which
really
you
really get,
justify or not.
their axioms are by design unjustifiable.
Okay, so then you just made knowledge impossible then. Now
No,
you can't ascribe that to me. I don't have
What a
an unjustifiable starting point.
shitty
I
conversation is this?
Way to shit on a good conversation.
Very shit one, it seems like to me.
well,
Well,
go
now that
ahead,
you shitting
Matt.
on it.
Gravity, fuck you. Make a better one then.
Hey man, listen. Don't let me
But I don't have an
bring
unjustified starting point. You can't ascribe that to me.
Well, I disagree. What is your starting point? A god?
The self-revelation of Yahweh.
Okay. Well, that's only true if your God is real.
Of course.
How do you
And
justify
he
that?
is. Given his self-revelation.
How do you how do you know that he revealed himself to you?
Given his self-revelation. Now, this is usually the point where people don't
Circular.
inquire further. I'm going to give you a hint. I'm going to give you a clue. This is usually the point where people don't inquire further. Right? They just keep repeating the question without inquiring further to do the internal critique.
Okay. I'll
So let's
inquire
see if
further.
you continue that trend or you break that trend.
Okay, I'll continue. Out. Go ahead.
You're going to continue the trend? I guess it's over now.
What are you asking me, Gregory?
If you continue the trend of not inquiring after asking that question, then it's over. Then you just discontinue the dialogue. If you break the trend, then we can continue the dialogue
How do I
Moment
break the
to sleep.
trend?
by
Ask a
inquiring
different
further with a
question.
different question.
Yes.
Okay, what different question should I ask?
What about the God of Matt, Gregory?
Choose another question.
What about the God of Matt?
Hold on,
We'll
Matt.
get to your
Hold on,
parody
Matt.
in just a moment.
Yes, please. Thank you. Gregory, so you want me to inquire with a different question, but depending on the question that I ask, you can determine that I'll continue the cycle, or what is this? Can you not
If
tell
you
me
ask
what
another
question I
question,
need
it'll
to ask?
break the trend. I don't know why it's so difficult to follow. This is simple.
Okay.
This is really simple. I think you might be like, did I
Any
traumatize
other
you?
question?
Because not everything I
Oh,
say is like this profound enigma.
no. Sorry, this is the Darth Dawkins cycle that people go down.
This is the Darth Dawkins trauma.
No, because you will claim self-revelation over and over ad nauseum, and then
Well, I
I
mean,
will
the God
continue
of
to
Matt
ask
has
you,
revealed
how
himself
do
through
you know?
self-revelation.
Hold on one second. How do you know that he's revealed himself to you through self-revelation?
There's no other
And you will
way.
say self-revelation. Okay, how?
Right. This is where people don't get the
That's a
point.
different question.
Yeah, this is where people don't get the point. Right. The self-revelation of the God is not under some other epistemic rule. Right? The self-revelation of the God is not under some epistemic rule. It's not like us. It's not like I am 5 feet tall. Right? That's not true just because we say it. It's not true just because we believe it. Because our word is not, excuse me, I'm belching. Because our word, while not being the God, is not self-authenticating. We're not epistemically ultimate, but the God is epistemically ultimate. The possibility of knowledge is contingent upon him. He's eternally and intuitively and aseitously pre-interpreted any and all facts in his omniscient mind. So whatever he says is true, given that he is the one who has revealed it. There's no other way to verify the God's self-revelation to be that except by appealing to him. You cannot end with him without starting with him.
Can I just add something real quick, Gregory?
Yeah.
So, the divine nature and its invisible qualities, as it states in Romans 1, is the way that we all can identify that there is a creator. Now, whether or not the logical thinking mind will acknowledge that is up to the individual. but the reason why in Romans 1 it states that even though he revealed his divine nature and invisible qualities in nature, people rejected that and created, images of, the beasts of the field and such, and to worship those things. So he gave their minds over to a depraved state of mind. So if you see everything in creation and still reject that the creator exists, then it is incumbent upon you to feel that when you don't realize, right, it's not, Gregory can't twist your arm to show you that God exists. If you see all of what's in creation, it's self-evident that the creator exists. Now, whether or not you choose to come to that understanding, that's on you. No one can make you see that. But it's there. It's there for all to see, to be without excuse. That's what it says. You are left without excuse. Even those who say, well, nobody's ever told me about Jesus. Well, God's divine nature, his invisible qualities have always been demonstrated in nature. So you are left without excuse. Unless you are going to be the one to say, well, I have an excuse. But you don't, because that's the judgment against you. You've noticed that everything in creation looks to be like it has, someone who made it. Now you are the one rejecting that. So nobody else can make you understand that point except for you. That's the revelation.
On a tribe and on an island.
That's the same thing. Everybody in creation can see creation. We can see what it is, and we can understand that there's something greater than us. But to reject that becomes you rejecting the fact that there is one who made all of this. Nobody's listen. It's not like one of those arguments, like Gregory will say. It's not like this thing is a profound enigma. It's self-evident to anyone. When you look upon the earth, you can see it. Now, whether or not you choose to acknowledge that, that's on you, bud. No one can make you realize that. You can't wrestle with Gregory or myself or anyone else who knows that the creator does exist and the God does exist, and then try to make a point to say, like, prove it to me. It's not going to work.
If you have two people that both claim to have divine revelation that disagree about something that stems from that divine revelation, how the fuck do you ever untangle that?
It's not upon somebody.
Right here. Here's where it is.
Go ahead.
Let's see what happens. I'm going to make a prediction. He's either going to acknowledge the very succinct method of scrutiny that I'm going to tell him, or he won't and continue to play skeptic. Let's see what he does. Logically sound internal critique. Okay, so there's his answer. Moving on.
Yeah, if I could just chime in, I mean, I feel like this is like a circular argument that like
It's not circular. You feel like
gets
it is.
down to.
You're going to make it sound like one, Rhinoceros. It's not circular. You can go outside and see for yourself. When you deny the fact that the creator exists by all of creation, it's you that's making it circular. We already understand there's a point. When everyone walks outside, there's a choice to be made. If there is a creator by all of things that have been made in creation, or there's not. And you're choosing the is not road. So that's on you. It's not on us. We're not going to be in this argument twisting your arm to make you understand the creator exists. You already rejected him, but all what he's demonstrated to you, which is all of what nature is. So it's your problem, not ours. That's why it seems circular, because you're trying to reason in your own head why you're rejecting the creator. We can't make you see that. That's something like what Gregory was telling you, self-critique. Think about how you're viewing the world. but you're unwilling to do so. So now you're asking him to convince you, and he can't do it, and I can't do it, no one can.
Now, here's a subtle turn of irony. It is circular. It is circular. Not in the sense that he is saying circular. He's saying circular in the sense of the begging the question fallacy. But this is not to simply beg the question. So the thing is for instance, when ascertaining the reality of language, here's an example. When you're trying to know that language is real, right? When you deny language, you're using the very thing you're denying. So if that's not valid, if it's not valid to use language in the analysis of language, including its very reality, then you make the knowledge of language impossible, which makes the reality of language to be known impossible. You make the reality of language impossible, and then the reality to know language to be impossible, whilst you use the very thing you're denying. It's self-defeating. So just like someone can deny the reality of air, they must breathe it to deny it. So just like with the God, just like with knowledge, if you deny knowledge, you must simultaneously reaffirm its reality and possibility. Because the very denial is going to provoke the question, what? How do you know that? If you deny the laws of logic, you're going to be presupposing the very thing you're denying, etc., etc. Just like the God. The person who denies the God's self-revelation is simply the child who sits in his father's lap to slap his face, or the child who sits in his father's lap to denies the reality of his father.
Premise 1, knowledge is only possible if the God of Matt has revealed himself through special revelation. The God of Matt has revealed himself through special revelation to the only being he wishes to save, which is Matt. Conclusion, knowledge is possible.
Is the God of Matt ontologically identical, having the same nature as Yahuwah, yes or no?
Well, it's not that the God of Matt has the same nature of Yahweh. Yahweh has the same nature of the God of Matt. In some
So you're
ways.
not answering the question, so yes or no?
That's a direct answer to your question.
No, it's not a yes or no
My
answer.
God
Yes or no?
doesn't have the nature that your God has. Your God just claims to have the nature that my God has.
Okay, so you're not answering the question, right? Yes or no?
It's a direct answer to your question.
It's not a direct answer. Yes or no, Matt?
Nope. I'm not going to give you a yes
So
or no.
he's not going to engage in good faith. You see, what Matt is trying to do, he thinks you can just contrive any factitious supposed substitute in principle and think that that's actually a valid substitution. He won't engage the internal critique of his position. So the God of Matt, without any further explication of the nature of this starting point, is either going to just be obnoxious trolling or at best a fallacy of ambiguity. Because the God of Matt simpliciter, no further explication, is not at all a distinct entity that has the nature that is required for the possibility of knowledge. But he doesn't want to grasp these things.
You just claim that your God has, or my God is copying the nature of your God, but it's the other way around.
But you have no explication as to the nature of your God. You haven't explained the nature of your God so far. You don't have to keep talking through me. You can clearly hear me talking. You can clearly hear me talking. Stop talking to me. Okay, so stop it now. You haven't explicated the nature of your God. I have. I've done it repeatedly.
I just gave you the nature of my God if you were listening.
Well, if you would not talk through me when you do so, that would be more helpful.
Great. So he's ultimate, necessary, and fundamental, and dictates what's possible and impossible.
Yeah, well, you know, I think we're gonna start ending this because you're just looking to provoke Gregory. That's all I see, Matt. Just relax, bro. You don't need to do that.
All right.
But we can move on because he made his point. You made your point. All right.
Hola. Save that chat or something.
Yeah, it is. Someone said hola.
Yeah, that was me. MH4TVR. I just came in to. I'm recently on the median now of being a flat earther or a round earther.
All right. Well, if you have a question about the shape of the Earth conversation, you can go and ask it, or maybe you want to state a claim for supporting the case of the Earth being a globe? And if you do, go ahead and bring some evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah. I will. I'm gonna take a minute to think of a question. But thank you.
Yeah, take your time, man. We're here 24/7. This message brought to you by GE Platypus. Eat more platypus. What's up, dude?
So, of course, at this state of the debate concerning geodesy, it's very simple. Gotta show us that observation and measurement of Earth curve, specifically, especially, primarily, the majority, water curve, that ocean curve. Gotta show it to us. Gotta find the measurement. We already refuted the ad hoc retort of universal gravitation, so it's gonna be pretty difficult. There's no cosmic vacuum artificial operations to appeal to.
And you can't appeal to what? Refraction, you said? Really?
It's obviously not what I said. Audibly not what I said.
I have thought of a question.
Are you going to tell it to us?
Oh yeah, sorry. So I did ask this the other day, but I had to get off, and I didn't get a clear answer. I just want some like kind of hardcore evidence of the Earth being flat.
Oh, look in the open chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to send something.
Okay.
I'm not in the I'm sitting here on PlayStation, so if you could audio describe it a little bit, that would be appreciative.
Yeah, I'm going to read it.
Alright, cool.
So very simple syllogisms that concentrate the issue, because this is what it comes down to. So 2 beginning syllogisms that establish very simple facts. As trivial as that may be, I'm glad it is trivial to whoever it seems trivial to. It's trivial to me. So if the surface of the given solid and/or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. If the surface of the given solid and/or liquid object, the surface of the given solid and/or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and/or liquid object is level. Next, every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid. The oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. It's just defining these very simple logic sequences, right? That's so far right now. Now, given the dichotomy, one of the 2 in the dichotomy has a dilemma. For the one who wants to affirm the surface of the oceans and Earth are convexly curving into a ball, they have a dilemma. The first one of this dilemma, if the horizon is an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. If the person wants to sustain that the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball, they have a second horn. If the horizon is the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. So there's that, and then the substantiation of that, of course, is the 2 YouTube videos there. The 2 YouTube videos, correction. 1 TikTok video, 1 YouTube video. The clip from Nat Geo on TikTok. Nat Geo, this professional institution of researchers, scholars, attempted to do an operation that demonstrated that the water line of the horizon is the summit of water curve. However, when you watch the video, it's rather conspicuous that the water line is behind the boat, not in front of the boat. And so it's not obscuring, it's not the summit of water curve obscuring the boat, nor the flag, nor the stripes on the flag on the boat. Now, question. How could these professionals miss such a glaring discrepancy between their position in principle and the observations that they did, especially with the professional editors that they have? It's a good question. Then the second video is not a direct refutation. The content is not trying to refute it, but it is a refutation because they've done the observations and measurements over a 10-mile distance where the laser is parallel with the surface of the waters, even though it wouldn't if we lived on a ball. And the measurements, given the Earth calculator formula, there should be 66 feet of curvature missing. But there is no such convex slope over distance that is there. So that's the falsification of the radius, which is the falsification of the premise that the summit of the water line, the horizon, is the summit of water curve.
Hey, Gregory, I think I and everybody else would find it useful if you described what you mean by level.
Orientation of the surface, horizontal.
Orientation of the surface, can you expand on that?
What's there to expand on? The table has a level
Orientation of what
surface
surface?
as opposed to the ball.
Horizontal line. You ever seen like a straight line?
So I'm getting
They
ready
are,
to. I
they
just
are
want to thank
claiming
you.
that the Earth is just horizontal and straight with a flat horizontal non-curving surface. That's the false claim.
So there's those two videos, and here's a few more that is further demonstrating the refutation to the premise that the summit of the water curve is that the horizon is the summit of water curve. None of those observations will be possible on a water ball.
Gregory, we can both agree that the horizon is not a physical boundary, right?
Donut.
I don't know what that guy
Like
said.
I said in the first one, yeah, it's an optical phenomenon. It's an aspect of
Optical
your
phenomenon.
optics.
Very correct. It's the extent that what you can see in your vision. Am I correct in that, Gregory? That the horizon is just the
How many times do I have
extent
to keep
of your
confirming
vision?
it? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Do you believe that the horizon can change due to conditions of the air above the above the water that you're looking over?
Yeah, which is patently indicative that it's an optical phenomenon, that it's an aspect of our optics.
Fair enough.
And not the summit of a water curve.
Do you believe that if given like if your vision was able to be enhanced, say through like a camera or anything like that, that say the technology of this camera was very high, you would be able to see continually past like what us humans can see just with our vision, because obviously there's a resolution that we can perceive with our eyes.
Isn't that obvious?
There's technology that extends our field of view. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that can that technology extend our view indefinitely?
No, only extends up to a limit.
Why not? What's the limit?
Dude, every
What do you mean,
camera
why
has a
not? That's just the nature of the device. You ask why a lot about some very fundamental metaphysical issues as to why this material entity why this entity has its nature.
Because I'm curious, I guess.
It's very simple that a camera has an optical limit, dude.
I agree. I'm just asking if like if there's an extent to the technology that you wouldn't be able to see.
Well, the reason, okay, the
And
answer
what is
is
that?
the same reason that everything else has a nature and doesn't have anything else besides its nature. Why does this whatever given entity fill in the blank have its nature? The same reason why any and every entity has its nature.
Okay. I guess my question here is that like if I had a camera that is really, really great, why can I not extend the zoom so far that I can see whatever I want across the
Forever. The air's not transparent, dude.
Dude. I mean, that's a very, very
Agree.
silly question. Even if the Earth were flat, you should be able to see further. That's true. But still, there's still an optical limit to your camera, so you're not going to be able to see so far.
Fair enough. What is that limit?
Depends on the camera.
It depends. It's not.
Depends on the day.
It's not. Yeah, it's not one fixed integer.
Camera depends on the
Stand
day.
stand in the thick fog, you can barely see across the street.
It varies from device to device.
There's going to be fog somewhere. There's going to be mist in the air somewhere.
Very foggy day. You probably can't even see anything out there.
I agree with all of this.
It's a clear day. You'll see a lot
Atmospheric
more.
Conditions will fog your view at some point. I agree.
Yeah, so there's your answer. So let's be clear. So it varies from device to device, whether it be your naked eye or any other device.
We're on season 1 up in here tonight.
Is it season 1?
It's I guess.
I can easily refute Gregory's very silly deductive argument. I actually go to.
Well, calling it silly is not a refutation, so it still stands logic. It's not an unrefuted.
Definitely not silly, bro. Fuck.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
You just don't know how it worked and shit.
Leandro, is that you? You're silly, man.
Yeah.
That's funny. You're too close to your mic. Gotta back up just a little bit.
Whatever.
So intimate yet so far away. It's a paradox.
All right. So, in your first horn, you said the horizon's an optical phenomenon. Then the horizon. Okay. So, can the horizon? You admitted yesterday that the horizon there can be an optical horizon, or an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. Correct?
It's a truism that does nothing for your position. It's logically possible.
Great. Which means that you can't falsify the radius value with the apparent horizon, Gregory.
And you're presupposing that there's a geometric horizon, a water curve.
Yeah, but
which you've
given
yet to
that
find.
there is, well, hold on. Given that there is, you wouldn't. Your falsification wouldn't go. You can't
Dixit.
falsify. You can't falsify a
I haven't
geometric
verified
horizon.
that there is a water curve.
Well, there is a water curve, given the fact
I
that
haven't verified that.
bottom up. Yeah, boats disappear bottom up. Therefore, there's a water curve.
Once again.
Oh, what the fuck?
That is observable.
Oh yeah, what
on
the
the
fuck?
horizontal
Well,
plane,
Oblivion, do
just
you want to
given
take? Do you
angular
want to take?
acuity. Why are you talking
You
to
wanna
the
take
answer?
that on me?
This is the refutation again. That is not a strong inductive argument. It's a weak inductive argument. It's an invalid modus ponens, and or affirming the consequent. So once again, bottom-up obstruction is not strongly indicative nor necessarily indicative of the Earth being a ball. That is possible on a horizontal surface given angular acuity. It's very simple.
I really don't want to listen to Mad Gaslight Gregory fucking for the next hour, man. So shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, like say this all the time and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
People have done this. Boats disappearing bottom up on a small pond.
Emperor.
Like we just refuted that. He's just going to repeat it again.
Dude, guy is
the
very
observations
scary.
right there in the open
knows-
chat. The 4
he knows-
YouTube videos, and the D Marble video, and the refutation to the Nat Geo clip. It's like you just whistle right past the second horn.
Gregory, this guy just obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. Like,
yeah.
Well, Gregory, if I mean it's my little brother, man.
His summit of the water curve has been falsified, so there's nothing more to it. You can't just presuppose it.
Hush up for a second.
I don't fucking know you, cunt.
Hush up for a second. Hush up for a second. Okay. Let's see what your second horn says. If the horizon is the summit of a water hill, a water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can see only two. We only can see to the horizon. Okay, now you're conflating the apparent horizon with the geometric one again.
And you still haven't found the water curve.
Like you would say,
and the water
you're
curve has
done.
been falsified.
Hey,
You're
Matt,
done.
Matt, stop your gibberish. You still haven't made it past the first horn yet. Bring forth this curving water.
Oh, you want the curving water? Let's give you the Lake Michigan, Chicago horizon photos. Let's give you boats disappearing bottom up that clearly show that there is an
clearly
obstruction.
show that you're an idiot. So how does it
Yeah.
happen on a small
Yeah.
pond? How does it happen
How
on a
does it happen
small
what?
pond, Matt?
How does it happen what?
Explain that.
How does it happen what?
How do those little boats disappear on the small pond?
Oh, on the small pond. Were you talking about your RC boats with video footage at 380p? You're talking about those?
Yeah, they're disappearing bottom up. So explain that.
Yeah, they aren't. I've watched all the videos. They aren't disappearing bottom up. And they're shitty.
Ipsy Dixit.
You're either stoned or stupid, son. Go on.
Oh, you're either stoned or stupid. Yet I've watched all the videos. I've watched all the videos, idiot. I've watched all the videos.
They're not disappearing, he said.
Yeah, they're not disappearing bottom up.
Yeah, they're not. I can see the thing that can't be seen.
And you also want to know another thing? You want to know another thing? All the measurements.
It's not okay for me to believe in an invisible God, but it's okay for him to believe in an invisible water curve.
All the claims and the measurements that they claim, 2 inches above water, and all that stuff, that's never been proved.
It's not okay for me to believe in an invisible God, but it's okay for him to believe in an invisible water curve.
Okay, so Gregory, you're okay with interruptions then? You're okay with it?
Yeah. So right there in the open chat for everyone else in the voice channel.
Let me say something to Matrix. Matrix, all the measurements that they claim in those little pond videos, not validated whatsoever.
We'll give you your measurements.
None of them were validated.
Shut up for a second.
So when you call me the idiot, maybe you should watch your own videos, Mr. 50-0 boxer, because you surely talk like one.
The measurements that you're claiming aren't fucking validated either, Matt, with fucking the Chicago skyline, dude.
Yeah, the Chicago skyline.
The curve should be at 3 miles. How come we can see 50?
Yeah, man.
Oh, why can you see 50? How tall are those buildings? Genius.
So tell me something, Matt, since you know everything, and you're refuting measurements. At what height was the Black Swan photo taken at?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, yeah, the Black Swan. The Black Swan is not a refutation of the globe whatsoever.
He didn't ask you that. Answer his question.
Post the Black Swan.
He didn't ask you that. Answer his question.
Post the Black Swan.
He didn't ask you that. Answer his question.
Well, it's a non sequitur. He went from asking me why.
Answer his question.
No. He went from asking me why little RC boats was being up to the Black Swan. Pick on one thing.
You were talking about heights being disallowed.
Yeah, this
now
was valid. Okay,
Matrix. Clarified. Now you answer the question. At what height was that footage taken?
Yeah, it was taken at 1 foot. But guess what? This was actually validated, and you can see that it was taken at 1 foot above, and the ones in the pond aren't validated. So there's a difference, buddy.
So now you're accepting that you're on a flat Earth. So you're now accepting you're on a flat Earth. Thank you.
No, I'm accepting that I'm on a globe Earth. Okay, so let me actually. Okay, can someone post what it says on the Black Swan? Let me take a look at it.
Swan. You've accepted the Black Swan, but yet you're still on a ball.
I've accepted that the height is real because the height was actually validated. The pond videos you were mentioning, they weren't validated, buddy. Yeah, they weren't.
So
actually, if we take a look at the Black Swan, if I can just take a look, and can someone post like a bigger image of it?
Don't worry, I got you, man.
Where it shows the premises of it? Landro, hush up real quick. Where it shows the premises of it?
I don't know who that is.
Is he trying to say in the pond it was taken higher?
Yes.
What the fuck? You're an idiot, bro.
I'm not saying that it was taken higher. I'm saying it wasn't validated. Any height that they claim was not validated.
Oh my god! So was it taken under?
Yeah, it was.
water?
Oh my god! It wasn't validated. How dare I say it's not validated?
Oh my god! So it was like over a foot or underwater.
Well, I don't know. Until it's validated, right? How do you know until it's validated?
10 foot high.
Yeah, you don't know until it's validated.
It's hilarious.
You don't know until it's validated.
That's it. You don't know until it's validated. You've got nothing, Matt. Step off.
Yeah. I'm the fucking retard. That's why you're gonna stay on mute because you don't know anything. That's why you won't speak. You'll let Gregory do the speaking for you, idiot.
When does Gregory speak for me? Fuckwit.
Yeah, he speaks for you too. You're slow too.
You just can't be honest with reality, Matt. That's all there is to it, dude.
Yeah, dude, you're easy too, man. Like,
am I easy, Matt? You're the one that fucking believes in curved water, dude. For fuck's sakes, here. Like, is it flat or isn't it, dude?
It's the
does water rest flat, right? Matt, does water rest flat? When water's at rest, is it flat?
And take a photo of this curved water. Come on.
Here he goes. Here he goes with the water, flat thing.
Yeah,
when water's at rest, is it flat or not?
You gonna let Old Hoss speak? You're gonna keep interrupting him?
He's never gonna answer that.
Oh, no, the water's not flat, clearly, because the Earth is curving.
Oh my lord!
That's what you believe, anyways, right, buddy?
Why are you spazzing, dude?
He's nothing but a troll, guys. Don't worry about him. Someone just mute him and fuck it off. It's safer.
Yeah, because what does it even matter if the observer's height is higher? It's not. That has not.
It's lower.
It's being highlighted that the distance at which it disappears can't be the Earth curve. So it doesn't matter if the guy's 12 foot tall.
Okay, so in the Black Swan, this is why the Black Swan.
Nice try on that cope.
Yeah, this is why the Black Swan is a malformed argument. So it says
this is why you're
then
easy,
Q, right? So
Because you
therefore
fucking have a
not
belief,
B,
dude.
right?
You live
So,
in
so listen,
imagination
if you see
land.
the black swan, it literally says, you don't want to check the black swan out? You don't care about it? Someone
Just show
posted
us
it?
some fucking curved water, dude.
All right, so if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than, that's where you make the mistake. Conflating the apparent horizon with the geometric one. You're looking at the apparent one, not the geometric one, and you're taking the radius value, which is the geometric one,
We
and
still
applying
can't
it to the
even
apparent
see your
horizon that you're seeing.
so-called
That's a
geometric.
conflation, so it's a
Oi, dumbass.
malformed argument.
Dumb shit. It's not malformed. We still haven't seen
Yeah,
your
it's
so-called
malformed.
physical fucking one yet. Where is it?
Yeah,
Where's
the
that
physical
photo?
one you're not going to see. Oh my god.
It's
See,
physical and we're not going to see it. That is the
You've been
dumbest
here
shit
longer
I've
than
heard
me.
tonight.
You just
You've
gotta
been here
imagine
longer
it.
than me, and you don't understand this stuff, right?
You are a dumb muppet. It's physical, but
Refraction
you
happened.
can't
Yeah, you're
see
the
it.
dumbest person I've
Say it
ever met in
again.
my life.
Say it again. It's physical, but you can't see it. It's just so everyone can realize how
There's
fucking
something
stupid
called an
you are.
apparent and a geometric horizon. Two different things.
And you haven't
Right?
found the water curve.
It's physical, but I can't see
geometric
it. Matt,
one
you're an
is
idiot.
Hey,
radius.
do ships disappear on the apparent horizon?
Shitty ass Mike.
It's not that the
Sorry,
ships
Dave.
are disappearing over the apparent horizon necessarily. They're just disappearing over the water, right? Doesn't have to be the apparent or the geometric one. They're
Hills of
just
water,
disappearing over
boys
the
and
water.
girls. Hills of water, because Matt said so. He still can't prove it,
Yeah,
but he said so.
yeah, you want to know why it's a malformed argument? Can you have a
Because
geometric
it's
and
in
an
your
apparent horizon
fucking
at the same time?
imagination. That's
You
why,
haven't
dude.
found the water curve.
Yo, Matrix, can you have a
I
geometric
wish.
horizon and an apparent one at the same time?
It's your problem, mate. Go and get a photo of
Well,
your
you're not going to answer the
water. That's
question
what we
anymore,
want to
Mr.
see.
Smart Ass. Can you have
Hang
a
on.
geometric
Bro,
horizon
I'm not
and an
going to
apparent
answer
one at the
your
same time?
fucking retard questions because you don't answer any other bastard. So fuck
Oh,
off.
yeah, see? Yeah, see?
Fucking
But I'm going to
gaslighting
answer your
little
question
whore.
for
That's
you.
what you are,
can.
dude. You're a fucking gaslighting whore, man. You guys should
Hey,
fucking
Matt, you
meet
haven't
this guy.
found
That's
the
all he's here for.
water curve.
He's here to gaslight people, and that's his whole fucking mission, man.
Gotta find that water curve, Matt.
That water curve. Yeah, but
Go ahead and find it,
the
because you haven't found it yet. With your fallacious distinction without a difference.
Damn. Got your
yeah,
ass.
but what they
Got your
posted.
See how
ass,
easy you are, you little
boy.
fucking gaslighter?
Oh, do you want to go at me, sub dude?
I already did. I have been, dude. I don't know
You
if you've
already been
noticed or not.
subdued.
All right, so what's your refutation of what I said? Anything that I said, go ahead.
That you're
Take
a
it, take a shot.
gaslighting little retard. That's my
All right, there we
reputation.
go, gaslight. Well, clearly I'm not the retard since I can always speak for myself and you can't, Mr. Dummy. Always silent in the background.
You better
Yeah.
stop shouting before you get whooped
Yeah.
by your mama.
Damn.
Well, all that damn hollering at this hour.
I got a geometric curve, but I can't fucking see it.
Well, well, maybe
You
learn
can't
about
empirically
geometry.
verify
I don't
your
know what to
water
tell
curve.
you.
Thank you for your concession.
Very basic geometry, buddy.
So show it to
I
me
want to
then.
explain this to you, but you don't get it. You don't get it. Maybe you
It's
don't want to
you
get
that
it.
doesn't get it, you muppet. Wake up.
Yeah, motherfucker. This guy with his accent.
Yeah, this guy with your accent, right?
You have the same accent as me, buddy.
No, I don't. My accent is better.
Yeah, you do. Your accent's better, really, Gregory.
Yep. Of course.
How many
it is.
women you
That
pulled with
argument's
your accent?
Because I don't have to affirm a water curve that can't be seen.
Well, you can see it. Just look at the Chicago skyline.
Well,
Look
now
at
you're
any boats
contradicting
going
yourself.
over. You can't see it actually.
But you don't see it.
You can see the consequence of it.
The consequence of the water curve that you don't see. Okay.
Yep. Exactly.
Consequence of the water curve that ain't there and that you don't see.
And Chicago's built a pit.
Who's winning the argument?
Me, of course I am.
Guess.
Okay.
The gaslighting little bitch.
He's bad.
Oh, you do have Superman vision now, huh? You can see
They
him that far
know.
away?
They know. I know all their
So
little
there
arguments.
is no water curve, because if there was, you could see him.
This nigga's dirty doing that shit.
Damn, Gregory, you gonna take that?
Come on, dog. You too big for that shit. Come on, man.
Joe, this guy's crazy, man. I'm telling you.
It's either a bad impression of the Count from Sesame Street, or he's referencing some videos that were getting made like a couple of years ago between these two dudes. I can't figure out which one it is.
There he is.
With
Dude, where the fuck
fucking-
you been?
with that limp. Yeah.
Platypus? And what are you doing up so late? Go to bed.
I was listening to Matt. Matt's fucking crushing it.
Yeah,
He's
see?
crushing himself. That's
Really?
right.
He's crushing it, huh?
Yeah,
See,
he's
Platypus
crushing-
knows, man.
The it that he's crushing is himself. Yes,
Real
sir.
recognized real around here, you know?
I'll let you tell it, Platypus.
I got to. How you doing, Gregory? It's been a minute. No, he deafened himself the moment I said that. That bastard. Wanted to have another go at Gregory. I don't know who else is in here. Nah, not Matrix.
Chicken shit.
Alright, cool. Matrix it is. Matrix, I posted a video. Alright, I'm sorry. Posted a picture in the live text. You see that?
Oh, so you've been studying Snell's Law. Good boy. We told you about that the other week.
Yeah, I got a question for you about that, though.
Got a Snell's Law
See
chanter.
that?
This should be good.
You see that, pencil under the water? Does that look weird to you?
Nope. Looks like a pencil in water.
Alright, so the part of the pencil that's under the water, are you looking at the pencil's apparent position? Or are you looking at its physical position?
I'm just looking at a pencil underwater.
Does it match the part of the pencil that's out of the water, though?
It's connected to it.
Are we gonna answer the questions with some intellectual honesty?
Ah, so here's another one that wants us to be intellectually honest when you fucking weasels do it to us all the time. It's funny, isn't it?
So what are you telling us? When you stick a pencil in water, it's not really bending?
Stick a pencil
I know
in
it's
water,
crazy.
wet.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
this
I don't
whole
know. I mean,
Snell's Law,
does
the
that-
whole Snell's Law chant isn't going to refract over to your refraction chant that you're dying to give. It's not crazy. You're the only one that thinks it's crazy. Have you not seen this in real life? Have you only seen the diagram?
No, of course I see it.
You just stick your beak in the water? Oh, so it's not crazy.
I go bow fishing for sucker up here in Michigan every once in a while. You have to understand.
What do you bring
this.
your pencils and stick them in the water?
No, bow and
Well,
arrow.
Platypus, you should have led with that. And I was thinking as soon as I saw that pencil pick, you should have posted a fish in water and then asked where the point to Spirit.
Yeah, I know. It was. I had a couple of fish ones, but for some reason I thought the pencil would be simpler because probably everybody has a pencil.
And,
could
and this
do
is
that.
your excuse for why you're seeing things in the distance beyond the geometric limitations? of this
I'm
ball?
stating. All I'm saying is it is
Okay, so
possible
you're
for
just-
something to have.
You
no,
think it's no? You're saying it's crazy. You said it was crazy. Yeah. You're the one to keep saying it's crazy, huh? Crazy,
What?
huh? Now
I said,
you're just
what's
going to go.
crazy?
So it's possible. A
You
pencil
clearly don't. You
in the
clearly.
water.
You clearly don't understand what sarcasm is.
Well,
or you can't detect
I clearly understand you're not going to be able to parlay your Snell's Law thing over to your magical refraction chant. That's all.
Even before that. So, Platypus, what is your point?
Yeah, there he is.
He
You
thinks
didn't hear me,
it's
Gregor.
crazy. He thinks Snell's Law is crazy. He apparently he's only seen a diagram of it.
Okay, so Platypus, what is your point right now?
Well, I was going to ask you, Gregory. What when you put an object
point.
underwater, why does the object appear to be in a different spot than it actually is?
Refraction.
Okay.
Due
I
to
don't
the
understand.
due to the light changing speed between the two media when it crosses the boundary.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's your answer. So, refraction. Now what?
So
Because you got two different mediums, sir.
correct.
All right, next point. Now what? What?
Okay, so when you get into this vein about the black swan, why do you get so stuck up on the difference between an apparent horizon and a physical horizon?
And this is the guy
What is that
that
supposed to mean? Why
Nuclear
do I
was
get stuck
crushing
up?
it.
What's that supposed to
Explains
mean?
a lot.
Hang on. Well, I think that this is a bit of a trick question there, dude. I think that really what you're claiming here is that there's terrestrial refraction curving light around the globe, which gives us an apparent location of a horizon individual
We don't
from
have to jump the gun.
No, I'm not
What
jumping
you
the
said
gun.
is
I'm
true.
saying that the question that he's asking for you to answer is really just a twist on words to try and get someone in a gotcha here that he can then claim refraction
Yeah,
without
I know
me.
he's trying. Yeah, he's trying. Watch.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
I've been here too.
So what do you mean? What do you mean? Why do I get hung up?
Excuse me. I don't
Things
engage
look
in
like bendy.
gotchas.
You're the one that started it, Platypus. Listen,
You're
things
engaging
look
in a
like
gotcha,
bendy
dude, and you're
pencils.
saying you don't need to. Like,
No, I'm
really?
not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Things
so
look like bendy pencils. Hey, Platypus, things look like bendy pencils in the distance.
Yeah, Platypus, look. So I answered your question. Well, I wanted you to clarify. So what's your point? Like, what do you mean? Why do I get hung up on that?
You answered that question. That's
What
why I
do
was
you
asking you. Why do
mean?
you get so hung up?
I'm repeating what I said to you in the first place. What do you mean by that question? What do you mean? Why do I get hung up on those two things?
Let me reword it in a clearer way. Why do you feel the need to mention two different horizons when talking about the Black Swan?
We don't.
I didn't.
What are
I
you
didn't. What are you talking about?
Hey, first of all, pay attention to the English that's coming out of my
Clueless.
mouth. I didn't say
Nah,
you
dude.
claim them. I just asked why you mentioned them.
I didn't.
Dude, you are
How
clueless.
about you pay attention to the English words coming out of my mouth, Platypus? I didn't.
That would be the gaslighting little bitch that he was talking to.
So do you have the clip, Platypus?
Is that it? Was there more? Or is that it?
Or was that a presupposition?
Oops, sorry, give me a second here.
I'm sorry, was that a supposition or I'm sorry. No, it was presupposition, wasn't it, Gregory?
You saw how hard he tried to condescend to me? How hard he got embarrassed? Let's see if he does it again.
I can see why you don't come over here too much there, Flutterpie.
No, I've been. It's been a rough 10 days.
Biden had one
I'm
rough
not-
day. Just saying.
What did you come up with, Platypus?
No, I'm
I
blaming
missed that. I take the call.
Takes your whole life to be a glober and just one bad day to become a flat earther.
Yeah, you wish. I can think of 20 people at the 24/7 server that would give their left arm to hear me proclaim to be a flat earther and mean it.
No one
Bro, I don't think anybody cares the way you think they do.
No one gives a shit.
I go over to 24/7 and I watch you kiss Kiwi's ass.
I do not kiss Kiwi's ass.
Oh, fucking right you do, dude.
What was that?
Oopsie.
What the fuck was that noise?
What do you mean you see him over there? I usually just see Huey with a pair of boots hanging out. Oh, Bootsy here.
A pair of boots, not just one of them.
One boot is worse.
See, where I'm from, we nickname someone like that Laces, because that's all you see.
Yeah, we always went with Bootsy. Hey, Bootsy.
I guess that's the end of that line of interrogation. That didn't go anywhere.
How many horizons do you think there are, Platypus?
How many horizons do I think there are?
Wow.
At the absolute most, 2 of them.
Where's the second one?
You people are
Oh, you
out
can.
to
But, oh no,
lunch.
you can scoff at that all you want. But I
No,
remember
you're
when
out
the
to
Black
lunch,
Swan
bro.
thing. I remember when the Black Swan first dropped. There were people in that server trying to point out like 4 or fucking 5 of them.
Yeah, imbeciles.
So if I show you a picture, you're going to show me 2 horizons on that picture.
Now, see, that's different. You didn't ask me how many horizons you can see. You asked me how many horizons.
Which one can't you see?
The physical one.
Really? What do you mean the physical one? Can you specify?
I don't think it's ever possible to have the atmospheric conditions perfect enough that there's no. My English fails me as of late. I don't think there's any way to
Your
ever
honesty fails
see
you.
where the physical horizon is without the light being manipulated in some way by the atmosphere. I don't think that's
Okay.
possible.
Okay, so then you can't verify
The
the concrete reality of your water curve.
No,
You're done.
the only place that you could try and pull shit like that off would be on a body that doesn't have an atmosphere, like the moon.
Okay, so then you can't verify your premise. Then you're done.
Timbo, didn't we just go through this with Platypus like 2 days ago?
Like they straight up admit it, right? That they can't prove
He
it.
just conceded defeat. He's done.
It's just, that's wild, man. We literally went through this with you 2 days ago, and you come back here trying again.
That's why I call them wannabe magicians. Just repeat the mantra over and over again. It'll eventually make it true.
Maybe they're hoping there's different flat earthers in here that haven't heard it before.
Perhaps. Which again, wannabe magicianism. Appeal to repetition fallacy, rather.
No, I see who's in here. There's nobody talking right now that I haven't talked to a million times before. Except Plum Bob.
Good luck with that.
Oh, I've yelled at you before a few times, I think.
No water curve to be found.
Hey, did
there,
you guys
trust
scare
me, bro.
Matt Nuclear away or what?
I hope so, dude.
He scurried off on all 4 paws.
No, I'm not joking. He just is here to gaslight people. That's his whole mission, right? He doesn't even care what the argument is.
Although I do wonder why, if you try to make the Black Swan observation from the exact same position and the exact same elevation on a day-to-day basis, why it doesn't always look the same.
Atmospheric conditions change, my guy. You know, the atmosphere is a dynamic system.
Yeah, you might want to look up the actual definition of horizon. That might help with your studies here too.
So is that really the only point that we get hung up on? It's the idea that the atmospheric conditions can make the light. Hold on. Hold on. The only thing that we get hung up on is the idea that those atmospheric conditions can make light that would otherwise be obstructed from your view visible. Like, that's it?
So,
What,
presuming
is that
that it's
critiquing me? What's the point?
So claiming terrestrial diffraction again with a curving atmosphere equivalent to the radius of the globe, dependent on the distance from the center of curvature. Just in another way of putting it, yeah. Just another twist on words. Why not just come out and say,
No, not really. No, not really, because that you'd have terrestrial refraction regardless of what the shape of the Earth is. Like, if the Earth was flat, the atmosphere could still behave in that way.
But we don't
Like,
have to
the
equivocate
shape
the
that
term.
doesn't-
We don't have to equivocate the term. He's obviously referring to your supposed refraction that's happening on your ball. Obviously, that's not happening because we don't observe a ball, and we falsified the notion that the water line, the horizon, is the summit of water curve, and falsified the supposed radius.
Or just hear me out on this one, Gregory. Maybe I've been in here with you guys for so long that gaslighting you guys no longer has any appeal. And I'm just trying to talk to you as humanly as possible.
Okay, so that's not relevant at all to what I just said to you. So
But I'm not trying to have an argument with you right now, Gregory. I'm trying to hash this shit out.
All right, I
that's
get
still not
another
relevant to what I
problem
just said to
too
you.
with your refraction, right? So the obstruction of the Earth curve makes things disappear bottom up, right? So what you're saying is that refraction brings things that are obstructed into view, right?
I mean, platypus. Like, I mean, you got to engage what was said to you,
Sounded
right?
right. That
So
sounded
we
right.
falsified the idea that the horizon is the summit of water curve and your radius. So,
Okay, can I answer his question, Gregory?
so you're not gonna engage what I just said to you.
I mean, he
I
asked
said
the
that before
question
he said
before
that to
you
you.
said anything.
No, I said that before he said that to you.
Yeah, to be fair, look, Gregory did bring that up first. So if you want to address what he said, whoever that was came in over the top.
Then I'm sorry. What was the thing you brought up, Gregory?
So the water line that is the horizon, the idea that that's the summit of water curve, that's been falsified with the observations alone, and your radius has been falsified given the observations and measurements, like the Black Swan. So,
Well,
your
you
ball is
do
valid.
have to assume with the Black Swan that the light reaching you has not been manipulated in any way whatsoever over great distance.
What does
But
that have to do with
what
what I said
about
to
the
you?
circumference of the hypotenuse?
Hang on. What does that have to do with what I said to you?
What's the inverse of the hypotenuse?
A platypus. What does that have to do with what I said to you?
No,
One more time,
hypotenuse.
Gregory. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I feel like I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, but clearly I'm not. Say it one more time, please.
So what about the inverse of the hypotenuse?
Jesus Christ.
His name is Greg. Anyways, the notion that the water line, the horizon, is the summit of water curve has been falsified, given the long distance observations that would not be possible on the ball, and your radius has been falsified, like instances with measurements like the Black Swan or the D Marble video.
No, I did answer your question correctly. My response to that was,
I didn't say a question.
But
I
listen,
didn't say a question.
you're okay.
No,
You're
no,
making
you listen. I
so
didn't.
what?
I didn't
You're
say
making. Hold on.
platypus. I didn't platypus. I didn't say a question to you, so you didn't answer my question. The hell?
I went to talk to somebody else, and you said that you had said something to me that I didn't respond to. So I asked you to restate it again. You just made a statement. Do you want me to respond to that?
You can respond to it or not. It's your choice. But like, you keep like acting as though I didn't just say what I said to you. So it's like it's kind of weird.
This is what you stopped me having a conversation with another person for.
The subject that the channel is designated for, yeah. I mean,
That's what I was also talking to them about.
I think the moderators would co-sign that, right?
Okay, why'd you make that statement to me? Were you expecting a response of some kind?
What is this? Like, what is this introspective analysis
why the fuck,
of me? Like,
listen,
are you going to
seriously?
engage me on the subject the channel is designated
seriously.
for, or what?
No. Hold on. Seriously, I don't understand why you derailed what I was talking about with somebody else for.
Derail?
Like you stopped it. Like, and other people were like, no, you have to respond to Gregory. Gregory said his thing first. And I'm like, okay.
We were talking about the radius and the falsification thereof. So I was on track.
Get him, platypus.
Is that all?
I don't understand what the fuck you want from me. Like in this moment, I don't understand what the hell you're looking for.
He was so confident earlier, wasn't he? He was on the ball, sharp, witty, snappy, poop pop. But now all of a sudden he's like gaining dementia as this dialogue is going on. It's like talking about the subject is deteriorating his acumen. Platypus, we're talking about geodesy, right? We're talking about your globe. We're talking about the Earth being a ball. We're talking about the horizon supposedly being the summit of water curve. We're talking about it supposedly having a radius of 3959 miles. And so, like I said to you, those key premises of your geodesy have been falsified. The water line has been falsified to be the summit of water curve. It's not the summit of water curve. It's only an optical phenomenon, it's an aspect of your optics. And your radius has been falsified, such as like with the Black Swan or such as with the D Marble video. Are you caught up now?
I was caught up. I was caught up. My response to that was no, I disagree. I do not feel that it has been.
Do you have anything else to say for yourself besides Ipsy Dixit, appeal to emotion?
You made that statement, and my response to that was to ask you a question. And that question was, you're assuming when you make those observations, which we already agree that those observations change on a day-to-day basis based on atmospheric conditions. So you're not even working with like a steady, like, it's not even technically repeatable. You have no way to manipulate your conditions to repeat it.
What? You can't move yourself and grab your equipment and go back to the location and do the observation and measurement?
No. You don't have any control over the atmospheric conditions, which
So what?
clearly change your results.
So what?
So if you go and look at it one day and it looks like the oil rig's behind the water, and you go another day and it looks like the oil rig's not behind the water, and you only take the day where it doesn't
Behind the
look like
water?
it's behind the water, and you say, "Hey, look, it's not actually behind the water. It's big." This is the same thing
I
you and
get
I
you.
got into a week and a half ago, where I absolutely called you out for cherry picking. That's what the Black Swan is. It's cherry picking.
What the fuck,
You pick
dude?
you pick the
What is?
absolute.
Hang on. What's the error? What is the error?
It's not an error. It's a fallacy.
That's a type of error, platypus.
It's a type of fallacy. You told me what the name of that fallacy was like 10 days ago. I cannot remember it, though. I call it cherry picking. You used the super fancy word for it.
Whatever you're talking about, what can you explain the error? What is wrong, dude?
What, with the Black Swan? What's wrong with the... Is that what you're asking me?
Is your
What's wrong with
point,
the Black
platypus?
Swan?
What is wrong?
He kind of already explained it. Just saying.
It's a terrible explanation. Like, so because I can't manipulate the atmosphere, therefore the observation isn't what we observed? Like, what? What is the point?
Is the observation different day to day? Yes or no?
No, therefore you have no claim. Therefore you have no claim. Because how are you going to validate that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere in the first place, my boy?
Wild goose chase.
Well,
It's like, what is
Matt,
the point?
I don't-
The horizon isn't at a fixed distance, even though it would be if the Earth was a ball. It would be at a fixed distance. It would be the summit of the water curve. Because surely the Earth, wrapped in water and the flying around in a cosmic vacuum, isn't rapidly expanding by orders of magnitude day to day, right? So, there you have it. There's the falsification of your summit of water curve and radius. It's done.
It's not done. You're not. You didn't listen to anything.
Do you have
I said.
any? Do you have anything else besides Ipsy Dixit, or
Okay, you want to be like that? Do you have anything other than a cherry-picked observation that cannot be repeated?
what do you mean? What do you mean cherry-picked observation? Like, what exactly is the error? Is my error that I can't manipulate the weather? Is that my error?
Hold on a minute. Everybody's been posting it, but now it's moved on, so I'm going to go ahead and post it one more time in the chat, and then ask you a question about it. Bear with me. I got this shit saved on my computer somewhere. Should be right.
I hope my error is not I don't have control of the weather. I hope my error is not you're not God, Gregory.
No, this is once again
your
evidence
error
these
is
people don't get out. They think these things are anomalous. They're not. You can see things at distances at different locations. These aren't cherry picked or anomalous, bro.
excuse
Get
me.
out
My
more.
question to you,
You're
my question
excused.
to you is, you let me ask a question? Are you going to let me ask a question?
Where'd you get the idea they're cherry picked? Sounds like a
Whatever
Hail
that
Mary.
means, that's not
Yeah.
that's not a
Listen.
freaking error.
Listen, if you go to the same spot, if you go to the same spot and you attempt to make the same observation repeatedly, and that observation is not always the same.
Okay, do you ever have it at the geometric parameters of this 3959 ball?
When you make that observation, it perfectly matches that.
Yeah. Where's that?
From what I said earlier, I
what?
don't think you can. I don't think you can. That's what I said earlier. I don't think
Well,
unless
I
you were.
think you're.
Unless you were.
Listen.
Well, hold on.
Platypus,
No.
I get your
Unless-
hot shot routine, but I think you're bastardizing the entire black swan long distance observation, anyways.
It is
because the oil
bastardized
rigs,
to begin with.
you're attempting to. The oil rigs are just distance demarcations. It's not. It's the fact that you see the horizon beyond those. That's what leaves you people talking about bent pencils. Do you see how it's come full circle?
And all of a
Idiot.
sudden not knowing the definition of a horizon. And then you start saying actual horizon and the real horizon and the fake horizon. And it's like, come on, guys, just horizon. It's just a horizon.
So Platypus, here's what it comes down to finally like get to the point. You only have two options. The horizon is the summit of fixed water curve or not. And if not, then there is a horizon, but it's a aspect of your perspective, your visual perspective. So that's hence the spheroidal geodesy dilemma. If you sustain that the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, right? And you defy the first horn, then you're impaled on the second horn, given the observations alone, in addition with the measurements that falsify the radius.
And why are you using the word summit when talking about the surface of the water?
What other word should I use to refer to the peak of the hill of water?
Why is it a peak or a summit?
What the fuck is the problem? Like, this is just irritating. Like, what is the problem? What is wrong?
Why don't you just say the surface? Why do you got to use a word
I'm not
that makes
referring to merely the surface?
No, I get what you're doing. You're using a word that intentionally makes it sound like you're invoking that, oh man, giant hill of water in between.
You're the one confused
so
about
instead of
apparent geometric horizons, bro.
What is so difficult? You believe you believe a humongous rock is you believe we live on a humongous rock flying in a cosmic vacuum, wrapped in water, wrapped in gas. So as you look out to the water on this ball, supposedly, the horizon is the summit of the water curve wrapped around the ball. That's a very straightforward, apropos description.
Oh, you don't like it described like that because it actually explains what you believe.
No, there is no hill of water or summit of water. That's not how that works.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
The water doesn't wrap around a rock in a cosmic vacuum. We know.
Never understand the vacuum thing either. But unless we just want to go through the same things I've been talking about for a month.
Yeah, we don't live in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls flying around in it. Yeah, we don't live in that. We don't live on a ball. What's so difficult? The horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball.
Not.
There's no summit to the water curve. I don't know why you're using the word
Platypus.
summit.
That doesn't refute us.
Flat.
We know. Thank you for your concession. Thank you.
Wow.
Is a refutation to us? Is that how this works now?
Clip it.
You can call that.
There's no water
call that
hill.
whatever.
Yeah.
You can call that whatever you want to call it.
I'll just call it
Like,
what it is. I'll just settle for that.
It's funny because Scott Mackey calls it a water hill.
Weird.
That's
weird. No Glober should be offended by the water hill thing. That's just what they say to make us seem ridiculous, you know?
Well, if
you
it,
guys are the
if
ones
it
who-
seems,
It is ridiculous.
That's what you say
if
about
it
your
seems
position.
ridiculous, it must be. Yeah?
That's what you gotta see. What do you mean?
No, I get it, but the water hill part, like you know what you're doing with it, man. Like
Yeah,
the
but
water
it
hill.
is.
I'm referring to
Okay,
your
Matt,
position. I know what I'm doing.
is it a
I'm
water hill,
referring to
Matt?
your position.
Matt, is it a water hill?
Technically, it is. Yeah, I mean, technically,
But
it's
why
a
does
curving.
it sound ridiculous then?
Well, it's the way you guys say it. It's the way you guys say
Water
it. It's,
hill.
like,
It's the way we
Just
say
agreed
it.
it's a water
Just
hill.
like your tone.
yeah, it's simply earth curve, but the way you guys say water hill, it's like a it's
Is
to
it a
make
hill
it-
of water?
I know. I think.
You know what I mean?
I think we all understand, dude. Michael Jackson covered it. The way you make me feel, right? We get it.
That was a good one, buddy.
I'm not man in the mirror.
Lord
It is
have
the way you
mercy.
guys make me feel about it, man.
Doesn't matter if you're black or white.
So there's that. So falsified. Waterline
ABC,
being the
easy
summit
as 1, 2,
water,
3.
falsified.
Get him, platypus.
Platypus.
No,
doesn't
he
know
tapped.
what's going on.
He tapped
He
out, bro.
doesn't.
There's
He
no.
can't even
I was
answer.
going to say he just conceded.
He still hasn't answered my question from yesterday. That how does he know that the horizon is at 1.22 miles from 1 foot observer height?
I already told you, Timbo. I don't know how to do that math. I'm not a math guy.
Okie dokie.
Cool. Awesome.
Just point of order. Don't claim I didn't answer your question, because I did.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Oh, okay.
Point of order taken.
Yep. So
Signed,
no
sealed,
answer.
delivered.
So you don't know that the horizon is at 1.22 miles, and you get offended by water hills. Cool.
I don't know how to do the math to figure out exactly where it should be. I am not that smart.
There is an
Google
Earth
it.
Curve calculator website.
And Elijah, just curious, is your avatar your OnlyFans pic? Just asking.
Sounds like I think Oblivion's jealous. Don't worry about
No.
it, Elijah. He's just
No.
jealous.
No.
Oblivion sees something that he likes.
No, I've seen it for weeks, and I've just wanted to ask him that question. I had a gap to ask.
I think he's doing that pose, like, oh my.
I know.
We call him Elijah. Oblivion, I'm sure you could call him Daddy. I'm sure he'll be okay with
His
that.
name is Big Daddy Flurf. That's insane.
I know.
That's funny. Elijah, you have nice eyes, though. I mean, no
Oh,
sus.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on,
Uh-oh.
dude.
Elijah, I will say that your head's out of
Supposed to
proportion
say
with
no
your
homo,
bicep.
bro.
AJ.
Did you hear me, Matt? You're supposed to say no homo, but you didn't do that. So
Yeah, I mean, no sus, no homo. You know what I mean?
Is that his bicep in the picture? I just assumed that was a picture of him and his girlfriend.
His bicep's bigger than his head, man. Have a look at it. He's doing good.
I bet
Are you
that's not
talking?
really
Because
a
I can see
picture
a
of
green
him.
circle.
I can see the watermark in the bottom right-hand corner. It's a stock photo. That's not really him.
Is that watermark curved?
Yeah, Eli, you're speaking, but we can't hear you. At least I can't hear you.
I think he's getting feedback through his mic, maybe, or he's just hot
Maybe.
micing.
I think he's spending time with his girlfriend. That's what it sounds like.
Damn, you got some super
That was
hearing.
hilarious.
We Should we mute him just in case something comes through?
You might as well.
Well, hold on. Everybody get really quiet. Let's get like 3 of these and figure out whether it's something we have to mute or not.
That would be prudent.
One more for you, Platypus, and that'll be your third.
Third, what did I do? What did I do? You telling me I got 2 strikes or something?
No,
what the fuck did I do?
I was just joking.
Oh, shit.
Why'd
You're
you
giving
pick
me
a mono?
fucking... Don't do that. You're giving me fucking Flat Earth Arena flashbacks and shit.
Why'd you pick a monotrium for a name?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What's the word you're saying? A monotrium?
Monotrium. It's a mammal that lays eggs.
Oh. My online name for any game or anything I've ever played my entire life has just always been Platypus. And it's spelt the way that it is because I came up with it so long ago that that's how I thought Platypus was spelled.
Only 2 in the world. Monotrims.
Only 2 left living, I believe.
The the platypus and the echidna.
Yep. Don't look up anything else about echidna biology. Just gonna put that out in the world. You don't need that information. They're fucking weird.
We have a lot of weird animals here. Including Australians.
Peace to you all. Good night.
Good night, Gregory.
Good night, Gregory.
Sweet dreams about big daddy Flurf's biceps.
I just had to mention it. I've seen it for weeks, and I just had to say it.
You guys can also talk to Rob Noxious, man. He's here to defeat the Flat Earthers.
Is he in a good mood or a bad mood?
It's late at night. I don't know. He might just be chilling.
Or drunk.
Hello.
Hello. Are you in a good mood or a bad mood, Rob?
I'm in a Rob Noxious mood. That's all I'm ever in. I'm never drunk. I only got drunk that one time. I don't
I was only joking anyway, man.
No, I know you guys like to have some fun. What's going on tonight? Anything? What's the latest word in the flat Earth?
It's flat. It's a pretty common one.
That seems to be the consensus.
Stationary, that's another common one.
Who's like the biggest globe nemesis that you guys have here? Who's like the big glober that you guys have?
Don Petit.
Yeah, he's your main villain, huh?
That's really good engineering. Well, you get a leak. Can you believe that NASA picked him to be a spokesperson for astronauts? It's pretty weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I was saying the other day, even I could be an astronaut, even if I had a leak, I'd at least try and put some duct tape on it or something. A bit of speed tape holds anything, man. I'll be right for 10 more years.
Some kind of fucking foam or something. Jesus. Well, then we have a leak. And we die.
Space foam. Quantum foam.
He dies, he dies.
Quantum
Yeah.
foam's just a can of builder's foam for filling gaps,
Expanded
space
foam.
filler. Expander foam, relabeled for $30,000 a can.
If he dies, he dies. I love that.
Is that an Arnie quote? Yeah.
No,
And
it's
if you get any
Rocky
quantum
4.
on your cloak, you've
Oh,
got
is it?
quantum eraser.
There's Drago.
Yeah, it's Rocky 4 quote.
It sounds like an Arnie thing, you know. You know, the one-liners.
Oh, Riley Criterion post in the chat is Flex. Oh, what's that shit? Flex Seal tape. Flex Seal tape.
Is that the slap chop guy? You guys remember slap chop?
Yeah.
Yes.
No? Yeah?
Yeah.
Looks like the same guy.
What is it?
This is something you can chop up eggs with razor blades inside of a jar or something like that.
Yeah,
Slap
you know
chop.
those. Yeah, you know those infomercials. The guy, you know, he just comes on. He's all obnoxious. He tries to sell you something. There's that one, like, famous guy who was renowned for all of them. One of them was a slap chop.
Is that where you come from, Rob Noxious? From infomercials?
You'll say wow every time.
ShamWow.
But wait,
Yeah,
there's
same
more.
Same guy.
Everybody loves Ron. Set it and forget it.
Yeah, he was famous, dude.
You new globe proof, Rob?
No.
Been into gem pandas and get some new
I'm banned
arguments.
from Jam Pandas, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Even Jam Panda has to have rules. He didn't want to ban me, but sometimes he has no choice. He's got to do what he
Doesn't
has
that
to do.
say? Doesn't that say something though?
Well, no. If a man's running a server and a person in the server is, doing things that aren't, supposed to be done, that's what you got to do. I know the
Yeah.
rules. You know what I'm saying? I know the game. I
Yeah,
choose
you
to
just
play.
don't
You know what
like
I'm
them.
saying? I got no hard feelings towards Jim. He's always treated me well, and actually, the guy lets me get away with a lot more than a lot of people get away with. And
Yeah.
but some things you just can't do, And
Like what? Like what?
Well, I don't really want to talk about other places here. You know what I'm saying? It just, I'll be back. I know. Eventually, I go back. He'll let me back eventually. He always did. He always does. Just But if he didn't kick me, he would be. It looks bad on him. You know what I'm saying? So
This
I
sounds
respect him.
weird.
It is weird. All this shit's weird. It's all fraternities, man. This is right here. This is another fraternity. This I one right here. They're all different fraternities. Everybody's got their little leaders. It's just the way it works. There's a hierarchy. Who's cool? Who's
So
fun?
what do
You guys know
what are
everybody.
you like
man.
you're like a rebel without a cause then, are you?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm like a vagabond, dude. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Everybody fucking grunts and fucking bites their lip when I pop in.
Sounds like you criticize something you shouldn't have.
He got kicked out. He needs a couch to sleep on for a few nights.
Yeah.
You can always rely on the flat earthers then, can't you?
No, it's just my personality, man. You know what I'm saying? It's I push people's buttons, man. And
Yeah.
that's
At least
happens,
you've got a personality.
Yeah, well, some people don't like that. I'm just saying, everybody got their opinion. I'm sure I'm not like I know for a fact more people don't dislike me than so. Don't worry about that.
Sounds like you criticize something you shouldn't have.
No, just people want to see the problem is with me. People want to start, people want to take things to certain places and shit, and then they get mad when you start saying silly shit. They get all uptight,
Silly shit.
Yeah. You know, you start pointing out the. Yeah, it's like I said, it's just not really important to talk about. Right, talk about other stuff.
Did you start calling them a cult or something as well? Did you?
Yeah, something like that, I guess. Piranhas, man. People smell blood in the water. They start circling.
Is that water flat?
Not when they start swarming.
Kind of like a pool of retards over there, and they do swarm.
I'm just waiting for Crit to hop in. She's like, "See, you're getting bullied. You won't get bullied here, Rob. You won't get bullied."
They swarm like Africanized bees.
I've never
Yeah,
really
but
been in there, but I jumped in there one time and who was in there? Flatter-day Saints. He was just sitting in there, just saying random comments.
Oh yeah. Every now and then
Hey,
we get some
Timbo,
people in there.
Yo,
have you ever been to a gas station like over there in Australia?
yeah, we call them servos.
Yeah, have you ever seen one of those like far out places, and you go to the restroom and it looks really really bad?
Yeah, and the Outback, yeah, they have the servos with the like an outhouse and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the server's like that he just came from.
Yeah. So on a 100-degree day,
On 100, yeah, exactly.
That's one of those toilets where you just go and take a shit in the bush, yeah, so you don't even bother going.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
A hole in the ground.
It's better not even to go inside of that place because you already know what to expect. It's gonna smell like shit. It's gonna be, shit on the walls and everything. So you just like want to avoid it sometimes. But then you're morbidly curious to know what's in there. So sometimes you walk in there and you just like, oh shit.
Yes, it's
Anyway.
only for the brave. It's only for the bravest explorers.
Every time
And
I
then
go
it
in
gets
there,
so
there's
full.
just Johnny B. Flat fucking going off.
Which server is this?
And Gems.
Gem Panda.
Oh yeah, I heard about that one. So it gets so full of shit that it overflows and then bring it here, right?
Yeah, you get our Mackies and a couple other guys. I think come over here sometimes.
Surprised Matt Nuclear doesn't go over there now.
You know what's cool? I do a lot of old school research because I like to know the history of. Because see, sometimes when I talk and I start getting a conversation with people, I don't realize like people like Alpha, which is Miggy. I never knew. Like these guys know these guys been around for so long. Like, and then when I first like me starts talking, I don't know what's going on. Sometimes it's like, I gotta like get my fucking histories right. So when you find out that these guys actually talk to, they know each other. They've already done battles many times for a long time. They've already battled across servers. They're like old vets. That's why that's why they don't do it no more because they know what's going to outcome. They're all kind of lame now. They have something, I think everybody stopped having fun. That's the problem, dude. Got to have fun.
I'm having fun.
Exactly, man. What the fuck?
If you're not having fun, Rob, you might as well quit.
None of us are going to change the world, dude. You can't have fun, dude. Then what the fuck are we doing? We're just raising our blood pressure all the time. It ain't no good for nobody.
You gotta have fun.
Yeah. You guys had a lot of fun, man. And the old videos I watched, dude, the battles, dude, back and forth, dude, were great, dude. It was just, there was anger and stuff, and everybody did have their thing. And there was guys who were still angry at that time, but not like it is now. Everybody says I'm late to the party, whatever, but it seemed like it was a lot chiller like 5 years ago. Like the argument was like in the midst of it. Now everybody staked their stake in the ground. And that's where they're at, and then no one wants to go anywhere.
You missed it 9 years ago.
Oh, is that long, huh? Yeah, I did. I missed it. No, they look fun, man. I never knew that all you guys know each other. Every single one of you guys have crossed each other's path somehow. It's just crazy. Like I literally listened to the live stream where Crit met Jim. It was just crazy. I'm like, holy shit. It's just crazy. To hear Alpha and fucking Jim talking to each other. It's fucking hilarious. Did you guys record the event a couple days ago when like 90-something% of the world had light at one time?
What?
Yeah, you didn't know about that? It was like
No,
You know
I
that would debunk. You know that would debunk the globe, right? Even saying that's heresy.
Oh yeah. No, the only reason it happens is because of the shape of the globe. I can recreate it in my garage on my toy globe. Yeah.
Here we go.
I can recreate it on my toy globe.
Bro, there's every attempt. I've seen you recreate things in your garage, and every single time, dude, it's like not turned out the way you expected. I know in your head it might the way you're thinking of it, but when you actually do it, it's like it doesn't turn out the way you want. That's fine. I mean, you can attempt to do it. I mean, you do what you want, but
So you are familiar with what I'm talking about, though. Of course you are. You guys are familiar with all the arguments.
Yeah, you said you had a grain of sand hanging from a string that represented Pluto or something.
Man, if all you guys had all that time and effort, say what I'm saying, man, that's why we gotta get people like you guys, get you guys some what do you call it? Scholarships, man. Because think about it, if you guys spend 10 years on doing this shit, dude, if you spend 10 years on actually like doing like other shit, you could be like a doctor by now, be a fucking master's degree in something.
Bro just took an indirect shot at you guys.
Well, no, I'm telling you, no, there's a lot of ways of talent out here, man. People ain't. I
No,
mean,
it's
people
just
are.
it's a silly assumption. This is a guy hanging sand from strings in his garage, recreating the solar system. He's going to give advice for this future. He wants us to go. I mean, yeah, I'll go throw a frisbee around academia again, but I mean, what does he wants us to go back and relearn the? He wants us to become lawyers or something.
I don't know.
It was like
Sorry, Rob. Yeah, we're doing all right. Thanks.
it was like Brenda before giving us talking about reality when he doesn't even know his own.
Facts.
No, it really wasn't meant for like an individual basis. I'm just speaking in general. You know what I'm saying? If someone was to dedicate 10 years of their life into something and come from you guys, no one started off knowing anything about flat Earth. You guys had to learn everything you know. So you guys spent all the time learning everything, becoming masters of it, experts in the subject. I'm saying if you did that in engineering or biology or chemistry or lawyers
Yeah.
or
Yeah, I've already done it, mate.
Yeah, everyone sows their own stitch here, Rob.
Oh yeah. No, I understand that. It's not a bad thing either. Yeah, it's a good thing, you know.
You couldn't pay me to be a doctor.
Yeah, I don't want to be no doctor either, man.
Yeah, imagine spending 10 years studying astronomy.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a passion for it.
Well, astronomy is like a hobby. That's not a real science, though.
Like a waste of time, though, isn't it?
I don't know how much money they make, to be honest.
Sounds like masturbation.
I see a lot of them on TikTok, though. They put the PhD physics in their little bio.
Yeah, but they put him, her, and them, they in their bio too.
Well, I mean, those people actually.
Yeah, you could go get a PhD in it and then go teach it. And then Rob would be saying, oh, what are you guys wasting your time teaching in college? You know, you can make more money taking trash, right?
Oh no, you can definitely make money being a content creator if you got good content for sure.
Hey, yeah, don't worry about what everyone's up to, Rob.
Oh, I'm not really worried about it. I know where you're going, but yeah, I wasn't going there with it. It's just easy way to try to deflect off it, but.
How about we all send you monthly reports as to what we're doing and see if you approve? See if we should head in a different direction.
Yeah, what I think means nothing.
All flat earthers must now report to Rob every month with all their spending.
Rob's yeah, but just put it in the post. Like, you know, you can write North Pole, just put Rob's Garage Gym. Life care of life advice.
Yeah, I should start a show. Hey, I should start a podcast, dude. You know, Garage Dad's fucking wise words or something, man.
Yeah. Your first episode, show them that piece of sand you have hanging from a string and how it represents Pluto.
I never had sand, dude. I have balls that I actually have been painting on them all. I have the moons are painted gray. I've been painting the planets. I'm going to paint all the planets.
So it's not the scale then. Yeah, you'd need things like...
Well, no, I can make it all the scale.
Quarter of a piece of sand.
You want to know the great thing about it is? You want to know how I can make it to scale? Because we know the distances between the planets. That's how I can make it to scale.
Ooh. Did I get him, Rob?
Oh,
what's that look like left to right?
Uh-oh. I know that, boys.
We need a left to right 93 million scale. What's that look like? I want to compare it to my horizon real quick.
I have to work on that for you, Democ.
Yeah, you better work awfully hard when you don't know where the horizon's at. And you don't know how far away it is because it's just an imaginary spot to you. But the actual locations of the imaginary spot goes on way beyond your belief. So
if you're hanging balls, you're going to have to get to work on a garage extension.
Yeah, I know. You have to extend his garage to infinity. And then he's going to have to tell us how left and wide is from infinity, from him to infinity. Just like that angle to zenith, or to the angle in the, like the zenith. Come on, man. So we need a line that goes to infinity and beyond flat Earth, right? We need our infinity line on flat Earth.
Man, you just talk like Joe Biden for like 6 seconds, bro. Stop it.
No, brother. I know the globe sounds like that, but listen, this is a flat Earth thing here. So a horizontal line to infinity, pretty clear. And then how far left to right would your horizon be in that scenario?
Listen, I don't even know what you're saying, man.
Are you serious, Rob? Are you
as a fucking stroke, man? Yeah, it goes on to infinity. No, man. If you're talking about triangulation to, hold on. If you're talking,
ends. You don't know where it ends to say how wide it is what I'm saying. So when you say, well, I
What
think
do you?
it's not there,
Because
Democ, it's not at 5 miles or not at 10 or not at 70 or not at 1,000.
Because your
How?
question, because your example is nonsensical. What horizon ends? What do you mean for the observer? How many different observers, dude? If you line up observers,
For you.
all the different distances, the horizon ends at different people.
A horizon is supposed to, the horizon on the globe is supposed to be a physical location where the globe curves down. The
No, it's not, dude.
horizon,
No,
the
it's not.
horizon, the horizon in reality is supposed to be where the water meets or the air meets the dirt. Where that's never not that's like it's everywhere.
Yeah,
That's
not.
everywhere.
That doesn't happen physical, dude. That's not a
So it's
physical
supposed
action.
to be an actual location where the curve and the
No,
boat
it's
will go
not.
that
The
way.
same way. No, the same way that the sky doesn't touch the fucking water physically is the same reason that you're
Right. So I'm saying,
not making
so
any
if we don't
sense.
know where the horizon is on flat Earth and we don't know how far out it goes, how far left and right is it? I'd say a dot could be 100,000 miles in your
Wait a
horizon.
minute. You just said you don't know how far it is on the flat Earth, or did you misspeak or misspoke or whatever?
No. I exactly spoke. I don't know how many 93 million miles we can fit on our flat horizon. I want you to tell me.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, man.
What do you mean, brother? When the sun and the moon are eclipsing, they're 93 million miles a fucking way. And my horizon is way bigger than both of them. And I guarantee you it's bigger than the thickness that you can't see between them. Like a credit card touching. So I want to know what 93 million miles looks like. If it looks like this thin as a credit card, you're fucking saying my horizon's not thicker than a credit card width?
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, dude. I'm fine. You're
So a
just
solar
not.
eclipse, do you understand that the
Yeah.
sun and the moon look like they're rubbing each other?
No, they don't.
Oh, they're not? Show me in between them.
Okay, cool.
Show me 93 fucking million mile gap in between those two objects. I'll kiss your fucking
Yeah.
ass.
Like again, you're just going off on a tangent. I mean, I'm gonna let you
No,
go.
I'm wondering why your 250 mile up fucking ISS can't seem to see a gap between the sun and the moon, or the satellites, or the Webbs, or the Hubbles, or anything else. So there's a problem. When they look
No,
like they're
there's not.
touching, yeah, they look like they're touching. Like if I was hiding against your wall, that's how close they are. You're saying that's 93 million fucking miles apart. How?
Very simply, man.
So I touched two quarters together and they're 93 million miles apart. Is that what you're telling me?
Sure, man.
Well, I mean, what's going on with the eclipse, brother? Why are they
Well,
touching
no,
each
because
other?
first of all, Democ, if you're gonna
How
say
can they touch at 93 million miles apart and make a spark between each other?
because they're not
How are they
touching,
getting a
dude.
spark
Okay, can I
between the
tell you,
two?
man, Democ? Okay, dude, come on, Democ. I mean, you know why I'll talk to you all night long. You know that, dude.
Brother, they rub across the
You ain't
sky.
gotta do that. Bro. I
Yeah,
know, but I'm trying to get it out. I really am. I'm
I
trying to get
know.
it
I'm
out.
trying to help you figure this out. They rub
Yeah, but
across the
how you gonna
sky.
help me think? I want
There's an
my
electrical
fault, dude.
continuity that happens between them. It's a spark. Like when you and I walk across the carpet and we touch the doorknob, they spark. Do you see a spark across the sky 93 million
All right,
miles
cool.
long?
Okay, and hey, and let me just bring this off real quick, man. I know. He's very bored with our arguing. We know, buddy. So that's like saying if I take this softball and I walk outside and I have a full moon and I put it in front of the moon, are they touching? Are they rubbing each other? I can block out the moon with my ball in my hand if I really want to.
Can you
So
see
you're saying,
between
are they
them?
touching?
Can I walk on the side you and see the fucking big distance between them? Is the question, dumbass.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. You can. All I gotta do
can
is
you do that with the eclipse?
move my head, dude.
Now we have a solar eclipse, retard. Can you do that? Look between them, dumb fuck.
Yes, we have, Democ. Come on,
I'm waiting for you to do that.
You ain't gotta
Show
do the
me
dumb
the
fuck
video.
thing with me, dude. You ain't gotta do the dumb fuck thing with me, dude.
Show me the
Come on.
video, brother.
We have shown many videos and
No,
pictures.
I don't
of you guys.
care about your stories. I want to see between the sun and moon.
Okay, well, you just said it. I said I did. We did. We have it. We had it, buddy.
We.
And you want to know why we know the difference is? It's simple, because the fucking moon is 230,000 miles away, and it just gets in front of the sun, and that's what blocks it off. So your whole idea of what's happening there
Rob
is not
Noxious, Rob Noxious, cart before the horse. You've seen the sun, you've seen the moon during a solar eclipse? Or are you just telling the tale?
Yeah, during the eclipse we just had, you seen the fucking sun and the moon. You see the moon go in front
Whoa,
of the
whoa,
sun.
whoa! You see the sun eclipsed.
Yeah.
There's no moon anywhere to be seen.
Oh, okay. So whatever goes in front of the sun, I think it's a moon. That's what my opinion is.
Okay, so thank you for sharing your opinion.
Yeah.
No more of this we no.
Yeah. Well, every
You're
scientist
just
on
kind
the
of
planet,
flying. You're just kind of
every
okay. Every scientist on the planet,
yeah, every single
every
one. Man.
person who's ever performed an experiment, they know. They are the we.
Yeah, every astrologer, astronomer, scientist, physicist, engineer, every single person that, they think the same thing.
Yeah, the masses are usually left in the dark, right?
Yeah.
Rob?
No, it's okay for you to have your opinion, but
okay.
you guys are the minority.
No, that's fine. All I'm saying, I didn't state an opinion about it. I was asking you questions, and you highlighted that you had an
You
opinion
don't need
about
to
it.
though. Yeah, you don't need to though, because the fact that you're contesting
Okay.
mine already exposed.
Well, I was just reminding you of what's actually witnessed during an eclipse.
Yeah, well, there's two different types.
Because you started elaborating and saying we. Well, no.
Well,
There's no moon.
speaking in generalizations of the scientific community, common consensus.
Well, no one sees the moon.
Okay, sure, man.
Not a soul.
Again, like I said, I don't expect you to believe me.
Well, I mean, there's also
No, I watched. I've seen the last two solar eclipses.
Yeah, I know.
Have you?
Well, I was referring to the idea that.
Did you see the moon?
I lived in totality. Yes, I
Did
did.
you see the moon?
Absolutely.
No, okay.
Seen craters on the moon. I've seen craters on the moon as it passes.
Now you're fibbing.
Okay.
Well,
so
my
see,
main
now
thing
you're
was.
calling me a liar.
Well,
you saw craters on the moon during the eclipse?
Yeah, absolutely. As it passed.
No, you're full of shit.
No, I'm not.
Well, what I was wondering was how could like a layman like I, get in touch with a real brilliant guy from fucking who knows where, like a Superman brilliant, smart guy with the key card clearance of all these secret distances. How can I get the distance? The distance, 24,000 miles across my horizon. How do I know my horizon is not bigger than 24,000 miles? You guys won't give me your fucking galactic measuring tool so I can see what 24,000 miles looks like left to right. You only want to use it forward and say, look, I guess this looking forward.
Well, I would say if you're so smart, you should know how to do all that.
I should know how to make up distances that can't be proven by anybody with an actual physical object. That'd be fucking.
No. Actually, no. The opposite. You should be able. No, you should be able.
The space distances. What
No,
we're asking
no.
for.
The opposite. You should be able to make up numbers and have them repeatable by your peers.
So you don't have. No, I don't want people to agree with me. I want them to know that it's the truth and fuck off if they don't like
It's not about agreeing.
No.
Even if they didn't agree, if the math worked, the math would work. Again,
Rob.
now he's drowning. He's drowning.
Hey, Rob, you're highlighting the religious nature of the edicts you chant.
If you believe water sticks to a spinning ball, you fuck off with that because I can prove you're stupid as fuck and it doesn't happen.
Okay, so now we're jumping to water on a spinning ball.
Yeah, well, everything that's provable, you're trying to run from.
Hey, that's the one argument that's the one thing I never really understood either, man.
We're not running from your key legend. We've been waiting for it. The distances, you're just talking. Can you get us the fucking the ruler?
Listen, there's a way to measure. You can measure the distance.
Give me the distance. How did you do it? With what? What's your reference?
On the June solstice.
Hey, hold on, Rob. Didn't at the beginning of this they assume that Earth and Venus were the same size?
Yeah, they're very similar, very close.
Oh, how do you know that?
Math, man.
Okay, dude. So,
holy fuck! Let me get this straight.
Rob. Yeah, hopefully you can get it straight. But Rob, you sound like a religious zealot. You don't even know you're in the religion, bro.
So the dot of Venus is 24,000 miles, and so it's only 12,000 miles left to right. So the dot of Venus, if you put that on our horizon, How many Venuses fit on our horizon? That's a lot of Venuses, right? So when does our horizon get proven to be bigger than 24,000 miles in your fucking idiotic frame of reference of space miles? I mean, shit, by your space miles.
I love it, dude. I love it. This is awesome.
I'm just saying, by space miles, it should be like 93 million.
Yeah.
Left to right. Isn't that bigger than the shitty ass globe that's only about 9,000 left to right? That fucked up.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Your globe's not even as big as my fucking horizon. 8,000 fucking mile globe, left to right. That's pretty fucking small, Rob.
I know. You got it all figured out, Democ. You should write all the shit down, man. You should be writing all the shit down.
And do what with it?
Change the world, man.
Yeah, okay. Listen, do you know how many people have written stuff and fucking died, sweat, cried, fucking ran
Okay,
to
well, hey, Robotham,
and nothing happened. They didn't get
Robotham wrote a lot of shit a long time ago. We know about him, right? You could be
Did he become a
the next Robotham.
Did they make him a billionaire? Did he change the world? Are you all flat earthers now? So
He
it must
changed
not
your
have been
world.
fucking
He changed your world. He changed your guys' world, didn't he?
Who did? I never met him. I've never met the guy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The flat Earth is based. Oh my God, this is what I'm saying, dude.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? Brother, I don't need other humans to be able to know water's horizontal and there's no curve in it and I can't measure it, neither can you. What the fuck are you on crack?
You wouldn't know any. First of all, hold on. First of all, you wouldn't know what level, horizontal, curved, any of that shit was if someone didn't fucking teach you math. So stop with the bullshit.
He's on
Man
pre-workout.
doesn't have a shape. You
Yeah,
can't
no one. Native Americans didn't walk. Hold on, man. Hold on. Native people didn't walk around knowing math and knowing everything. They didn't. You don't.
I
You
know
don't
they didn't
wake
have
up
math.
this way.
They didn't need it. They didn't need math. Nobody
Yeah,
ever
and they
did.
didn't know anything. They didn't know what the fuck they were on. They didn't care, dude. You're fucking
But
silly,
brother,
dude.
you're retarded. You're talking out your ass. Don't
I
say
know.
retarded shit like that, please.
Okay. I'm the one talking on my ass retarded. Dude, come on, you play back to YouTube, buddy.
Yeah, you said 5279 has a shape.
Rob, did you take 2 scoops tonight?
2 scoops of raisins, dude. I'm 2 scoops. I'm fucking cuckoo.
2 scoops of fucking 5279s.
Yeah, poo poo in your Fruit Loops, dude.
You don't eat Fruit Loops. You eat numbers. 2 7s and 4s and 8s and 1s. Add a couple zeros in there. Get you full. Yeah, I know. Math guy. Nothing. No substance to your numbers that are fucking ignorant.
I didn't give any numbers, dude. I haven't even given any numbers. I never claimed to be a math guy.
Without math, you said math, and I'm telling you, fuck math. It's pointless. It's useless. Numbers don't do shit for you.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
asking
man.
you what the fuck
And if
this
you truly
number
believe
means
that,
to
then
you.
you're insane.
Brother, tell me the importance of
You
75
lose.
to 9.
You don't win
What's
by
the
saying
way?
that. You lose, dude.
Brother,
Automatically.
what's 75 to 9 way?
I don't give a fuck, dude.
What's the shape of it?
I don't care, dude.
What's the color?
Listen, a guy who says math doesn't matter, there's no. What else you got to say, Democ? You have nothing, dude. You have nothing
I'm
else to go,
asking
dude.
how it matters. What is it? What's math? 7529.
Because the math does not care about people's feelings. It's not biased. It doesn't.
Well, what
go
is it?
Left
What's
or
it
right.
doing? What does it do? Sounds like a fucking liar to me. A sneaky,
cool.
conniving, lying fuck. Matt sounds like a liar.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Okay, cool. And there's nothing I can say to change it. So
You think slang math was made Ebonic math and slang math was made to tell the truth when you can ridicule it with numbers and make up
math doesn't tell the truth, dude. Again, you're conflating two worlds that don't exist, that don't coexist. You're conflating
math
truth
is the
and
most
facts and beliefs.
lyingest thing I've ever heard of in my life.
Math doesn't lie, dude. What are you talking about?
Does. The alphabet doesn't lie. The alphabet keeps 1A, 1B, 1C, and math wants 57 ones.
Men did not create math, dude. Men discovered it.
How many nines you got in math?
You act like math is something men created. Men didn't create it. It was
1,
discovered.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many nines did I get? And I can count forever. I got 1-9, right? So how could you ever add more than 1-9 if math only includes 1-9? The
All right,
alphabet
well,
doesn't lie.
all right, cool, Demak.
There's one A in the alphabet.
Just having fucking a conversation with the fucking potato, dude.
Well, are you the potato?
Yeah, I'm the potato for sure. That's what I'm saying. There's no point of it. I'm just a mashed potato, dude, and you're like a fucking twice baked fucking gourmet fucking top of chive potato, dude. I just can't
Oh,
compete, dude.
no, I'm none of that. I'm
Yeah,
the
you
same
are, dude.
potato as you, brother.
No
We're
way,
just sitting
dude.
in the pan. We're sitting in the pan, and I'm trying to tell you that these numbers on that fucking oven don't matter. We're still getting
That's
baked.
cool. That's cool. I don't listen to potatoes, man.
Yeah, you sit and try to prove gravity's baking you.
Cool. Prove gravity's baking me. As I'm saying, I love to even like engage in a conversation, but you really don't say anything that's worth a shit. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to like. I'm listening.
Distances. You don't even have a fucking distance chart.
No,
That's
I do. Yeah, I do.
That's
We have all the
worthless. The numbers are all you pay attention
We
to.
have all the distances.
If the
93
numbers
million
are all
miles.
you hold on to, but you don't have none.
Okay, fine. How about this? Okay, how about no? I got one for you, Demak. How about this? This one's for you. Remember the fucking even the Wu-Tang tells you 93 million miles away from Came One. Boom. Right there.
Show me what that looks like.
Wu-Tang said it. Doesn't matter.
Show me
Wu-Tang
what
said
it looks like. Ask them what it looks like. Call the retard fuckers up.
Dude, call up fucking who was that? Was that Jizza? Can't remember which one that was. Inspector Deck?
Are they retarded? I never listened to the fucking Wu-Tang Clan anyway. Must be retards.
What'd you listen to, Queen?
No, that's what rocket scientists listen to all fucking day long, blaring through their house like fucking idiots. Yeah, there's something wrong with them.
Fuck that guy, dude. Fuck that
Have
guy.
you ever met any? Have you ever met any fucking retard Elon Musk that blare fucking weird music through their house all day?
Yeah, sure.
What's that about?
Different cultures, man. You think some guy from India or some fucking guy from whatever is gonna listen to
They might, brother. They might play Queen too. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, okay, cool. And they might fucking like old Western films too, but they're not Clint Eastwood, dude. Different cultures play different music. Where you're
And you
surprised
might
to hear.
not know anything about distances, but you claim to, just like every other glober.
I don't need to. That's the whole thing, though. I don't need to know anything, Demak, because I can present the things that are already done for me.
Stand behind math. They act like they stand behind the numbers, the geometry, the distances, right? But then when you say, "Hey, can I get a scale that you use to find out what the size of Venus was, the sun, the distances between them?" You guys won't help a brother out. Why is it?
No, we do. We always do. What are you talking about? That's a lie. That's just a straight up bold-faced lie.
Brother, where the fuck is the national distance chart at that we can go get for space? For the theoretical space fucking industry, aeronautics industry, so we can do the fucking what do you call it? Celestial navigation fucking distance chart. That's what we're
Dude,
looking for, brother.
They have telescopes now that you can point at each planet, each star. It tells you how far.
I'm not pointing anybody's fucking point thing at nothing. I want to know where the fuck the distances are.
They haven't measured, dude. They measured them all out, man.
What does it look like? Who measured them, and where's the ruler that has the markings?
You gotta get a space atlas, dude.
A what?
A space atlas.
So you don't know how to? Nobody knows how to put markings on stuff.
There is markings. It's a big book. You don't know what an atlas is?
Brother, I need a fucking ruler in my hand to hold up and look at the sky and say, okay, I know that's 93
Well,
million.
then you're gonna need a galactic ruler.
How can looking down in a book tell me what the fucking sky is above my head every night to see what's what and how far?
Exactly. I know, man. Crazy, isn't it? How can my brain think of such wild and crazy things?
No, looking fucking a Dr. Seuss book is not going to tell me the Earth shape, and it's not going to tell me how far stars are. I wish you would just read your book to us. We'd love a nice bedtime story of distances. Please go.
So I have a question, Doug. So when someone starts a fire around you, do you still grunt and shit?
And Venus was 4 times the good size of Earth, and Goldilocks felt so warm near the sun. We're 3 Goldilocks away from 2 bowls of porridge. What the fuck? Brother, how come I can't get no distance? It's just like pulling teeth.
Just use your Buzz Lightyear star chart.
No, that's the whole thing. Why can't you get no? Why can't you get no?
Guys, how many times to tell you the Earth is not flat? It is not round.
Wait your turn. Wait your turn.
It is a fucking pentagon. It is
Shut
no.
up.
It is a trapezoid, actually.
There's something going on. Don't be a dumbass.
No, you don't. You don't be a dumbass.
Oh, it's okay. We're not. I mean, Rob's not giving us no information. I mean, maybe this guy that jumped in has got the.
Yeah, I'm not. I ain't got shit really. I'm just having a good time with the mouse.
What's your proof? Where's your curvature proof, Theon?
What,
Where's your
the
proof
Earth
to your
is a
globe?
trapezoid?
Trapezoid is the proof of your curvature.
Yeah.
Angles.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
The man thinks angles makes up curves.
Yep.
Can we see your trapezoid? the sections of your trapezoids in water, please, like in real life.
In real life, I don't know about that one.
You can't scale it out.
Fantasyland? Cool, good deal. Welcome to Flat Earth in real life. Horizontal water, baby, all day, every day.
Guess you never seen a waterfall, huh?
Yeah.
Locked up quick. That was easy.
Yeah, why is the water moving? Guess gravity fell, didn't it?
Water's always moving. Water's always moving, dude.
The lake that's not moving, the water in your bathtub, everything's supposed to be at rest on this earth, motherfucker.
You are out of your mind. Water, big bodies of water, like lakes and oceans,
Supposed to
are
be
not
stuck to
always
the side
moving.
of that hill, and that curve's your earth. If that's your earth curve, why is water moving? Why is it not sitting still on there, dumbass?
Hey,
Why
can you pick a quieter corner to sit on?
Brother, can you pick a fucking hill where water's sticking on the side of it at rest?
No, that's the whole point.
You got all the hills in the world to choose from. Pick one, stupid. What are they, not the Earth curve hills? Huh. Damn, welcome to Flat Earth. Can't find a curve.
You can't find. No, you don't want to find it. That's the whole thing.
I'm asking you to pour water on it or show us the water hill that's already exists.
Listen. I can lead a fucking flurf to the curve, but I can't make him fucking curve.
So
You know.
water at rest. We need water at rest to make a 1,000-mile fucking hill, a 1-mile hill, a 10-mile hill, a 20-foot hill. You got anything, brother?
Yeah, man. You know all the arguments too, Democ. Just like everybody else.
Yeah, I know your pool has plastic walls, and that's what Flat Earth does on water. Flat
Okay,
Earth
well, how about this?
plastic
Okay,
walls on
let's take a pool then. Let's just check out.
The Globers cannot have plastic walls on their pools. Gravity will not allow.
Yeah. We don't really focus on anything. There's like no argument here.
Gravity's supposed to be holding that little mud puddle water, not the fucking ditch, Goofy. Come on, man. Get your program. Now you take one side of that water away, one side of the dirt away, and if the water sits there, we'll be on a globe. That's all you got to do. Fill a ditch with water, take one side of the dirt away, and watch the water just sit there. Or take one side of your pool away and watch the water sit there and hold its shape, and we'll be good. I ain't even got to see it bend down. I just want to see gravity hold that fucking water to something without a container. Without a solid wall barrier holding the water. Gravity's supposed to be holding the water.
It is, man. It is, dude. And the gravity is the fucking.
Gravity is.
Hey, I want to go. I was about to say something. Democ, man. Can two people talk, dude? Okay, Jesus Christ. Yes, gravity's holding it. The gravity comes from the fucking Earth, dude. The Earth is massive. And so you're not going to be. You're not going to be able to recreate. You're not going to be able to take the gravity. Say, oh, I want to recreate the gravity on a ball. And it's a little snow globe. That little snow globe doesn't have enough fucking mass.
Earth is only 8,000 miles on a big horizon.
You know what
Your globe is little as fuck.
Rob, here's a question. In the famous words of Radwin, if you were to remove the pressure of the atmosphere down to zero
what would the gravity do to that water?
Nothing. What do you mean? Gravity, air pressure is not holding the oceans on the fucking planet, man.
So if you put the water in a vacuum and drop the pressure down to 0, what's going to happen to the water?
Well, if we had no atmosphere, everything would freeze. You know,
But you said gravity. I think gravity is going to hold the water down. Why wouldn't it do it then? Isn't it a constant?
No, it would do it. Yeah, the water would still be there.
I thought it was supposed to be hot in space.
I want to answer the question. If we had no atmosphere, that does not affect the effect that we have the water, gravity holding water on the planet.
Is it super cold fusion?
All it would do was everywhere that the world is in darkness would be fucking freezing, ultra freezing with no atmosphere, and everywhere where the sun's shining would be smoldering, burning up, fucking smoldering planet. It's a real simple concept.
So
Gravity
space
would
is
still exist.
super cold?
If there's no water, then how would it freeze?
Why would there not be any water?
Well, because if there's no pressure, then water evaporates.
Well, yeah, you're gonna get the water to burn off or fucking freeze. You know, just like there's frozen planets in the solar system. They don't have any atmospheres.
So gravity's not going to hold it down, like you said.
No, gravity does hold it down. That's why the planets are able to still have their fucking, still have surface features and still have things on their planet.
Gravity can only hold it down when it's pressurized.
No, gravity doesn't care about pressure. As I said at the beginning, you're trying to make this about pressure. Atmosphere or no atmosphere, you still can have gravity.
How are you going to prove that?
Because it's simple. Because you go by the size of the object that you're talking about. Any object of a certain amount of radius has gravity. You know what I'm saying? And that's easily observable by fucking studying objects in space that you can see through telescopes. The smaller ones look like popcorn kernels. They're all fucking erratic.
You can't verify that anything in the sky is made of any actual solid matter.
All right, cool. I know. And now we're gonna go off of Willy Wonka land. Okay, cool. Well,
so you're in Willy Wonka land. You're the one saying that you're traveling thousands of millions of miles in your pseudo brain, and you're knowing what the composite of these celestial bodies are, and then you're making all this other fairy tale shit up around it to justify. But you can't show any type. But here on Earth, you can't show any type of horizontal attraction.
Horizontal attraction to what? The horizontal attraction is to the
mass being attracted to mass.
I'm telling you right now. I'm just
being attracted to mass. Show us mass being attracted to mass on a horizontal scale.
On a horizontal, first of all,
the ground. Don't drop it to the ground. Show us the other aspect of it. Show us the horizontal attraction.
Okay, so first of all, what you're asking is just totally nonsensical, but I can try to explain something I think you're trying to get at. And the bottom line is this: no matter what these gravity experiments you try to prove, you're never gonna. It's one of those things that you can't do because you guys know enough about gravity and how it works. I'm almost done, man. I'm almost done. You guys know enough about gravity and how it works to know damn well that the Earth itself overrides all these type of things. So you're never going to recreate gravity on the scale you're looking at because Earth itself is the deciding factor.
None of that made any sense.
I didn't. I like the part where you said you can't prove gravity. That's probably the most honest thing you've said all night.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all, dude.
You did, bro.
When does gravity pull up? How does mass pull the other mass up?
Well, the up gravity is when you remove the pressure, apparently.
And gravity is not mass attracting masses. You guys are thinking it is. You guys are, again, with the
now it's not mass. Now it's not mass.
No, not in the way you're thinking of it as it.
Other ways, other magic ways that don't exist.
You're saying, you say it because in your guys' eyes, if I have a giant, because oh my
god, got Harry Potter massiobtanium.
Yeah, the only attraction that there is the unmeasurable
mass.
No, can I explain to you right now? Because you want to know why 100 million ton rock was not attracted to a fucking 1 ounce pebble? Because they're both sitting on a giant Earth, dude.
The apple was attracted as well as the
Earth. Games, or you're naive.
So the little apple was attracted as well as the big fucking Earth.
Equally, dude.
Newton, you better go read a book.
Okay, go back and read a book. Okay, I know.
Yeah. Newton said the fucking apple and the earth are meeting each other. Go read a book.
Yeah, we know. Okay, cool, man.
So that just said that what you said was wrong. Little
Cool.
bitty fucking object, big earth.
Cool.
Not a
And you,
rock, the whole earth. Negated by a fucking apple. Now shut
we
up.
don't. Yeah, but we don't use Newtonian shit. We don't. You know what I'm saying? We improve.
You don't know what the fuck you use. You couldn't
Yeah.
show anything from scratch.
Okay. I know it burns. This is when I can tell
Yeah,
when you
I
get
know
mean.
it burns when you can't show dust form a fucking
Now you're getting mean.
or
You're getting
water.
mean with me of all
No,
people.
Rob, you know all you got to do is hook an accelerometer up to anything that you drop, and that gravity bullshit that you claim of downward attraction is gone.
All right, man. If you could do it, then you do it. But you haven't done it, so you
No,
just
I
keep
want a
going.
gravity grape squisher. I want the gravity machine that digs holes for me. Go, gravity hole digger.
If you guys could do anything you claim, you guys would be the richest, most famous people in the world.
Why the fuck would something stop if it's more
You'd be
dense?
legends. You'd be legends of
No, I
humankind.
think it's the other way, Rob. I think if
No,
you
it's
can
not.
back
It's
up
not
any of the
though.
shit
It's
that
not
you
though.
claim, then you might be. But we're not claiming
We
anything
already
that's
are.
outrageous.
We already are. We talking about there's people made millions of dollars. There's millionaires based on the globe doing all the globe work and all the science shit and all the space shit. So again,
We're trying to eliminate on our money.
Doesn't matter. If you could prove all the shit wrong, you would be the most famous people to ever live in existence.
Brother,
of
it's
mankind.
never been
No, we don't have to prove it wrong because you can't
Oh, but
prove
we
it
don't want to
right.
be. I know.
It's never been proven right.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
have
we're
the burden of proving it right
It's
before
taught in all the schools, all the universities, all over the world.
Fuck
Okay.
those
Do
universities.
you
They're
understand
going
the
down.
processes and how that works?
99% of all the people on the planet believe it.
They're gonna get in or fit in or go down. They're gonna jump on the fucking flat earth reality bandwagon, or they're gonna go the fuck on somewhere.
Oh, it's a
denying
bandwagon. It's a
Quit
bandwagon
denying
now.
reality. Reality deniers are going down. No more fake ass science, bud.
Yeah, I don't believe fake. There's no such thing as a belief in fake science.
Yeah, I don't believe what you're talking about. That belief exists. Now listen, no
Belief.
science guy,
You don't
not
believe in
lab guy.
science.
Don't be afraid of the lab. Get your balls in there and get them working.
Your balls in there. I like that.
No belief. There's no such thing as belief in science. Dude, that's absurd.
Yeah, demonstrate. There's a demonstration in science that you ain't got. Orbits, balls, gas spheres, water spheres, dirt spheres, dust spheres.
We have all that, dude. The only reason you're talking about that, using those words, is because we have it.
No, there ain't no becauses in the lab, motherfucker. Put up or shut up.
The only reason we have labs is because of
It's
science.
show and tell time for liars.
Ain't no liars here, Democ.
What do you got, Goose? You got something for us, Goose?
What are you guys looking for?
Some curvature, some globe proofs, anything to substantiate the sanity?
I'll tell you one thing.
Can you prove it?
The moon looks round.
The moon looks round?
So does a plate. No thanks. So what we need is, we need actual, can you see the back of the moon?
Yeah, you just gotta turn it around.
You can see the back of the moon where you're looking from?
From where you're looking for. If you're looking at the front of something, you can't see the back of it.
Can you see the back of the moon?
Has anybody ever seen the back of it?
I don't know. Maybe.
The answer is no.
So are you sure it's round?
Well, it's definitely round.
Like circular round?
Well, that's for certain. That's for certain.
Okay. So it appears to be circular. Now, do you know
Spherically is the
what's
word.
the moon made of?
Spherically? I
What
think
is
so.
the moon made of?
Okay, I think. There you go.
The
What's the
moon,
moon
what's
made
it
of?
made of?
I don't know. Rock.
A rock?
You don't know rock. What kind of rock? What do you mean you don't know? Don't they know? Doesn't NASA know? Can you Google it real quick for me, buddy, please?
I'm not NASA.
I'd like you to know. Google it. They'll tell you, I'm pretty sure.
Do you know what it's made out of?
I need you to know. You're the one that brought it up.
I'm just saying the moon looked round.
Don't bring the moon up when you don't know what the fuck it is, stupid.
I'm just saying it's round. It's a thing in the sky, man.
What's round? You don't even know what it is.
It's a thing in the sky.
Let's go back a couple steps, Goose. So I asked you for proof of curvature. And so we're talking about like the ground underneath your feet. And your first thought is to go talk about things up in the sky.
You just
So my
said curvature. You didn't say
Hold
what
on,
kind of
hold on.
curvature.
My question is, why go and look at or reference things in the sky if you're trying to prove the shape of the ground underneath your feet?
Who said I was trying to do that?
Well, that was the whole point of the conversation.
Oh, I just said the moon looked around. I don't know.
Substantiate Earth curve or spin.
Yeah,
Water.
you listen, dude. Don't play stupid. You said moon look around when the question was, how do you know if Earth is sphere?
I was asked if I had any proof of curvature, so I said the moon
Earth
looked
curvature,
around.
smartass.
Earth, dude.
The word Earth was never used.
So yeah, it was. That's what we're talking about.
Well, if we're talking about Earth curvature, then
Oh,
no, I
so
don't really have any.
the playing stupid act. I get it. Being completely
You understand
is
now.
the new hip. But okay, get back on track. Now you know what we're talking about, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So are you going to point to the sky again?
No.
See how silly that was.
Okay.
No second attempts to justify yourself?
Sorry.
Justify what?
No second attempts to justify yourself
Justify myself in what?
in your behavior coming in here?
What behavior?
Your behavior as, coming into the room. We gave you
I
a
was
chance
asked
to
a
speak.
question.
We
Okay.
gave you a chance,
Do
and then
you,
I wasn't saying
you have
anything, and then I
no
was
you
asked a
have no
question.
evidence of Earth curvature. Next, you're not the only one. It's okay. Many point to the moon. It's lunacy, but many do it.
What the fuck is Earth curvature?
That's a double entendre.
What the Earth would be if it were a ball.
Lunacy for the moon. Luna.
Yeah, pun intended.
I think the moon is a sphere, though.
You can think whatever you want.
We heard you, and that's fine. Even if it were, what does that have to do with the ground beneath your feet?
So the
What
Earth's flat
if
and
the,
the
if the
moon's
moon
a
is a
sphere,
sphere,
right?
why can't the Earth be a sphere?
Earth's flat, right? You know that,
It
right?
could be.
That's fine.
You know what? It just as well
So
could.
where's the
Now
curvature?
that we've accepted that, let's get into validating whether or not it is. Here's your shot. We're giving you the chance. It could be a sphere. Can you prove to us it is? Can you show us any curvature to it?
I feel like we can measure it.
Show us some measurable curvature anywhere. How would you measure curvature?
I think if I was on like a lake or something, like on a big, like one of the Great Lakes, right? And I had a laser
Water. You're gonna try to find curvature on some water.
on a body of water. So let's see how.
Body of water too. That's pretty impressive, dude.
Let's say like I'm on a lake, right? I'm on the shore of the lake, and I hold a laser, 3 feet above the water line. Now, if I have a friend who's 3 miles out, right, or however many miles out, and they have like a little like piece of white cardboard.
Listen, I know you're trying to like give the
Well,
Cliff
let me
Notes version of the
finish.
damage control from Netflix, but what is the distance? If this is your example, and that have you done this, or is this just a let's say?
Well, this is an experiment we could do.
That doesn't have
You
anything
haven't,
to
so
do
you
with any
you
measurement.
haven't done it, and you're gonna flat smack yourself if you shine a laser across the lake.
I'm gonna flat smack myself.
Correct.
How's that?
Well, it's when you would point out that there's no curvature
Oh, then
by
the Earth is
shining a
flat.
laser across the lake.
Then the Earth would be flat, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be the end of the discussion.
Correct. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you for playing. Very
can
well
we have-
behaved.
Are
Turned
there
out
any
there was no
examples of
need
that
for your
experiment?
smartass act at the beginning.
Are there any like examples of that experiment being done?
But you brought it up. You said, "Let's say."
I'm
I said, if you
I was
were to shine a
proposing-
light,
proposing
I've been to plenty of lakes, and I've seen plenty of lights across the lakes. Not even lasers, headlights of trucks.
Well, this
miles away.
experiment requires a laser.
Wouldn't that be from the reflection off the surface of the
No.
water?
No,
Oh, no.
it wouldn't. You guys
I
don't
don't
get out
know.
much, do you?
I
Either
mean,
way,
that doesn't actually
you're
help
dealing
your
with
argument.
you're
Can
dealing
you
with just
explain?
optics. You're dealing with optics.
Just an
That's it. You're not
experiment.
finding any measurements. We were talking about measurable curvature, and then you're talking about pointing lasers and optics and seeing things. But there's no measurement. There's no data there.
You
So
can measure
whenever
stuff
you can
using lasers.
measure curvature and show it physically,
You can measure things using lasers. I got a laser point measurer.
you think you can measure curve with a laser?
Yeah, you can actually use light waves to measure things. Yes.
Sure.
I think you can
No, you
lasers
literally can,
to
though.
measure curvature.
Yeah, if you can make straight things, measure curve things, sure.
Yeah, because you're using the straight thing as a baseline.
Well, why don't you do, a baseline, okay. So how long is that baseline?
X amount of
He
miles.
told us he didn't
X
know.
amount of
X.
miles, and there's no curvature to that baseline, so how is that associated with a curved Earth?
Okay, so if you have a laser 3 feet above
A flat
the
plane?
surface of the water,
Is that what you need for this, a flat plane?
no, you just need 3 feet above the surface,
Hmm.
right? And then you have an observer, let's say 3 miles out,
Of water.
on water, correct?
Yeah, yeah. And you know what happens with
where-
water
where would- where would the
when
light-
water is placed in a container. What does the surface of the water do here in reality?
Oh, it's pretty flat.
Yeah, okay. So no need to play
So,
coy or try
the
to
next part-
represent this Netflix damage control bullshit. You're late to the party.
Well, let me get to the last part of it.
We already know, dude.
It'd be nice if I could.
You're
hear
gonna
the
say
point.
Jimmy with the cardboard that only caught
Ad
half a
hominems aren't
laser.
very
Still a
helpful.
flat smack. Go for it, dude.
So if
You
you're
guys are really good at ad hominems.
if you're like 3 miles out, my hypothesis would be
We're ahead of his little game, is
would
what
be
it
that
is.
you'd have to hold the cardboard up
quiet.
higher than 3 feet in order to observe the laser reflecting off the surface of the cardboard.
Oh my God, you people!
Hardboard. You got a side view?
Sorry?
You got to have a side view, right?
Why would a side view matter?
To do science, you don't want to manipulate and do all the look from all angles.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked you personally why a side view would matter. Like, how would that scientifically help in
That's
this
the only thing that
experiment?
would matter, idiot.
That makes no sense. Can you explain, or can you not do that?
Looking forward at a fucking mirage don't make no sense, motherfucker. Looking at a side view to know that it's not
Is
a
this guy
fucking
okay?
mirage, and to know that something's not dropping below you, the dumbass observer, stupid fuck. You need a
These ad
horizontal line
hominems go
between
crazy.
Jesus
you.
Christ, bro. These guys are really good at the ad
No,
hominems.
those sound
Yeah.
just more like insults because you guys are. I don't know what you're doing.
It's a
But
horizontal line.
I'm
I'm just
conversating
yeah,
you and you're
relax.
being.
They're dumb.
Conversating is
What's
not a word.
happening?
That
I
stuff
gave a
is.
very simple
I'm
explanation.
having a
Side
conversation
view
with
of your
you
house.
and you're rude.
Let's
No,
talk
you're
about
For
complaining.
What
God
the
knows
side
why.
view is. Who are we talking to right now? Fifth graders?
Ozzy, you actually jumped into the middle of a conversation with Goose, so I don't know
so
what
I
you're talking about.
understood what they were saying. There
That
wasn't
doesn't
much.
mean
You
the
don't know what the
conversation
fucking
was for
side view
you.
is. You don't understand anything. So if I said, what's the
So
front
wait,
of
so
your
there's gonna be
house
3 of you
look like?
guys ganging up on one guy?
If I said, what's the front of your house look like, what would you say? Probably describe the front door and the address and all that, right? And if I said, now I need a fucking side view of your house, how are you going to do that from the front, stupid?
Okay,
You
and
wouldn't
how would that
know
help?
that, okay? You wouldn't ask me
Okay,
the
how would that help?
question of what a side view is now, would you? For a
Can
side
you
view
explain
of your
how
house.
a side view would help other than ad hominems?
Do you understand what a side view of your house is now?
so
Yes, and now
let's
explain
say
how
you
the
did
side view is going to help me observe
Because that's
let's
how
say
the
it
you
only
treats
did
way
my
have
to
a
house.
make sure
side view
something's
of the
dropping below a
experiment,
curve.
right?
To make sure some fucking guy that you're looking at, the observer A, you, and the thing, the object dropping around an imaginary fucking curve B, we need a horizontal line from your feet to the bottom of it. And if it matches a horizontal line from your feet to it, where the fuck is the curve? Side view needed, please.
So what if the laser is like 8 feet in the air for the observer, but only
It
3
doesn't
feet
matter how high you got the
in the
laser.
air?
We need a
You
side
need a
view.
baseline. You just admitted you need a baseline, and there's none of those on a globe.
Side view would be your baseline with the horizontal reference, a horizontal line across the screen. Have your camera leveled and watch the magic. Line up
Can't you
your
just
horizontal line with the observer and the object. And when you don't see no hill, whether it's 10, 5, 2, 1 mile, what are we talking about, goofies?
I think you guys are really dull.
Why are you afraid of a side view that proves you wrong
I don't know
every
why you
damn
need a
time?
side view.
Dude, you're the
Well,
one
look out
giving
at
a
the
recap,
horizon.
painfully trying to give a recap of a Netflix damage control special as if you did it.
I mean, one
That's
of you guys just
cringe.
stated a fallacy that there are no call it servers.
Can you deliver a sound argument which establishes the conclusion?
Sorry, you called it a baseline.
That's
There's
Disney.
many baselines in a globe.
There's no baselines in a globe. A baseline is
That
a
would be a disco ball.
non-curved linear.
There are okay. How many forms of a baseline do you think there are?
One.
Okay, that's
The
just not
horizontal
true.
earth ones.
How
Yeah,
do
that would make
people
sense in a 2D sense. Even in a 2D sense, that's not
how do
true because
people
we
use a
also have.
secant?
Show me a curved baseline that makes an angle.
I'm just asking you how people use a secant.
Use it
Show
on a
me
globe.
a curved line that makes an angle.
If you don't
Use
want
it
to
on a
answer my
small
question, that's
globe in your
okay. But
classroom
I'm just not
setting
going
so
to
we can
continue.
see. Whatever you got, put it on a ball and show us what you're doing.
When you're using a secant, do you point it? Do you point
Are
it at
you
the
putting it on
horizon?
a ball?
A
Put it on a
secant?
ball and show us.
Yes.
Can you actually tell me what a baseline is, real quick, like in your definition? Just wondering.
On a ball?
Genuinely.
There isn't one.
Not one on a ball. We just said that.
I'm just asking what it would be for you guys. What a baseline would be.
It's only a focal point that will touch a fucking horizontal line. That's not a base. That's not a line. That's not either one. There's none. Now, go back to fucking shape class if you don't understand a sphere doesn't have any horizontal lines on it anywhere.
How do people use secants?
With not a globe. Anything's been used is not with a sphere, dumbass. Like, you will not get a sphere and show
So
us what
can
we're
I
talking about.
get that definition, or are you just gonna ad hominem?
Are you going to just run from a sphere to show us how a sphere works? Idiot.
Okay, so ad hominems. Cool.
So no sphere. Thank you for showing us how a sphere works without a sphere in your
But I
hand.
just need the
What
definition of a
dumbasses?
baseline.
Go get a sphere and show us.
So how do
You
you
need
use
a
a
sphere
secant
for that.
when you're taking observations?
What's a
I
secant?
mean, you guys asked me about a base. You guys asked us the
You talking
global.
about a sextant?
What a base? If there's a baseline, no. One of you guys said there wasn't a baseline on a globe, which is just not true.
I think
Go
a
get the little
secant's like
globe
that
and show
tool
us
you
it.
use for celestial
Yeah, and I just asked for a definition. I'm just
Yeah,
getting ad
whenever
hominems.
you show us,
calculate elevation
the
angles.
definition is what you show us with the globe in your hand.
That's
Why is
called a
this hard
sextant.
No,
to
it's not.
Sectant.
It's got a pretty defined definition.
Well, you're going to have to show us, idiot.
You brought it up. I
You
didn't
don't
bring
know
it
what
up.
the
You guys
fuck
brought up baseline,
it's
and you don't
defined
even know
by.
what you're
No,
talking
we
about.
didn't bring them up. Actually,
It
your friend
doesn't
Goose did.
exist on
One
a
of you guys
ball.
said there are no baselines in a globe,
Right,
and
so
that's just
show us
factually
one
not
with a
true.
ball, idiot. You'll need a
There's
ball.
like many.
You'll need a ball. You'll need
There's
a
like
ball.
many. How many?
I believe 3 total.
There's 3 total baselines that make up your sphere. That's impressive. That's a first. We haven't heard that one yet. We're
So a
breaking new
Do you
ground
know
here.
what a baseline? Can you give me the definition of a baseline?
You tell me, because you think you got 3 of them that
No,
make
well,
a
you're
sphere.
telling me I'm being interesting and all that. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm asking you, do you even know what we are talking about?
Yeah, your buddy doesn't even know how to pronounce a sextant.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Do you know what we're talking about?
I don't think you know what you're talking about because you can't even pronounce the things that you're talking about.
Yeah, he was about to proceed with a lecture on
What?
secant.
Sextants.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you
again,
for
can I
Yeah, I
get
get
the
it. So that's
definition of
why.
a baseline? You can even Google it. Go for it.
I like how I was being harassed for my bad attitude,
I
but
was
everyone
wondering
here
what
is
the
being
fuck
a
a
piece of
secant
shit.
was myself. I was like, you need to show me that
Sextant.
shit.
I'm sorry, I got the words mixed up.
Me too, because I was wondering. You was blowing my mind. I was like, this is something new.
What's a
But
secant then? If you're gonna
I don't.
mix up,
I actually believe a sextant would show quite a bit of baselines if you used it correctly.
Quite a bit of
Well, there's secant
welcome
and
to flat
cosecant,
Earth.
so that would be like the inverse
Of itself, cool.
trig functions. I guess that's where I got it mixed up.
You mean
Okay,
imaginary
so
lines?
not a horizon.
Hold on, I'm talking about a sextant.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
goodness.
you use
That's
your
what I was talking about the
eyeball
whole
and
time.
imagine when you know.
Got it mixed up, huh?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
You've done this before. You've done this before, Goose. I remember.
Well, there's another one,
Actually
right?
have
It's
never done
not
this
an
before.
astrolabe.
Yes, you
Why you-
Yeah,
literally
you know,
have.
geography, that thing we use, that's fake. These baselines aren't a thing. Made up silly words.
Oh, the baseline isn't real?
I guess so.
I guess not then.
I
I
never
guess
heard of it
I guess
before.
they weren't navigating using the stars and
I guess
angles.
we shouldn't mention words we don't
I
know.
guess they weren't doing that way before the globe was ever invented. I wonder how they got around.
Yeah, how did they do that?
How did they? It was called cell nav. Your buddy was just talking about it.
And what did they use to do that?
They used the lights in the sky. And they looked at them and they drew angles. They did math in their head with angles that can't work on a curved surface.
Did he say baselines was a silly word?
Yeah, did he do that?
And he said geography's made up too.
Well, I mean, by your guys' standards, yes. You guys don't even know what a baseline is.
Geysers. What's geysers?
Are you good?
Is that a new word that you just made up?
You
Your
guys
geysers.
just
Is
pulled
this
up.
guy really gonna tell me how to speak English right now?
Yeah, when people use the word
Oh yeah,
geysers.
yeah. I can't understand you. Oh, you. Sorry, bro.
Well, maybe you're retarded then if you
You
don't
lost the
understand.
plot like you lost your queen. Shut up.
I'm not from England, retard.
That could have fooled me.
Ozzy, come on, Ozzy.
Holy
phone there,
shit.
boy.
All right, you're right. That's hateful. I'm sorry. I love you, boo.
So it was a cell phone on you.
You know what?
You owned
I
yourself.
can't be a hater.
I do know
sorry.
what. It's okay.
Don't do.
No need to.
All right. So what do you mean by your guys' standard?
Well, I mean, they don't even know what a baseline is, and one of them called them imaginary lines at one point. I mean, I didn't start talking about baselines here. Someone stated here that baselines don't exist on a globe.
Are you gonna teach him what a baseline is?
You guys.
Are you gonna teach him what a baseline is?
I'm not his teacher.
What's a baseline, Ozzy? Or is that too hard
A
for you guys
baseline
to
normally has
understand?
to do with 2 points meeting on Earth's surfaces. It's where it normally starts.
2 points meeting.
Yeah, it's the line between 2 points on Earth's surface.
Okay, cool. So you believe in a flat Earth? That line would be straight. Yeah.
Curving baselines. You know, the ones you use to map out areas. Normally, they curve those lines sometimes.
No, they
Seen
never
it?
did, actually.
So 2 points. 2 points on the Earth. You draw a line between them. That would be a flat line. That would be straight, not curved.
No, I'm talking about in general. They got a survey. The surveying lines can be a house, anything. Doesn't have to be a whole map.
Surveying lines can be what?
They're just lines that are drawn to like, so you can see the terrain. Like it could be a
Yeah,
hill.
line of sight survey lines. Yeah, yeah.
So now we know
Yeah.
what baselines are, right? Those cool longitude and latitude lines we use, and sometimes surveying lines.
They're not
Surveying
baselines.
line.
Latitude lines are not baselines.
Oh, yeah, they're they are. They're
No, they're not.
yeah.
No, they're not. They're angle measurements.
There's no
Oh,
curved
sorry,
lines in
I
there.
misused the word. Sorry, longitude and latitude lines. I'm sorry. The main lines, the ones that go from north to south and from east to west.
Yeah. How did you get those lines?
Their lines are between a bunch of like points. It's basically like.
How'd you get the lines?
Yeah. How do you mean? How did I get the lines? I didn't make the map.
The latitude lines. How do you get them?
I'm guessing they measured from North Pole to South Pole,
No.
and they measured from west to east coast to west coast.
It's an angle measurement from Polaris.
What?
Angle measurement from Polaris. Can't measure things in a boat. What's your claim, Aussie?
Yeah, I haven't claimed anything. There's a lot of claims happening here, though.
Is there? Which ones?
I was mostly stuck on the baseline stuff. You have like lots of
You want to
baseline.
talk? You want to talk about something else?
I mean, they're not talking anymore, so.
Did you?
Yeah, I just want to say it's
Seed.
Polaris. It's not Polaris. Polaris.
Sorry. What was that?
It's a polar bear. Polar bear. So it's Polaris.
Oh,
It's
is
not
that
a
what you're
polar
saying?
bear.
I thought you were talking about like the planet or something, like a planet.
Wait, say that again. Percentage? What?
That's a Polaris. I'm saying no. It's not Polaris. It's Polaris, like a polar bear. Don't
Okay,
say
spell
polar
it.
bear.
Go, spell it.
You spell it.
Spell it. If you're saying it's Polaris.
Exactly. You don't even know how to spell it? Man, that's terrible.
Fuck off again. Retard. Doesn't even know how to speak English. How do you get Polaris out of Polaris? There's an A in there. Polaris. Retard. You unmuted. Are you gonna?
There.
Yeah, Polaris. Polaris.
Okay, how do you spell polar bear? Polar bear.
It's got nothing to do with a polar bear, does it?
Yes, it does. They're both from the poles.
So you think this? You think the Polaris has something to do with a polar bear?
I'm saying it's the same root word. Yes.
Yeah. So polar bear. Polar bear.
Yeah, polar bear. Not polar bear.
God, just because you've got an accent doesn't mean that that's how it's pronounced.
That's the correct accent.
Where do you get that from? Where does the word Polaris come from? What language does that come from?
It comes from English.
Are you sure about that?
When we're saying it, yes. But the more important thing is, where is it? It's in the Arctic, right? North America. So North American accent takes precedence. So get wrecked.
Is that your argument? Because you can't pronounce something, then that's the way it's pronounced.
No, because we have home court advantage. Understand? Dealer's choice.
So what, Polaris is directly above you, is it?
Yeah, it's part of my continent. Not your continent. You get your own continent, and it sucks.
So I'm just gonna show you something, right?
No, I don't swing that way, bro.
That's fine. Either do I.
I knew you flat earthers liked experimenting.
I knew you retards couldn't pronounce words. All right, in the chat. There you go. Pronunciation of Polaris.
No, you're going to like the British pronunciation.
Yeah, well, what else would it be?
American pronunciation.
All right, let's change it. See what it's like.
Just for fun, go to the British pronunciation of polar.
Polar.
What? There's no way. That's not how they say it.
Polar.
Polar. That sounds definitely fake.
I want to change it to Polarius because it's so funny.
I'm down with Polaris. Polaris.
All right. So the modern name of Polaris is shortened from Neo-Latin Stella Polaris, Polestar. So it's a Latin word, so it's not an American pronunciation. So
Yeah, in Latin, people don't say "aw." Like,
okay, how do they
you
pronounce
think
it
it's
then?
like Harry Potter when Gaudium Leviosa?
What do you think
Hey,
Latin? If they
hold
speak
on.
Latin,
I'm gonna post a definition for this guy, and it's a screenshot from my dictionary. Okay. And you remember when they used to put the little symbols over the vowels? Hello, Polaris guy.
Yeah, they still do it.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you something. You're going to see two different symbols over the A in polar and Polaris. Okay. Huh? Here, I'll post it to you. Who are you? The one
it's
splitting hairs
percentage,
here.
the idiot.
Oh my lord. Okay, percentage. Read it and weep.
I'm
You
not
ready?
your lord.
Just relax, dude.
Listen,
And of course it's going to be sideways. That's for you, percentage, but let me straighten it out.
all right, cut out there. Where were we?
Yeah, I posted it sideways. Let me straighten that out for you. I I made a wise
Bro,
crap.
but you're making a dreadful mistake. You're posting a picture.
No, I'm just showing you.
of the
You wanted
citation.
English. You got English.
No, but I need the primary source
No,
material.
no, no,
I
no.
don't need a
No, no,
picture.
no, no.
Pictures
Just
can be doctored.
relax.
Are you a doctor?
Relax, hotshot. Oh, get your own dictionary then, punk.
Oh, relax, man.
I've never quite worked you out, man.
You
Like,
fired
I'm
back.
relaxed, homeboy. I'm relaxed.
You just
You're telling me I doctored my dictionary that I just took a
yeah,
picture of.
because it's sideways.
Relax.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't care what you guys say. It's either
Who cares?
Polaris
Fuck
or
off then.
Polaris. It's not Polar.
Fuck off then. See ya. I've never understood that retard. He comes in arguing for flat Earth, and then he comes in arguing against flat Earth. He just comes in to argue, or what? About nothing. Is that what you do?
Has no clue. I don't
Percentage?
think. Yeah, he just argues to argue most of the time. That's why his name is Percentage.
Yo, I'm just having fun, guys. You guys are just whack, man.
Yeah.
He said
You're just a
relax.
moron, though.
Relax. It's not serious. Polaris. Come on now. That's an insult to your intelligence to think that I was serious. It's honestly, you're insulting yourselves.
You
I
watch
might ban you. I think I'm going to ban him.
Polaris. Come on, like no person in their right mind would think this
gonna-
person is being serious when he says Polaris, and yet you guys all reacted like I was being serious.
You're
No,
gonna
I
get
didn't say.
banned,
I didn't. No, I wouldn't.
No, I didn't, never thought. No way. Not you, Percentage. You're the smartest guy on this server.
I'll tell you what. You do have a percentage up on me. So what happened to the Glovers? Percentage scared them off.
Yeah, they said, I'm not going to be in this room. This guy thinks it's pronounced Polaris.
They all started doing Google searches. All I heard was fingers clacking. No, just playing.
Is this guy right? Is it Polaris?
I had to go get my damn physical dictionary off the shelf. Interrupt my chess game, and
He said, "Is
then
it
he goes,
really?"
"Oh, I was just joking, guys."
I thought it was polyurethane, but hey, I could be wrong.
I do appreciate
I think
the
that's what he was
egg-laying.
sniffing, though.
Yeah, probably the whole airplane. I do appreciate the egg-laying mammal refresher earlier. That was good.
Monotrium.
Yeah, what was the other one?
Echidna.
And the
Echidna.
Secant.
It's like a like an Australian
A
porcupine.
secant is like a fucking sea animal. It's something like that, like a manatee or something. I don't know, but a secant. He said you measure it with a secant, and I was thinking, what the fuck is that? I never heard of that one. That's a new one, baby. He said a secant, but can it though? If you'd asked him about the word horizon, he'd have said Horus. He'd have said on the Horus with the secant. and the Acurum. We put the Walter in the Acurum. You mean water in the aquarium? Yeah. That's what I mean. We go to the dog out. You mean the dugout? What the fuck?
We've got Dang Man Whoa. You there?
How can I help you?
What's up?
No, hold on. You?
The sky?
Mm.
What brings you into a flat Earth server?
Oh, just to listen in.
Yeah. What's your opinion?
I'm agnostic. Not sure.
So neither. So it's curving, but it's flat, like that kind of thing, or?
No, I'm not sure. Haven't come to any decision. Swaying one way or another.
That's a strange place to be in.
Yeah. Imagine being me, dude.
Because you were taught that it's a globe. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So what
People
would
said
make you
that.
think? Yeah, what would make you think it's not?
I don't believe everything everybody tells me.
Yeah, but what evidence have you seen that it's not a ball?
Just look outside, bro. I don't see a curve.
Yeah, anything else? So you just your what turned you on to flat Earth is looking outside.
Yeah.
Why are other planets and stars round then?
Oh, how do you know they are?
We can see it.
Can you? I can only see one side of it. Could be flat for all I know. They could all be looking at me. You know what I mean? Looking right at us.
Well, the bigger question is, how do you know to insert the word other? How do you know what we're standing on is one of those?
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah,
You could be on
there
a
you
plate of
go.
spaghetti for all we know.
You guys are you're coping.
Yeah,
but you're putting the cart before the horse.
Spot 'em a mile away.
Yeah, it's good that you're trained in the art of cope. That should be self-soothing for you.
No one is a agnostic earther. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and if you were on a plate of spaghetti, you'd know. You'd be knee-high in noodles.
Hey man, don't threaten me with a fun time.
So, in all seriousness, do you think we live on a?
From this clown?
Yeah, I'm trying, man. Do you think we live on
I don't know why you care what I think.
We don't really care. We're just asking you.
Oh.
You don't know what you even think. How could we care what you think?
Exactly. So then, there we go.
What do you think?
Well, see, the problem is that
now that we found out,
regardless
you're not
of the answer that I give,
agnostic.
I'm gonna have to talk more, which is not what I want to do.
Dang man, whoa. Okay, well,
you can mute
listen,
yourself
yeah,
if you want. You don't
you
have
can
to
listen.
talk.
No, I know, but I was just you said my name, so I was being cordial and said hello.
Yeah, and then you started trolling. So we can have a real conversation if you want.
Oh. No, I'll listen to the other real conversation you have. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I don't think I'm ready for a real conversation yet.
Fine.
It's 3 a.m. and I'm high as fuck. I'm not
Well,
getting into flat Earth.
It's only 5 p.m.
Oh, it's 5 p.m. in the UK?
Why does everyone think I'm from
Two guys in a
England?
row.
I don't know
That's
because you fucking sound British.
I'm Australian, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett was
We're
right.
we're just the prisoners from England that they didn't want.
True. I've seen Perth, dude.
Perth's beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's also full of fucking vagrants.
What's a vagrant? What is that?
It's like a bogan,
Ah, okay. Ah.
which is also one of my favorite Australian words.
Bogan.
Yeah, because I just picture a dude in cargo shorts and
And a
fucked
mullet.
up flip flops and a mullet. He's in a child park in the like tube slide, shooting up heroin.
They're junkies. Bogans aren't all junkies.
Yeah, not necessarily, I guess.
You can be a clean bogan, which would be like just a bogan.
Instead of a fucking dirty bogan.
Yeah, yeah. You junkie bogan.
Yeah.
Bogan.
It's a great word.
It can be either endearing or a insult. You
Wait,
can say it in a loving way,
oh.
like, "Oh, you're such a bogan."
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I can see. Okay, I can
Kind
see
of
that. Like among friends or whatever.
Interchangeable with cunt. Kind of like that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can call your mates cunt. You can call your mates a bogan.
See, yeah,
You can
that I'm
call
more familiar with.
You can call your enemy a bogan or a cunt. Or whatever.
I mean, yeah, it's very versatile. Cunt, how you guys use it. But I'm Canadian, and a lot of
yeah,
people
when
in
you
here,
guys
they don't like it as much.
when you guys say it, it doesn't sound as.
Oh yeah, because every time I
sounds
use
worse.
it is because I use it almost always as a derogatory term. Like you're a fucking cunt.
Yeah, it's like really sound when you guys say it, even when Americans say it as well. It sounds really harsh.
Yeah. No, your accent does a lot of the heavy lifting with softening it.
Yeah, here in the USA, we've taken off the edges by just saying "see you next Tuesday."
Oh yeah, that's like some cringe Karen shit.
Well, I heard it from an NBA coach after a game one time, and that was the first time I heard that.
Really?
I was like, that's some good. That's
Okay,
something.
that's
That's something
funny in that
interesting that'll
context.
end up in the newspaper. Yeah, he said about so and so. He'll see him next Sunday. It doesn't really translate to but yeah.
Yeah,
Point gets across.
but if you understand that,
It might
like,
be
what that
cringe by
means.
now, but yeah, the first time I saw it, I was like, that's brilliant. We're just Americans. Speaking of, we took it easy on you Canadians last night on the hardwood. I know you guys just care about ice, but
Wait, what?
basketball, Olympic
Oh.
warm-ups. Anyways,
Yeah, I'm not a sports guy.
Well, now that you're nice and relaxed, do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
what do you say, gun?
Okay, I promise you, I will tell you what I believe. Okay.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I don't want to debate you. I really don't. I'm playing.
No, we're just
I'm
having
playing
a chat,
fucking
man.
Warhammer. No. That's how it always starts. I'm not going to be answering further questions of like, wow, why how have you come about that belief and going into that whole thing. I've been in this server before.
Over.
I know what it's
Yeah,
like. I get it. Okay, I'm a fucking dirty Glober.
You're joining us on our endless victory lap. I get it. Welcome to the fray.
You find yourself unable to veer away, huh?
No, unfortunately.
Like a deer in headlights. Why do people find this subject so fascinating?
It's a big one.
You think it's when people hear the truth, even if they don't know it's the truth or not, they get attracted to it?
Well, I mean, what about scientists? Like, what? How do scientists go through the world if they can't change their view of science? Is supposed to always change, but it's supposed to prove the cause of something. What the fuck is it changes after you've already proved the cause? You're gonna prove another cause of the cause? Like, I don't understand. And if it's always changing, like that means it should never be settled.
That means they've always got the answer wrong too.
Right.
And they don't even let you change it.
I know, but it can always change. See, I'm saying like, so when the scientist is in the fucking lab and does this thing all his life, and then he actually goes and tries to do the thing that's been explained to him the way that it's supposed to work, and it's like never works for him. Does that like not like fucking? They just, or if they do something and it has a like they do the next result, right? Something different than the next guy. What are they supposed to say? No, this isn't happening right now. This isn't what's happening. See this water not sticking to this bowl? What I want you to imagine is that somewhere, somehow, I I don't get it. Like, where the fuck do they draw the line at like
Yeah,
being able to like
never in nature does it do this, but it does this in nature.
right? And
What?
doesn't it change their paradigm if they see something not the same one time? Like, what is that? What's their fucking reaction? I'm not getting. Like, what? How do they take this? If they see something they should be changing the world, but they just like, I can't report this. I must not write down reality. Bob, do you want to be the best science person ever? Yes, tell me how, Mark. Well, what you need to do is write stuff down that can't happen and that won't happen. And then you leave it up to the little kids to prove you wrong. You say, listen here, you little mother, you prove me wrong. And then that's science, baby. Is that about right for the globe?
I think that was addressed to you, dang man. Whoa.
Oh, fuck's sakes. I already said that I wasn't going to get into this shit.
It was just like a question, though. You know what I mean? Like, just think about it. You're a scientist in a fucking lab, right? And it's always changing, but never changing. Like, what do you do? Like, what do you do with a discovery? Like, what are these scientists doing if they make a discovery? What are they doing?
I don't know. Okay? Not sure. Couldn't tell you.
Boy, if one of those fucking scientists ever figured out how to make water stick to a spinning ball, oh my God, we'd be in for it, wouldn't we?
Gosh.
Can a glober even mark their horizon left to right if I'm like, hey man, mark on the video your horizon left to right after you look? Like, show me where that is. Like, show me that and then just record that so we can go over the distance from left to right and just talk about how far that is. The horizontal distance from left to right of every human's horizon. What's the actual distance of that? Not forward, left to right. I'm just so curious.
What if it turns out this is all just a simulation, though? What would you do? Oh, wait, did he leave? I have no idea who was talking. There's too many people here.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, are you Demok? Demok?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A simulation of what kind?
What? Of the world, the universe.
We've been looking for the simulator for a long time.
Oh no, man, I was just what I was gonna get to is like, what if this is a simulation? And they've simulated that it is a flat Earth, but outside the simulation of like quote unquote real Earth, it's actually round. That would be funny. That would be funny.
Yeah, but a simulation. I mean, how would you go about describing a simulation like what we live in?
Immense and technologically far superior, like so much so that it's like you can't even imagine it.
So, like, would you say that like holograms that you could run into?
Well, no, I mean like the way you describe it there would suggest it's like you're the real one, and then everything else is holograms. But it's like what I'm saying is like everything would be is like a hologram, or like not even a hologram. It's like everything's code, and like we just it's a series of sophisticated code that interacts with itself essentially. You know what I mean? Where it's like I think I'm real because this code has given me the perception of having a physical body in this world. Same with you, and we're just interacting, but underneath the surface of it all, it's all fucking code or whatever. Like none of this is real.
What's the code look like if it's not involved with numbers and we had nothing to do with it?
Oh, like the Predator language, like those symbols and shit. It's like that, but like I don't know, more complicated, more lines and shit.
Would this code be based on reality?
I don't know what that question means. It'd be based on their reality, I guess. The reality outside of ours.
So there would have to be a reality for it to be based on reality?
Yeah, it'd be like theirs, or like they've created the, like again, like you have to think, whatever, if it is a simulation, whatever created it is far smarter than we are now.
Maybe God.
Maybe. I mean, it would be our God. Like essentially, but it wouldn't be God in. Well, I mean, I guess they would be like.
If edging to
like,
Skibidi Toilet helps you Mog, how does mewing make you Sigma? Shower thoughts.
What?
Huh? Okay.
There's a spaz out.
That derailed my
Insta spaz brought to you by Eon.
Okay, yeah, I guess like from our perspective, like
So if it's
relatively, they would be God. Yes, like relatively.
because if it's a simulation, then it's got to be simulating something.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, it can't
This
simulate.
universe. Oh,
Simu-
I see what you mean.
Simulating reality. So it's
Yeah.
simulating reality. So
Yes.
it has to be reality.
Outside of it, yeah. But this would be a simulation of that, right? Where it's like a downgraded version of whatever they would have, or well, not downgraded, like it's just like a non quote unquote real to them. It's like a perspective thing too, right? It's like you have to think of like the outside creatures looking in and us looking out.
So if I run you over with a car, is that a real car?
To us it is, to them it isn't. And I guess like from from the outside of all of it, I guess that's arguable if it's like
that
real.
Then that would mean that you can go through life not really caring what your actions cause to other people because it's not real.
No, not necessarily. I mean, at least
Why?
for me, my argument is that it's real enough for me. Right? Like if it is a simulation, it's sophisticated enough to be able to, like with.
But then you've got no one. You got no one to answer to, so you can do whatever you want.
You're right. Yes, I can do whatever I want. Yes, and I'm going to rape
Without
and kill as much as I want,
consequences.
which is 0. I don't want to rape a murder or do like that.
Why? So where does that moral compass come from?
I think it's probably evolutionary. It makes sense
But
for us. To,
why
like,
would
have-
there be evolution if it's a code?
Huh? Oh, because I mean, who's to say the simulation didn't like try to start from the beginning? Like they tried to like simulate a universe from the beginning. This is just where we're at so far.
So they made fish turn into people?
Maybe, yeah. Or like they didn't make it. Like it's like I wouldn't say they. I mean, again, this is like all hypothetical. It's not even what I believe. This is
No,
like,
it is.
um,
It's a good question though. Where's your moral compass come from? Is that built into the code? If it's built into the code, then it's got to come from a creator. If there's a creator,
so
then
the way that I picture it is in the same oh yeah. Okay, so I guess the example would be is like I'm a huge retard when it comes to stuff. AI learning, like how they train AI and shit, where it's like they get them to like run
They just
iterations
feed
of
it.
things. Yeah,
they
and like
just
it
feed
trains
it
itself.
information, and then
Well,
And then
not necessarily where they'll have like 2 AIs like face against each other to like try to like learn from each other or learn off each other.
Yeah, but you've got to feed it. You got to feed it information for it to be able to face off against each other, don't you? So you got to build that AI. So it's been created by someone.
or something. Yes.
AI. It's been created by someone.
Oh, you talk about like our AI, like the way, like the real life, what we're like dealing with, or
Isn't that what?
hypothetical?
Isn't that what you were
I don't know where all
calling That's all right. I'm not a proponent of simulation theory. I think it's weird to think that this is not reality. It's only a recent thing too, ever since we started getting computers. So, like, yeah, you'd have to admit that that theory that you've got doesn't come from you. It comes from someone else. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what anybody heard. My fucking Starlink just stopped.
Pretty silent in here.
Oh, wait, what the fuck is going on?
What up, Ray? Do you have some time to talk about gravity now?
No, that'll be a bit later, man. I'm just about to go to the gym.
What about gravity, dude?
He's trying to get biceps like Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah has those big biceps, man.
That'll never happen.
What's your debate about gravity there, Matt Gravity?
I just have to walk people down my
dialogue tree,
my hall. I
Oh,
just
okay.
walk them down my hall, man. My hall of questions just proves gravity.
His hole goes down.
Proves that it or proves that it doesn't.
It proves that there's an acceleration down. Yeah.
Apart from gas.
Oh wait, you're a globe earther?
Yeah, of course I am, man.
Oh, okay.
He thinks that everything goes down except stuff that doesn't.
What's down though? You know what I mean?
The
What's
stuff
down?
it doesn't. Yeah.
No, everything goes down, apart from stuff that doesn't.
Well, things could still defy gravity. I mean, I defy gravity every day.
Well, like helium.
Move my finger. Well, I mean, I can move my finger up. That beats gravity. That makes gravity pretty weak. I mean,
Well, strong enough.
yeah,
Depends
not
how
that strong.
strong your muscles are in your fingers.
I mean, it's
enough to keep
move
us
your
down.
finger just a little bit. You're defying gravity. So gravity's something's really, really weak, man.
So how does it hold all that water to a ball?
So
Well, it doesn't. Well, the thing is, Newton's first law explains how it holds all that water to the ball. It's the only acceleration down force. So, given that it's the only force
What's
keeping everything down, the water on the ball wouldn't go anywhere else.
What's down though?
Towards the center.
Down is towards the center of the Earth.
That would be in.
Well,
Come on, Simba.
That's yeah.
All the water that's in the clouds. How come it doesn't pull that down? How does it let them float around?
Because gravity's pretty weak.
But it holds trillions of gallons and boats that are floating on the freaking trillions of gallons.
Not really. It's not holding anything, really.
Are you
If you
kidding
think
me?
about it.
The ball's
Yeah, well,
supposedly spinning. It's spinning while it's pulling it down. Like, are you just, dude?
so
That's
what?
like silly.
What should be happening to the boat? Should the boat be going? Should the boat be flying off somewhere into space? Or something?
Absolutely, dude. You see, if
That's what you think.
Oh, really?
If
Really?
you've thrown a frickin' wet tennis ball, you see what it does.
Okay.
When do you
Tell me
think?
the
When do you
force that
think
would
things start
cause.
spinning?
Tell me the
When did
force that
things
would
start
cause the
sticking?
boat to be flying off into space. Tell me what force would be causing such.
Show me a 2,000-mile wide. Just
Okay,
show me like a 500-foot wide ball. Does that have
So can
water?
you
Does that
name?
start to
Can you name the
Um,
force?
It would be centrifugal.
Yeah, it would fly off, you dumbass. It's
Oh.
going freaking 1,000 miles per hour. Are you
Oh, so
kidding me?
paraplegic. All of a sudden, you're educated on this topic, right? You know
No,
more.
dude. I just look. I'm no
So
debater.
what force
but
is it?
you
Tell me the
gotta be an
force.
idiot. Whatever the frick makes shit fly off. It is centrifugal, I think. But
Oh wow! So the centrifugal force is going to make it fly off crazy somewhere else.
dude,
in
I
space.
remember Bill Nye saying that was fake and that centripetal was the only real force. I remember
So
Bill
the
Nye saying that.
centrifugal
Hilarious.
force is going to be making it fly off 250 something miles off, right? The boat just boom, go away, boat, just like that.
Dude, if it was spinning that fast, yeah. You see when
It's
shit
that powerful.
freaking spins, it shit flies off. You know when shit spins. You know what happens on a stupid little merry-go-round. You know what it feels like to
The
be
Earth's
on a
not a
merry-go-round. Oh my god, dude!
The Earth spins
Hilarious.
once per day. It's not that insane, bro.
At 1,000 miles per hour.
1,000 miles per hour.
day.
Unbelievable.
It does a full 360 spin.
Okay, you can't change. You can't change rotations. You can't substitute rotations for miles per hour.
It's a slow thousand.
I still
Faster
said that
than
it
the
still
speed of
stands and
sound.
spins once per day.
Oh, it still stands. Oh, I hate things that stand because I can't stand. Fuck.
You're just minimizing it, though, Matt.
It just it spins once
It's like
per day.
saying
It's not
it's like
minimizing.
going, oh yeah, a clock spins twice as fast as the Earth.
Well, it spins once per day. It's a fact. It's not me saying it. It's just what it says.
Yeah, well,
Once
a
per day
clock
is not that
spins.
crazy.
A clock goes twice as fast as the Earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Great.
That's what it's like. That's what you're doing.
I remember. I don't know if you saw the video I posted, Timbo, but when I was on an airplane, I took a video of a plastic cup and a Sprite just chilling, and the plane was going 500 miles per hour.
Yeah. What about when it banks, though?
What do you mean when it banks? The video showed it being very still.
What, when it banked?
No, nothing banked, bro. Everything was chilling.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, what's the definition of acceleration?
Acceleration would be rate of change in velocity. That'd be acceleration.
Yeah.
Dude,
Or
fly
or
6
direction.
times a year. You feel it. You know you're freaking going. You know you're going fast. Now, obviously, you're not going to feel wind against you because you're in.
But why is my Sprite not flying
Let's
off?
change
though?
change
Why
in
is my Sprite
velocity or
going?
direction. Change in velocity or direction.
As soon as you have any turbulence, dude, you feel it.
Well, it'd be
That
the rate of
glass is
change.
flying off.
Because you'd have to have the change off of whatever velocity you're already going. So why wasn't my
What did
cup-
you just say? Wait, what did you just say?
I said it would be the rate of change off of whatever you're already going. So it'd have to be a change to whatever velocity you're
Yeah,
going.
so it's change in velocity or direction.
Well, if you change direction, you're changing.
You're accelerating,
changing direction.
exactly. So if you change direction, you're accelerating.
You can change your direction and decelerate too. Both work.
Yeah, well, that would be acceleration because it's a change in speed, in velocity.
I mean,
yeah, acceleration is deceleration. It's the same thing.
You can have deceleration, acceleration, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the meaning of the word is.
So when I have my cup going 500 miles
Change
per hour
in velocity
on the plane,
or
and
direction. So
yeah,
the
so when I
Earth
have
the Earth is spinning,
changing direction.
always changing direction, which means it's constantly accelerating.
Sure.
Yeah. So
when
in
I
the
have
plane, you weren't constantly accelerating.
Well, you actually are. You think the plane's like going at a perpendicular straight line?
Oh my god, man!
Or something? Like you think it's going at a perfect straight line or something? Really?
I didn't say that.
Well, it's not. I'll tell you, it's not. And this is also a difference a lot of people don't notice. I think Dazza
Okay.
might want to come in here
So
since
when
he's
you
in
when you
meetings.
change
I'll
when
say
you
this
change
because it's very
so
important.
when you change directions in the plane, did
He's
the
still
sprite
chilling.
do something else?
The sprite was just chilling, but I'll mention this. It's a very
So,
important thing.
so
So
you
you
don't
weren't
tip your
changing.
nose in
So you
that
weren't
plane?
changing
So
direction then.
I can't say the very important thing.
So you
So you
weren't
don't have to
accelerating
tip your
then.
nose, take a left or
No,
right.
no, it's constantly accelerating because it's not
So you
going
don't have to
perfectly
tip
straight.
the nose down.
So the important bit also is that
To get
the
around the
Earth
globe, you don't have to
the
tip the nose
Earth
that
is
way.
the Earth is within the medium of space, and
No, listen,
space is
listen.
frictionless. That's the very big important part that you
To
don't
get
realize as
around the
well.
globe, do you have to tilt the fucking plane?
Why do you have to tilt the plane, dude? Are you seriously in 5th
I'm
grade or something?
asking you, motherfucker. Can you draw
Well, I don't
your
fly
airplane?
planes, but my plane
Can you
wasn't tilting.
draw the path of your fucking airplane for us without it tilting?
Yeah, this guy's an idiot.
Yeah, I know, non-drawer of anything. Can you
Yeah,
stop
so you're in
imagining
seventh.
shit and
So you're
draw
in
us what
7th
you
grade.
mean?
Are you in 7th
Show us
grade
what
again or
you
something?
mean. Are you in
Are
nothing
you in
grade?
7th
Showing
grade?
nothing?
Are you in 7th
Show and
grade?
tell.
Tilting planes? That's your argument, dude. You're
Brother, I'm
embarrassing
into
yourself
looking at
here.
the fucking diagram and not your imagination.
Wow,
Show
tilting
us.
planes.
No, can you show us a not tilting plane go around a ball? Draw
Yeah.
that for us.
Yo, Dazza, do you want to talk to this tilting planes guy?
I was just going to say that thanks to you guys on this forum, when I was on a flight last week, I actually got my phone out and fired up a thing displaying the accelerometer, the gyroscope, and the air pressure. And yeah, it was interesting. We're doing 850 k's an hour at 10,500 meters or 11,000 meters, and went into a turn, and you could barely perceive the start of the turn, but you could see the gyro did a little bit of a blip for 2 or 3 seconds while the plane just banked. And while it was in the turn, all that you could tell was that you had the downwards accelerometer, the one facing towards the floor, at about 1.1 Gs instead of 1 G. So it was like a 0.1 G bank. And same deal. You couldn't, other than you felt potentially slightly heavier, you couldn't tell you were going around in a circle.
I'm going to ask you the same
There you go.
question. Draw a fucking circle, draw an airplane, a hot air balloon, and a helicopter, and a boat. Follow their fucking, at the same time, taking their path around that sphere so we can understand what not tilting and curving and dropping is while you go around the fucking ball. Because nobody knows what that looks like except you guys. Globers.
Well, I've got some data. It's not mine, though.
No, I didn't ask for data. I asked for a fucking circle drawn on a board, right? Whiteboard, piece of paper, an airplane. How you draw an airplane flying around a fucking ball, idiot motherfucker. We don't want your data. You decipher your data for us and put it in a fucking picture. We're retarded. Okay? Help us out. Help us imagine what the fuck you're imagining, please. Both of you. Your assignment. Draw airplanes, helicopters, and hot air balloons right in line with each other, going around a fucking ball without dropping or tilting or dipping. This is going to be awesome.
This is the argument you had the other day of actually physically drawing this to scale on a wall, right?
So the argument is you don't know how the fuck you're trying to describe what you're describing. You wouldn't know how to draw what you're talking about, right? My argument is you have no fucking clue what either one of you are talking about because you can't draw it. Any retard or any little kid could draw it on the fucking wall what they're talking about. If I said, hey kid, draw what you're talking about around on the wall, what you mean about this thing flying around, he'll say, all right, grab the crayon, hurry up, draw it thing. And you mean what? It will make the little noise. Yeah. How come you guys are too fucking dumb for that? Too dumb to show us your imagination. But yet you want everybody to believe your imagination. This is fucking
So when
crazy.
it comes to someone like DMOC, he just doesn't have conversations with people. He just spews scripts. So unfortunately, I'm not going to get anything for you, DMOC.
Well, when it comes to a
you don't have
retard like
conversations.
you who can't draw a fucking circle on the wall, idiot motherfucker.
I'm not drawing
and
anything
your
for you. What am
plane
I, your
goes
bitch? I'm
around
not
it.
drawing shit for you, man. I don't need to draw
Yeah, I
anything for
know.
you.
Shut the fuck up then, idiot fuck. You're
I
another
don't
Their
need to
response
either.
there, DMOC, is saying, yes, you are my bitch, by the way. You should say that. But you don't even know how to trash talk. It's so sad. Like, DMOC, like, literally just rambles for 5 minutes,
Yeah,
but he doesn't
just
actually even know how
he's
to shit talk. It's crazy.
He's not even intelligent enough to have a dialogue with someone. He just rambles. That's all he's capable of.
No, like dude.
Well,
Said the guy who can't draw a fucking circle on the wall. Who's outdone
why
by
don't you
third
do it?
grader.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you draw a circle on the wall?
Do what? Draw your imaginary circle of you and your three fucking buddies? The Three Stooges who can't draw what the fuck they're talking about on the wall?
Well, why don't you
Helicopters,
draw-
airplanes, boats,
Why don't you draw
hot air
why don't you
balloons.
draw the flat Earth
Why
on
don't
the
you
on the
stop
wall?
imagining shit you can't draw or you can't demonstrate or give anybody a reference to? Except
don't you
you
draw the-
fucking imagining shit.
Yeah, why don't you
Don't
draw
you
the
think
flat Earth
people
on the
are
wall?
tired of dumbass Globers coming in here fucking trying to make us imagine shit they can't draw on the wall?
Well,
How
clearly
dumb
we're a
can you
lot more
motherfuckers
intelligent than
be?
you
What
are.
are you demonstrating to us?
Well, clearly we're a
Nothing?
lot smarter than you.
What are you demonstrating?
What do you
Show
want me
and
to
tell,
demonstrate?
what do you do?
Are you,
Fuck
whenever
you,
you're
teacher. I'm not
capable,
showing you nothing. That's what the
whenever
Glovers do.
you're not afraid and you're wanting to have a
Yeah,
discussion.
whenever you know how to draw a circle, dumb motherfucker, put it in there. I ain't got to be afraid of you drawing anything.
Well, it seems like you're really
I'm
afraid.
not
Your
afraid of you
fear,
drawing a circle. I promise. I'm just
your
waiting
lack
for
of
you to do it.
intellect and your fear
I
shows when
think
you
you're
can't have a
afraid to draw a
dialogue. That's
circle
why you
because you
always
know it's
spew a
going to
script.
disprove you, you little scary ass bitch with a low IQ. Shut the
Yeah,
fuck up.
says
You
you.
sound like
Says
a
the scary
retard.
ass bitch with a low IQ.
Scary ass
Exactly.
motherfucking retard who can't draw a circle.
Yeah, I'm not drawing
That's
anything
all you
for
got?
you.
No
Especially when
circler?
you can't. Especially
Time
when
for
you
show
can't
and tell.
understand
You
anything
got
that I'll
caught
draw
with your
for you.
circles down.
This guy's an idiot. Like he's literally
Yeah,
the dumbest flat
okay.
earther. Like
The
he just
guy who
comes here, he
can't
starts
tell nobody
rambling,
what he's
draw a
talking
circle,
about.
draw this,
Keep it a
do that,
secret.
do
That'll work.
that, show
All
this.
you guys keep
But
your
when you
globe
actually
a
want to
secret.
talk to him, you can't. Like he's too stupid to talk to. Like he's one of those people that are really too stupid to talk
We're
to.
trying to figure
It's
out
really
your globe
amazing when you
secret.
see this.
We want to see your
He's one of the
secret on
few
the
people
wall.
that it's like you can tell that he's too stupid to have a conversation with. Truly.
We're just looking for your secret, brother. Can you
That's
just
why.
draw your
That's why you're
secret?
constantly rambling. But when I say something, you can't respond to it. When I say something, you can't answer a question. It's just a ramble game for you. That's all your
Yeah.
brain's capable of is
Listen,
rambling.
you jumped in for your other two retarded ass buddies who can't draw a circle and you can't either.
Yeah,
So
no
it
one's
makes
drawing
sense
a
for you to
circle
be
for a
fucking
grown ass
retards.
man. Okay, if you can't understand these
So
basic
nobody
concepts
can
of
draw
physics,
what they're
maybe it's
talking
your fucking
about.
fault. Maybe it's your
Agent
fault.
fucking Bob, the retard bitch who works for the military, talking right now. All he can do is suck military dicks. We don't want to
What?
hear about that. We don't care about your
What
fucking
are you
agent.
talking about, dude?
We
Military?
need
What
you,
are you talking
hey,
about?
dick smoker. All we need you to do is draw a fucking circle, retard. If you can't do
No,
that, shut up.
your Earth looks like a circle. Apparently, why
So
don't
you
you draw
can't
it?
do
Why don't you
that.
draw it? You draw it. You draw the
Cool
circle.
story.
Draw the flat Earth.
All I can do is welcome you to it. You
Yeah,
can't
welcome
even
me.
draw a
Welcome me
fucking
to something
circle.
that you don't
Allergic
know
to
how it
touching
looks
the
like.
ball. Allergic to drawing a circle. Allergic to doing any
Yeah, I'm not
science or
drawing a circle
physics.
for you.
These
Who the fuck are you?
motherfuckers
You're
are
a
literally
30-year-old
lost.
dumbass guy. An exceptionally dumbass guy, to say the
Yeah,
least.
yeah. I'm so dumb. I can't
Yeah, you are.
imagine your imagination.
That's why you can never have a conversation. You notice that? You ever notice that you're constantly
Nobody
rambling?
needs
There's
to
never
conversate with you
conversations with you.
fucking
It's always a
retards who
constant
can't
ramble.
even
You ever
draw
notice
what
that?
you're talking about.
Yeah,
What are
see,
we
there he goes again.
conversating about? You can't demonstrate it. What are we talking about? You won't show it, you secret bitch.
Oh, you
You
can't
and your
can't
Glover
imagine
keep your
things
circle
apparently?
secret.
You can't picture things in your mind?
Nope. Not
Oh,
from your
well,
fucking
you're too
retarded
dumb.
Play-Doh
You're too dumb
mind,
then.
Dr.
You're too
Seuss.
dumb. Can't help you.
No, I can't. No, I don't go to the asylum and try to imagine what people think, brother. That'd be crazy.
You're too dumb to talk to. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, said the guy who can't draw a circle.
Well, yeah, I'm not drawing a circle for you. You're too
You
stupid.
can. You could
Great
be on the
last
first
10
grade.
minutes. Why don't you guys start over?
Well, Old Hoss, how can you have a conversation with him when he's constantly rambling? I mean, this guy's you can't
Well,
have a conversation.
you've been unstuck on repeat too. So
Yeah, but if I ask him something and we're talking
Well,
about
I
it, he's
want to
gonna be
know
like,
why
draw a
you
circle,
even
draw
started
a circle.
talking when I was
I mean,
talking to
seriously, I
two
mean,
other
I don't know why
people.
flat earthers don't even
The
mute this
first
guy.
guy
He's
shut
ridiculous.
the fuck up, and then he tried to get another guy to jump in for him, and then you tried to jump in for those two fucking retards because they're too dumb to draw their own point. Now I was talking to two other retards, wasn't I? Jawbone.
Yeah. So again, with you not being able to
Yeah,
have
I
a
was talking
conversation,
to two other people. You fucking
so
idiot. You understand
so
what that
we
means?
mentioned
So when
we
other
mentioned
humans are talking
yeah,
to
yeah,
two
there you
other
go.
people, he runs up and starts fucking rambling in the middle of all three of them, you guys. This is what they do.
All right, welcome back, everyone. What's going on?
Well, I mean, it's hard to have a conversation with someone that you can't have a conversation with.
The two guys are trying to prove how they fly around a globe without tilting,
Oh yeah,
without
That's where it
dropping, without dipping in the airplane. The first guy, and then he brought in the second guy because he wouldn't draw what he was talking about. Then neither would the other guy. He just left. So the pilot, the other gentleman brought in to school us, can't even draw the path that their planes take around. So the other guy jumped in and tried to act like Mr. Meatloaf, and he can't even draw what they're talking about. So three of them can't draw something.
Yeah, so again, I don't need to draw anything for you.
So that shows you don't know how an airplane flies around the globe without dropping or tilting.
No, it doesn't. It
No
actually just shows.
demonstration. Proves no demonstration, brother. That's exactly what it does. Proves you have
You
no
wanna know what
clue.
Yeah. Tell me when I can speak, since you're Mr. Big Guy.
Tell me when you can show me something, since you're Mr. Show Nothing.
So, do you need someone to draw a circle for you? Or can you picture things in your mind?
No, you have to draw your fucking imaginary circle because I can't
I'm not
picture
doing-
no
I'm not doing
imaginary
that.
circles that don't exist in nature in my mind
Well,
with airplanes
too bad.
flying around them.
Hey, Matt Nuclear, did you hear what Shaquille O'Neal said about this?
What do you say?
When I fly to China, I'm not landing upside down when I get to Beijing. That's crazy.
Huh. That is
Then he
indeed
had to
how
retract
Shaquille
it. He
O'Neal
had to
feels.
retract it, but
I mean, he is antipodal to wherever the hell he's
yeah, well, if the Earth were a ball, bro, you've been on a flight. To imagine that you're flying up over and around and under a ball, it's just delusional.
I don't know about
You
that
go
one.
to altitude and you land.
Not from the videos I'm seeing. You know, I'm
Oh, you
seeing
were
dudes
talking about your
taking
drink. You
videos
were
of
talking
different
about the drink on your tray.
Well, yeah, I mean that one. I mean, it seems like
Yeah.
it's chilling, man. It seems
And
like it's
yeah, and guess what? It's probably parallel to the water in the sea below.
probably at that height.
Yeah,
But I mean,
well,
I'm also seeing videos of astronauts showing different countries. I don't know what to believe, man.
Yeah, I've seen fellers play moon golf and drive around on dune buggies up there. It's normal.
Isn't that awesome though that you can drive around?
Yeah,
the moon?
that's for that's for a very naive American audience of 50 years ago, sick of a Vietnam War and loving Arnold Palmer.
And you got dudes just chilling on the moon with dune buggies. Right?
Yeah, it's silly. It's the vanity of the presentation that the good people at NASA are stuck with.
The good people.
Good folks.
Like Buzz Aldrin, right?
Yeah, Buzz. Like Buzz says, I was just a passenger on a flight. Don't talk to me.
Yeah.
You know how much I saw an interview, well, not an interview, but a performance with Bob Hope and Neil Armstrong. Guess how much Neil got? Guess what the pay was for the moon trip?
How much?
Take a guess. And this is 1969, 1970.
$2 million.
$43.
Well, he got 70 per diem. He got $70 per diem pay. What the?
Wait, so hold on. So you're saying that the trip to the moon was $43? That's what he got.
I'm just saying what Neil Armstrong told Bob Hope on TV.
Wow.
And Buzz Aldrin said he got $70 per diem pay, and he looked at people like he was fucking crazy. And I was thinking, what the fuck does that? What did he just say?
Per diem? What is there a commissary up there?
$70 to go to the moon. What the fuck? That
Well, he
doesn't
got
make
almost twice as much as Neil. Go figure.
right, and he didn't even get to land on the moon or step out.
No, yeah, he did. Michael didn't. Michael was
No. I
left.
mean,
Michael was Hey,
I'm referring
nuclear.
to the first step. I'm sorry. He didn't get to make the first step. They were always jealous about that, right? And then
They just
Michael
chased
Collins
each
was
other.
mad because he didn't even get out there and fucking play golf with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Michael got in the party at the press conference, and Neil had to kick him under the table. Like, shut up. He's talking to the two fellers that were on the moon, not you.
It says right here the U.S. government reimbursed Buzz Aldrin $33 for his trip to the moon in 1969.
Got him.
And then look at the per diem pay. What
That's
does per
crazy.
diem pay mean for? And then they got their Hollywood Walk of Fame star. How many science, military, NASA people have a Hollywood Walk of?
Yeah, really.
How many
Film actor.
Rambos in real life? So John Kane, does he got a Hollywood Walk of Fame star because he like got shot and beat and they held him as prisoner and he snitched on everybody and they let him be president or try to be or whatever?
I mean, apparently Buzz Aldrin has a net worth of like $12 million or something. But
he does?
Apparently.
The guy that wears 2 watches on one hand and 4 bracelets? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I mean, he's probably a lot richer than you two. I mean,
yeah, but he probably can't even wipe his ass, or he doesn't really know his name, and he's watched by the government. They sit there next to him while he shits, and the government's got to check his poop.
You really think so? You really think that they're next to him when he shits?
Man, I think they check his poop. They're like in that bag right there.
I don't think
that's before they were converting it to coffee, space coffee.
And then they were like, "Get up, Buzz. Come on." He's like 6 in the morning again. They're like, "Yeah, motherfucker, get up, you old prick. Let's go. We got to do these interviews. Let's go, stupid. We need to make our billions off you, and you don't get shit. Come on."
I mean, yeah, Neil gets 43, Buzz gets 33, and they're not even on. They don't even get to play moon golf. They don't get the dune buggies. If they're working their asses off, Michael, they're counting on Michael turning back up. You know the story, Nuclear, that Michael went around the moon and then picked them back up. Pretty good one, huh?
I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean,
they shot up to him and they died.
If they were on a flying rock, that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Just
well, if I want to see pretty cool stuff, if I want to see pretty cool things in space, I guess I'll go watch a Sandra Bullock film.
I mean, or you're going to see people on moon buggies, right?
Yeah, that's right. But those are only like 45-second long tapes.
Pretty cool, though.
Film. It's pretty fantastical. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild.
Dope, man. I mean, to be
Cool
honest,
story.
I mean,
Cool
maybe they were
story,
paid.
dude.
Maybe they were
Well,
paid
you know-
$33, but I mean, the experience was the real pay. You know?
Yeah. Well, Neil Armstrong turned into a hermit. Buzz Aldrin, they had to substantiate him by throwing his name into Toy Story, and now apparently he's worth 12 mil. But yeah, Michael Collins is the interesting one because when anyone put a camera in front of his face to ask him about his feet, he turned into he wanted to fight him. Good old Michael Collins. He's the one you don't hear about too much, do you? He's no longer with us. Just recently passed a couple of years ago, but yeah, they didn't like to talk about good old Michael. The
Michael
MC.
Collins. Yeah, he died in 2021.
And he was fighting mad all the way to the end.
That's funny. Michael Collins.
Yeah, in the dictionary next to CIA, there's a little round little noggin right there.
Neil was the good guy, huh?
Yeah, he basically turned into a hermit.
He was the chill guy. Sucks that he died in 2012. You know.
Well, maybe he
he could
just
have
went
stayed.
away. Maybe that's when his contract, his $43, his royalty,
His contract.
he opted out. And he opted
I mean,
out
I'd
after
go to
that,
the moon
so
for
yeah.
$33, dude. I'd go to the moon for free. I mean, seriously. The experience, the shows that you'll make a bunch of the money from the shows you'll be on after, because they'll invite you to their podcasts and stuff. And I don't want to talk to the guy that went to the moon. You know what I mean?
He turned into a
Yeah,
hermit
the
because
clown.
they suicided his mother.
What?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, they did. That's why he turned into a hermit.
He turned into a hermit. Man.
His mother mysteriously died.
Mr. Neil Armstrong. Neil deGrasse Tyson does like to make claims about what you should see at the ISS. Kind of pisses me off a little bit.
Why? He should be your lord.
Nah, he's not. I mean, I really like listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I really like to see a lot of his clips. I think he's a decent guy. But when he makes claims about what people should see on the ISS when he's not on that shit, it's kind of like, come on, dude. Seriously.
How would you know whether he's a decent guy or not?
Well, I can only infer whether or not he's a decent guy from the videos that I see.
Yeah, heaps of people seem like decent guys and they end up being child molesters.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he could be. I mean, I'm only going off what I know. I mean, from the videos that I see, from him talking to people on those videos and explaining space to kids and stuff. I mean, he seems like a decent guy.
Stop the cat.
I heard that he blocks people on Twitter though when they go. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
he's having Twitter wars with people.
He had to chime in too with the whole Felix Baumgartner space jump, because Baumgartner came down and said, "Yeah, I saw the curvature of the Earth." And Neil said, "You don't see the curvature." He did this whole Bill Cosby thing. But
Well, who do you believe? You believe the guy that was there, or the guy that says that was never up there?
Well, time out. There's footage of a curve which Felix claimed to see. Well, if that's the curve he saw, it's Planet New Mexico. That's no bueno.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So DeGrasse is just damage control. I don't even know what he is at this point. He was just a puppet to hype the story before the story got sticky.
Steal the Mike Tyson.
But I mean,
well, they're trying to replace him now with like that. They're trying to replace him with that Hustle and Flow guy, that Terrence whatever, and they're doing tryouts on the Joe Rogan show for who will be the next pro BSer.
Well, I'm
Who's
done with
they?
Terrence Howard. He's too stupid. So
Yeah, well, the populace is becoming stupider and stupider, so that's who they need to appeal to.
some people think that Terrence Howard is actually onto something. They think
Yeah.
that he's doing something new.
He's the flavor of the month.
It's always funny to me that they're actually
One
idiots
times
online.
one times one equals 412. Now let me explain why. You take 4 one times, that's 4. And then you take 4 minus 2 twice, that's 0. And then what do you begin? What do we start with? 1, right? So there you go, Joe. Yeah, some people think he's onto something.
Yeah, no. Some people. There's people that defend him in the
He
comments.
tried to defraud
They
the
had
U.S.
the,
government. Well, you know,
they
he
had
tried to defraud the U.S. government with his, I don't know what wrangle he was doing with
Was
his
he doing
Hollywood
his little?
pay. He was
Was he doing
doing
his little
stuff.
1 times 1 math with it?
Yeah, he was doing stuff that would make Wesley Snipes blush. And now all of a sudden he's like, I am 4 times 1 times 2, and everything is intergalactic. He's like, they're looking for the new communicator. And like you said, some people think he's onto something.
I don't know. Some people do. Some people think that he's doing something new. You know, they had the guy that had a PhD in mathematical physics on the podcast with him to try to expose what he's saying. That was pretty interesting.
Well, too bad Stephen Hawking's not available anymore.
He's taking a rest, man. A deep rest. Wasn't he like our Einstein basically of this century or something? I think so. I think that's the guy.
Well, they were in the same century, so.
Well, I mean, like, they were technically, but you know, of the new era, maybe. Einstein didn't make it to the 21st century.
Just another brick in the wall.
Stephen Hawking.
Which is interesting about Hawking. His Math Powerland pointed out that Stephen was living for 50 years with Lou Gehrig's disease, supposedly one of the most debilitating and irreversible maladies, and he lived for decades and decades and decades. Math Powerland started pointing that out, and they pulled the plug. They did a Michael Collins on him. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Took the straw out of his mouth.
They replaced him.
Apparently he was on that Epstein Island. Heard about that? Apparently he was on it or something. I don't know. That's what they said. If he was, that's actually pretty interesting.
Amen's here. Jacoby is there. It's all rigged
What's up?
this year. Sky, what is up with you?
Hello. Do you guys believe that the Earth is a spinning water ball flying through the cosmic vacuum of space?
Spinning ball of water, or like what's a water ball?
A spinning water ball, right?
I don't know. I don't believe Earth is a ball of water. No, it's your ass.
You don't believe that? You think Earth's flat?
A wobbly spinning water space ball.
No, I mean it's not really a ball, but that's close enough, I guess. But like, if you're gonna say it's just water, then that's just wrong.
No, it's just covered
Inside,
up.
inside infinite darkness.
No one's claiming it's just water. We're claiming that
The short answer to your question, Nuclear, was yes. He does.
Yeah. So it is a spinning water ball since 70% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. So it's a water ball. Sure.
Is that Is that how you think about
Laughter.
that? That's an
Is that how I-
interesting.
that's how I
It's
think
not
I
an
mean, it's
insult.
an interesting way
It's
you
not an
engage with the
insult.
subject.
It's not an insult. It's in the
Me
textbooks.
laughing? No, it's not an insult. True.
How far away is your iPad from
Is
you?
there something I said that was untrue that you can point out for me?
Yeah, it's not a ball of water because it's 70% of the surface. How much is it by volume, you think?
What are you talking about?
Well, you're asking me to point out something that's wrong. I'm pointing out that it's not a ball of water.
Okay, you don't like the characterization of it being called a water ball.
No,
but yeah,
like you're
gonna
asking me if
say-
that's what I
know,
think. I'm
okay,
saying no.
relax.
Then you asked me to
These
point out something
YouTube
wrong.
kids
and
that
I'm
can't
pointing
fucking
something
distinguish
wrong.
their W's and their R's. What is wrong with you people? Why do you all talk like that?
No, Jacoby, he was kind of being facetious, I think, just to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, he doesn't
Verbally or like the actual
verbally. Yeah.
Jacoby's Mr. Smartass over here. Obviously, it can't be a water ball, although it's a sphere. It's covered in water, right? Right, Jacoby.
It can be a water ball, though it's a sphere that's covered in water.
Is the Earth a sphere?
So, like, what you could call a water ball, for example,
Hold on.
if you
Is the
fill,
Earth a sphere?
well,
Hold on, Jacoby. Is the Earth a sphere?
it's spheroid, sure.
Yeah, so it's a ball, right?
It's
Right?
ball-like. How about that?
Yeah, it's
Sure.
a ball, like, right? It's a ball, right? So covered
Water
in
ball, like
70%
bass in your
water,
voice.
making it a
Pronounce your
water
R's.
ball.
Well, it's
Yeah,
also
making it a
covered in
water ball.
100% atmosphere. So is it then like an atmosphere ball? Like, I'm just saying your way of
it can
like
be
talking
a
about
water
the
ball.
subject doesn't
It can
make
be a
lot
water
of
ball
sense.
and an atmosphere ball. So what? It can be both. Says who it
And
can.
also a dirt ball.
Sure.
Yeah, the
If
dirt
it's-
ball,
if
atmosphere
that's
ball,
what you're
and a
going
water
with,
ball. It can
then
be all of
sure.
those actually.
Just a weird way of asking if it's a water ball, but sure.
Hey, it's a weird
Well, it's not.
it's a
I'm not
weird
asking if it's
ideology.
a water ball. The claim is that it's a water ball, right?
Well, I think with language you're trying to be descriptive, right?
Well, the language spot on. A spheroid.
No,
Right?
see, that's
We
what I
call a
disagree
ball.
with. Well,
Oh, you disagree
not
with the
really.
language that's objectively
No,
true?
I disagree that your language is being descriptive to a reasonable
Okay.
degree.
So me calling the Earth a water ball is not descriptive enough.
Yeah, because it's not like if you're gonna only name one attribute, you'd probably name the attribute that it's most of, right? It's not most water.
Okay, it's an
Oh,
outer
it's
space
not?
ball then.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not.
Because you know better than the people who've checked it out.
Then
then.
you, yes.
Okay,
then
how
you.
about this?
Oh, you
How
know
about
better
this?
than me.
Hold
Really?
on, nuclear. How about this? Well, an outer space
Oh.
water covered dirt ball.
An outer space, water covered dirt ball.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. You're getting closer, at least, for sure.
Okay.
Oh, what's the real thing? Tell us what the real thing is then.
I know, like a spheroid object. How about that?
You said what?
A spheroid object.
A spheroid object better. That's good too. Is it covered in water?
Partially. Depending
How
on like where.
how-
yeah,
how
hold
much-
on.
How much
Depending on.
percent of the ball is covered in water?
Talk out real quick. Yeah. All right. Thank you, man.
Depending on how, like, where you draw the distinction of like being part of a ball or not, right? Because
How
there's
much of the-
also
how much of the Earth is covered in water? How much do they say is it covered in water?
I don't know. Like it depends on how you define those words. You know,
No,
like
it's-
you
I
could
don't
say
know.
that
There's
it's
an objective
no,
number
no.
out there. So what's the number?
Oh my god, no!
Oh my
It's
god! Oh my god! What's the number?
so I'm just trying to point out.
Well, since you don't understand, I thought you were Mr. Smarty Pants over here, but you don't know the number, so I'll tell you the number. It's 70%.
Well, you already said 70%. So if I'm
Yeah,
not
great.
repeating the number, then like, why do you think that
So you
is?
don't
Is that
you
because
don't
I
agree
don't
with the
know
number, or
it?
you disagree with the number? I don't get it. You're not
I'm
affirming.
not talking about the number. Why are you trying to railroad me about
Well,
this
why don't
fucking
you care
retarded
about the
number?
number?
I
I
don't
mean,
care.
you had a problem with it
Because
being a
it's
water ball.
immaterial to the conversation.
Calm down,
Oh,
gentlemen.
really?
Calm
We're
down.
talking about material things that are immaterial, really? Yeah, it makes total sense. It's immaterial to the I never heard that term. You talk about terminology.
You've
immaterial.
never heard that? Like immaterial to the conversation
so
means it's
we're
like
having-
not pertinent.
so
it's not
we're
important.
having a
It's not the central premise.
So language is conceptual. So we're having an immaterial conversation, really, about things that are physical.
Yeah, immaterial checks out.
Do you think like words can mean different things in different contexts?
I mean, the context that you put it in just made no sense.
Well, I'm sorry that you don't understand.
I'm
I will
pretty
use
sure
easier
water's.
words
I'm
next.
pretty sure water's material, not
Oh,
immaterial.
hold on, Matt Nuclear. Are you going to split hairs all evening and just what was it called? A wild goose chase? Just send each individual person you
I
interact
said
with
everybody.
on a
I said
wild goose
everybody's
chase?
in that one.
So sure, to like, I'll just grant you the argument that it's a ball of water, okay?
It's not
And we'll
even an
just see where.
argument. It's a ball of water,
Hey,
dude.
So I'll grant you
Jacoby,
the point, the establishment of a thing, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Do you want to
Jacoby,
ask anything else? Yeah.
hey
What's up?
Jacoby. Spoiler alert:
Well, I
Nuclear
don't
is
need to ask
he's
you
a
anything.
he's
You
a
know
fellow
anything.
ball believer. He's a fellow water ball enthusiast. The guy you're talking to.
No, I'm a flat earther, man. Don't lie to him.
No, he's capping. But the things he's talking about doesn't matter who you are. These are the
I
things.
mean, look, when
That
people are
gravity-
wrong, they can be
Yeah.
wrong, okay? And I will point it out, whether or not they think the earth is round or not. I
Oh
don't
well,
really
Jacoby,
know.
you obviously can't tell me if I'm wrong if you don't understand the facts of the water ball, right? Surely.
They're just trolling.
I'm trolling, dude. You couldn't
No,
accept
I'm
that it's a water
asking,
ball. I mean,
are you
seriously.
just trolling? That's a question.
It just seems like you're
You don't want to
obfuscating
answer?
from the fact.
He's being a goofball.
Well,
Well,
I
you didn't want to
just
answer
told
whether or
you-
not it was
I
a water
just-
ball. I found that.
Well,
I
I
found
just
that
told
pretty.
you that for the sake of argument, that I grant you that premise.
How is that an argument? What am I going to use that as an argument
Well,
for?
no, it's not. That is not an argument. That's a premise. I'm
Great.
saying, for the
Well,
sake of
thank you.
having
So-
more
so-
discussions, you can just
There
hold
we
that premise
go.
for now.
There we go. Use your terminologies better, man.
Well, I did. I just repeated what I said back to you.
You had to fix what you said because there's no argument there. I just said it's a water
No,
ball, and you were like,
well, I mean,
no,
if anyone was recording, you could
no
just
way,
wind it
it's a water
back.
ball. You had like a big problem with it. You threw a hissy fit over it, man.
Yeah, okay.
You
Jacoby.
think the
Yeah, and
big
then I went
massive
to cry with my
molten
cat, and then
lava
they
was on
hugged
an
it.
axial tilt too?
You're good,
Yeah, man.
Jacoby.
Or
Wipe your
did it
tears
have
away.
to get formed into a ball first?
It was there a
Yeah, we're
question?
getting there.
Ask Mr. Jacoby. He
I
knows.
I said, do you think the big blob of molten lava had an axial tilt too? Or did it have to wait until it formed the crust?
Well, it basically happened at the same time, right? The axial tilt is because of the way the matter congealed around the center of gravity when it was like a spinning disk of like protoplanetary material. So the answer is at the same time. It's like it was when it's forming at the ball, it was hot because of the immense energy required.
So it had enough gravity to keep it together, but not
Yes.
form an atmosphere.
What do you mean? It did form an atmosphere.
Right after everything, at the very end.
No, at the same time.
At the
It's
same
just
time, so the
matter
lava,
congealing.
lava was producing. What atmosphere was the lava creating?
The lava wasn't creating any atmosphere. The atmosphere was present because of star formation. So like you have a star, right? Like the understanding currently in physics, in normal physics, is that you basically have a star that goes supernova or something like that, or there's material around the star for some reason,
Or
right? And
something
because
like that. That's the common understanding. Is or
Yes.
something like that.
Well, no, I said for multiple reasons you can have material around the star, like the star could have gone supernova. It's just like a star that originates from like the formation of the universe, right? Where like the star just kind of exists because of like more matter congealing, right? And now there's like matter around the star, which is
Well,
the
how
matter is
do stars
gravitationally-
just exist? I thought stars are created by
Well,
stars.
because
dying.
okay,
You sound like you were there when it happened.
because you're going back to the Big Bang then, okay? So in the Big Bang, there's everything very hot, a lot of energy. There's no matter because like there's no matter that can form with these like
Hold
high
on,
states of
there's
energy.
everything, and then there's no matter.
No, I never said there's no matter. I said there's energy.
How is
right?
it all compressed? How is there compression? Like, why was it?
Because it's
why
very
was there
hot.
a gravitational force before any matter?
Why was
There
there
was
gravitational
If it's
force
ma-
before any matter? I don't think that
Yeah,
is
if
correct.
there was no mass to anything. Well, I mean, everything was compressed into one finite point, and it had nowhere else to go. So then it banged, right?
What
A big
does
bang.
that? No, not really. Does that mean that there's no gravity?
Holy shit! What a
So
load
how
of
did that
crap.
happen if there was no matter?
How well? And you know, E equals mc squared. Energy is matter, right? So I'm saying there's energy, but it's in the form of energy and not in the form of matter because there's too much energy in the universe. Everything's too hot, so matter cannot
So
form,
you're
right? So
saying
as the
gravity is
universe
energy?
expands, it cools down. No, I did not say that. I said energy is matter. I mean, are you just trying to look for gotchas, or are you actually interested in explanation? Just let me know. Then we can play gotcha all day.
There's no gotchas. It's just all
I
over
mean,
the
yeah.
place. You say one
Wait.
thing,
No, I'm
you
not being
say
all over
one
the
thing and then
place.
immediately contradict yourself in the
No.
next breath. Yeah.
I'm being giving a model explanation for like I guess the formation of our current universe in like a flat Earth channel. So I'm trying to be succinct, right? So like I'm doing that, and every time you say something, you try to gotcha me on something that I didn't say, but you're just trying to put words in my mouth, hoping I agree.
That's
So you
your
can be like, oh, but you're wrong.
conscience, man. If you feel like a gotcha, that's your own conscience. Nobody said gotcha.
I think nobody said gotcha literally. No, people generally don't do that though when they ask gotcha questions. Or do you disagree? Do they say, "Hey, I have a gotcha question. Listen up"?
So what's your point?
My point is that it would be cool to just be able to explain it without having to answer gotcha questions. Because like we were talking about how like first we were talking about how matter could form around the sun and then first become like a planet, but now I'm like having to explain the Big Bang, right? So that's where the gotcha
How
questions
would
let you.
you? What would be your reference?
My reference for what?
Yeah, for a Big Bang happening somehow,
A Big
or
Bang
anything,
happening
planets
somehow?
forming. Yeah, any of that you just described.
What do you mean with a reference? Is what I'm asking.
A reference, like you and the first guy who saw it, sit down and you can see what he saw, or you can reproduce it. Like,
Do you
what's your
only care
reference?
about what you have seen?
No, I care about your reference. I want to know what you've seen also, so we can compare.
Okay, I don't think that's how we do science. What people have seen
don't-
and then give testimony.
You
I
don't
think
think
that's like
science is about observing
Oh, you don't
anything?
peer review?
there's a
Science
very
isn't supposed to
no.
change
That's not what
whenever
I
human
said.
comes along and
There
proves
you
you
guys
wrong.
go, putting words in my mouth again.
Brother,
No, I
hold
said
on.
it's not about
No,
what
it's just
people just have
clarifying your
seen.
point. It's just clarifying your point.
Isn't science supposed to always
Well,
change
clarifying your
when
point
another
in the way
human
you want
comes
it
and
to be
debunks the
clarified, not in the
claim?
way I intended it to be.
So
No,
when
the
did
way
your
it should be.
parents?
You said
Exactly the way you want it to be.
sarcastically.
Correct.
You said sarcastically. Do you guys think science is about people seeing things? When in fact it's
No,
actually the very first step in science.
You
Is
literally
to
asked me,
observe
were you
something.
there? And I'm saying that's not how we do science. Were you there? Okay. How we do science is we observe things in multiple different ways, not just looking at it or being there, but like using like data to like observational satellites like James Webb, Hubble, or like we have like massive fucking gravitational measurement arrays that measure
is
the
thinking
actual
about
gravitational waves
something
through the use of lasers. Like,
is thinking about something observing anything?
no.
Oh, okay. So pseudoscience isn't real science, therefore it
That's
shouldn't be
correct.
in the discussion. Okay, so
Pseudoscience should not be in the discussion of science, correct?
all this globe gravity shit is all pseudoscience because
Says
you've
you.
never observed space-time bending.
Space-time bending, you understand that's a model, right? And that has been observed. What do you mean?
Where is it observed? Can you show us
On the Earth.
space-time so we can see it bending?
See it bending?
Point us.
With
Yeah. Can
bending,
you point us to
that's an explanation for people who are not familiar with the math, right? Really, what the model is about is just like mathematical equations that tell you how things would work and what value you would expect for something. The bending thing is just like an easy explanation to like someone who's asking, well, what is this all about? So there's no actual bending; it's metaphorical.
But you just said it's observed. And then now you're saying
No,
it's like
I
not a
said
thing, it's metaphorical.
the mathematics are observed around it. Like the actual thing that's observed is
You
what the
can see mathematics.
what the mathematical
Are we in
equations.
Donald Duck mathematical land?
Yeah.
We can see the
Let's all have a good
mathematics.
laugh.
We can observe math.
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that what general and special relativity really are about is describing the world in a way that's mathematical cohesive,
Can't be
right? So like
proven.
mathematically cohesive. So basically that means like at some point you observe something, right? And then you use the formulas
Mathematically
in the model to predict what the state is going to be in the future, or like you try and explain what the state has been in the past or somewhere else in relation to what you have observed. So yeah,
So to
it's not
say
about
it
bending
only
space time.
exists in the
It's
math
about
is true then.
no,
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't exist in reality. You just prove
no.
it
I'm
in
saying the
math.
description of the model is mathematical, but describes a thing about our universe that is real, not just in the math. The explanation is in the math.
But
The
math
prediction
isn't
is in the
real.
math.
But math isn't real.
Well, I know what you mean by real. If you mean
You
like
don't.
math
You just
is an
use.
axiomatic
You just
system
use the
humans
term.
all just agreed upon, then sure, that
You
is
just
true.
use the term, but now you don't know what it means.
No, you used the term. You said it's not real. You said math is not real. I don't know what you mean by those
You
three
also said
words.
real. You said real things as well.
Yeah, that's different though. That's real things. That's not math is not real. Or do you just look at words in a vacuum and not in their
Is space time
context?
real? Is space time real or is it math?
It's real.
On
Can
a
you show it
chalkboard.
to us?
Yeah, you're in it. Just look around and you're observing space time.
How can we observe it?
Through every observation you
Drop
make,
something?
through your sense perception.
Your sense of perception. That's how
No,
we
through
observe
your
it.
sense perception. Like your senses, yes.
That's
how you
what I
observe
just said.
space-time.
Through your sense of perception. That's how you observe space time.
That's not
That's
really what I
that's
said.
your
I said
final
sense
answer?
perception.
That's your final answer?
To your sense
Perception?
perception, yes. You asked me for an example how you observe space-time. That is how you observe space-time.
That's
That's
your
how
final
it's
answer.
scientifically or mathematically explained, but that's how you observe it. Do you have a problem with that? Do you think something is wrong? Do you have a contradiction? Do you have a better better explanation?
Dream on.
I just wouldn't turn into a doctor, that's all.
I mean, if you just say
Yes, bro,
dream
you
on,
gotta take
then you're just
your
agreeing with
mic
me,
out of your
right?
mouth. Don't chew on your microphone, Daz.
Oh, sorry.
It's better.
So you guys just agree with everything I said? That's really cool. I'm glad I got to teach you guys something today.
Well, you told us to look around to see space time.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
technically
correct.
it's true. I mean, you're space, right? I mean, you're looking at space. You're
Keep
looking
saying how
at
many.
time.
I'm going to count how many times you say right, and then I'll determine if you're right.
That's a good way.
And
So
one more
far,
will
you guys have
eliminate it.
only repeated back to me what I've said, and you have not actually provided counter argument. So I can only conclude a logical mind would just agree with me at this point.
There's
So thank
no
you.
defeating. Listen, there's no defeating you when your
Thank you.
evidence space time is look around. I mean, it's sort of.
Well, I'm glad you're
It's sort
conceding.
of like it's sort of like reading a choose your own adventure and hitting the shortcut and you're finished.
I mean,
before
you can
even
talk
sat down.
around it, but you're just conceding. That's cool.
No, it's fine. It's on the record. That's your final answer. It's fine.
Yeah, and it's also on the record that you don't have a counter argument.
Yeah, I can't argue against you.
Great.
Are seeing space time. How can I argue against that?
I mean, oh,
Correct.
are you not seeing space time right now?
No.
So you're not
Did you
seeing
see
space.
it?
You're not
Did you
seeing
see
space
it?
right now. So you're not
Did
seeing
you
space.
see
What are
it?
you seeing?
I
I'm
see
looking
space.
at the screen right now.
Oh, is it?
It's purple. It's ombre.
So you don't see length, width, and height. right now.
No, we're talking about space time.
That's what space time is.
The bending and warping of space time. No, I'm not saying.
I mean, in a simple way, you're looking at space.
Are you?
I'm looking at space right now. Yeah.
Oh, you're confusing concept with the thing. Oh, that's an issue. A lot of people are trying to
He's
make.
conflating the two things, but
it's okay.
I mean, you're technically looking at space.
He's space time. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan film.
No, it's space time. It's not a movie.
And it's in the room with you right now.
I mean, think about it, Oldas. If there was no space or time, you wouldn't exist. Seriously. If there was no space for you to exist, you wouldn't exist. I mean, certainly you're looking at some sort of space, right?
I mean, I like having arguments with you guys because it's very entertaining, but at this point, it's just a little bit embarrassing. You just keep repeating back, "Oh, space time." You're not actually giving an argument.
I thought it was a very simple concept for everyone here to understand.
Yes. Leave it to the Belgian priests.
To the Belgian priests.
Yeah. Simple math, right? It's in the room with him right now, and you, apparently.
What, space and time?
So do your interactions with space-time, does that help you guys give any evidence towards the water ball?
Actually,
yes.
Yeah.
Because without space time, you can't do anything.
Go on. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. You got a little hemmed up.
Yep.
You're really not even gonna try? Like, come on, dude. It's embarrassing.
Well, you said without space-time, you can't do anything. And these
Yeah.
are the answers you are giving are pretty invincible.
Hold on. So let's think about it for a second.
In jail.
To freeze time, what would it look like to freeze time? Hold on.
Probably like a Marvel film starring Iceman. Is that Marvel, Iceman?
Could things
Something
move
like
around
that.
without time?
What?
Could things move around without time? Hold on. Very simple
Bored
question.
you guys.
I mean, seriously.
We're talking about space-time, right? We're just
space,
or
right?
or
Three
the
dimensions.
or the
And you have the one-dimensional
second.
space. I mean,
Yeah,
of time.
space-time.
Yeah, space-time. There you have it. It's a continuum.
Why? How did it even get brought up? Space-time.
Well, I mean, because we're in the flat Earth conversation.
Because someone asked me if it's space time, and I said yes. And then they asked me, well, how? Like, can you give an example of observing space time?
Is what space-time?
Well, I don't know. They just asked that question, and I answered yes.
Yeah.
But you don't
It escalates
remember what
pretty
you
fast,
answered
right?
yes
Normally, from geometry
to.
to space-time in 2 easy steps.
Well, Daza, hold your horses. You better be sitting down. Space-time's in the room with these two.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is space-time
That's in the room with all of
is space-time in the room with you, Daza? Let's get these. Let's get all these answers on the record.
It's cuddling me.
Raise your hand if space-time is in the room with you.
Dude, you're sounding crazy.
Full toss. I mean, seriously.
Nothing can be
space-time
done without space-time, and I'm the crazy one.
I mean, how is that not crazy to you, Dot? I mean, hold on. I mean, seriously. If there was no time, there would be nothing that would be. I mean, if there was no time, there would be nothing that would be moving around at all, right?
Huh?
And if there was no space, there'd be no medium for anything to even be around at. I mean, how's that not ridiculous for you to?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there you have it.
We have clocks, and we have the area between your guys' ears. So check and check.
Yeah. I mean, like, what's the difference between
anything else?
The present? Oltas, what would be the difference between the present and the past? What's the difference? Like,
Between
what's
the present and the past.
Yeah, what's the main difference between the two?
A millinanosecond, is that? I don't know.
Motion, right? A lot of motion happened between
Motion.
that time. Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I'm sitting as still as humanly possible.
Well, I'm saying, like, the
From
past, obviously.
to the present.
There's a change, right? There's a difference between the past and the present.
Fine.
Right?
That's fine.
There's a change. Yeah. Motion happened during that time. We call that, that's how we define time. Right?
We were talking about space-time.
Same thing.
Which
Still,
he
you need
doesn't
space.
he
You
doesn't
need
even
space
remember
too.
what
You need
he
space too,
doesn't even
obviously.
remember what the answer was.
You already got the
Who
answer.
doesn't remember what the answer was? Me?
Yeah, the answer is
Yeah.
pretty apparent.
Wait, what answer did I not remember? I just told you that someone asked me, "Is this an example of space-time?" And I said yes. And then he asked me, "Well, what
And what
example of
was it?
space-time was he
What?
asking for?" Yeah, and then I said, "I
No,
don't know,"
what?
because he didn't
How
tell
did
me.
it start? How did it begin?
How did it begin? Well, by me being asked how a planet is formed. That's how it began.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Space-time. Because without space-time, nothing is possible. This is starting to sound like OT9.
Yes,
I'll
correct.
be honest with you guys.
Physically,
Hey,
yeah.
Nuclear, you know with space-time's one word.
Well, it's a continuum, yeah. If
Okay.
you want to say it's one word.
No need to break them up in this conversation.
Yeah, we say space-time. That's why we don't say space and time. We just say space-time. It's just a continuum, dude. You kind of need both. You know?
So space-time is necessary for planet formation.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's necessary for anything.
Because
Okay,
because
let me break
planets
this down. Hold on.
because
Yeah, let me.
planet
Okay, go on.
planet necessitates space, right? And then formation implies a change which
Time,
needs
yeah.
time. So it needs
So
space time
time-
for planet formation, correct?
Yeah.
So
That's why I
you
mentioned
guys
the present and the
so you
past, because
guys-
time is basically just a sequence that
Yeah,
allows for
look at you
sequence.
two. That is, look at you two. You've tag teamed to create some sort of odd nouveau definition of space-time. Very
It's not
clever.
a nouveau definition, my dude.
It's the mise en scène. Literally, I think.
It's like the high school
Seriously,
level. We're gonna talk about Einstein today, my dude's
I mean,
level of
probably elementary
explanation.
school level. This is elementary school level stuff, but I mean, seriously, I mean, you have space and you have time. Time allows for the sequence of events. It allows for change. That's why I said, what's the difference between the present and the past? Well, there was change. There was a difference, right? And change. You can't have that. If time were to be frozen right now, there couldn't be any time elapsing because all motion would be frozen as well. Very simple concept.
So it's the ultimate wild card. You guys thought refraction was something, but this is just the ultimate wild card. From this
For anything to
day
happen, from
forward,
refraction to
yeah, I
happen,
guess from this day forward, any answer could be space-time, and it would be correct.
No, like it would be like incomplete, I guess, unless you ask a very like general question. Like if you ask, "Is this in space time?" The answer is always going to be
You're the one who
yes.
started it. You're the one who
No,
started
I
down
actually
this
didn't start it. I
incompleteness.
answered
Oh.
that as a
Planet formation.
answer to my question. So to a question, sorry. Yeah, everything is in space time, but like to say that, like that's just the start of a conversation, right? But it is something you have to accept, correct? To have any meaningful conversation, correct? Or I guess you can like give an alternative model, which good luck. I mean, I'm willing to hear it.
Flat earthers aren't the
For
types
what?
to really
Planet
make models.
formation?
Well, I mean,
No,
for
for
anything.
like anything.
For planet
Flat Earth,
formation?
anything. The thing with flat earthers, though, is that we expect is for them to never make a model, because as soon as they make a model, they know that their claims are verifiable, and then it will fact check their claim. Will be like, this is inconsistent with your model because it doesn't comport to reality, and then they'll have an issue. So they don't
Well-
make any models, so then we can't check anything they say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's right.
like
You just cut out the middleman and you have reality.
like if you go in here even and you ask people, "Are you flat earthers?" They're all going like, "No, we just have our own ideas about things." It's like
Yeah,
they
we
don't even
make
want to
any-
be
that's
pinned
the
down on
main thing
that.
you'll hear. We don't make any claims. We're not making any claims. I mean, it surprises me though, because a lot of these people have been flat earthers for like years, like 10 years or something, right? Like 9 years, 10 years, but they don't really have any good arguments though. Their arguments are all pretty whack.
For example?
You get crushed
example,
every
of
night
course.
in here.
Well, I crush everyone here every single night. For example, the refraction argument, the black swan. I mean, the black swan argument that you guys make.
Yeah, but hold on.
That one's
No,
bullshit.
no, not right. Because earlier today, you refuted the whole need for the refraction chance. Remember?
Well, refraction
Remember
is
when you were showing? Remember
subjectively
that? No, do you
Yeah,
remember that
refraction is
though?
subjectively occurring. Yeah, I remember everything.
What?
Guys.
subjectively occurring. What does that even mean?
Objectively, I didn't say subjective. I said objectively occurring.
Okay, but you told us earlier that there's no need for refraction because it's flat.
What?
Remember when you showed the little arc? You said, "Is this a straight line or is this a curved line?"
Oh yeah.
Remember
So
that?
what I said that on the surface of the Earth, it's always going to appear flat.
Yeah. So at that point, you admitted the absurdity of the refraction chant. That's what you did.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because you don't need refraction. Remember?
No, you still need refraction. Refraction still you don't need. It's not
No,
like
you
you
said
need
it's
refraction.
you said it's
Refraction's
flat.
objectively happening.
Okay, so if that's your best one, that's not great. So what's next? The refraction chant's played out. So what's next?
Refraction's just there to refute any claims of like, oh, we
Yeah,
see too.
it's like the space time.
We see too far is a really weak argument as well. Yeah.
It's like the space time. Lol.
No,
It's a really,
I don't think. No, I hate to break it to you.
But what they do is they say that they see too far.
Nuclear.
Mhm.
Nuclear. I see what I see. Anything I've seen has never been too far. What's being said is, if the Earth were the water ball curving at the rate of the 3959, that's what it's in reference to.
Yeah, but you don't understand the difference between a physical geometric horizon and an apparent one.
Oh, I sure do.
So you get the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet from the radius of the Earth, right? And then depending on your height, you should be able to see at a certain distance. Correct, right? But then you have an issue.
No. You're bastardizing. No, time out. You're already bastardizing it. Don't make me mute you. Don't make me flip a coin. That's not what. Yeah. Hold on a second. Just one moment. Go on.
Okay, great. So you have the physical horizon, right, which is fixed because the Earth has a fixed radius and a fixed circumference. And then you also have the apparent horizon. Light is the only reason why you can see things, and it bends when it passes through different mediums. So you have refraction.
Therefore, the ad hoc wild card refraction chant. So hold on. Also, you said something wrong.
Okay, go ahead. Correct
taking my time back, my minute back.
Yeah.
You said something. You bastardized it because you said, "Well, from whatever observer site, you can only see so far." That's what you said, correct?
Well, I said you should. Yeah, you should. Yeah, but then you also have the apparent horizon, which you get from refraction.
Well, how many horizons are there?
There are two. You have the apparent horizon. You have the geometric
define horizon.
Where the surface of the Earth meets the sky.
Literally or appears?
Well, you have the apparent horizon.
Is it okay? Time out.
I thought I already broke it down for you, though.
No, time out. But you're missing the point. When you're at the beach, how many horizons do you see?
Well, you see the apparent horizon.
Okay, and define what horizon is.
I already defined it for you.
No, you said it's the apparent. You left out apparent.
But how are you? No, I think you understand, but you don't want to.
So now listen. The horizon is the horizon we get.
No,
correct?
It's not that simple, though. No.
Yeah, time out, dude. It is that simple. When you go to the beach and open your
though, because we don't live on a flat Earth.
Oh, that's right. You haven't been to the beach. When you go to the beach, you open your eyes and you see the horizon. Is
that horizon always at the same place, though, Old Hoss? Is it the same place every day?
Well, hell no.
Yeah, it's not.
I see what I see, so that's what I'm going to
believe. It's not. So never in any shape or form is the horizon the geometric limitations of this 3959 come to play. It has nothing to do with that then. Correct?
No, it's not that it has it's not that it has nothing to do with that at all. It's just that you can't use the apparent horizon
location
to falsify the geometric one. You guys do that, and you guys think it's like a good argument.
God, dude. Yeah, you've really kind of missed. I know you've been here a long time, but you've missed the whole.
No, I got the point. That's why I debunked it so easily. Yeah,
no, you don't debunk it. Here's how you do it. You debunk it from ignorance because you've told us you've never gone to the beach to see any horizon.
I don't need to.
You've admitted that. Okay, you've admitted that.
Just you saying that reveals so much about how you think about these things.
It's crazy, dude.
It is crazy, actually, but you don't realize that. No,
These
I'm
people
talking about you.
pontificate about this shit. You hear him, dude? He's the one saying there's 2 different horizons.
No, he's the one saying that you don't have to observe the thing directly to be able to like gain
Oh
like
my god,
information from it.
you guys
Just
are really
post the Black
out to
Swan
lunch.
so we can have a laugh.
No, here's time out. Do you guys think the Earth is curving or not?
It is, yeah, of course it is.
Absolutely.
Okay, then explain these long distance observations.
Well, I can easily. Do you want me to explain it to you? You're looking at the apparent horizon, and you have refraction. Refraction.
Oh
I
my
have the
God.
math for it, dude.
So,
It can refract at such a low limit.
Nuclear. Time out.
Yeah.
Since you've admitted that you've never done these observations on your own, what you're doing is it's real. What you're doing is, you're telling us what is to be seen without ever seeing it.
Okay, he understands the model and he understands the explanation.
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
So
When you
images and
explain-
videos
when you-
online.
listen. When you're explaining the curve calculator, you're just bastardizing it.
But I understand the math.
The reason, but the math don't show themselves in reality. That's why you have to
because
say
you have
refraction.
a malformed understanding of it.
Okay, so your malformed understanding comes from never having stood with your feet in the sand.
I have a correct understanding.
Okay, time out. No, dude, you have a package cope damage control understanding of it that you try to fucking spit out, muddy
I
the
thought I already
waters,
broke it
wild
down
goose
very
case. Hold on, time out. Well, this is the last thing I'll say because you're clueless.
Okay. Sure, I'm
So,
the clueless.
are you finished?
Go ahead, Aldas. Go ahead.
So what you're telling yourself is, even though you've never experienced any of this, this is what's crazy about it. You've never experienced any of this, yet you're telling us that what you see in the distance, the things that you see aren't actually there. That's what you're telling the class. And it's sick that you would make that kind of proclamation having never even done it for yourself. That's how twisted you guys are. That's how desperate you guys are. That's how confused you guys are. That's how desperate you are to hold on to this outer space ideology.
If that's the standard of like,
is that clear, nuclear? So if you want to like involve yourself in the exchange about that bullshit anymore, go make your own observation for once.
I'm sorry. Can I chip in? The planets, the sun, the moon, and etc. are observable from our planet.
Now you're presupposing that the Earth is a planet. Thank you. Now get in line. You're no Harmony Korine.
Of like a quick note. I would just kind of like to know, like, if you like only believe what you see with your own eyes, right? Like, why you use a computer? You don't fully understand how a computer works. How can you believe this thing works if you haven't like observed? You don't understand it.
Well, that is a good question. I mean, I've seen this stuff online, but apparently because I haven't gone out to sea and did my own tests, there's no way.
Yeah, I mean, like, have you made a CPU? You know, like, if you haven't, then like, if that's your standard of like evidence, if that's your burden of evidence here, then, like, I don't understand why you're using phone, the computer, TV. I'm like,
I'm sure you've run into it before, Dakobi, but they use the Black Swan and they say that they see too far and they're trying to falsify the.
Yeah, they never established that what they are seeing is actually too far. They use a straw man. Like, they're saying, well, according to this and this calculation, we should only see so and so far, but that's not accurate, so.
No. That's what Matt Nuclear was saying. You guys are all confused, aren't you?
Exactly.
can you answer my question? Old Hoss, why are you using a computer and phone and stuff like that?
Well, I asked you, why? I'd rather not be, to be honest. I'd rather have my old Royale.
Well, then don't.
And live in the
woods.
woods.
You have that choice.
But Anyways, do you look both ways before you cross the street?
Usually,
Why?
because like I understand of an understanding of my physical world around me that
Yeah.
I will be in danger.
You want to. Yeah, you want to rely on your senses to make it across the street.
No, not on my senses, on the prior gathered information, not
your
just my
eyes.
senses.
Your
Well,
eyes.
and
Oh,
also the driving exam I had to do,
hold
right?
on.
Which also instructed me.
Let me
High
ask you
school that
this.
taught me about this.
Yeah, let me ask you this: are you gonna make yourself a route to cross the street, then blindfold yourself and check it out? No, you're gonna open your eyes, open your ears, and see if there's a car coming. Stop acting like using your senses is so absurd.
But no, I'm not saying using your sense is absurd. You definitely have to do that to make any observations. I'm just saying, just using your senses is not enough. You use your senses, then you make a model to understand the world around you. You test that model rigorously,
like
see
when
what
you
predictions it makes.
like when you told us you sensed space-time in the room with you.
No, well, I didn't say that. You asked me, is there space time in the room with me? And I said
you
yes.
did say that. I asked you where it was, and you said look around.
Well, look, we can talk about that, but I just really want to know why do you not accept these model-based explanations of why there's an apparent and a geometric horizon and how they're different and how you can confuse the two.
Yeah,
But
well, no, time out.
why
There
do you
is
not
no-
accept
time
those,
out,
but you
time out,
will
time out.
accept the models of
Yeah,
CPU works
dude.
like this and you can trust it? I
There
just want
is
to know
no
that.
yeah, there
Can you
is no
explain the
geometric.
inconsistency?
Yeah, I'll try. There is no geometric horizon in
That's not my
reality.
question.
Well, you mentioned it.
No, the geometric horizon is a model, right? I'm saying you don't accept models
yeah.
like this if you can't just directly observe them. I'm saying you can directly
Yeah,
observe your CPU or your computer working.
Yeah, I know. We're trying. Yeah.
If you know, then can you explain the discrepancy?
Well, I'm not a computer expert.
Yeah, but that's my point, right? You're not a computer expert, and why do you use a computer?
I can't shrink myself to get inside the motherboard.
I know.
C, I am standing on the Earth, so I can check that out, and I know what they've claimed about it. If
That's
you
not
don't
an
wanna
answer to
have
my
the-
question, though. It's
yeah,
not
well, it's the answer I gave
how
you.
can or can you not? I'm asking you why you're okay with sometimes accepting things you can check and sometimes not accepting things you can check, just when they're
Well,
really
dude,
kind of just convenient.
No, time out. I used to believe the entire outer space ideology, bro. I used to believe it.
Yeah, I don't see how that's relevant.
What do you
to
mean?
The
What do you
point,
mean
but sure.
when convenient? What do you
Well,
mean when
it's very
convenient?
so it's convenient to be well, the geometric horizon, I can't observe that, so I'm not going to believe that. But then when I'm well, you also can't really observe your computer working, right? But you do believe that because there's a
time
description or model for
My
that. So
God, you
I'm
guys-
saying in
you
the
guys are-
argument that's just convenient
Yeah.
to you, right? You're special pleading for your case essentially.
No, you're getting wound up, and you're not realizing the history.
I'm not
of
wound
it.
up. I'm
Okay,
just
well, then-
pointing out your
okay,
inconsistency.
Okay. Well, listen to this then. The geometric horizon was never the Flurf's claim. That was the explanation in the old days. Oh, boats go over the curve. You've heard that, correct?
I know you're
Hello?
talking about something else.
That's
You're not
what
answering my question.
Dude, I'm answering.
I'm
your
not
question.
talking about the geometric horizon. I'm talking about the discrepancy between your burden of evidence.
Time out. In your ramble, you said, "Oh,
I'm
you
not
don't
rambling.
understand the geometric." Dude, yeah, you are. You said, "Oh, you don't understand the geometric horizon."
anyone's
You don't
rambling,
understand the
it's you.
geometric horizon. Okay, well, then listen. You said you don't understand the geometric horizon. That was in your rant.
No, I
point-
said no. I
My
said that
Lord.
you rejected that because that's something that
Rejected
you
what?
cannot directly observe. You
No,
earlier
it
when you were
doesn't
talking
exist.
to mad gravity. Yeah, exactly. I'm saying
Okay,
that's what
so
you're saying, right?
Okay, well, have you ever seen it?
Well, that's irrelevant to the point. I'm just saying
No,
that
it
you
is the
reject
point,
that because
dude.
it's something you have not directly observed. And I'm saying you have not directly observed your
My
computers
God.
and their workings. It's
No,
why do you
yeah.
accept that?
Okay. Because one thing exists, the other doesn't.
Well, you don't know that, which is exactly my point.
Well,
you
we
can
surely
verify
do.
that your computer is always
No,
going to
time
work
out.
and works how
Time out,
they
dude.
say
Are
it
you-
will work.
Dude, are you really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the computer board, the if I crack the computer open, there will be all kinds of shiny green and
Have you
silver
done
things,
that?
right? Yeah. I'm
You've
old.
cracked open the CPU?
Well, back in the old days, yeah. When I was
Back
around,
in the old days, but
when
you've not cracked open the CPU that you're using right now, right?
it's still the same, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Is it?
It
Does it have
really
innards?
isn't.
Does it have innards? Or is
Innards?
it just?
No,
Is
like
it just
the
FaceTime in there?
transistors are completely
Okay.
different.
So there's
The way it's
okay, excellent. So there's stuff in there, correct? In layman's terms,
I mean,
there's
I would
stuff
say
in the
there is
computer.
because I think you can have like
Man,
overarching
you
models
guys
that
are
explain
you
the
guys are
natural
just.
world,
I
but you
think
don't.
why
So I don't
why
think
are
you
you
can just
splitting
take that
hairs,
for granted. I'm not splitting
dude?
hairs. This is like the
Dude, you're
core
an
of
idiot.
the inconsistency of your belief system.
Dude, you're an idiot. Here's the point: the transistors are inside your computer, right?
But you don't know that because you've not directly observed it. You're saying the flat Earth, like,
The
or whatever you
transistors.
believe about
Okay, that's
the
fine.
real
I'll
world.
go. I'll go with you. I'll go with you.
Okay.
So you're telling me transistors don't exist in computers?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what you
So
should
why?
believe under the way you
Why the
engage
hell
with
did you
these
bring it
things.
up?
Well, because I'm saying that's what you should believe. Because
Okay.
you say
Okay.
you only
So
believe what you
that's
can
fine.
directly
I'll
observe.
play your game. I'll play your game.
I'm not playing
What
a game.
have-
I'm just
okay.
telling you to be
Okay.
consistent.
I'm going to see if you're consistent. Have you seen the innards of your computer? Have you seen the innards of your computer?
Why are you making this about me? And I'm not the one that's holding this crazy belief that you have to directly observe
Have
everything.
you?
That's you.
Have you observed the innards of your computer?
I have
Yes or
observed
no?
that just holding to a
Yes.
general model of things is great. And then like you can have all these
Decoby, whatever the fuck your name is. Just, I haven't tried to get you on a gotcha. Okay. So I wasn't the one that started this water ball thing. That was nuclear. Fucking with you. You heard his game. So I'm going to unmute you. Let's just try to have a talk. I'm not going to try to win. I already know that the Earth's not a globe. So let's just relax and try to get through this.
That's not what I saw
Okay.
when I was in elementary school.
Yeah, everyone had a paper mache globe on the shelf.
Yeah.
Okay, Decoby, you back?
I never left. You just muted me.
Okay, so I'm going to work with you. Unless you want to just be a defiant little prick. Is that what you want to do?
Do you understand the core of my argument?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Can you repeat it back to me?
Dude, let's just walk through it to see if I do understand. Do you have innards? Do you have innards? Yeah, do you have innards in your computer?
The problem is the core of my argument is not that. The core of my argument is the
I understand you're framing it how you need to and regurgitating, but let's try and get through this. If you don't want to, that's fine.
You're arguing for something I'm not arguing, but I'll answer your questions. Sure.
You're the one who brought up innards of computers, not I.
Actually,
Correct?
didn't, but sure.
What?
I never
Alright.
said innards, but sure.
Oh my God!
I have not directly observed.
Listen, are you all you pseudo-intellectual outer space ideologists, just pedantic little concrete thinkers? What have they done to you people?
I'm just doing it because it's funny, because you want to answer my
It's
actual
not funny.
questions.
It's pathetic. It's
It is
pathetic.
really funny. But sure, I have not observed the
Okay.
insides of my CPU.
You have?
Have not.
Oh, so your example earlier was just bullshit.
No, because I'm not saying that you have to directly observe everything. I'm saying you can hold to a model that's based on other observations
Well, how the
that
hell
gives
do
you a
you know it's
holistic
How
understanding.
the hell how do you know that the innards of your computer and the geometric horizon are even belonging in the same equation?
Because they're built models that explain things that are not directly
Okay,
apparent
so
to
the
you.
geometric horizon doesn't exist in reality.
No, I'm saying the geometric horizon is a model
Does it?
to model reality.
Okay.
Much like how
Oh
a
my
computer
God,
works is
dude.
also modeled
No,
to
the
tell you how
geometric
reality
horizon.
works.
No, the geometric horizon is modeled to the 3959 water ball claim. You get that, right?
It's irrelevant
That's what
to what I'm
the
saying.
geometric horizon is not tied to reality.
It
It's
is.
tied to the Okay,
Just a
so does
description. It's a
does the
model.
30
Yes.
okay, does the 3959 mile radius, does the horizon that you see, is that bound by the parameters of that ball?
I will answer these questions if you
Yes
can
or
see
no?
that you're being inconsistent
Uh,
in the way you
no,
approach a
dude,
burden of evidence.
I'll admit that we have our wires crossed. Honestly, sincerely, we have our wires crossed, but we're getting somewhere. The claim is that these curve calculators are from an observer side of whatever 1 foot, 6 foot. At
I don't
some
care.
point, okay, at some point the Earth will curve away. That's what the geometric horizon is.
Very cool. I still don't care though.
In I know you don't. You're clueless. In reality,
No, not caring is not the same as
horizons
not
are
knowing.
not bound. The horizons are not bound. Okay, by that Earth curve calculator. You see well beyond the limitations of the ball.
Says you without a model, just
Go.
have
Have you
me,
not?
bro.
Have you not been outside? Do you not go to
No,
the beach?
never in my life have I been outside. I just have a
Do
model
you go?
for that.
Okay. Have you ever seen something in the distance?
No, I just have a model for that.
Okay. I know. You guys are all basement dwelling, paper
Model
mache.
believing.
Oh, yeah, you're
dude,
model believers.
crazy. Dude,
Space time, bro.
next time I come in here, dude, please call me that, okay? Call me a model.
No,
believer.
I'm not gonna put you
Hell
down
yeah.
for your. I'm not gonna put you down for your faith, but that's what it is.
Wait,
It's
do you
just
think that's faith?
it's a belief.
Can you? Do you think it's a justified belief, aka
It's a
knowledge?
model. It's a model.
Do you think it's
No, I know
knowledge?
it's not. I know it's not because
How
you
do you
won't
know
even
it's
talk.
not?
Well, you won't even talk about the geometric horizon.
Do you think it's the only model in existence?
What are you talking about?
I tried to talk to you about star formation, about the Big Bang.
Okay,
I
yeah, I
tried to
don't care
talk
about
about
that.
space time. Well, now you don't care anymore. You only care about things when it's convenient, much like your like apparent horizon that you conveniently observe in a way that fits the way you want to
I
talk
get
about
it.
it without having
I
an
get
actual
it.
model that
You're
contorts
hype.
with any other
I get
experimentally
it.
verified
No,
data.
we have reality. We have reality. You have
Which
a
you failed to
Belgian.
observe, apparently.
Listen, you have Einstein and his Belgian priest buddy.
I don't know why you're obsessed with Belgian priests, my dude.
Well, that was Einstein. That's who Einstein was obsessed with.
That's
And
good for
you're
Einstein.
obsessed with space time.
See, like that betrays how you think about these things. Okay, I don't care what Einstein did. Like, dude,
Oh.
Einstein could have murdered like 1 million children or whatever. Like, if the theory
What happened to the conversation? It's gone very quiet.
Oh yeah, the globe has got muted. It's a shame because they were doing a good job of pushing all the fence sitters over to Flat Earth, as they do.
Sorry, a bit of background noise.
You want to talk to that guy, Dodge Studio? Have at him. He's proclaiming wins, so he'll be a live one for you. If you've got time to talk to him, I'll unmute him, but he's just playing games and playing coy, being clever. Oh, I've got a model. Does my model exist in reality? Is that a justified statement of claim? I mean, he's just a clown.
Well, yeah, the two horizon argument is, yeah, pretty nutty. Because we've only got one, right? The definition is that it's an apparent location.
Yeah, we're talking to people who do not leave their basement. I'm convinced of that. We've got Nuclear on the record admitting that he's never been to the beach to look out. Maybe he's, but he's not made any of these observations, yet he tells you what you can't see, and what he sees isn't actually there. The other guys just model, and so you're back, DeKavi. You want to take another run at it?
I remember. I also said I never went outside.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Yeah, never in my life have I ever gone outside.
I know. Yeah.
Great. I think you should unmute Matt too. I got to talk a lot. Should let him go,
he fibbed enough today. He talked out of both sides of his mouth.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, he forgets that we. No, yeah, maybe now, but not from 8 hours ago. He forgets that we heard what he said 8 hours ago.
Well, you should have muted him 8 hours ago, right? Not now.
We did.
Well, but then you let him talk, and then you mute him again for what he said 8 hours ago. Doesn't seem very logical.
Well, he's the one that had you in a spaz spiral off the. I shouldn't even allowed that to happen, but he just started talking.
What do you mean? We had a disagreement, dude.
He's the one that got you upset about the water ball turn, bro.
You think I was upset?
Well, it took 20 minutes. It took 20 minutes to pull out of the tailspin.
Yeah, it's called having a conversation.
I'm sure you're just a laugh riot at the dinner parties.
At the dinner party? Yeah, dude. So fucking funny. Oh my god. You wouldn't believe. Dude, the round jokes that I make about round things, crazy. And then, they become really heavy. There's a lot of gravitas involved into them, It's crazy.
Yeah. Next time you're at one of your little potlucks, tell everyone that you brought space time, and they'll send you back home. Like a baked potato.
I actually don't think they would. I think it'd be a funny joke. I mean, I don't hang with flat earthers IRL, They're kind of hard to find. I would totally befriend one though.
It's hard to find people. You're right. It's hard to find people to put up with petulant little jokesters like you guys.
No, without them knowing me, it's hard to find them outside in the world. It's a very fringe belief.
Is the nature of water a belief?
No, that the Earth is flat.
No, yeah, but
everything can be belief, right?
Okay, that's fine. That's not what we're talking about. Are you going to just spaz, or do you wait?
I think you made a categorical error. I don't think things by themselves are either belief or knowledge or something else.
Well, yeah, you can. That's fine. That's a discussion for Gregory that you can have someday. But what I'm asking you is, hold on, time out. Is the nature of water a belief system?
Is it a belief system? I mean, it could be, depending on how you think about it. It's a personal, subjective question.
You're telling me the surface of water isn't objective for you to observe?
No, it depends on what your stance on the matter is, whether or not it is belief or it is knowledge. Okay?
Well,
because knowledge is a justified belief.
That's fine. Whatever. I know you guys.
You
all
say
you- all
something
you-
stupid, I correct
Yeah,
you,
all
and then
you
you always just
hyper-
say that's fine.
No, all you hyper
Yes.
pseudo intellectuals go down the same path. But you can
Hyper
take,
pseudo, nice.
yeah, you can take a fish tank, right? Fill it up with water, let the water evaporate. You following me?
Yes.
I guess.
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
filled a vessel
hypothetically,
with-
there's an
I've-
evaporated
Time
fish tank. Sure.
Yeah, I've filled a vessel with water and the water is evaporated. So when a fish tank evaporates, the salt on the side of the tank will leave lines.
No, not really. Like, not
Yeah,
just salt.
yeah, really.
There's other things,
Salt and
like minerals in
calcium,
general.
Calcium. Yeah, calcium. It depends on the tank.
Yeah, it
there
depends
will
on the
be-
water
there will
mostly,
be-
actually. But sure.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The water in the tank. God, you people are concrete thinkers.
But come on, dude. You're trying to talk about something, you nitpick everything I say, and then when I correct
Okay.
you on things that are like obviously just kind of wrong, you go like,
Please
well, don't be so precise with your language, dude. You're upsetting me.
Dude, you're the one being the concrete thinker. You're the one splitting hairs. My point is, and then I'm done with you because you're just acting fucking lunch.
I'm sorry that upset you.
I'm not upset. I pity the fool. But is it subject? Yeah. So if I measure from the bottom of the tank up to those lines, can I determine if that water was flat?
Can you determine if the water was flat? Is that your question?
I know it's a good one because you repeated it.
No, I mean, like,
know
you don't
the
just
answer.
measure one time
Are
up to the top of the line.
Shut up, dude. What is wrong with
Dude,
people?
like, are there waves? Like, would you call, like,
oh my God,
a
have
wave
you ever-
surface flat? I don't know. I don't think I would call that flat.
No, it's a calcium deposit at this point. You moron.
Now you're talking about the calcium deposit? Would you call that flat?
You're done. What do they do in college now? Just they pick you up and drop you in your head for 4 years?
The concept of water in a tank is just too much for him to comprehend, bro.
But it's also it's too small, right? It doesn't let you
That's not
demonstrate
the
anything
point.
about the shape of the
That's
Earth.
not the point. You can demonstrate whether it's a subjective determination or objective. That's the point. He's the smart ass trying to split hairs and be clever, Daza. Don't fall into his same trap. It's a cope.
Yeah, that's why I try and avoid the horizon these days. It's just not a
No, that's not
It goes
what we
nowhere,
were talking about, Daza. We were talking about the nature of water.
Well, we can talk about that too.
Well, that's
Anyway,
what we were talking
I'll have to
about.
hang up, but yeah. But
And
the nature of water is
Daza, it's a 10-second conversation. You know what water does in reality, and they show you something on the textbooks, which is a ball covered with water. The two things cannot be. So you guys are left in a delusion, and you're feeding
No, they
your
can be,
delusion
though.
with all these rationalizations. Go for it if you must, but that's where you're at.
Yeah, but will you imagine the scenario where you've got your tank and you put it on a turntable and you've just set it slowly spinning? The water will actually form a curve, right?
Good God,
water
you
won't
people
be in
are
motion
out.
relative
You
to the
people are
container.
truly out to lunch. We
No,
were
no, no,
talking
just let me
about
finish.
we were talking. No, dude, you're bastardizing this whole fish tank thing. A spinning fish tank. What in the gods? What in the gods?
The reason I'm
world are you guys? That would make all the seas and the earth there'd be one big whirlpool traveling around.
no.
Get real. We're talking about
The water in the tank will be
water
stationary,
already.
right,
No,
compared to the
dude, don't. You're not going to hijack it like that, last asshole. We're talking about the water has evaporated, and you have these calcium lines.
Yeah, and you measure the lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and within a margin of error.
Is that
they're gonna be straight, right?
okay? Is that like some just seat of the pants subjective determination?
Oh, it's an it's a rough measurement that you've made. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not very precise.
I wish you could get that through to the last guy.
But it's also a meaningless measurement, right? It doesn't tell you anything about the shape of the Earth.
No, it tells you about the nature of water.
Well, not really. That's why I mentioned the spinning tank.
Yeah, really.
You can have that tank rotating. The water is not moving within the tank. It's
Oh my
static
Lord,
within
you
the tank.
people.
And you get a curve because hydrostatics is quite happy for water to be curved.
So you've seen curved water out in reality.
Yeah. I've done some
Where?
GPS testing of water.
Oh my God.
And
Go on.
there's some other data sets I've got access to that have got large scale GPS tracks across the surface of water, and they show that the surface is curved.
Oh my Lord, you people. Well, it's not curving at the Suez Canal. That's 120 miles.
No, it is actually.
No, it's both
I
ports
don't
are
have
at
any
either.
data for
No,
that, but
time
I
out.
would be.
I know you don't know shit about it. You're going to cope rationalize insta. No, it's not. But you have a ditch, 120 miles, connecting ports at either end at sea level, and you have no locks.
Yep.
So
It's
yeah,
level, right?
yes. Welcome to welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. But you understand the globe model, right? That each little
Oh my
downwards
God.
G.
So how
is
many
at a slight angle to
120?
the next
Okay,
one, right?
Daza, how many 120 mile flat slabs make up a ball?
It's continuous. There are no sides. It's a continuous curve.
No. You just said the Suez Canal's flat.
It's level. It's level.
Flat and level. Yes.
So in the globe model, level is defined as perpendicular to vertical, right? A line that runs continuously perpendicular
You
to vertical.
forget that the Suez Canal is connecting two sea levels.
Yeah.
No,
and that's what I'm
locks.
saying. This is how the
So it's flat.
No, it's level. And this is the thing.
Okay. How level is it, Daza? So if I were to freeze the Suez Canal and pull it out with cables and helicopters, what would we be looking at? An arc,
an inches per
ice
mile
arch,
squared. 1 degree
an
for
ice
60
arch,
miles. It would be curved.
an ice arch,
An
or
ice
a slab
arch.
of water.
An ice arch.
You're
with
delusional.
Radius.
You're delusional.
Maybe it'd be interesting to do that.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
You guys are denying the nature of water to try and save this water ball. It's weird.
But that's what I'm saying. The water ball model has got some clear definitions about what vertical is, right? And if you have your verticals not parallel, water is perfectly happy to curve perpendicular to those verticals, right? And that's what level is in the globe model.
Oh God, equidistant from the center of the sphere. You're delusional.
Yeah,
you're lost in La La Land, Daza. Yeah, you're lost in La La Land. Good to see you back,
really
though.
hard to measure, right?
Yeah, you just have to imagine
and that's
it.
why I like the GPS conversation. The GPS conversation takes away all of this kind of stuff, and you get to measure the surface, the points on the surface.
So
in 3D space.
does the Suez Canal also takes it away from you, and you just have to imagine ice arch.
Yeah, well, I've got a GPS loop of a boat going around the Southern Ocean, and that shows curvature. That's 12,000 kilometers long, I think, that loop, something like that. Maybe even more, and it shows curvature across that entire loop.
Dream on,
yeah, it'd be interesting to
dreamer.
get someone to get raw GPS of a transit of Suez. I can add that to my bucket list.
The GPS uses flat planar reference though, Daza.
No, GPS has a coordinate system, does it?
Yeah, it
I
measures
get
her
confused,
flat.
No. That's your claim. Do you want to describe how GPS gets your fix from start to finish for me?
That's the point.
You're very muffled, Dazza. I can hardly hear.
So it needs a flat plane. It needs a horizontal plane.
Why does it need a flat plane?
I don't know. I didn't design the thing, bro. It just needs a flat plane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you it only needs a coordinate.
GPS, like celestial navigation, like air travel, it all needs flat plane, no curve.
Celestial
anywhere.
navigation and GPS are quite different in the way they operate.
Yeah, I know, but they still need a flat plane, even though they're different.
So
All
I'll
navigation
run you through how
is flat.
GPS works, right? In a nutshell.
So it needs
So you
to-
have all these
so there's
satellites
diagrams-
whizzing around.
There's diagrams there that shows it needs a flat plane, not curve. So it's
No,
not
no. The
flat.
diagram you're showing is showing the coordinate system, the axis of the coordinate. So what GPS does is every satellite is just a beacon saying where I am in that coordinate frame, what my XYZ coordinates are, and what time it is at the time I tell you this. And you capture these messages from 4 or more satellites, and you work out how far away you are from the satellites. And that gives you your own XYZ coordinate by intersecting 3 spheres of distance. And that gives you an XYZ coordinate in space. There's no flat planes involved. And if you plot those XYZ coordinates, they form a sphere as you move around the surface of the Earth. No flat planes required. The only argument you can make against GPS is whether or not it's real, whether the satellites are real. And that's pretty tough to refute as well. The data that you collect from GPS is just about irrefutable.
Yeah, spoiler alert, Daza, it's a Arthur C. Clarke fantasy.
It works. It works though, right?
Yeah, you guys, how gullible are you? Do you employ this level of naivety and gullibility into your day to day? Are you just a gullible? Are you just a gullible chap? Because that would explain a lot. Is that what's going on with you? You're just naive. You're naive and gullible. Is that what your deal is?
I've spent a lot of time learning about GPS, and the
But
more I
you just
learn, the more I
said
understand.
possibly the satellites aren't real.
No,
so
I
you
said
had a
that's
moment.
the
You
only
had a moment of
argument
yeah.
might-
You had a moment of humility, admitting that that's possibly that they are just an Arthur C. Clarke fantasy, which made you chuckle. I think you know. I think you know that it's just a house of cards. You're working hard to believe it. Very measured language, very dulcet tones, but your wishful thinking. Your wishful thinking is screaming.
Possibly. That's what people say.
Yeah.
They're very
Why?
calm.
Yeah. So yeah, shed the. It's a weird combination of naivety and arrogance.
It's not. I'm not naive. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah.
I understand what's going on with GPS
Golly gee.
in a pretty high level of detail.
You're hinging. You're hinging your globe ideology belief on something that you just told us. Well, and it all could be whack if these satellites aren't real. Yeah. Spoiler alert. It's sci-fi, bro. They're appealing to they're appealing to your longings for outer space travel.
Yeah, but
you were the sucker
of the
that was
day
born you're the sucker that was born every minute that P.T. Barnum spoke of. And here you are arrogantly and proudly in dulcet tones, mind you, professing this belief system while whispering to yourself, it's my belief. It's and this is why I don't like. This is why I don't like talking about horizons. Well,
yeah. Well, the evidence is overwhelming.
No,
for
time
GPS,
out.
right?
You just admitted, but you admitted that possibly the satellites aren't real. Do you know
No, I
the
said that's
satellite?
the only argument you might be able to make.
Okay,
is
that's
against the satellites, which I have
So
a
now
counter argument for.
Okay, so you can make it. Yeah. So do you have any evidence that these satellites exist?
Yeah. So the two key things.
Is this a grandiose begging the question? Because your evidence. I think it is, because your evidence that Earth curved is GPS. GPS depends on satellites, yet you need the curvature of the Earth in the first place for these satellites for Arthur C's fantasies to come real. So it is. It's
They all
just
coexist, but one's not dependent
it's
on the
a
other.
measured language circular reasoning cluster screw.
You know, it's a
Presented
cohesive
in
description of the
okay,
world.
yeah. That's lipstick on a pig. You ever heard that?
I have heard that. Yes.
Okay. You get that? You understand what that means?
Yes, that's right.
Were you
Like-
just applying lipstick to a pig just there?
No.
No.
There's no pigs here. Yeah, but but so the satellite thing, right? There's a whole bunch of things. So GPS, you can do this if you like. You can get your friend. You're obviously in the United States somewhere. You can get someone on the East Coast, someone on the West Coast. They can get their phones and they can record the signal from the GPS, not their locations, but the raw signal data. And you'll find that both people receive the same raw signal data, and that's evidence that the GPS is being transmitted from a single thing. If you go to get your location from GPS and any of that is faked, you will not be able to get your location. So the things have to be where they say they are, otherwise you can't work out where you are. And that clearly works, right? GPS clearly tells you where you are with great precision. And the last thing is that GPS signals have a tell. You can work out how fast the satellite is going towards or away from you. And there's no satelloons, no ground stations that can be doing 17,000 miles an hour across the top of your head. That's also something that can't be faked for everybody that gets the same signal. Everybody gets a different perspective of the speed depending on where they are. It's very solid from my perspective.
Sounds very religious. Thank you for sharing your beliefs. Thank you for sharing your confidence.
Works every day. Every day,
What
every
works?
time.
What works? Oh, the GPS.
Does.
Wow. Now, if we
Even
can just figure
inside.
out those satellites, now you just figured out those satellites are actually up there, orbiting the Earth.
Oh, there's strong evidence of that from
You've
GPS
yet,
as well.
yeah, that's circular.
No, it's not circular. No, it's
Sure it
only
is.
circular if you think you need to prove the Earth before you can have an orbit, right?
Okay, there you go.
Prove the shape of the Earth.
So it turns out to be circular after all.
So I can assume the shape of the Earth and launch a
Yeah,
satellite.
you know what
Bloody
happens.
hell, that
You know what
works.
happens.
Yeah, right?
You know what happens when you assume, right, Daza?
You can ask that of you and me. No, is that not the joke? No.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Yeah,
So let's not assume.
not assume. No, but so it's I don't think it's circular as such. That if you accept a previous discovery, like that the Earth was a globe, and build on
How
that,
is that? Just and how
then
is that?
then if your
discovered?
further discovery proves that initial thing as well,
Okay,
then
so a
all-
house of
all
cards.
hunky-dory.
A house of cards.
Oh, sure, yeah. If
Okay,
the Earth wasn't a globe and the satellites just disappeared in a puff of smoke,
yeah. Well, thank you for highlighting the predicament that you're in.
Yeah, I don't
Very
really see
brave
it
of
as a
you.
predicament. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty solid. It's on the cover of every textbook, and pretty solid. Does it say that in the book, in the textbooks? By the way, what you're about to read is pretty solid. No, it's gospel. It's treated as gospel. You treat it as gospel. You're a participant. Yeah, you're a participant in the 21st century modern religion that no one knows they're in, except for us idiot flat earthers. We know you guys are lost in the sauce. Hopefully you'll give up your moon golf fantasies and your dune buggy films on the lunar surface. And rejoin us back in reality.
Yeah, you don't have to believe
We'll be
you've gone
here.
to the moon to believe in satellites, though. That it's another thing altogether, but closely related.
Oh, okay. Well, good thing the thing you said was closely related. It wasn't related. Well done.
Well, the same,
isn't it?
Now you're trying to take lipstick off of a pig. You know how that goes.
Yeah, but it's not just belief. I have evidence, right? Strong evidence real evidence. Some
Yeah,
of it I've collected myself. Some of it
like
I've collected.
previous discoveries, like you said, previous discoveries.
That's what you just said.
Yeah, the information that I
They're in
have
denial.
about these
They're in
satellites
denial.
relies
They're in denial of
relies
the
with my
predicament they're
understanding of
in.
how a satellite works
Belief,
and what
dude.
it would look like.
Yeah, they're in denial. This is
No,
the
no.
grieving
Belief.
process.
It's
They're in
fine.
denial.
It's fine.
No,
It's all
that-
about belief. And I'm sorry we don't believe in your religion. It's cool. It's cool. You can believe all you like. That's fine.
It's not just a belief. I have facts.
That's what you just said it was.
Good luck.
I believe the facts, right?
Yeah, you're all about
It's not-
belief. Cool.
Right? And the fact that you believe them makes these facts that I believe facts, right? I mean, come on, dude. Circular. I mean, play on player, but this is where you are.
The facts are the facts.
And every time we ask them about it, you say, well, we're building on previous discoveries. I mean, could you be any more vague? We get it. You don't like the R word, but that's what you're in, a religion. The fact that you come here, the fact that you come here, no, is the nature of water a religion?
No, that's simple physics, the nature of water, right?
Yeah, well, just go. Yeah, and we talked about the calcium deposits. That's not a religion. You said it
And
was
we talked about
a measurement.
hydrostatics
So no,
as well,
it's not. I know you. I know you like to do. Oh, I'm in a religion, so you're in a religion too. No, I used to be in a religion. Your religion.
Yes, I have facts behind my data.
No, you don't, bro.
You just have
No,
beliefs. You only have beliefs.
Projection. Listen back to yourself 10 minutes ago. You were the ones chanting your beliefs. Your dulcet tones don't. I don't know who you're attempting to appeal to, Daza. But you've told us on multiple times belief, and every time we say, okay, what's the evidence? It's like, well, the evidence are the facts, and it's facts because I believe it.
I have come to believe the facts.
There's a reason why you chuckled when you heard Arthur C. Clarke.
He's a science fiction writer. He was a visionary. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and now you're left wondering if his vision of orbiting satellites exist. Left holding the bag.
I'm not wondering. I know they exist.
Oh, but you just offered up the possibility of them not existing earlier.
Yeah, to have a conversation about why I think they exist. Yeah, it was a bait.
You think they exist. There you go. It's becoming clear now.
Yeah, I think they exist with great certainty.
You think the science fiction writer's device is flying around Earth. That you can't show any. You go to GPS to show us curvature of the Earth, so you can't show us any actual Earth curvature. But you're certain that Arthur C. Clarke's invention is flying around it. I get it. I used to believe the outer space. Dude, I used to. Newton.
Yeah, Newton understood the concept of an orbit and how it would work. Arthur C. Clarke just had a bit more vision about.
No, he was a
communication.
He was science fiction writer.
I know.
Okay.
But he knew about science.
You're so close. If you could only know those satellites were real. If you only knew that Arthur C. Clarke's invention is here. You're so close.
All you have to do
you're
is
in La La
believe.
Land.
You don't have to know. All you have to do is believe.
I know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
build upon previous
to an end, unfortunately.
Yeah. You've built upon previous knowledge long enough. Good performance, Daza. You tried.
Have a good one. I gotta go now.
All right, mate.
Next time we can talk about how those GPS.
See ya. He believes because he believes, and it's true because he believes it's true. So, voila.
As long as you believe, that's all you need.
Confidence.
But he's not religious. But he
Yeah,
believes.
that's right. Yeah, they've got confidence, and they forget that the root of a con man is that someone who instills confidence in you. They've been conned. I don't know if there's too proud or sunk cost fallacy at play, but yikes.
Yeah, I'm sure pride has a part to play in it. I'm sure you're right in that.
I was finally
That
unmuted.
assessment. Oh,
I was freed.
welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, are you a flat earther, Globus?
You could say that.
Oh.
You could label me any way you like.
Anyway, so I can call you a Glober. That works too.
Well, it's up to you. You're the one placing labels upon people. Who am I to say you can't label me something? You're free to do it as you
can
wish.
object.
Mhm.
You can object to the labels. You can say that
I
those
can
labels
object
don't
to it,
represent you. You know, they don't represent you. They don't represent you.
It's fine. I represent myself, so I don't need a label to represent me.
Oh.
So you can label me anything you like, and at the end of the day, I represent myself. So that label is not going to represent me.
Oh.
But you're free to put that label on me, on others, because you have that free will to be able to label anything and anyone as you wish.
I don't think so.
I think so.
I don't think it's okay to label anyone as anything.
Sure it is,
I'm not-
Chief.
I wasn't saying whether it was okay or not. That wasn't where I was going. I was just saying that you're free to do that.
I mean, I wouldn't want someone labeling me something that I'm not. You know.
Yeah, but they're free to do so.
Sure. I'm saying it.
Yeah.
It's only
Well,
respectful.
that was
if I
my
label-
point.
It's only respectful if I label you something that you are. You know.
Yeah.
So why were you why were you trying to dish out disrespect?
Well, I was asking him, "Are you a flat earther? Are you a globe earther?" You know. I don't know.
And then you
I figure it out.
Then you said, "And what if I called you a glober?" Well, now you know, according to your own metric, that would be as an act of disrespect because you're all about respect. You don't like to send people on wild goose chases. You don't. You're not one to split hairs that aren't there.
You know me, man. You know me too well.
You're spun out on this water ball.
I like the fact that you called it a goose chase. It couldn't have been said better. You know. A goose chase is probably the best way you could have said it.
Yeah, well, it's a new day, so stop your bullshit from yesterday, the last 24 hours, and maybe try to. You obviously never spoken with Globus before, so maybe he'll be able to talk some sense into you.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What
I
sense
doubt
do you
that.
have to talking to me, Globus?
Sorry? Come again?
I said, what sense do you have to talking to me?
What sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said maybe you could talk some sense into him. I mean, look at the guy's PFP, and what in the world is going on there? What is that? A marble on a blanket?
You have the
Well,
Earth.
that's
and
new.
you have the curvature of space time, right?
No, I was
The-
gonna say, is
okay.
that space time there?
Yeah, I knew it. That little wet
Wow.
spot on the blanket.
Yeah, it's a blanket. Yeah, that's it right there.
When did you take that photo?
After the globe pissed the bed.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It is. It really is. Commendations.
Yeah. The Earth is a really beautiful place, man. I mean, where else would you rather be? You know?
Hmm.
Yeah, Earth is great. The globe is what's La La Land.
La La Land, huh? What about the Kolba? The Kobe? Is he gonna be unmuted too? Is he gonna be freed? We got locked up
No,
together.
he was a worse version of your bullshit artistry. He was
Oh,
telling us that we asked him for evidence of space time. He said, "Look around," and then he had like 4 of you guys saying that space time was in the room with all of you. So no, Jacoby's good for now.
That doesn't sound delusional.
It doesn't actually.
It does.
I mean, we went over. I'm not gonna go over it again.
It's kooky, dude. It's kooky.
In the room with us, huh? Old Hoss, man, you've been a warrior recently. The last few hours, man, you've been cooking all by yourself, taking on everything. You know.
Yeah, it's his hectic kitchen.
This is an overnight shift for you.
No,
This is overtime for you almost.
yeah, it's holiday pay.
Holiday
yeah, it's just no. Most of the night was pretty calm. It wasn't. I don't know. There's a lot of you and Jacoby. You guys like to muddy the water, and then it's not. You got them working on shifts, and then you got dulcet toned. What's his Dawkin or whatever his name is.
Daza?
I don't know, man. Daza, yeah. I don't know what's going on with you guys, but you guys sort of lately, it seems like you've just abandoned trying to give any like legit evidence for the globe, and you guys are just like you guys are throwing Hail Marys every day, just desperately holding on to the
We're
thing.
just
You're working
dunking
really
on
hard to
top.
believe.
We're
Working
just
hard to
taking big
believe.
slams. Yeah. I obviously sent everyone on that goose chase just a few hours ago. You know, I had Gregory coming after me. I had Sub Dude getting mad. Everyone was coming after me, man.
Well, it's probably because people are thinking there's no way this guy could be this dense. It's more disbelief when everyone's coming out. Like John McEnroe, you cannot be serious.
I mean, but I expect them to come after me since they're on the opposite side. The people on my side will tell me I'm right. You know.
About
They'll
wild
co-sign.
goose chase?
Yeah. You didn't hear Platypus, bro? He said I was right too.
Yeah, that's cheerleaders for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, then
They'll cheer you on no matter what you say.
Yeah, then Platypus left with his bill in between his legs.
He's a warrior too, man.
He is a confused lad. You guys all have the simplest things. You guys have all crossed up. The Earth curve calculators. You blame them on us. You have a completely bastardized interpretation of those, and then the long distance observations with the cranes. You guys have a completely, totally bastardized version of that. So the simplest things, I don't know what's going on because it seems like your guys' understanding of it's like deteriorating. It's wild.
Interesting, interesting.
I mean, we even had Daza saying level means curved.
Wow.
I mean, that
Yeah.
was it. That's insane.
That's our new thing now. Yeah, level is curved.
No, it's not. It's not. It's old, but it's it's an oldie. Yeah, but he brought it back tonight. It's crazy. It's crazy when he actually said those words. We, they want to split hairs with like you do, level and flat. It's absurd. I mean, you said it yourself. Your drink on your flight.
Yeah.
You
Let me
flat
see the
smacked
video.
yourself.
Actually. We need to save it so I can post it every single time.
Imagine employing Dazza to pour you a concrete slab, say you're building a new home, and you get there and the thing's all curved and all out of whack, and you're just like,
Yeah,
dude, I wanted this to be level, and he's like, yeah, it's curved. You're like, no,
it
I
is
want it to
level.
be fucking level, dude. It's like, yeah, curved, it's level, right? He's just like, dude, fuck the fuck out of here.
Yeah, all my lawn chairs keep rolling off of it. Yeah, it's level.
Yeah, the guy's like, it's level.
It's
Here's the
fucking
video.
madness.
I'll make sure I save this video, but
It's funny, like you're always digging for.
see, I
not
did
just you,
one
but-
experiment. Old Hoss, you got to give me credit for this experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a flat smack. It's a self flat smack. First
That was
of
on
the day.
a 500 mile per hour moving plane, and you have both of them just chilling, like nothing ain't happening, man. Just chilling. That Sprite can's chilling. The plastic little cup is chilling. The ice is chilling. The Biscoff is chilling. Just cruising.
Yeah, same thing happens with the winos bottle of booze on the boxcar. Until they hit a bump.
Yep. A lot of boredom here.
I'm not bored.
Maybe you can give me some entertainment.
No, you know what they say. I won't say it, but boring people get bored. I said it.
Boring people get bored. That's a saying?
That's right. Yeah, it's
Oh.
true. Who else would get bored? Anyways,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what sounds boring is bringing back the level is curved chant, because that's
boring as
anyway.
fuck.
Yeah, thank you. It's weird.
Yeah.
He doesn't expect that one, huh? The level means curved. You don't expect it to hit you like that. It's whenever a
Well,
sneak
it's
attack.
curved. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a sneak attack, because I had to tell him what it meant. I said, "You mean that it's equidistant from the center of a sphere?" Yeah. That's what level means. But that's the thing. You're imagining the sphere in the first place. Well, man, the TV, I get it, man. The TV and the books and the whole schooling. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I think you guys are like, I'm not talking just in general. This is too big of a tree to cut down if you're just going after the main trunk. There are lots of prerequisites that lead to this understanding that the narrative is just false. But since you're dug in, since you guys are thrown into this conundrum like midstream, it's pretty rough. I mean, it's hard to examine the moon golf films when you have to hold on to the wobbly water ball. Rant's over.
Wow, Oldas is no longer here. Interesting.
You're free to run riot. Do as you please. None
I
shall
am
interfere.
I am free to cook, as I've already been doing for the past I don't know how long. I just speak the truth, man. You know? And some people don't like the truth.
Yes.
Some people
There are
don't like
those
it.
that dislike the truth.
Yeah.
When it interferes with their beliefs, some will reject the truth.
Yeah. Flat
Because it
earthers do it all
hurts.
the time.
It hurts. Wow. So we've got a stereotype.
Yeah, we do.
That's unfortunate. That you have to sink to those lows of
It's not really a
stereotyping.
low, but it's like I mean,
It is though, because
let's
you're
be honest here. I mean,
stereotyping
are
people.
stereotypes? Do stereotypes come out of nowhere?
Well, when you're stereotyping a whole group of people, you're not taking individuals into account. It is kind of a
Oh,
low
sure,
act
but I
in
mean,
my
it's
book, right?
yeah,
In my book,
sure, sure.
because you know,
But who's to
certain
blame? Who's
people.
to blame for the stereotype stuff?
Well, the person making the stereotype.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? So if the person making the stereotype is who's to blame, then it's usually the people of a certain group, like flat earthers, maybe.
Well, see, you're taking a whole group and casting this vast net upon them all and saying that they all do this, when surely you haven't spoken to every single member of this so-called group of people.
I
So
mean-
therefore, you know, it's kind of a fallacy, isn't it? Isn't there such thing as a stereotype fallacy? I believe there is. In
Yeah,
fact, it's
maybe,
more than a belief.
but-
It's actually a fact.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's a stereotype. I mean, I'm not the one to blame for it, though. But it's something that I go off of because that's a lot of what I see. I see a lot of, you know, the same thing with most flat earthers. You know? But if you have something new,
Are there any other groups that you stereotype? Are there any other races perhaps that you stereotype?
no, not really. Not
No?
really.
So you only stereotype when it's convenient for you, when you're in, say, a 24/7 flat earth chat, that you stereotype those group of people. I wonder if you were in a, say, I don't know, like
I don't think
a
this is
chat.
stereotyping. I think this is inductive reasoning. Have
Well,
you
I
ever heard
was
of that?
speaking and you just interrupted the middle of my
I mean,
sentence.
I expect a lot of the same things from Christians. I accept a lot of the same things from certain people
Yeah,
that
does that
hold
make that
certain.
right though? Does it make it right to stereotype, whether or not you're a Christian or you're an atheist? Does it make it
Stereotype
right
isn't
to
something that you
stereotype a whole group
do.
of people? I'm still speaking. You're having trouble with that, aren't you? And
Why are
so
you
is
getting
your
upset,
friend
man?
there, Ducaby, or whatever his name is.
You're getting
You
upset.
guys need to learn how to let people finish their sentences. That's how conversation works.
Wait, you guys do that in here? You guys let us finish our sentences too? That's kind of crazy. I've never
Well, you
experienced
got
that.
another stereotype. You guys, I let people finish their sentences. Or at least I try to the best of my ability.
Are you like
Whereas
disavowing stereotyping? You never do that?
whereas you two, at the moment, are showing the complete opposite behavior. It's really appalling.
Well, I'm sorry
Well,
that you don't like it.
it's not necessarily that I try to stereotype people on purpose. It's just that I expect a lot of the same things from most flat earthers, you know?
Oh, so now you change your position.
Well, it's still stereotyping.
You're saying most now, so there are exceptions, right?
Maybe some.
Maybe some, okay. We're getting somewhere here with you now. There is a heart there somewhere, after all. There is a logical mind.
Well, of course there is. I don't believe the earth is flat.
Cool, so Are we going to talk about beliefs now? Is this a religious chat now?
I mean, I just don't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't think there's any evidence to support it.
That's cool. You don't believe. Cool. I'm not really about beliefs, but you're
So you
welcome
know
to
that the
your.
Earth is
You're,
not.
you're welcome.
You know.
You're welcome to your beliefs.
So.
Well,
So
I
you
know
can't.
the Earth is not flat, so
Cool.
So
Okay, so
so
that's better than believing it's not, or the
I'm pretty sure he
believing
knows that too. I think you're just like picking his words apart. But hey.
well.
So now you're
Globus.
So now you're
Well, the thing
divining.
is,
So now,
if you don't have any, if you're not
I said I
like
think.
100%, if you're not 100% certain,
No.
right, Globus, you're not open to it. So you're not open to your mind being changed about the globe Earth at all. If you believe in
hang
the
on.
fire.
This guy said, I think. Prior to that, he said, I'm sure you're not.
No, I didn't say that.
You said I'm sure, and then you change it for no, I think. After I put your feet to the like, it's come on.
Do you know what manner of speech I'm sure means in that context?
You're sure whether, and then you said you think.
Do you know what that means?
They're very different.
I don't think they are in this
You're
context.
sure of something, and then I think.
I'm sure that he meant X is a saying of saying. That's my interpretation of what he
the
said.
same as I think.
You do realize that if you're not open to your mind being changed about the flat Earth, right? If you know it's 100% flat, there's no way it could be a globe. You know it 100%. There's no not a doubt in your mind about it, right?
Well, like I said, I'm not one for beliefs.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that.
So
I'm not
so
religious in any
change
way,
your mind.
shape, or form. But I've heard you mention the word belief, and it's the
we
same
can't
with
change
the
your mind.
pavement.
I just want to know if your mind can be changed. That's it. Can your mind be changed?
Well, once you know something, can your mind be changed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Once you know something.
Well, when if you think you 100% have certainty of something, but you don't, but it's not true, right?
Well, then you don't
can
know
have
that.
you can
You have a strong
surely.
faith. You have a
Well,
strong faith.
I thought you didn't like interrupting people, but you have
I was-
you can have a strong false certainty. Absolutely.
I was attempting to reply to your question.
Yeah, but I was
I wasn't
speaking.
interrupting.
I was still speaking. So it's an interruption.
Well, you ask a question and then you get a reply, and then you accuse that person of interrupting. That's
Which is called interrupting. Choosing
and
when
here we go
someone
with another interruption.
replies. Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. Now
Wow.
I'm giving you an example of interruption, like you did. Correct.
Do it.
No, like I can control myself perfectly fine. I just want to interrupt you. Do you understand the difference?
So Globus, can you have a false certainty?
A false certainty.
Yeah. You know
No.
what that means? You can't? So a false certainty is you 100% believe, or you 100% have certainty.
I believe. Here we go.
Well, it's really still belief, right? But you
Gotcha.
100% have. Let's say that you 100% think you have certainty of this being the case, right? There's no belief in it, like you say, you have 100% certainty of it, but it's not
knowledge.
objectively. It's not objectively the case.
It's
So that means you have
knowledge.
a false certainty. That's what it means to have a false certainty.
If you have knowledge, there's no changing your mind on whatever it is. If you know that to be the fact, if you know it to be
What
the
if
fact,
your knowing is false? What if your knowing is false?
there's no such thing as knowing something and that knowledge be false.
Oh my god.
Real?
Can you lay out your theory of knowledge? What is knowledge to you, Globus? Could you explain?
Well, he
that
doesn't
to us?
understand that knowledge is JTB. It's justified true belief. So I mean, he doesn't like the word belief in there, so you have to use another word.
Well, can you tell us what you
you
believe
can't say-
that
you
knowledge
can't say
is,
knowledge.
Globus?
Right?
Belief, again, somebody mentions the word belief. Belief is not a part of this conversation.
No. Can you tell me what
Belief is a part of knowledge, though. That's the thing.
Belief is not a synonym of knowledge. I'm sorry.
No one's saying that.
That's not what we're saying. Oh my god. Belief is defined as so knowledge is justified as it's justified true belief. That's what it is. Right?
Well, I mean, there's different
fine.
theories of knowledge, which is why I'm asking him, like, what's the state of knowledge? You know, like, what do you think knowledge is, Globus?
Is it, hang on, is it defined as such?
I'm
Matt,
just asking you what your definition is.
hang on, no. There's no such thing as my definition. There's no
Oh my god.
objective
There,
definition.
man, why are you
There
being
are
so hard
only.
about it? Man?
Let me
Surely there's
finish,
something that you
please.
want to define.
Wow, can we have a conversation?
I don't
Well, it
think
doesn't seem
so.
like that,
Because you
according
don't
to you.
understand that language is subjective and you
No.
don't know what a definition is. I don't even think we can communicate. I don't think it's possible.
Definitions are not subjective; they are objective.
Oh,
Hey.
this guy, man. This guy.
Otherwise, it's pointless
Dude,
to have a
read
discussion.
Wittgenstein. I
Let
don't
me
say that a
finish,
lot,
please.
but honestly, you should.
Please let me finish.
No, I don't value what you have to say.
All right. Well, I'll exclude you from the conversation then.
Sure.
All right. Go back on mute then.
Well, you can't local mute people unless you're a moderator here. Just letting you know.
I know that. That's why I'm asking him to go back on mute because he
You
doesn't
can
want to be, he doesn't want to be included in this conversation because he doesn't
I didn't
value
say
what I'm
that.
gonna say. So it's pointless for me to have a
Well, it doesn't
conversation.
seem like you
with
value it
I'm not
either.
finished.
You
I'm
believe
not
that you can
finished.
have 100% certainty of something
Look,
and
it's
not
impossible
be
to have a
wrong.
conversation with someone that doesn't let you finish your sentences. So this is not an adult discussion, and it's unfortunate that you have. There we go. Thank you to the mod that muted that guy.
Back to what we were saying, though. Can you have 100% certainty and be false?
No,
And
let's
be wrong?
define knowledge because you said it was defined as justified true belief.
Yeah, in
Can
philosophy, that's what we define knowledge as. If you have,
Okay,
you
so
have
maybe-
knowledge of
maybe
something, you have
post-
a justified.
maybe
Hold on,
post
hold
that
on.
then.
Wait. See, there's the interruptions. There's the interruptions that you don't like.
My
So
apologies.
I define knowledge, right? And this is because that's how some people define it in philosophy, right? As knowledge being justified true belief, meaning you have a justification for believing this thing. Now you
Well-
claim that you have 100% conviction of something. You know something 100%. And you
before we-
believe because you
before
know
we
it
go
100%. Hold on. Let me just clarify a few
All
things.
right, come on. This
You
is
say that
very
you-
long. This is very long-winded, but go on.
I mean, hey, you say that you know something 100%, so I don't know why you're in the flat Earth room. You don't think you could be wrong whatsoever.
Right. So
I don't
before
know why
we
you talk to
before we go there, I would like for you to post that definition somewhere so the audience can see that knowledge is defined as justified true belief.
You know that there are different definitions for words, right? That's the thing. It exists.
All right. So post it.
Okay. I'll just post the definition that I'm talking about.
Cool.
Boom. There you go.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
simple. Yeah. That's simple.
So it's pointless to have a discussion with you, isn't it? It really is.
Oh, why? Because I posted a definition that you don't
You're
like or
just
something?
a troll.
Okay,
It's-
I'll give you
it's
a
unfortunate.
stand. So because I mentioned philosophy, I know you probably know nothing about it. I gave you a Stanford encyclopedia philosophy definition of knowledge as well. The analysis of knowledge. JTB, there it is as well if you want that too. Mr.
analysis of knowledge.
Mr. I want the official definition. Get it? Go ahead. Get it. It's right there from
Oh,
Stanford.
well, you expect me to read all of this shit?
Well, it's just then take my word for it. Justified true belief. Let's go. That's knowledge for you. Do you disagree with that definition? You got a problem with it? Or what?
Well, you're bringing belief into knowledge. There
Well-
are three components to the traditional
This is
analysis of knowledge.
philosophy. This is
So
philosophy.
according to this analysis, justified true belief is necessary as sufficient and sufficient for knowledge.
Yeah. So
But it's
if I claim to have knowledge of something, must that claim to have knowledge be justified? Must I have a justification? Like if I see a rat walking in my house, I've justified that through seeing it walk through my house. I've heard it maybe. I use my senses. So there's a justification for me making claims or me having knowledge of something, right?
There's a
If there was
justification.
no
but
justification
there
for any
is
knowledge.
a justification, but it doesn't have anything to do with a belief Once you've
Really?
justified something,
Really?
why are you to? What should we define belief then? Let's define
Really?
belief. Let's
Well,
define belief. Then.
you ever thought you heard something or thought you
Let's
saw
define
something?
belief.
Hold on. I just want to get to the nitty gritty of this.
All right.
You ever thought you
Yeah,
saw
I'm
something that
I'm
wasn't
trying
there?
to as well. I'm trying to get to the nitty
Well, it seems
gritty.
like you're afraid. It seems
Let's
like you're running.
justify it. No, I'm not.
You ever thought you
No,
saw something that wasn't there?
I want to get to the nitty gritty and define the
Yeah,
word
there we go.
belief.
We'll get to the nitty
All
gritty.
right,
I
so
just
belief.
want to make sure
An
we're aware of this.
acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a great
That-
definition. An acceptance that a statement is true or that something
Especially
exists. That's a
one
belief.
without proof. Oh wow, that's gotta hurt. That one's gonna leave a mark.
There's the
And
now.
then if you go,
You have the
you go
trust,
down
faith,
a
or
bit.
confidence in something or in someone or
Yeah,
something. You have
trust-
the acceptance of a. So
trust-
you want to play the cherry picking of the definition.
Trust,
You want to cherry
or
pick now.
confidence. No, I'm not cherry picking anything. I'm
Okay,
reading.
good.
Let's
So we're
read
gonna go with the first one you got then.
Let's read the whole thing. The
Let's
one
just go with the
below
first
that
one.
just
Let's go with the first one.
just below that, as you read out yourself,
Yeah.
it says trust, faith,
yeah,
or confidence.
Yeah.
And you think that plays in
You're
your favor?
laughing like that's like an absurd thing. Like you're a
that
god.
plays
Like you're a
in your
demigod. You're not a
favor?
human being anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big wow. So let me ask you a
Yeah,
question.
trust, faith. Those are the
you ever-
things.
Oh
that
yeah,
when
fuck.
we
Dude,
speak
trust
of
me. I know you're a
religion-
demigod. I know you know everything. You're a demigod. I know you're a demigod. You're crazy. You're good. You're good at this. You're a demigod.
Trust.
You have
faith,
these
or
heightened
confidence.
senses that you were never wrong about. But let me ask you this question, since you're a demigod, of course. Have you ever thought you saw something that wasn't there?
No.
Really? Never?
Yeah.
Really? So you ever thought you were in a dream, or you ever thought like something was going on in your life that was real, but you were in a dream as well? Like
No. Never
really?
happened.
Never
Yeah.
happened in your life. These are things
Nope.
that people mention happen. Never happened with you, right?
Yeah, well, that's another stereotype. It happens with
Oh, okay. Never
everyone.
happened with her.
It
So
happens
so
with
you
a
never
whole bunch
you
of
never thought
people.
you heard something that
So
you didn't hear.
Let me
Oh.
finish, dude, please. So it
What?
happens with a bunch of people. So that means it must happen with everyone. I'm
No, I'm
telling
just
you,
asking
no.
you. It's a surprise to me, really. So you never
Well,
thought you heard something that you
you
didn't
know,
hear as well?
I just
That's
blew
it?
your mind. How about that?
Yeah, you did. You did blew my mind.
Mark this day down in your diary. Dear diary, today I got my mind blown by someone.
Yeah, this guy came in. He said his senses never deceived him, never once.
There you go. You learn
You know
something
that's
new every
so your
day.
senses never deceived you, never once, just a little bit.
Now you have that knowledge that some people's senses don't deceive them. Wow.
Well, the justified true belief in that's kind of whack. You could be lying, so I don't truly believe
Yeah,
you.
but do you believe me though? Do you believe
mean,
what I'm saying to you? Do
You're
you
a human.
believe
You're a human.
me?
Not necessarily. I don't really. If you want me to be honest, I mean, you're a human
that's
being and
fine.
you're
You're
fallible.
entitled to that.
And you're probably a lot older than me. I'm only 17, so I expect that your senses at least failed you once. You at least thought you saw something that you didn't see. You heard something that you didn't hear. You know, you thought this was this, but it wasn't that. Really, that never happened to you? A day in your life? Really?
Not really, no.
Oh, really? This guy knows it all. He's
Did I
up-
say that I know it all? Wow, we're jumping.
no, for real, dude. You got it, dude.
Now.
You're like I said before. You're a demigod. You've never.
Thank you very much.
It's
Wait,
funny.
I want to ask you guys a quick question. Can you be justified in believing something that's not true? I'm thinking of a Gettier case.
That's
How
a
do you
question
guys-
for the demigod.
You can definitely believe something that's not true.
Okay.
Can you have
I'm just-
100% certainty of something that that's not true as well?
You guys do know about Gettier cases. Okay.
About what, sorry?
Yeah. I've heard of a few stories. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I could have sworn this happened, and it didn't happen. You could have sworn you had more coins in your pocket that you didn't have. You could have sworn you saw something that wasn't there, But apparently, this man's a grown man. Never happened to him once. He's being honest here, completely honest. Insane.
I think that might be more evidence of not being honest.
Yeah.
Frankly.
I mean, hey, dude. He's 100% honest. He's not lying whatsoever. His senses never deceived him once in
There
his
you
lifetime.
go. It's up to you to believe me or not.
You're funny, man.
So what happens if you have knowledge of something that's false?
Then you
What do you
don't
do
have
with that?
knowledge. You don't have knowledge, do you?
Well, you can't know
Probably
something
make
that's not true, right?
So nothing can be known then.
Well, take for example a DNA test, right? Let's say you find out that the child is not biologically yours, but before that, you thought the child was yours. Did you have knowledge?
Can you say that? Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Okay, so take a DNA test, for example. All right. You have your child tested to see if it's biologically yours. You find out it's not. Okay, but before the DNA test results, in your mind, you had knowledge that the child was yours, correct? Or you thought you did anyway.
Did you have knowledge though, or did you have a strong belief that it was yours?
Well, you believed you did, right?
Was it justified?
Well, you
So was
believed.
that belief
Okay, you
justified?
believed it. You didn't have knowledge though.
Yeah, but was the belief justified?
Exactly.
But any
Well,
reasonable person
Like if the sun looked like you,
it's
was that belief
that is
justified?
subjective.
Oh, it's
Then you get the objective results, and then that's when you have knowledge that it's not yours. But
Oh.
prior to that, you
anybody
had a
before that point-
subjective belief that the child was yours, but then knowledge came and smacked you right in the face and said, "Sorry, mate."
prior
You
to
just
that,
had a belief.
any reasonable
Prior to that,
person would have said, "I know
justified.
the child is mine."
Yeah.
Everyone was talking through each other. I didn't catch that.
No, I said prior to that, though, you were justified in
Well,
believing the child was yours, right?
Totem had something to say. Just
Well,
let him
you
get
thought
his
you were justified, but the test showed that you were wrong. You didn't have knowledge. You thought you did, but you didn't have it.
Right, that's where the justified part comes in.
Well, you didn't have knowledge. That's what I'm getting at. You didn't actually have that knowledge.
But the question is,
You
did you
just
have
had a belief.
But did you have a justified true belief though?
But then
Was it
afterwards, once the test came in, that's when you actually acquired the knowledge.
Right.
That's when
But
you acquired the knowledge.
Yeah,
And that is
so-
what knowledge is. It's objective,
yeah.
not subjective.
Great.
Sometimes we
So-
think sometimes we think
He's
we
gonna
know
keep going
something.
on forever. Okay.
No,
You did have knowledge. You just knew something else was false.
Sometimes you think you know something.
It was
but
unjustified.
actually it's just a belief. Just like the globe. You think you know, but
that's
actually
always-
you believe in NASA, you believe in this, you believe in the stories that you were told as a child, but you think you know,
that
and then
definition-
bang, here comes the flat earth and smacks you in the face again and says, You don't know this.
By that
This
definition-
is the actual fact.
See how he's never gonna stop,
And
right?
that's when you were just smothered with knowledge.
You're missing the point.
You have to go home to your little room and cry about it. That's all that's left to do
By
after
that
that.
definition,
go.
you only ever believe to know things. You don't actually know whether your quote unquote knowledge is true or not.
Yeah, there you have it.
And so once it goes through
It
a
sounds like
rigorous
you feel
test,
like you know that.
once your knowledge goes through, once your beliefs or your supposed knowledge goes through rigorous testing, and then you realize that your knowledge is actually a
No, that's
belief.
not enough.
Then
That doesn't get you
when
out of that.
realize that, then bang, you're smacked in the face with actual knowledge.
How do you know?
There is
it's
no
a rigorous
curve.
test?
You believe there was curve,
How do
but
you
there
know
was
that that's a
none.
rigorous test?
Good question, Manufacto.
How do you know you? Yeah, because if you don't know it's a rigorous test, then you don't know what you've.
So nothing can be known then.
You don't-
That's
Globus,
what
why don't
your-
you try to answer this
your
question?
definition
into
boils down
solipsism
to.
then. How do you know this?
Yes,
How do you,
that's
so
what your
nothing can
definition
be known
boils
then?
down to.
So
That's
there's
your definition kind of fucked
everything,
you up.
everything,
Exactly. That's why yours is a bad definition.
everything
It's a terrible
dissolves down to uncertainty when it comes to you guys here speaking.
No, and
in
it
the
does.
chat
That's
at the
why
moment.
you didn't answer Manufactotum's question though.
Everything dissolves down
Do you
to
know that rigorous test to be true?
uncertainty. Therefore, nothing can be known. So you're
And he's
living
not
in a
gonna
world. You're living in a world
No,
where
no,
there
this
is
is your
no
world.
knowledge. You don't know
That's
anything.
your definition. That's your
That's-
definition. You're living in a world where all knowledge claims are purely beliefs.
Nope, not at all. it's
Because they rely on being
it's actually
true,
the complete
and we don't
opposite.
have that ultimate knowledge of truth.
Well, ask
You
him that
guys-
question again. I want to see if he'll answer it this time.
Yeah, how do you know your test was rigorous?
So we're sinking back to solipsism again.
Okay,
It's the
so he's
same
not
thing.
going to answer his question. He's not going to answer. See?
Well,
He
that's
can't
the
answer.
that's the implication
No, it's
of the
not.
question.
It's really
That is
not
the
an implication of
implication
solipsism.
of
No, it
the
isn't.
question.
It's
How
a,
do
it's
you-
an
and then-
intuitive question.
and
How do you know that
if
your
I-
test is rigorous?
Then if I answer that question, you're going to say, "Well, how do you know that is this?" And how do you
No,
know
you
this? And it's just going to be a never-ending thing where you're continuing
I wouldn't
to
do that.
you're
Your
continuing to
definition of
ask,
knowledge
"Well, how do
requires
you
us
know
to
that
go
that
down
was?"
path.
Well, how do you know that this?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just
Welcome to flat
complete
Earth. That's
uncertainty.
the whole problem.
Welcome to solipsism. That's what you're a part of, clearly, and it's implied by the question you just asked.
Your
It's
definition.
it's
I'm
as simple
showing
as that.
your faulty reasoning.
You can never
That's
know
not
anything.
how we
Admit
don't
you're a
define knowledge
solipsist.
that way.
Admit to it, and we
You're the
can move on.
solipsist. You're not
Nothing can be
understanding.
known.
I'm applying your definition to what you just said.
How do you
because
know
that's
this?
not
And
how
how do you know
define
that?
it. Exactly. That's why you
Yeah,
can't have that
exactly
definition.
right. You're a
How do you
solipsist.
know it?
Nothing can be known because you're just going to continue
not
to
listening.
ask that question over and over and over again.
No, the flat earther is. That's my point. That's your
Stereotype.
definition of knowledge. That's not what Matt
Stereotype
was saying.
again. The flat earthers this and the flat earthers that and the flat earthers do this and they do that.
Yeah,
Can't
because
you
you
just
just
address
said.
somebody? Can't you address someone just as an individual instead of always trying
I'm
to
agreeing
lump
with
them
you.
into
I'm
a group
agreeing
that
with
they all think this and they all think that?
I didn't
You
say
can't,
all. I
you
didn't
can't
say
help
all.
yourself,
I
can
said by
you?
your definition, because that's what that results in is always asking, well, how do you know this? How do you know that? And that is what happens in this room. That's why most people are going by your definition, and your definition doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all.
Let's cheerlead for each other, can we?
Well, I
It's
mean,
precious.
the thing is, you couldn't actually answer the question. You talked about how you liked having good conversations, but he asked you a question, you don't want to answer it.
Well, let me give you an example of how you can know something. How about the scientific method? Is that valid? Is that valid for acquiring knowledge?
I don't think an obfuscation is a good thing. I think that we
I'm
want to.
giving you an example of how you can know something.
Okay, go ahead with the scientific method. How do you know that's correct? How do you know it's 100% correct?
See, there you go again. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know it's correct? How do you know?
asking you, how do you know?
See,
How do you know it's 100%
you're another solipsist. You
No,
are a
I hate
poster child of
solipsism. I hate
solipsism.
solipsism. I just know that
Well,
your
it's-
definition is really bad.
You hate it, but you're actually employing it right now
I
in
just
your
know that
argument.
your definition's really bad. I just know that your definition's really bad. That's it.
So, in your opinion, is the scientific method a valid method
That's
for
what I want to
gaining
know.
knowledge, for acquiring knowledge? Is it or is it not?
The true knowledge from you? Well, I think you have to have a little bit of belief in that too. Just saying. Yeah, you have to have a little bit of belief that it's gonna work out for you.
So if you get a result out of your experiment and someone says, "I don't believe that experiment," that's it. It's your experiment is null and your experiment is null and void. Your experiment is null and void because someone else doesn't believe it.
That's not how it works.
Happens
Actually,
every day in
that's
here.
actually not how it works. Someone else's belief doesn't change objective reality. But what's your justification for
Your
not believing?
belief in your experiment somehow what does that do for anyone?
Well, I justify my belief with the experiment.
So it's all about what you do for yourself, is it? And it doesn't matter if other people don't
Everything,
believe
like
it.
every test, everything out there that's peer reviewed is there's gonna be a justification for it, and people can check it out. They can disagree with you or agree with you. It's kind of how it works, you know. But
So
with
people
you,
can- so
you
people can-
just know everything.
So
You're a demigod.
people can disagree with a scientific theory.
Yeah, never heard of that before. Really? That's
So
new.
after an experiment is performed, right, and the variables are accounted for, and then you get a hypothesis validated or invalidated, people can disagree with that, even though they can repeat the experiment and do that for themselves. They can disagree with the result that happens repeatably. You can actually disagree with
depends
the
on what
fact.
the result. It depends on what you're trying to say that the ultimate reason or the causal relationship is. Then people
Well,
can
that's
agree with
that's the
whatever
whole
that.
point of the independent variable, to see what the cause of it is. So if
But
you
disagreement can
vary,
still be
if you
there.
vary that, if
Disagreement
you
can still be
vary that variable, right? You vary that cause, and then you find out that this isn't causing it, but this is.
then people can actually disagree with that fact that this is actually causing this effect.
What makes
People
it a
can
fact?
disagree with that fact.
What makes it a fact?
So people can disagree with that fact or not. You're varying this.
What makes it? What makes it a
You
fact?
are varying this the variable, right? You're manipulating the independent variable, and it's causing this effect. People can disagree with that cause. Really, is it a matter of disagree here? Agree or disagree,
Have you
or
proven
is
the
it
cause,
objectively causing the effect? Which one is
Have you
it?
actually proven that
the
it's
sound
the
of his own
cause?
voice.
One at a time, guys.
Have you actually proven that that's the cause?
Well, yeah, you're manipulating that cause.
Well, you're manipulating a variable, and what you get out of that experiment is
Well,
correlation.
It's
At
not
most, you can say I have a
correlation.
very
It's
strong.
directly cause and effect. That's what we were just talking about.
Hey,
Dude.
hey! Remember not to interrupt people. You like to have good conversations. Remember? Yeah, just telling you.
Oh, this is precious. We're actually saying that the
Well,
scientific
it's funny
method
how
is
you kind of
subjective.
froze up whenever you were asked. You know,
I
how
was
do you know
just
that you
speaking,
rigorous
dude,
test
and you were just complaining about interruptions. Come on, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, you are Mister. Don't like to interrupt. Like to have good conversations, right? Just like to follow up on that. You know.
Well, you're bringing it up that I'm doing it to you, but then you're complaining it. I'm
Well,
complaining
you're the
about
one that brought. If someone brings it up
Dude,
at firsthand that I like having good conversations, I don't like interruptions, and then they start interrupting, I'm like, whoa, that's kind of hypocritical, you know.
let's not go through the weeds here. Like we're branching out into minutia.
So again, how do you
So
know that your rigorous tests are 100%
so
certain?
the subject so the scientific method.
Okay, so we're not going to answer the question. Of
Well,
course, we're not. There's no
so
answer. Apparently,
I
from
thought
you.
we were talking about the scientific method.
No, we were. No, that's that was
You
your
weren't?
obfuscation. That was your
You weren't?
evasion. Yeah, that was your. It's called a diversionary tactic. That's what you use to try to move away from what we were talking about and what we were asking you about. So when we asked you, how do you know that your rigorous tests are 100% certain? You didn't have an answer.
I gave you an example of a rigorous testing method.
Well, I want to know how you know it's certain. You can mention the scientific method. I just want to know how you know that it's not fallible. Your reasoning can't be fallible there as well.
And I just went through that using the independent variable, right? Which causes an effect, which is your dependent variable. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the scientific method. It's a very rigorous testing method.
Oh, it's very
To
rigorous.
acquire
How do you know
knowledge.
that? How do you know that?
Because you at times you will get a null hypothesis. So you know for a fact, no belief involved, that this particular independent variable did not cause that effect. So you can discard that because you know
will know that for a fact.
You know it didn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
What if
you know it
when
for a
if
fact.
you did the rigorous test and it was wrong and you got it wrong still?
What do you mean if you got it wrong?
When if you did the rigorous tests and it was supposed to show you something that it didn't show you, and you were like 100%, it's going to show me. I'm doing the rigorous test and it doesn't give you what you want. Then what?
Then
You made the hypothesis for it, and you're like,
null. That's
and you're
called
like,
the null
this
hypothesis.
is what I expect, and you're like, this is what I expect.
I'm answering your question. That's called a null hypothesis.
Really?
What you tested, what you thought was going to cause the effect, didn't cause the effect, and that is your null. So now you have
so it
that
wasn't so
knowledge.
rigorous after all.
Now
Doesn't
you know. Now you know that what you thought was the cause is not the cause. Then you move on to another experiment. You test another
but you thought it
independent
was the
variable.
cause. But you thought it was the cause 100%.
I'm not finished.
Oh, I thought you liked interruptions. My bad.
Come on, dude. Let's be adults. Okay, I know you're 17. You're not quite there yet. You haven't matured yet. But
Well, I'm
it's
definitely
fine.
higher than you.
See, there you go again.
Seems like I'm higher than you.
It's learning. You're getting there. You're almost there.
Well, it
Not
doesn't
quite
seem like
there.
it from you.
There you go again. There you go again. I wasn't quite finished.
I don't want your meta.
And there you go again. You can't control. I know when I was 17, I couldn't control myself either, but that's, eventually I learned how to control it.
So you're done?
I know. Are you done?
Okay, great. So how do you know that your rigorous test, if you believe or you have knowing, like you say, you know it for a fact that your rigorous test is going to give you this result, and it gives you a null hypothesis, which is not the result that you wanted, then what happens? Did you have a false belief or false knowledge? Or what? What happens
So
then?
do you know what a null
Oh,
hypothesis
okay.
is?
Okay,
Do
you
you know
see
what
you
it
see
is?
where the diversionary is again. He couldn't
There's
answer
no
the question again.
there's no
I don't, like,
diversion.
I don't think that you know what you're talking about, because I made what I said very, very clear, and then you try to evade what I said. Just like when Manufactotum asked you how you know your rigorous tests are 100% and they're all knowing, you couldn't answer his question. You're like, well, it's solipsism. It's solipsism. So you don't really know what you're talking about. You're just saying a whole bunch of word salad.
Oh, it's word salad, is it?
Yeah, it's word salad. That's why you can't answer any
So
questions.
so
You
me
said that
going
you can
through,
have 100%
and there
certainty.
you go again. Can you control yourself, please?
Well, I was still talking, sir. That's it.
I was talking and then you interrupted me.
I was still talking.
You're very erratic. Can you just drop it down a notch and you'll be fine?
My bad, man. I mean, I was just, in the middle of my sentence. That's it. But yeah, I mean, I've had 100% certainty of things and have been false. So it wasn't 100% certainty then? Is that what it means then?
You
It
didn't
was a
have
false
knowledge.
100%
If
certainty?
you thought you were certain about something, and then you were proven wrong, then after that process of you being proven wrong, that's when you then acquired that knowledge. So that's why the scientific method is a very good, and it's very specific in its application, right? So it applies to only natural phenomenon. That's why we use it to discern belief from knowledge. You may believe that this is causing this effect. And that's when you put it to the test and you set your beliefs aside, right? That's the whole point of the method. And then after that, you acquire the knowledge of whether or not that was causing the effect or whether it was. Simple
mean
as that.
wasn't?
Wasn't, sorry. I apologize.
So you actually caught yourself in a dilemma here. I'm gonna show you the dilemma. So certainty is actually subjective, if you didn't know. So when you're certain about seeing something and you're like, I'm certain that I saw this, in your mind you think it's 100% the fact, but you check it. You actually go ahead and you see what's going on, and maybe you're wrong. So your certainty can be wrong because certainty is subjective. It's not an objective thing. If you think it's certainty subjective, objective. Find me any philosopher that would ever say such a silly thing, right? So your certainty is something subjective, and reality can be different from your certainty, right? I've been 100% certain about things that I was wrong about. I was objectively wrong about, but I was still certain. So either you're only certain whenever you actually check and you see that you're right 100%, 200%, right? Or you can't have certainty at all. So is your certainty only certainty after you've checked? Is that when your certainty?
For example, going back to the scientific method, once you've put a cause and effect relationship through that test, that's when you acquire knowledge, and then you can be certain that is the cause of the effect.
That's a good example of. It sounds like you said knowledge is truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Apparently, he doesn't understand knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge is truth.
Can't blame the guy.
They are synonyms. Yeah, absolutely. Belief, unfortunately, doesn't fall in that category. It's not a synonym of truth or fact or knowledge.
Well, certainty isn't really either.
You can know something, but parsing out whether or not something is true or false is something completely different.
Like he's certain that the Earth is flat, but he's actually wrong. He has a false certainty.
What he's getting wrong is that truth is a condition of knowledge. It's not the other way around.
Yeah, he doesn't really get it though. Can't blame the guy.
It seems like knowledge is just
knowledge and truth aren't the same thing. One depends on the other.
But he thinks that you can't have false certainties. So you can't be subjectively certain about something and be wrong about it.
No, you can definitely have false certainties, because if you couldn't have false certainties, then false evidence wouldn't exist. That doesn't make sense.
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Well, hold on. I'm almost done. He also said that his senses never deceived him. So he never heard or saw something that he didn't actually see.
According to the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Truth is a
Yep.
condition of knowledge. That is, if a belief is not true, it cannot constitute knowledge. Accordingly, if there is no such thing as truth, then there can be no knowledge. So they're dependent upon each other. You can't have one or the other. They're not the same. They're
Can
just
you read?
simply dependent upon each other.
Can you read that part again about belief that you just read out?
Belief? I didn't
Yeah.
read anything about belief.
No,
I read
did you
something
not?
about truth
Yeah,
and
did you not
knowledge.
say
There
the
was
word belief though? Did you not
the
say that
word
word? Are
belief was not included in that. No. Oh
you
no, wait.
kidding
I did
me?
say
Belief
belief.
out of that, Globus?
I
Dude,
did
this
say
it's
I did say
recorded.
belief. I said
You
if a
just
belief
used
is
the
not
word
true.
belief. So in that definition that you read out from God knows where, you didn't use the word belief.
It's not from God knows where. It's from the Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
All right,
It's,
can
this
you
is
can you
He said
control F
truth is
the
a
word belief? Can you
condition of
control F?
knowledge, dude.
Control F and see if you can find the word belief there because you just said it.
Really? He said it.
Yeah, he did.
All right,
Really?
go back in the chat. I mean, go back in the YouTube live stream and check it then.
No, I did say belief. It's in the definition.
Oh, he
It
said
said
it.
it said truth is a condition of knowledge. That is, if a belief is not true, it cannot constitute knowledge. Accordingly, if there is no such thing as truth, then there can be no knowledge.
He doesn't
But it's
believe that
still
knowledge is JTB. He doesn't agree with that. He doesn't agree that knowledge is JTB.
yeah.
He thinks it's something else. He
I
thinks
don't
it's another
agree.
sphere or
I
another
don't
thing.
agree that knowledge has anything to do with belief.
But
Wow.
you openly said that knowledge and truth were the same thing earlier, and truth has to do with belief. So therefore, you're contradicting yourself,
Truth
right?
has nothing to do with belief, dude. You can believe anything
All right,
you
then I'll
like,
search up the definition of
and it
truth right
doesn't
now,
make
and I
it
guarantee you the
true.
belief. I guarantee you the word belief will be in there. I'll search up the word true right now.
Are they synonyms? Are they synonyms?
Truth is a fact or belief that is accepted as true.
Are they synonyms? Is truth
They're not
and belief?
synonyms.
Oh,
Truth
thank
and belief
you.
aren't synonyms.
Okay. Is knowledge and belief, are they synonyms? Are they synonyms?
Knowledge and belief.
Yep. Which is the whole argument here. This is where it all stemmed from. Are knowledge and belief synonymous? It should be quick, man. You shouldn't have to search this. Come on, dude.
It's not the same thing. They're not synonyms.
Thank you. Thank you. Case closed.
Case closed for what? You got your ass whooped.
Are you serious? That was the whole argument. That was the whole argument.
You're
dude.
disagreeing with the
You said knowledge
Encyclopedia
and
of
truth were the
Philosophy
same
here,
thing.
man. Yeah.
The whole
He
argument
doesn't-
was belief has
He
nothing
says
to
that
do
there is
with
no
knowledge.
belief in knowledge
They're
whatsoever.
not
So you don't
synonymous.
believe in anything that you think you have
They
knowledge
are
of
not
whatsoever.
synonymous.
You said there was.
that's a contradiction.
You said that belief and knowledge aren't related, and then you asked me to find out if they're synonymous. Like, I don't understand. What do you mean?
You don't understand what I mean? You.
But then, why
serious,
would you
dude.
ask me that if you said that truth and knowledge are the same thing? Like, I don't get why you would even ask me to do that.
So there's no belief in
That's on
knowledge.
you,
You just
Yeah,
know
got
it. There's no belief in it whatsoever. You just know it. Just know everything.
Belief has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with knowledge, right?
So
Yeah, 'cause
because they're not
Nothing to
synonymous,
do
it
with
means there has nothing to do with. Then why is it in the definition?
It's not in the definition, though, is it?
Or not in the definition? Why is it in the comparison between knowledge and truth if belief has absolutely
Not
nothing to do with those
in
two?
the definition. Thank you. Thank you
I
for.
read the definition
Thank
outright.
you for
What are you talking
conceding that.
about?
Thank you for
What are you-
conceding that knowledge,
Not what I said.
belief have nothing to do with each other. They are not in each other's definition, and that's it. That's where the argument stops.
No,
You gotta
belief
go
has to
argue
do,
with the Encyclopedia of Philosophy now.
buddy.
That's what you
Belief
gotta
has to do with truth. That's why I'm saying you said knowledge and truth are the same thing, but you're arguing that belief has nothing to do with knowledge. So you're contradicting yourself, and not only that, the dictionary says that the definition is completely different.
Is belief
That's my
truth?
whole point.
Is belief truth?
No,
Okay, cool. That's okay.
they're
That's
not
it.
the same thing. They're not the same thing.
Is belief
No.
the same as knowledge? No. That's where it ends. That was the whole argument from the get go.
This guy's so silly. It's like it's not even
What?
funny anymore.
Oh, I went from being funny to silly, did I? That's
Oh my
unfortunate.
Well, you weren't funny. You were just silly. It's
Well, you
embarrassing.
said I was funny earlier, so now you're changing your whole stance. Wow. You're a flip flopper. That's unfortunate. That's all right. You're only 17. I'll give you a pass on that. If you are 17, I don't believe
So the
you
thing is,
are.
why? My question is, why does age have anything to do with this debate? Because I would assume that if one is younger and you're older, it should make him easier to debate against. So why are you using his age to constantly criticize him?
Well,
I mean, when did I criticize him about his age?
Getting his ass kicked by
You
everyone with
literally
all.
criticized him about his age minutes ago. You said that's okay. I understand you're only 17, but your maturity is like a work in progress. You've been criticizing him about his age.
Observation, dude. You're getting your feelings hurt.
I'm gonna assume that he's in like his
No
30s.
No
or
one's
something.
getting their feelings hurt. I'm just a bystander. You've been
It's crazy.
criticizing him
Hold on,
about his
hold on.
age for the past few minutes.
It's crazy how a man that can be at his age doesn't believe that there's any belief in knowledge. He just knows it. He doesn't believe anything. He just knows everything.
So tell me, do you think that human nature is that as a human you are innately born with knowledge? That you don't obtain it through belief, but that you are born with knowledge. That you just spawn on the earth with knowledge.
Yeah.
Like you come here and you automatically know, rather
And
than
you
you
can't
have the
have false
potential
certainties as
to
well.
gain knowledge through belief. You don't believe that there's potential to gain knowledge, but rather that the knowledge that you have is already here with you when you are conceived, when you are born, when you get here. You believe that you just have knowledge, like it's an innate value, like it's genetic. You just come with it. Is that really what you believe?
Never said that. Never said that. And firstly, I'd like to address the claims that I was criticizing someone for their age. That's
you were
absolutely how.
Bro, I'm sure you said there's a 24/7 live stream, right? I'm sure we could roll it back right now and see the
Roll
clips
it
where
back.
you made fun of him because of his age.
I made fun of. Did I make fun of you for your
Yes.
age? I'm not
I mean,
asking you.
you were like, well, I understand. You're only 17, so it's all right.
Yeah, you're only 17.
Yeah,
It's
how is that
understandable
making-
that
how
you're
is that
this
making
dumb.
fun
Like
of
that's
you?
basically what you were saying.
If you took that as an insult, then I apologize, but I'm not.
Well, I
I'm
didn't
just
take
not
it as
taken
an
as an
insult.
insult.
Really.
It is an insult.
I don't. I don't take it as an insult. I'm not really
Being
worried about it.
17 is an insult.
I mean, I know that.
It's an ad hominem. It is an insult.
I know that. Well, it's fine though. I mean, I know
All
that he's
taken
a
as an
30-year-old
insult. It's
man
an
who
insult.
doesn't
Ad
who
hom,
believes
is
that
it?
there's no belief in knowledge, which
Hang
is
on,
just
hang on,
absurd
Matt.
to say.
Hang on, Matt. I just got accused of an ad hom. How is it an ad hom? Please.
No, we don't have to digress. We don't
No,
have
no,
to.
no, no.
we don't have to
Let
go
him speak for
back and
himself.
fight over. No.
Because
There's no
you
need. There's
because
no
you
need to
use an
fight over.
argument because you use something directly related to the person rather than the subject. Therefore, it is an ad hominem. You saying him being 17 years old is the reason for his condition has nothing to do with there being a flat or globe Earth. It's solely directed towards the person.
We weren't even talking about a flat Earth globe. Earth.
The
We were just talking
definition of an ad hominem is an argument or reaction directed against a person rather than the position they are maintaining.
Was that
So that
against
means-
him though? How was that against him?
So his age isn't a part of his. So his age isn't a quality of character. It's not a part of him. His age isn't. His age has nothing to do with him, is what you're saying. His age is just his age. It has nothing. It has no relation to him. It's not a direct part of him. It's not a direct quality.
So when I
So
said,
in other words, if another person is 34 and I attack them and I say, you know, the reason that you're so stupid is because you're 34, or the reason you don't understand what I'm saying is because you're 34, that's not a direct attack on him. It's not. His age has nothing to do with him. The 34 is just a number.
did I say you're 17, therefore you do not understand what I'm saying? Did I say you're 17?
Well, I mean, you were like, well, you're
practically what
17.
you
So
said.
I'm gonna give you a pass on that one. I mean, it's funny. The main thing that kind of like, you know, is the key factor here is that you mentioned that I'm 17 and I'm not even the one that's wrong. So it's funny that you said that. It's funny that you said, well, you're 17, so I get that you don't understand. But you're
Not
the
only
one that's
that,
wrong. That's
if
the
you're
funny
using
part.
if you're using ageism to support your point, then my thing is you should have an easier time arguing with him than anyone else. It makes no sense why, you know, if he's so much lesser than you for his age, that you're having such a hard time debating with him. You should have won by now.
So you're saying because he's 17, he should be losing to me?
I'm saying if you're
now
secure,
who's using the ad hom? Hang on, now who's using the ad hom?
I'm saying if you're truly not using an ad hominem, and his age is in fact, and the reason that he is the way he is in fact because of his age, and it's not just a direct attack, then you should have won the argument already. My point is, you're using an ad hominem. You're just denying it.
You just
It's
implied
all
that.
denial, bro.
You just
At this
implied
point,
that
you're
because
rage baiting. You know you were
implied
rage
that because
baiting. You know you were
you
using
just
an ad
But does
hominem.
he
I don't
know?
know
But
why you're
the real
denying it.
question is, I mean,
all
does
right.
he know that or does he believe that though? Which one is it? Does he
You
know
just
that?
implied that because he's 17,
No, he just doesn't believe it. But I don't
Well,
know if that's the
that's
case because
actually. Wait, hold
you
on,
know.
hold on, Vipers. Well, Globus, he didn't imply that. That's actually your indirect implication, though.
That's what
Because
he
when,
just
when you say, well, I understand it, you're only 17, you're implying that I know less than you because you're older than me. That's your
Actually,
direct implication.
you're right. He didn't even imply it. He just outright stated the fact that
No,
you're
that's
17.
that's you. That
Let
came
me
from you, though.
finish.
That
That
came
came
from
from
you.
you. That didn't come
Control
from me.
yourself.
I never talked about his
Control
age.
yourself.
I never talked
You
about
just-
him being stupid because of his age. I never
I
said
never-
anything regarding that.
and
I
I
said
never
what
said that
you
either.
said regarding that.
Can I finish?
I don't
You
know.
just
Can you
said
not make ad
he's
hominems?
17, therefore you should be easily destroying him in this argument. That's what you said. It wasn't even an implication.
I
You
said
actually
if it's not
outright,
an ad hominem,
let me
if what you
finish.
said wasn't an ad
Let me
hominem,
finish. You outright stated that he's 17, therefore you should be easily beating him in this argument. That's what you stated just then.
I said if it wasn't an ad hominem and it was a fact, then yes. But it's not a fact. That's my point. It's not a fact. Therefore, you were making an ad hominem because you were making a direct attack on him because of his age. Say what you want. Mute me if you want. You know you did it. I don't know why you choose to act like you didn't do anything.
Dude,
everyone in this chat heard you. It's okay. You're only 17. It's okay. You're only 17. Everyone in this chat heard you. I don't know why you act brand new.
His age just gave him the superiority to know that there's no belief in knowledge.
Like it's insane, bro. I'm so sick of
apparently
sick of people just abusing mutes and doing stupid things when they know
not
that
even
they
the
do
moderator.
wrong
There's
things,
some-
and when
there's
they
some-
get
there's
called
someone
out on it,
else.
they just mute people.
There's someone else
It's
who's
insane.
who's muting us for no reason, apparently.
It's insane, dude.
It's audio chaos.
Well, you should.
guys
Why don't
sound
you mute
like
that guy too? Though? Why don't you mute him
17-year-olds.
too?
I was muting everyone.
But you weren't muting him.
Yeah, how come you didn't mute him?
Well,
That
he
seems
wasn't
awfully biased.
spazzing out like you two.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Right. He was just
It's
making
not the
direct
age,
attacks on
it's-
somebody.
it's-
That's a whole
it's
lot
not
better.
the age. It's the all over, all out gullibility and cope spaz insta spirals that you're hearing right now on display.
It's not
He
cope
was cutting
spaz.
him
It's
some
just calling
slack,
things for what
dude.
they are.
Dude, he was cutting him some slack. You misread it. You guys jumped to conclusions. Your processing
What do you
skills
How can I
are
be cut some
low.
slack
How is
if
it
I'm the one that's
conclusions?
wrong?
How is it conclusions? When
hold
Matt
on.
has witness testimony, how is it conclusions?
We don't even have
testimony. My God,
He literally
dude.
said it. It's on stream. Go back and look at it.
You guys
Well-
are. You guys are.
You
Well,
guys
this
are
is the
what?
thing, though.
You guys are what?
Are
Oh,
you
is it
guys
because I'm
this
18?
confused?
Is it because I'm
Well, I
18,
mean-
bro?
Well, how can I
Like-
be cut some slack
I
if
don't
I'm
know
the
what
one
your
that's right?
malady
That's
is.
the only thing I understand. How can I be cut
Yeah,
some
how
slack?
is he cutting him slack if he's the one directly being insulted? That's what I want to hear the answer for. How's he cutting him slack if he's directly
Insults
insulting
are
him?
taken, not
Please answer the
given.
question.
So sorry, you guys are snowflakes.
Because we're snowflake, right?
I'm
So
not
you're
even- I'm not
openly
even
admitting
worried
that he
about
was
it.
insulted
You
and
guys
that
sound
we
like
just saw,
snowflakes right now.
I
and
don't
that's the
really
reason
even
that we're
care that
taking
you
it the way we are.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys are the ones splitting hairs
Yeah.
over belief
Yeah.
and JTBs.
So now you're making
Calm down.
insults to defend his claim, which was an insult.
Well, snowflakes.
You're insulted easily, you little snowflake. You guys are the ones trying to do this whole splitting of hairs act over believing and knowing. It's stupid. No offense.
What
The
is
funniest-
stupid for someone to claim that they don't have any
Wow.
belief?
You guys are morons.
The funniest part is
If
when
this is the cross your guys are going to die on, it's pathetic.
Well, we're right.
No, you're
funniest
not
part
right.
is when-
You're splitting hairs that aren't there.
Wasn't
If you
it
know
Globus?
something, listen, hold on. This is the last I'll say of it. You brought up a rat. Did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that rat is there?
Well, it depends on the distance.
What are
Maybe
you
you thought you
fucking
saw it.
talking about? Well, how do you know it's a rat? How did you bring it up as a? How did you
Well, maybe
present
it looks
this
like a
as
rat. So old house.
You
You've
know
never
what
thought
you
you
mean.
saw something that you didn't see. Seriously.
Well, I've seen something out of the corner of my eye. Didn't know if it was a rat or a mouse.
Is that knowledge, or is that belief?
No, I didn't know. It's confusion. It's
Oh, it's
uncertainty.
confusion. Oh yeah,
It's
confusion.
uncertainty. You guys are so fucking. You guys are so ass hurt right now. You guys are. You're just being contrarians. Listen, you're the one who said you saw a rat. If you saw a rat and are calling it a rat, you know it's a rat. When you hear it scratching in the walls, you don't know what it is: a cat, a raccoon, a mice, 2 mice, 3 rats, 1 rat. Well, when you walk through the room and you encounter the rat, you no longer believe you have a rodent problem. You know you do. So that's why they sell mouse traps for people who know they have rats in their house.
Is there any belief in that knowledge?
They can also sell rat traps to people who are preparing for future rats in their house. But this whole act where you guys are acting like belief, and it's pathetic. It's pseudo intellectual doldrums.
It truly is for the people that are disagreeing. I agree with you.
It's stupid, dude. What do you believe? I disagree. You know I'm disagreeing.
I mean, I'd
Do
say
you
that
believe I'm disagreeing with you, or do you know I'm disagreeing with you?
I believe that you're disagreeing with me.
You're an idiot. You know I'm disagreeing with you. You're
I
crying
have a
about
high
it.
amount of certainty that
You're
I'm
a fucking
disagreeing with you.
idiot. Yeah. This is the height of pseudo intellectualism, bro. Your imbecility matches your wet bed fucking globe PFP.
I mean,
Try
to
again
be
tomorrow, Matt
clear,
Luca. You're a waste.
it was Globus who made the distinction between knowledge and belief, actually. And then, like, the conversations went on from there.
Nah, it's you guys who have been splitting hairs for years about this.
Anyways, Globus, since I don't want to keep cooking you on knowledge and belief. Maybe we can talk about the globe and the flat Earth. Since you have certainty, right?
Maybe.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. So, go ahead. What's your best evidence that the Earth is flat?
What's your
Nuclear. Is the rat a belief, or do you know it?
I said that it depends on the distance that I saw the rat.
Well, okay, so it is a rat.
Well, if I think it's a rat, I could say that it's a rat, but I could still
So
be
if you
wrong and
think
it's something
it's a
else.
rat, you're not certain that it's a rat.
He doesn't know.
That's what makes
They're
it a belief.
imbeciles, dude. If
There's
this
still
is
knowledge within that. There's
dude,
still knowledge within that.
if this is your true thinking process, you guys are wrecked.
Well, Haas, I'm sorry that people belief is a great part of
Dude,
knowledge.
you're the one who brought up a rat that you're unsure if it is a rat.
So you've
I'm
never
sorry
called
for you.
something that you're not 100% certain about? Seriously?
We're talking about a rat at your feet.
Not at your feet, dude. I said a
Well,
distance,
you brought it up. You brought up the fucking rat.
Yeah, and you're still sticking on it, and you're not getting what I'm
is it a
saying.
rat or not?
Well, I believe it to be a rat. So
You
I say it's a rat.
You believe it to be a rat, so you
It's a
don't know it's a
justified
rat.
true belief,
So you don't know.
but it's false.
He's a solipsist. It's okay. It's,
Yeah,
I'm not a
dude.
solipsist.
good.
You're the one that's a solipsist.
Nuclear. Do you understand you can cross over from the threshold of just having merely a belief? Or are you that
Well,
empty?
look, I think it's fair to say that, like, if you just see a rat, right, you have justified knowledge, right? So, like, in my opinion, that.
You got muted right away too.
No, Nuclear is the one who set this trap up for himself, and he's fallen into his rat trap. You guys are goof fucking balls at this point. It's an embarrassment.
This is your
Dude,
tired voice, Hiltas. We
It's
hear
sick.
it.
You're telling me you evolved 300 trillion miles to exist in this level of confusion?
Well, I'm only a fallible being after all.
Yeah. Get a life, dude. It's not as clever as you think.
Solipsist in denial. That's a shame.
Hello?
Hello. I hope you're well.
Thank you. So does anyone want to debate about flat Earth?
Not sure. You
What?
want to debate about flat Earth?
Sorry, what?
Said I'm not sure. Do you want to debate about flat Earth?
Yeah.
Cool.
So what position do you have on flat Earth?
I know the Earth is not a globe.
How do you know that?
Well, there's no curve.
How do you know there's no curve?
It's never been demonstrated.
That's an assertion fallacy.
Oh, has it
Do you,
been
do you
demonstrated?
understand the conception of an argument from ignorance?
Absolutely, I do.
Then why would you commit it?
Did I commit it?
Yeah, you said, well, you haven't ever witnessed a demonstration, therefore X, which would be an argument from ignorance fallacy.
Well, can you rebut what I said? Or
I don't have to, it's fallacious.
okay, so you have no say in the topic?
I think I just spoke, which means I said something on the topic. Am I talking about something else?
Do you have a position that you want to take against what I said? Against my supposed...
What do you think I just said? Like, what in
I
completion?
wasn't quite finished, though. Do you know how a conversation works? Feigned laughter. Wow. Interesting.
Feigned? No, I just sound posh. It's my affected laugh. It's like how I laugh.
That's how you laugh? Wow. That's unfortunate for those around you. But anyway, let's carry on past the pleasantries. So, has it been demonstrated?
Yes.
Oh, a positive claim. Let's see the evidence for that. Let's see. I don't want
I can just give you. You don't want an anecdote?
Nah. No. Why the fuck would I want an anecdote?
Because I think something empirical, something you can like personally witness rather than a digital virtual piece of evidence is a little bit more succinct.
Right. So would you like an anecdote on the existence of unicorns on my behalf?
But that's not relevant. That's a red herring.
It's an example of an anecdote being absolutely irrelevant to any conversation, any discussion.
That's correct.
Yeah. So anything besides anecdotal, or should we move on to you don't have any evidence?
The issue isn't it being an anecdotal. The issue is it being about unicorns.
Right. So do you have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I already said that.
And are you going to provide it, or are you just going to say it?
Well, you've already dismissed anecdotes, so...
Oh, that's all you have? Well, yeah. Let's move on then.
It's not all I have, I just feel like it's better.
Okay, well, yeah, sorry. Anecdotes aren't really going to cut it. I'm sorry.
Source?
So feel free to post anything when you like, and we can discuss that. Good chat. I will be right back.
I believe the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe.
Awesome.
Why is everyone muted?
What's your evidence for that?
My
There's some
evidence?
blood.
Suck my balls. That's my evidence.
So, no evidence then. Triggered mental.
If you roll a ball down the street, it's gonna go down the street because of the
Geelong
curvature
before?
of the Earth.
You brag for Geelong.
What?
You brag for Geelong.
No, I don't barrack for fucking Geelong, cunt.
Who do you brag for? Essendon. Just trying to gauge your personality. Or you're from South Australia, where they did all that nuclear testing.
This is a very lively room.
Yeah, it certainly is. Come before the storm, perhaps. Mathematically usually comes in around this time. See if we get some fireworks, eh?
Time's it for you?
It's 10:22.
9:51.
They're in Australia.
Yep.
Oh, cool. The port or crows? Neither.
Neither.
Fair enough.
Neither. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got nothing wrong with watching a bunch of grown men in tight shorts running around a football field for 45 minutes chasing a pigskin around. I don't see anything gay about that at all. But I just don't follow footy.
It's I like watching stuff from the 80s.
Warwick
very
Kappa
different.
with his fucking shorts. You remember the Warwick Kappa shorts? Come on, you can't forget that. It's an Australian icon.
The whole Jeff Dr. Aniston thing was full on, and they bought all these awesome players from everybody, and yeah, yeah, that was full on. These pink cars and pink helicopters, and it was a freak. He was the first dude in Australia to have a mobile, or one of the first. He had a brick mobile phone, in the 80s.
Yep. I remember those.
It was a bit different. I used to go in that era in the 70s and the 80s. And the 90s were pretty good, but yeah, it's changed. It's very much like basketball a little bit now.
So, what's your opinion on the Australian Deputy Prime Minister giving Ukraine another 250 million over the weekend, or over the last few days?
The Deputy Prime Minister, God, who's that? Is that bald guy?
Oh, he's just another clown. It doesn't matter who he is. The point is, he's just given away another 250 mil when there's people here in Australia that are fucking struggling.
They were talking about it last night about how much money America gives to Ukraine and
Yeah, that shit.
Israel, and
I think we only give Israel components. I don't think we actually give money. I think we've got a couple of shit things that are produced here that they need as components for their drones and other shit. But I don't think we actually give money to Israel as Australia stands. Not like America does.
To be fair, I think most of the fund we give Israel is material and not cash. Infusions, I think.
Well, I know Israel's got universal health care and America doesn't.
Yeah, we only give Iran cash, right?
Does that have to do with the price of butter?
Yeah.
Australia needs to figure out how to weaponize cane toads.
Well, we already
That would be
have.
funny.
We're dealing with them at the moment. They eat everything, and nothing can eat them.
Basically, you just gotta genetically engineer a super snake and then release those into the wild.
Yeah, not even our super snakes are holding up towards cane toads. They're actually eating the cane toad and then dying afterwards.
Send the cane toads into Gaza.
Engineer.
That'd be like a war crime, though, probably.
They need wetlands. They need water. It's too dry.
Oh yeah, true.
Cane toads, are those local or are those invasive for you guys?
Invasive, brought here to keep the bugs that were eating the sugar cane. There was a big crop here, so they brought in the cane toads to get rid of the bugs. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that the cane toad has no natural predators here at all. None. So basically, it just started eating other frogs, other native frogs, and everything else. And anything that eats a cane toad dies because of the poison.
Yeah, I
Wasn't
guess
that
they
a
didn't do
Simpson
a
episode?
study.
Wasn't that a Simpson episode?
That was a Simpson episode that was regarding another frog, another type of frog that made you trip out when you lick it. I do remember that episode. But I don't think it was specifically describing the cane toad. Which is, as far as I remember, I think it's from Africa.
Gotcha. What a shame.
That's what I was referencing when I said release the snakes and then the gorillas was the Simpsons episode.
They have to wait for the
Always
winter.
releasing something bigger. You need the elephants to get rid of the gorillas, and then you need the mice to get rid of the elephants, and then you need the snakes again to get rid of the mice. So did anybody watch Biden's speech at NATO? Where he called Kamala Harris Vice President Trump? And called Zelensky President Putin on his introduction on live TV?
He was close, at least.
Yeah, no, he's in the geographical area, right?
Like same topic, you know. He was like,
Yeah, we're getting warmer though, Joe. Like, you're getting warmer. It's all right, Joe. You poor thing.
I actually, he's like a pretty good reflection of the voter base, to be honest.
What, a fucking lost Roomba looking for its charging port, whether it's going on or off stage?
Yeah. Obama's trying to pretend like he never had Joe as a vice president. Like, I don't know who that guy is.
The guy. I don't know the guy. Joe who? Obama? Nah. He wouldn't hang out with that guy. He's too busy showering with his daughter. For Biden to have time for anyone else. You know, that's why Project Veritas was shut down and raided, because they had the diary of Biden's daughter.
Ooh. It's only okay to expose that stuff on Republicans.
Yeah, do
Well,
it
I
on
think
here.
it was rated because it was stolen, wasn't it?
No. It was retrieved from a house that she'd moved out of and forgot it there, just left it there. And the people that moved in afterwards were the ones that found it. So it wasn't actually stolen. It was found in a property that she abandoned. And then she wanted it back.
Ooh.
Not what I heard, but okay.
So they contacted her and they said, we have a diary. And she goes, yeah, I know it's mine. And she said, give it back. And they go, oh, how do you know it's yours? And they go, trust me, it's mine. The people that are going to collect it and arrest you in a minute are the ones that are going to, confirm that it's my diary, sort of thing. And lo and behold, bang, they were raided. The diary was confiscated.
Forgot about the property. How did she know that? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
The exact details become a little bit sketchy because of the matter of the diary being so explosive.
I read the diary. I read the excerpts from the diary. I know what you're talking about.
If that was Trump or Trump's daughter or Trump's daughter's diary, they would have had that all over the fucking mainstream TV everywhere. Just a double standard. It's hard not to notice it.
Yep.
And Biden's, I don't know if you've seen the performance of this morning. It was live, cast across the globe. It's pretty bad. If you get a chance, just have a look at the NATO summit Biden speech.
Yeah, it's a new low.
If they don't swap him out now, I don't know when. You know what I mean? Like, it's the writing's on the wall.
See,
I mean,
if
it
he
was
slips
sad.
hard, and if he starts to slip hard in the polls, I think there is a good chance he might get swapped. I think there would have to be a pretty there's gonna have to be like a 10-point fucking flip though for them to roll them bones on a new candidate this late in the game.
My take, right? It's
much
not
as I agree,
unusual for them
gentlemen,
to flip
could
out
we
or
could we
swap
get back
out
on topic?
this late in the game, right? The thing
Very
is, I see it as
unusual to swap
inevitable.
out your incumbent.
Vadman.
Very unusual. Almost never happens.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
As much as I agree, we got to get back on topic.
What's the topic?
Flat Earth.
Well, what we're talking about is happening on Flat Earth.
Well, that might be the case, but it has nothing to do with the Earth and its geometry.
Well, when I
if you
joined,
understand.
To do with the
complete quiet.
structure of the central players in the conspiracy to conceal the flat Earth, number one.
I mean, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
There's
The world's a stage, and stages are flat. So I get you, but we got to get back on topic.
But there was no
enlighten
topic
us.
when I
What
joined.
do you want to talk about?
It was entirely dead. There was no one speaking.
I don't know. Maybe how the Earth measures flat, or level water. How there's no
Sure,
sun.
I'll be quiet for a
Or
while and
maybe
let
you got
the
a
flat
claim
Earth
and
conversation commence.
you could back it up. Yeah, because we're looking for globe evidence, so you can make a claim, you could back it up, you could start getting this going.
Well, go ahead, Flat Lloyd. The stage is yours.
Yeah, I mean, I already said my bit. Earth measures flat. I mean, what
You
else?
said that we should
else
change
do
the
you need?
conversation to flat Earth and then stopped.
No, I'm just moderating, right? I mean, I'm supposed to get things back on track. I hope you can
Well, you
understand.
killed the conversation instead.
Well, no, that was what I was trying to do, right? Stop
Cool,
that
cool.
one. So sweet, did it.
Excellent.
Well, technically, water measures flat. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's up with sea level anyway? Why do they call it that?
What's up with specular reflection?
Wait,
Yeah. Why don't we see one
they
on
call
the
sea
moon?
level because it's the mean sea level when you look at all the seas.
Yeah,
But
and they
you got to
level
be
with
on
each
the
other,
level.
so no part's higher than the other
I got to level with
from each other.
Well, it's the mean. So if you're a kilometer above sea level, you'd be a kilometer above sea level. If you're at sea level, you'd be at 0.
Why don't they call it sea elevation then?
Ask
Maybe we could
Webster.
ask them.
They call that a tide.
I want to repeat something that Ruhif said a couple days ago, that sunsets prove the round Earth.
And is that so, or I mean, how silly is that?
Well, I know the moon's around
How do you know that?
because I've looked at it through a telescope.
Sure, I mean, it looks like a circle in the sky, but how do you know it's a sphere?
Because if you have a telescope that's powerful enough, you can see
Oh,
it.
does the telescope like whisper to you? It's like, hey, I'm a sphere.
No, it has a thing called focus. So as you get to the middle of the moon, it
Oh, is it a
actually gets out of
stereoscopic
focus. So you have
telescope,
to
or is it
actually
one lens?
adjust the focus. And then you have to adjust the focus to the edges again.
So because it's a clear image? No, that doesn't really tell you the shape of it, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, you'd have to go there and verify it. You'd be like, oh, look at that. It's a sphere.
Yeah,
Or would you
no,
look
I'll
at that?
trust my 130-inch telescope.
And it whispering to you? Soft nothings of spherical balls hovering above you?
Look, I'm not challenging your notion of the Earth flat. I'm just saying, from what I can fucking see, the moon is a sphere, dude.
Okay. What about that tells you that then the Earth is spherical?
Did I say that the Earth is spherical? I just
Well,
said
is
to
that
you
what
the moon's
you're
round, and you
assuming?
started challenging me on the Earth.
Well, I'm just wondering how you even know the moon is round. I mean,
Well,
without
as I
being able to
just said,
verify it, I see
through a
the
thing
same thing
called
as
the
you.
telescope. At
Bright
my
circle in the
eye.
sky.
You know,
Yeah, but
like
just
I
because
can
we see
see it.
something
I'm
closer
not
doesn't
blind.
mean we suddenly know the shape of it.
Are you a troll?
No. Like I said, I help moderate this chat.
Like I said, are you a troll?
No. Again. I meant it
Well,
when I
Van
said
Man,
the Earth measures flat.
Van Man, instead
Come
of
on,
speaking
Adrian.
in circles and asking questions, about the moon when you have no position on the Earth, etc., and then trying to diminish our moderators in here, how about you just present some evidence for the globe or the flat Earth, whichever way you're going to stand, and stick to the point.
But you want to steer me and corral me back towards the Earth when I just made one simple.
No, I'm corralling you from trying to adjudicate what happens in this room, speaking over moderators, and being quite rude to our moderators. So, you'll have one more chance to speak, and if you want to speak about anything different, you're going to stay on mute. Very simple. Goodbye. Good evening, Nathan.
How you doing? To be here.
Good.
Good to have you.
Wait, do you guys genuinely believe in flat Earth, or is this like a bit?
Who is that?
Chungus.
I speak for everyone, but no, me, I don't believe Earth is flat. It's measured flat, not up for debate.
Wait, what do you mean? You don't? If you like measure a line and it comes out to be 3 centimeters, you'd say you believe it's 3 centimeters because of the evidence, right?
Maybe that answers your question.
Sorry, my internet might have cut out, or maybe yours cut out. I'm not sure, but I didn't really hear you.
We didn't hear anything, Nathan.
Because I didn't say anything.
You said, does that answer your question? So I thought you were maybe like saying something before.
The question was, do you guys in here believe Earth's flat? And I said, I can't speak for everyone. I know it's flat. That's how it's measured. And you asked me, if you measure 3 centimeters, it's 3 centimeters. I completely ignored that. That's why there was a long silence.
Well, I don't think you used the word no. If you did, like, knowledge implies belief. But I mean, like, if you would have used that, I would have just taken you to answer yes, I believe the Earth is flat.
I don't. I know it is because it's measured flat. Third time.
But those are not mutually exclusive. You can believe something and know it at the same time. In fact,
Don't
you have...
believe. Why he seems fixated on this belief thing when I've told him now this will be the 4th time. I don't believe that. I know it because it's measured flat. Your first response. So if I measure 3 centimeters, it's 3 centimeters. Meaningless drivel, not a rebuttal, not an acknowledgement, doesn't mean anything. Right? But we're still at that same stage. Told you why I know it's flat. You're now focused on what belief is. Who cares? I don't care what belief is. Doesn't matter.
I don't know, you seem to be like really fixated on it, but okay.
Done it 4 times. I'm not fixated.
A little bit.
So
like, what measurements are you what measurements are you referring to?
Specifically, elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, what about it?
I don't know what happened then. A few people started laughing. I assume there's a few white knights ready to jump in on this conversation when it gets painful, Chungus.
AK2, I think you're hot micing, mate. No, you're laughing. It's all good.
Do you want to just
You
pop
can
that
just
guy
keep your laughter to yourself.
and
That'd
ruin
be
this
great.
conversation?
It's just like really hard for me to
Hold on, Chungus,
understand.
just one sec. Sorry, Chungus. There's another person in the conversation between you and I that's decided to ruin the audio because his mic's wide open and he's not taken the subtle hint from the moderator and now me.
I think
Closes,
it was
leaving the mic.
Isn't AJ a moderator?
It's done.
I think he might have just been like away from his computer or whatever. I don't know, it's just hard for me to... I just want to understand why you come to believe that, because it seems like...
5 times. That's 5 times. 5 times you've done it. Elevation angle, I said. Then we got a load of laughter that got sorted out. Now you're back on belief. Fixated on it. Yeah, you've done it 5 times.
What? What have I done 5 times?
Can't focus on a belief I've said I've not got. You're not discussing beliefs. Told
No,
you that
like belief is a necessary
5
condition
times,
for
and now you're
knowledge.
interrupting me, pointing out that on 5, no less than
You
5
interrupt.
occasions,
I'm interrupting
told me
your
it's not a belief.
interruption. Okay,
You're now
pipe
yammering
down,
to the
boy.
top of me, stopping you from rinsing and repeating this for a 6th time. I'm going to
Yeah,
try it one
because
more time. Then I'm going to. You're just chanting through me. I'm talking. I'm going
you
to tell you again. This is
interrupted
going to be
me.
the 6th. Don't chant through me. I don't believe Earth is flat. I know it is because of measurement. I've told you what measurement so far. It's elevation angle measurement. Okay, that's where we're at. I want to hear about belief for a 7th time.
Why did you mute me whilst talking over me?
You are talking through me, pointing out that I don't need a 6th rendition of you asking about beliefs. That's why one of the moderators shut you up, because I'm telling you for the 7th time now not to mention beliefs, because this isn't a belief-based discussion. It's a measurement-based discussion.
Yeah, that's not mutually exclusive with belief. I don't know why you're so
Measurement and
fixated
belief
on
have
it.
got nothing to do with one another.
No, they do, because if you have, like, the measurement is going to be evidence for a certain belief.
We're measuring something.
Sorry?
Measurements aren't beliefs. If I measure something, I've measured it.
Yeah, I didn't say measurement are beliefs. I'm saying that measurement are going to be evidence for beliefs.
Perhaps, but in this instance, not for me. I'm not basing
What do you
a
mean?
measurement on a belief. That's probably why you're getting muted, because I'm talking. You've started talking while I'm talking. Okay. Me, it's not going to be a foundation for a belief. I'm just going to take the measurement at face value.
I have no idea what that means. So you have a
It means
certain
I'm not going to
kind of-
base a
Why are
belief
you
on the
talking over me?
measurement.
Why are you
Because
talking
you said
over
I don't
me?
understand,
Why are
so
you
I'm going to
talking over
re-clarify.
me?
If you don't
Why are you
understand, I
talking
can
over me?
explain
Why
it
are you
again.
talking?
You don't understand. I heard. You don't understand. Okay, mister, I can't comprehend what you've just said. I'll repeat it. You moaning about the fact you can't comprehend what I've just said. Are you going to talk through it? Yeah, you said you didn't understand. I'm not going to base any belief on a foundation of a flat earth measurement. I'm just going to take the flat earth measurement. Again, 8 times. It's not going to turn into a discussion about belief unless we take that flat earth measurement and turn it into a globe belief. That's what globe believers do. They use the measurements of earth and turn them into their beliefs. I'm not doing that.
Right, you're just rambling. None of what you said makes any sense.
Well, I have a question for you before you
Sorry,
move on,
this guy's a
Chungus,
dick.
because
This guy's a dick.
yeah,
What
I
the
just want to
hell?
ask you, Chungus, if you were to tell me, for example, now I don't know where you live, but you were to tell me that you lived in the United States. Now, I could believe you and believe that you're telling the truth and believe that you live in the United States. That would be a belief. But if I was to get on a plane and fly to the United States and knock on your door, I would now know that you live in the United States. I no longer have to believe it and believe what you've told me. I've now verified it. So what Nathan's trying to say here, in the same context, we don't believe that it's flat. It's not based off a belief. It's based off knowledge via the Earth being measured as flat.
I
Do you
mean,
understand that?
I understand what you're saying, but I disagree because if you know something, that implies that you also believe it. So we're
Okay,
just
well, we're
getting
not
hung
going
up
to get
on.
into the semantics of words.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
we're
you-
not going to worry about the semantics of words. The fact is,
Who cares? Who cares?
It's
He was the one that
I'll
took
use
an
this
issue with
example.
it.
I'll use this example. If he says, "Oh, we're on a tape measure down something," and I tell someone that I've measured it 3 centimeters long, yeah, you can for the 9th time try and reposition this that when you've measured it with a tape measure, that suddenly the person you've told has got a belief in it. This is it's completely irrelevant.
Well, yeah, it is irrelevant. I don't know why you're getting so hung up on it. I just want to how do you think about all the implications of this particular belief? Like the fact
It's not
that
a
all of
belief.
the...
9 times.
No, it is.
Not a
You
belief.
can know something, and it can also
That's
be
it.
a belief, right?
Yeah, we covered this.
We're just saying that
You're
it's
just
a
trying to
belief is
antagonise me. 'Cause
neutral.
You've done it 9 times.
I'm
You're
not
just antagonising
antagonizing.
me now. Well, you are, because you keep repositioning this to make it my belief. And when I've told you 9 times it isn't, it's based on measurement. I've told you what measurement it's based on. You're not discussing that. Someone's now chanting through the top of me, of course. Got someone with their mic wide open while I bleat about the fact that you've spent 9 occasions trying to reposition this into a belief that I've got when it isn't. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to do it 10 times. It's getting irritating. You said, I don't know why I'm so hung up on it. And then you did it again immediately.
Yeah, because it is a belief. You just like you can know something, and the thing that
Get rid of
you
him. Mute him. Just get rid of him from the discussion, please. I don't want to talk to him anymore. I don't want to do this another 10 times. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's
no
painful.
Part of the conversation. If you can't take a bloody subtle hint that we don't want to talk about something that is not a belief, and then you want to say, "Well, measurement." Well, I can turn measurement into a belief. I tell someone else it, and they have to believe me. No, it's completely non sequitur. It's not relevant. Who cares? 10 times it's just you being a dick.
If my foreman tells me to go measure the bedroom, and I come up and I say, I think it's 12 by 18. I believe it's 12 by 18. Smacked in the head.
We're dealing with thickos. That guy's incapable of having a normal conversation. I don't understand when you say that you're not basing a belief on a measurement. That's too complicated. No beliefs that you've got, right? Okay, Mr. One Track Mind. So I must focus on this as a belief, and if I don't, I can't do anything else.
Meanwhile, he believes in a globe, which was derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to and from Polaris. How bizarre.
Yeah, we never got there. It was only going to be a conversation about my belief I don't hold. Otherwise, it wasn't going to be a conversation. It was that 9 times or nothing.
Well, we knew he was
sucking it
retarded
up on the
as soon as he
globe side.
mentioned belief.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, I was saying we knew he was retarded as soon as he mentioned beliefs.
Globe side are going to have to start sucking it up. Their belief is based on our measurements.
No beliefs necessary in knowing something.
Not relevant.
Just something, it's a measurement. It's not a belief, it's a measurement.
There's obviously some particular globers that have got a certain way that they're going to argue, they're set in their mind, and if they can't take that path, they can't do anything. They can't go anywhere. They're stuck in a cognitive loop that's never ending. You heard the level of argumentation he had to offer. It's measured flat. If I measure 3 centimetres, is it 3 centimetres? That's his argumentation. That's his rebuttal. That's the standard.
You think they'd be coming in here shouting and screaming how it is a globe, because that's their belief and, they've been convinced of that. Well, put your evidence forward. It'll be a flat Earth measurement evidence, by the way.
For that guy, that goes without saying. That guy, there's no question it's a globe. Like, are you guys serious? That's his actual question. He can't quite believe we don't believe as he does. That's his line of questioning. I can't believe you don't believe what I believe. Let's talk about beliefs.
You know what I just noticed, Nathan? They used to say, everyone knows it's a globe. Everyone knows it's a sphere. Now we're the ones saying, we know it's flat.
Is Neil, they know it's flat because the evidence is there. Just look at latitude, how it was derived. Yeah, elevation angles, sea level. They know it's flat too.
Yeah, the ones that it's presented to, like a guy that just like this guy that he can't comprehend it.
his world has literally been shattered.
No, he left this server going, they're rude. They talked over me. That's what he's leaving thinking. I couldn't give a damn. Go away with your stupid normie life living on a globe. I couldn't care less. You want to psychoanalyze us as flat earthers, do you? Oh, get lost. Weak.
Well, this is what they all do, yeah? They say that there is no true definition to a word. However, we know that a belief is an acceptance of something that exists as true without any type of proof or evidence, where knowing we have a clear knowledge or a clear certain perception of a fact or truth, which is a state of knowing something. So they like to come in here, they know they don't have the evidence, they know they don't have anything to present. So instead, they like to make their own meanings of words and argue about semantics instead.
Okay, just a forewarning to the server. So in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go live to a YouTube audience. All I ask is that you don't swear.
Defy swear.
Define swear? No, I think everyone knows what swear means.
Means most of the Aussies should mute up.
Again, Matrix?
I said it means most of the Aussies should mute up.
Oh, that's like a slur on the racist use of expletives. Can neither confirm nor deny, it seems.
I found that conversation quite interesting because, like, they're aware that their whole globe belief is a belief because they don't have any verifiable proof. So they're trying to make flat Earth the same thing, a belief. And they're dismissing everything you're saying about it, about, you know, measuring it. So it's pretty sad to me that he went there.
Yeah, they understand that nothing about the globe is self-evident.
To him, it's self-evident globe, and it's now let's have a false dichotomy, your belief versus my belief. So we need to establish first and foremost that you've got a belief that can be compared to mine. Start to see patterns, obviously, having done this for so many years, in terms of what Globe Defender will do and how they must position themselves in the debate before they've even started. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by OK Computer. It's one deck, but he's going by Flat Deck in here, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth 24/7 Politics Discord server. So welcome, one and all.
Sharibo,
Hey, thank
hello.
Yo.
Hello.
To be here, and to find on a Friday that there's some exceptionally exciting bits that will pop out of the show, but there's also an odd pace, let's just say. Like it might take 5, 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes to get into the wrangled angle that we do here on Flat Earth Debate. Nevertheless, I'm going to do some what has become housekeeping for being in Politics server, which is to state the main reason that we're actually here, which is to say that over the course of 2024, we've been pointing out to people that Earth is measured flat, and that this should be our default position on the front foot, which is to say, rather than explaining to somebody in a cult of globe why their globe fails, explain to them on the front foot how Earth is measured. No need for any beliefs anymore if you're a flat earther. Know how Earth is actually dealt with, and eventually you'll appreciate that that understanding is what leads to an extrapolation of a globe faith from those flat Earth measurements. That's why we're here. Spread that good word and hopefully keep everybody on the front foot moving forward so that we don't hear people saying, if we're on a globe, we'd see too far, or whatever crap we've been saying for the last 10 years as flat earthers. So that's why we're here, to spread that good message. And
Are you saying we're here to spread the flat out truth?
Just here to highlight the fact that we've spent 10 years arguing from a position of rejecting current standpoint. The current position of a globe has been rejected. Here's why, is what a typical pre-2024 flat earther would do. We're saying, well, why? Let your opponent make that argument if they're going to say that you're on a sphere, and then pull it apart if you've got a good sense of the argument. Don't be in the argument if you haven't. But in terms of just people who turn up to the debate and go, oh, I wonder what this is all about, they need to hear our position first and foremost. Well, what is their position? Our position is that's how Earth's measured. If we get a globe claim to have to be reactive to, point out how their measurement of Earth is also flat for it to turn into a globe.
Well, it might have been acceptable a few years back. We didn't have, like, the information that's out today. There should be no more, look, rejection of the globe because of this or because of that. Now you have rock solid silver bullet proof that Earth is flat.
Because we're unknown in this server for the most part, it might be the case that your average General Joe from the public comes in and can't quite believe that he's got a room full of flat earthers, like we had in the pre-show. You guys really think the Earth's flat? Yeah, we do. It's measured that way. It's not actually a belief, as was asked of us, and then rinsed and repeated 9 times because the conversation couldn't go anywhere unless we accepted that we had a belief in the measurements of Earth, which we don't. They're measurements. Nevertheless, we'll see how we get on today. See who comes in. My live audience, accept and understand that there may be some protracted silences as we wait for whoever's next up to put their claim forward. Sometimes they take a little bit of coaxing.
Like in the sorry guys, not like in the latitude evidence. I've had this conversation with a couple of people, and they start getting a little bit. Oh, you're not bringing that up again, are you? I say, well, yeah, I'm bringing it up, and you obviously don't like it. The way the latitude grid was measured, yeah, using elevation angles to and from Polaris, on a flat, level, horizontal plane. They don't like that.
You had something you wanted to add, Raiden? Raiden?
I have a question. I asked it the other day, but no one answered it. It has to do with NASA and satellite images. I'm just wondering, do you guys think that NASA knows what the shape of the Earth is and they're just lying about it? Or do you think they don't know what the shape is?
Not necessarily a subject that I love to cover because it's all speculation. I don't know what NASA know.
Okay, well that's
At
a
some
good answer.
point, you can only guess what NASA know.
Okay, that's fair enough.
There's a strong inference based on the fact that they're deceiving you about what the sky is. That is NASA as an entity, historically and to date, deceiving us about what the sky is. Does that mean that anybody currently alive has to know? Not necessarily. I could picture a circumstance where literally none of them know. And the only knowledge they do have are, for example, astronauts knowing that they're lying about going to space when they're pretending to go to a place that doesn't exist. They might not know that space isn't real. They might have somebody above them saying, well, for the following reasons, you personally can't go to that place in the sky that's definitely real, but we're going to need you to lie about it. That person then knows they're lying. They just don't know why. And they may very well also believe that the sky is a vacuum in violation of natural law.
Okay. And like you said, this is all speculation, of course.
And that isn't. No, if the people who say they've been to a sky vacuum are liars. They know they're lying. They might not know that there isn't a space to go to.
Well, you said if. That's why I said it's speculation.